495 Chapter 136. Chapter size. 2100 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. Ah Luffy, Najiko moaned as she straddled Luffy. You are very excited, ah? Alvida moaned as Luffy played with her pussy with two hot fingers. Luffy was in his cabin with Najiko and Alvida while having sex. Najiko seemed excited by the speed she was bouncing on his dick. Luffy, you liked it, he moaned, releasing his liquid into Luffy. Now, it's my turn. Alvida pulled Nojuko off of Luffy as she lay down next to her captain to exchange kisses, while Alvida used her sliding power to make Luffy enter her with ease. It's always good to eat you, Alvida. Have I told you that I love your slippery power? Luffy spoke with a smile as he was inside the woman. Of course I do, my husband, she said, before starting to move, shaking the bed. 2 hours later, Luffy emerged from the cabin satisfied and headed to the deck of the ship, which sailed through the Alabasta desert calmly while darkness painted the sky with local stars. On the deck, there was no one but Ace and Jinbei, who were still tied to the mast. Hey, Luffy, how long are you going to leave me tied up here? This isn't funny, Ace immediately complained in a teasing tone. Ah, Ace, I had forgotten about you, Luffy replied with a smile to his brother. Forgotten? You say you forgot? I'm going to beat you up, Luffy, Ace shouted, clearly frustrated. Calm down, calm down. You're free now. Luffy, in a casual gesture, removed the sea stone handcuffs from Ace. I swear I'll get my revenge one day, Luffy, I swear, Ace continued, still frustrated. Ace, I did this so you could realize you're still too dependent on your Akuma no Mi. Look how vulnerable you were. Even Chopper could beat you in that state. Luffy warned him, trying to teach a lesson. Doubt that anyone could do what you did, Ace murmured, and Luffy sighed, knowing his brother was still annoyed. Come with me, brother, let's talk a bit, Luffy invited, starting to walk. Ace hesitated for a moment, wanting to ask Luffy to free Jinbei, but knowing that Luffy probably wouldn't grant the request. Finally, Ace followed Luffy to the bow of the ship, where Luffy took out some rum and served it in a glass for Ace. Meanwhile, the ship cut through the desert at night, sliding over the dunes under the starry night sky. Just like old times, huh, Ace? Luffy said, as they shared a moment alone under the starry desert sky, where the stars shone brightly without any other light to outshine them. Luffy. Ace began, hesitant, but took his glass of sake. You know, I recently discovered something about Sabo, Luffy said, turning to sit on the head of Ifrit, the front part of the Black Pearl. Ace froze for a moment. Sabo? What do you mean? He died a long time ago. Ace's voice was laden with surprise and a tinge of old pain. Luffy looked toward the horizon, his expression serious. He didn't die, he simply said. What? Ace's surprise was palpable. Are you telling me that Sabo, our brother we thought had died in that damn city, is actually alive? The urgency in his voice grew with each word. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Luffy confirmed, still looking at the dunes of sand passing by them. Ace quickly climbed up beside Luffy on the head of Ifrit, the urgency clear on his face. Tell me everything you know, Luffy. Luffy took a sip of his sake before beginning. He didn't die that day, but he had some issues because of an attack by Tenryubito. Sabo lost his memory, but he's alive, just doesn't remember us. Luffy's words were measured but clear. He's with the Revolutionary Army now, a high-ranking person. Probably even stronger than you. Ace absorbed the words, the revelation stirring something within him. Luffy continued to speak, telling everything he knew, mentioning the changes in this world, but confirming the truth he knew. Sabo was alive. In the end, he even teased Ace a little. The desert wind blew gently as the brothers shared this new reality under the starry sky, a moment of discovery, revelation, and reaffirmation of bonds that never really broke. Revolutionary Army. He's really there, Luffy? Ace asked, still shocked by his brother's revelation. Yes. One day, we'll meet him. I'm sure his memories will come back as soon as he sees us, Luffy replied confidently, taking a sip of his sake. Ace nodded, the emotion clear in his eyes. I believe you, Luffy. I don't know how you got this information, but I trust you. We'll find Sabo, he said, a tear of hope and relief streaming down his face. Luffy, noticing his brother's emotion, changed the subject. So, are you going to stay with me until we leave Alabasta? He asked, curious. No. I'm hunting someone. I need to continue this pursuit, Ace replied, his expression hardening. Would this person happen to be Blackbeard, by any chance? Luffy asked casually, taking another sip of sake. What? You know him? Ace exclaimed, surprised by Luffy's knowledge. Not personally. But I've heard that a man by that name caused havoc in the Drum Kingdom. I thought maybe he was the one you were looking for, Luffy explained. Drum Kingdom? So he was there, Ace murmured to himself, piecing things together. Luffy shook his head. You won't find him there anymore. At this point, he must be on the other side of the Grand Line with the time he attacked the kingdom, which was weeks ago. Ace nodded, absorbing the information. I see. You must be careful with this man, Ace. If my suspicions are correct, he possesses the power of a very powerful Akuma no Mi, Luffy warned, serious. Even so, I have to go after him. He killed a man on our ship, and as long as I am the commander of the 2nd Division, it's my duty to punish him, Ace said with determination. The responsibility weighed in his words, the gravity of his role as commander clear in his eyes, and the punishment of Teach. Luffy, hearing his brother's conviction, insisted, Don't you want my help? I have a bad feeling about this, brother. Luffy spoke seriously. This is my fight, Luffy. He was my subordinate. I need to handle this myself. Ace replied firmly, closing the door to any possibility of discussion. Luffy sighed, knowing how stubborn Ace was. Just one thing I ask you, don't rely too much on your Akuma no Mi, Ace. The Mera Mera no Mi is strong, but it doesn't make you invincible. Luffy wanted Ace to understand the importance of not underestimating his opponents, remembering past mistakes. Ace nodded, giving a half smile. Don't worry about me, Luffy. I know how to take care of myself, he assured. I hope so. Just don't make me have to rescue you from Impel Down or Marineford if you get into trouble. Luffy murmured, half serious, half joking, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Ace. Luffy could tell Ace he would meet him in Jaya, but he kept it a secret. He didn't want them to meet so soon, and Luffy knew he couldn't make Ace stay with him without going against his will. Ace had his own adventures, and Luffy understood that very well. A comfortable and thoughtful silence fell between them after that, as the ship continued to cut through the sands of the desert under the mantle of night. The silence between Luffy and Ace lasted only a moment, soon replaced by a conversation that stretched into the night. The two brothers shared more about their adventures and dreams. The conversation flowed easily between them, filled with laughter, confessions, and some moments of serious reflection. They reminisced about their childhood days, the challenges they faced, and the lessons learned on that isolated part of Dawn Island. Ace talked about his life in the Whitebeard Pirates, his crewmates, and the search for Blackbeard. Luffy listened attentively, sometimes interrupting with curious questions or lively comments. Luffy, in turn, shared his experiences as captain of the Straw Hats, the places he had visited, and the people he had met. He talked about his goals and how he planned to make the impossible possible. Ace listened, his pride for his brother shining in his eyes, even as he teased or provoked Luffy for his escapades. The night passed quickly, wrapping them in its cloak of tranquility and brotherhood. Finally, the sky began to lighten, announcing the arrival of a new day. The first lights of dawn touched the sands of the desert, tinging everything with golden and pink hues. Luffy and Ace fell silent, watching the sunrise on the horizon, a moment of shared peace and beauty. Without sleep and the deck beginning to fill with their crewmates and Jinbei still tied up, they decided to prepare a feast to celebrate Ace's presence. Feast sama. Food. Some members celebrated as always, even though it was a quite recurrent situation among the crew since the captain was a big fan of parties and always made them whenever he could. With the help of Reiju, who was always ready to show off his culinary skills, and the other excited members contributing, the deck of the Black Pearl transformed into a festive scene with food and drink. Ace, despite his initial intention to leave soon, couldn't resist Luffy's warm invitation and decided to stay for the banquet. He chatted and laughed with the crew members, feeling part of that large, eccentric and welcoming crew, even if for a short while. They fell asleep again, Kuina exclaimed in astonishment. It's the third time this has happened. Reiju had to throw away her cigarette, surprised by the scene in front of her. Lami, could this be some kind of disease? What if it's a contagious virus? Quick, call a doctor, Chopper shouted alarmed. I think you're exaggerating, Chopper. It must be something family-related. Luffy always sleeps in front of his family, Usopp said with a lost tone. Both are quite strange. Even Jinbei had to comment while tied up. He was lucky that Shirahoshi and Hachi brought food for him too. Luffy and Ace woke up a while later as if nothing had happened, and they began to laugh and talk to each other, leaving everyone even more bewildered by the lack of awareness of those two. As the day progressed and the sun began to tilt in the sky, Hachi steered the helm of the Black Pearl towards a nearby coast, a place where Ace could disembark and continue his journey. The ship docked smoothly on the sand, and everyone gathered on the deck to say goodbye. Ace, now ready to leave, looked at Luffy and the other crew members. "Thanks for everything, guys. This was a moment I'll never forget. Take care of my brother, I know he causes a lot of trouble." His voice was laden with gratitude and a hint of sadness for the farewell. Luffy approached, extending his hand for one last handshake. "Take care, brother. And remember what we talked about. We're always here for you and be careful. We'll find Sabo later together, you hear?" Ace nodded, a determined smile on his face. "I know, and remember, Luffy, you're not invincible either. Be careful out there. Another thing, don't hurt Jinbei, that's the only thing I ask of you." "Alright, Ace. Jinbei is already part of this crew. Look how comfortable he is." Luffy waved his hat confidently. "I can hear everything and I never said I would join your crew. Stop jumping to strange conclusions," Jinbei shouted from the mast, and Luffy laughed at that. With final words of encouragement and hugs, Ace jumped from the ship, leaving behind the crew. Luffy had taken his boat that he uses to move with his Mera Mera no Mi, and Ace went ahead, leaving Alabasta. "Your brother is a cool guy, Luffy," Zoro said, recalling how they drank together and how charismatic and likable Ace was. "Ha ha ha. He is, it's a pity he doesn't listen to me, but everyone has their own adventure, and I respect that," Luffy said with a reflective look towards where Ace was moving away from the coast. "And are we going to Crocodile's base still, Luffy?" Vivi asked curiously. "Yes, we're heading north, towards Crocodile's base. We're going to kick his butt and put an end to the nonsense he's been doing in the country," Luffy announced, as everyone prepared the ship to move again. Jinbei looked bewildered at Luffy, as he didn't know that this pirate planned to take down a Shichibukai. "Why are you looking at me like that? Ace took down a Shichibukai, so I'll do the same," Luffy said with a smile. He knows that in the original work, Ace did exactly that, which is why the world government tried to recruit him at the time, but Ace refused. "Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 495 Chapter 137. Chapter size. 2000 words. Third-person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl continued to sail through the desert, a nearly surreal vision against the vast sea of sand. The rolling dunes stretched for miles in every direction, a golden ocean of sand under the clear blue sky. With its sails unfurled, it cut through the dunes as if it were navigating calm waters. "This ship was worth every one of the millions I spent on it," Luffy murmured, looking at the landscape the ship was passing through. On deck, there was a flurry of activity, with crew members attending to their tasks, chatting, and laughing, while others simply enjoyed the journey, marveled by the unique landscape surrounding them, as it was a time of rest before returning to training. Chopper was adapting very well to the crew in Luffy's opinion, and he was happy about it, seeing him having fun with Usopp and Beppo while they played silly and childish pranks. From time to time, the ship encountered an oasis, a splash of green and water amidst the vastness of the desert. At these stops, The crew would disembark to replenish their water supplies, briefly explore, and sometimes even take a quick refreshing dip or train in the middle of the desert. As the day progressed, the shadows of the dunes grew longer, and the sunlight became softer, tinting the sky in shades of orange, pink, and purple. Night quickly approached and was marked not only by the chilly temperature but also by a lively feast that Luffy insisted on redoing. The next day, Hachi spotted something moving in the sand in the distance. Initially, they appeared to be small hills moving against the wind, but as they approached, they realized they were some giant creatures heading towards the ship from beneath the sand. "These are desert lizards," Vivi exclaimed quickly. As they approached the ship, they revealed themselves as immense creatures with scaly skins and vigilant eyes. These desert reptiles, accustomed to dominating their territory, saw the Black Pearl as a threat or perhaps a meal. The crew quickly sprang into action. Luffy, not wanting to get involved this time, encouraged the crew to prepare for defense. Usopp and Shirahoshi coordinated the cannons, while Lami and Reiju got ready to repel any that got too close to the ship. As the lizards neared, the Black Pearl fired its cannons. The explosions echoed through the desert, and the cannonballs hit the lizards with deadly precision, raising clouds of sand and causing confusion among the creatures. The lizards, hit and disoriented, began to die as more bullets hit their heads. "Shirahoshi is so ruthless," Vivi murmured, seeing the mermaid's cannons killing the creatures mercilessly, as she always saw Shirahoshi as a shy princess. "Princess, how can you be so cruel?" Jinbei had a comical face watching the scene. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi screamed with joy while hitting her targets from her cabin. After Lami collected some parts of the dead lizards, Reiju prepared a new feast with the new type of meat. On another occasion, while navigating through a particularly calm region of the desert, the crew spotted another ship in the distance. It was a ship like theirs, moving in the desert. "Desert pirates?" Vivi shouted alarmed. "Does such a thing exist?" Alvida asked a bit dazed. Luffy, with a sparkle in his eyes, ordered them to prepare for the confrontation. He asked Kuina, Alvida, Beppo, and Hachi to go to the ship using Geppo and destroy all the ships. "That was quick," Robin commented, seeing their companions returning 10 minutes later with all the enemy ships left destroyed in the sand. As the Black Pearl resumed its navigation through the Alabasta Desert, Vivi naturally assumed the role of a guide, sharing with the crew the secrets and wonders of her kingdom. With eyes shining with pride and a hint of nostalgia, she described each peculiarity of the vast desert. "See those rock formations in the distance?" Vivi pointed excitedly. "They are known as the Needles of Toru. Legend has it they were created by a desert spirit to protect an ancient treasure." The crew members gathered around her, listening attentively as they observed the landscape. "Ancient treasure?" Beppo, Usopp, and Chopper shouted excitedly. "Alabasta is one of the oldest regions in the world, and its sands hide more stories than one can imagine," Robin explained, attracting fascinated looks from the crew members. Usopp, with his fertile imagination, asked about the desert creatures, and Vivi laughed before sharing stories about the legendary monsters and exotic animals that, according to legends, inhabited the dunes. Chopper listened with special interest, imagining the strange and wonderful creatures that might exist. Vivi looked out over the desert horizon, her eyes reflecting the vastness and mysteries of Alabasta. "The Alabasta Desert is a place of extreme beauty and extreme danger, as we've already seen," she began, her voice laden with a mix of respect and awe. "But there is still much more beneath these sands than stories and legends. Ancient secrets and forgotten powers lie waiting to be discovered, and many of them are unknown even to my family." Her dreamy tone blended with pride, demonstrating her deep love for her kingdom and curiosity for the unknown. Luffy, hearing Vivi's words, felt the flame of adventure burn even stronger within him. He remembered the original Luffy, who had discovered mysterious things in the desert, perhaps a poneglyph. Motivated by this thought, he quickly accessed the system, an interface that allowed him to search for valuable information and resources. He typed, "hidden treasure in the Alabasta Desert," and his eyes sparkled as hundreds of maps and documents appeared. Among them, one in particular caught his attention, the most expensive, costing millions of points. Without hesitation, Luffy used all his last points to acquire it, thinking that even if it was false, it would still be the start of an adventure in the desert. "Beppo," Luffy called, turning to the polar bear. Beppo, surprised by the sudden call, quickly approached. Yes, Captain? His voice showed curiosity. Luffy extended the newly acquired map to Beppo. I need you to help me find something in this desert, he said, his tone serious. Beppo looked at the map, his analytical eyes scanning every detail, every mark, and symbol showing their position. He murmured to himself as he traced possible routes and marked points of interest. Captain, I believe we are half a day's journey from this place. It lies to the east. His voice was firm, indicating his confidence in the navigation skills he possessed. Luffy, with a firm nod, turned to Hachi. Hachi, follow Beppo's instructions. We might have a treasure to find. His smile was wide. Hachi, with his agile tentacles, adjusted the course of the ship, following the directions given by the navigator when Nami was not with them. Chopper, unable to contain his excitement, jumped up. Wait, that's the direction of the Needles of Toru. His voice was a mixture of excitement after hearing Vivi's story. The rest of the crew echoed the excitement with shouts of, "Treasure! Treasure!" imagining finding lots of gold and a great adventure. Vivi, on the other hand, looked at Luffy with some concern. Hey, Luffy, are you sure? This is just a legend, and where did you get that map? Luffy replied with a confident smile, holding the map in front of him. I bought it, it was expensive, so I hope to find something with it. His voice was full of optimism. The possibility of the map being false did not diminish his enthusiasm for the adventure ahead. Vivi murmured, more to herself than to the others, I hope you're not wrong. The ship, now firmly on course, advanced towards the east. The desert passed by them, a constantly changing tapestry of dunes and rocks. It was then that Chopper, with his sharp vision, spotted something in the distance. Look, he exclaimed, pointing to a set of pillars that bravely withstood the test of time. The ship went in that direction until stopping near the place. Come on, guys. The treasure won't find itself. Luffy was the first to jump into the sand, closely followed by his friends. Beppo consulted the map again. It should be right here, under our feet, Captain. Luffy walked for a while, tapping the sandy ground using the force and weight of the Moa Moa no Mi to feel if he found something until he found a hollow surface walking in a certain direction. It must be here. Luffy murmured internally as he looked at the ground with everyone watching him. He clenched his fists tightly. Energy began to accumulate around him. Then, he pulled his arm back, channeling all his flames into a single focus. Purple flames began to emerge around his fist with more force. With a movement that echoed through the desert, Luffy launched his fist downward. The impact was monumental, an explosion of force and flames that hit the ground with almost tangible fury. The sand around was thrown into the air in a shockwave, and a crater instantly formed where his fist met the earth. The purple flames danced wildly, creating a spectacle of light and shadow. The heat was so intense that it seemed to distort the air around, and the black pearl even swayed with the impact of the captain. As the dust settled, the sunlight penetrated through the opening created by Luffy's powerful punch. Everyone's eyes widened as they realized the extent of what had been uncovered. Below them lay ancient ruins long forgotten. Luffy, with a glint of excitement in his eyes, did not hesitate. See you inside, he shouted, his body already in motion as he fearlessly leapt into the abyss. The crew, though stunned by their captain's sudden actions, wasted no time in following him. One by one, each person overcame the initial shock and moved towards the opening, driven by curiosity and the desire to explore the unknown. Incredible, there shouldn't be ruins here, Vivi exclaimed, her voice full of surprise and admiration. She turned to Lami, seeking assistance to safely descend into the mysterious depths. Lami then helped Vivi with his room. Luffy, with a practical gesture, began to light up the place with flames, revealing more of the ancient corridors and chambers that stretched before them. The atmosphere within the ruins was pure wonder and respect. Each crew member, immersed in their own curiosity, explored the corridors and chambers with eyes shining in admiration. Usopp murmured, almost to himself, "This is incredible," as his eyes scanned the high walls covered with inscriptions and images from the past. Robin, with her passion for history and archaeology, walked with an attentive gaze over every detail. Gently touching the surface of an engraved stone, she spoke in an emotional tone, "This is very ancient." Meanwhile, the energy and noise of the companion animals filled the air. "Sharky, Megalo, be careful not to break anything." Worried shouts were heard as the crew's accompanying animals moved cautiously. Chow Chow barked with excitement. His woof woof echoing through the ancient stones. Chopper, always curious and amazed by new discoveries, found an ancient helmet and, unable to resist, tried it on. "Look at this helmet," he exclaimed, his voice muffled by the ancient metal as he turned to show the others. "Zoro, where are you going?" someone called, trying to prevent the swordsman from getting lost as usual. "Hey, emo woman, be careful not to break one of these pillars that support the roof. I don't want to get buried," Reiju warned, while Lami responded with a sharp retort, "I should be keeping an eye on you, damn cook." "Where is Luffy? He must be further ahead." The voices mixed, each expressing a mixture of concern and excitement. It was then that Luffy's voice broke through the murmur of conversations. "Hey, Robin, come here. I found 2 more poneglyphs." The news reverberated through the ruins, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Their eyes lit up with recognition of the significance of Luffy's discovery, and she quickly moved towards the voice of her captain. "Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. 495 Chapter 138, Chapter Size, 1800 words, Third Person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. Robin quickened her pace, a mix of anticipation and urgency in her movement as she navigated through the ancient corridors. Following the origin of Luffy's voice and the trail of purple flames he left behind, she quickly found him at the end of the hallway in front of 2 ancient stones. Her heart raced with the possibility of a new discovery about the history of the lost century. She arrived at the spot where Luffy stood. The captain was standing, his imposing figure before the 2 poneglyphs. They were massive stone blocks, covered with the intricate glyphs of the ancient language. The sight of new poneglyphs made Robin's heart race even more. 2 poneglyphs. She murmured, still in disbelief, having found 4 of these stones in the last few weeks as opposed to nearly 2 decades of pursuit and no results. Luffy turned to hear her approach, a broad and confident smile on his face. "Can you read them?" Robin stepped closer, touching the cold surface of the stones with trembling fingers, feeling the deep connection to history that only an archaeologist like her could understand. "Robin, what is this?" Luffy asked amid the silence as the rest of the crew approached. "It's an ancient story, Luffy, about a very powerful queen of Alabasta during the lost century," Robin began, her calm and gentle voice filling the air around them. Her name was Nefertari D. Lily. "Lily. I've heard of her." Luffy spoke a bit thoughtfully as he rummaged through his memories. He didn't remember this part of the story very well but recognized the name Lily. "But something intriguing there, Nefertari is also a D," Luffy pointed out. "It seems so," Robin commented. "So Nefertari Vivi isn't our second princess's full name?" Luffy smiled, a bit surprised that Vivi was a D too. Luffy approached Robin and asked about the scriptures. "So, what does it say about Queen Lily here?" he asked, his voice filled with genuine interest. Robin began to translate, her voice slightly echoing off the stone walls around them. Nefertari D. Lily was a ruler of Alabasta during the Lost Century. She was known for her wisdom and strength. During the Lost Century, a time of great conflicts and secrets, she faced challenges that threatened not just her kingdom but all the knowledge of the world. "So there aren't many details, are there?" Luffy asked, already imagining that these blocks just said generic things. Luffy was intrigued to know how someone with D allied with the world government at the time, since the Nefertaris were one of the few that remained in their kingdoms, unlike the other world nobles according to his memories. She looked at Luffy before continuing. "The story tells that, In response to the oppressive forces of that time, Queen Lily made a journey to a distant and unexplored place. There, she founded a refuge, an island known today as Amazon Lily. Luffy, a bit surprised by this, murmured, "The Island of Women? Well, the place bears her name." "Yes," confirmed Robin with a nod. She created a sanctuary for women from all parts, a place where they could live freely, train their skills, and keep the flame of resistance of that time alive, even though it doesn't say much against what she was fighting. Amazon Lily was not just a refuge, it was a symbol of defiance and hope for Lily. Luffy smiled. "She sounds incredible, like a true adventurer. It's a shame we'll be without answers for many questions," Luffy said with some regret. Robin smiled back, happy to share the story. She really was, Luffy. As Robin spoke with Luffy, a familiar figure approached, drawn by the conversation. Vivi had heard of Nefertari D. Lily in her own history lessons, but the information was scarce and often shrouded in secrecy. "Robin, Luffy, are you talking about Queen Lily?" Vivi asked, her eyes shining with renewed interest and curiosity. "I grew up hearing fragments of stories about her. Lily was known in Alabasta as the greatest queen Alabasta ever had." Luffy turned to her. "Do you know why she chose not to go to Marijoy?" Vivi shook her head. "No, nobody knows. It said she was one of the few, if not the only, monarch from the Alliance who refused the invitation to become a world noble. Instead, she chose to stay with her people, protecting the secrets and sovereignty of Alabasta." Robin nodded in acknowledgement. "That explains part of what I read on the poneglyphs. Lily was a woman of unshakable principles. She believed that true leadership came from being with her people, especially during times of adversity." Vivi smiled, proud of her legacy. Lily was more than a queen. She was a symbol of resistance and strength. History says she was incredibly wise and powerful, a leader who inspired both respect and love. "It's fascinating," said Robin, "how the actions of one person can echo through the centuries. Lily didn't just create a refuge in Amazon Lily, but she also left an indelible mark on Alabasta. She defined the spirit of our kingdom as a place of honor and resistance." Vivi agreed, looking at the poneglyphs with a new perspective. "Learning more about her makes me even prouder to be from Alabasta. And it makes me want to protect our legacy and our secrets, just like she did." As Robin and Vivi spoke animatedly like never before, since Vivi had some apprehension about Robin for being an important agent of an organization aiming to harm Alabasta and Vivi's family, the other crew members explored the area. Hugo was scouring a forgotten part of the ruins when his eyes caught the glint of something unusual. It was a box, dusty and ancient, but clearly distinctive with symbols that echoed those of the poneglyphs. He opened the box out of curiosity and was surprised to find a devil fruit with brown hues. "Hey, Captain. I found a devil fruit," he called to Luffy, who turned to him a bit surprised. "Really? Let's see," Luffy asked. "Here." Hugo passed the box to Luffy, who quickly analyzed and understood it before calling Robin. "Robin, read what's written here, please." Luffy was excited to know what fruit it was. He didn't plan to replace anyone's fruit that he already planned for the crew, but still wanted to know if it might be a fruit worth having. Robin, seeing the box, approached quickly. She dusted off the surface, revealing the intricate symbols. Her expression became serious and focused as she read the inscriptions. "Eikon Eikon No Mi. Titan," she murmured to herself. Her tone was one of confusion. The name didn't tell her much, but the gravity of the ancient symbols indicated it was something of great importance. Luffy, hearing the translation, froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened in total surprise. "The Titan fruit? Here?" he exclaimed, almost not believing what he heard. "I never imagined finding something like this here, and by Hugo's hands." Robin looked at him, surprised by his reaction. "Luffy, do you know what this is?" This also caught the attention of all the others nearby. Luffy nodded, seriousness taking over his usually cheerful face. "Of course. For this is a fruit I planned to obtain anyway. This isn't an ordinary fruit. It belongs to the fruits that Nami and I possess, the Icons." "The same fruit of beasts that you and Nami have?" Nezuko exclaimed in surprise, as she would never forget Luffy and Nami fighting against each other on her island and Luffy releasing that monster in Little Garden. "Titan is the greatest beast among the Icons and can control the element of earth. In the black market, this fruit would cost more than 5 billion just to obtain it." 5 minus 5 billion? Vivi shouted, her voice echoing throughout the ruin. Kuru. Grr. The scream was so loud that it startled Kuru and Laboon. But how did this end up here? Vivi asked again, her voice a whisper of awe and uncertainty. Robin, still looking at the symbols, speculated, perhaps it was left here as a form of protection, as a reinforcement for the war in the lost century, like the case of Chow Chow's fruit, Cerberus. This fruit is a blessing for the crew. It saved me 5 billion. I couldn't be less pleased. Luffy spoke in a quite pleasant tone. Everyone who heard nodded with the captain's reasoning. They had no idea they would find a city of gold in the sky like Luffy, so the meaning of saving 5 billion was greater for them than the captain himself. Explore the place. Anything you find you can take with you. I'll take the gold when you're done if you find any. Luffy announced while staying with Robin. As time passed within the ruins, Luffy decided it was time to leave. I'm going to shrink these poneglyphs so we can take them with us. He approached the poneglyphs and used his ability from the Moa Moa no Mi, which granted him the ability to alter the size of things. The poneglyphs began to shrink, diminishing to a size that could easily be carried in a pocket. With the Titan fruit and the miniaturized poneglyphs ready for transport, the crew prepared to return to the surface. They presented a small treasure of 300 million that Luffy added to the system. It wasn't much, but it already helped him a lot for someone who had almost nothing as credit in the system. With all that we got, we have more than we expected. It was worth coming here, said Luffy, satisfied with the outcome of the exploration. After their successful expedition into the depths of the ruins, the crew, carrying their newly acquired treasures, made their way back to the Black Pearl. You guys have been quite busy, Jinbei spoke tied to the deck. Luffy-sama, should we take Jinbei-sama out of the sun? He doesn't look too good there, Shirahoshi pleaded. Leave him where he is, he's a Shichibukai, he'll survive, Luffy shrugged. He turned and took the shrunken poneglyphs and the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Tied into the ship's vault, still wondering what he could do with the fruit, whether he gave it to Hugo now or waited to leave Alabasta. After storing everything, he announced on the deck to everyone, time to set sail, heading to Rainbase in the north. The ship began to move slowly. Navigating through the desert was a unique feat of his ship, and the Black Pearl was more than up to the challenge. With Hachi at the helm and the others preparing the ship, they moved forward, leaving behind them a winding trail in the sand. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy T495 Chapter 139, Chapter Size. 2,600 words. Third person Pav Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl glides through the undulating sands of Alabasta amid the twilight of the night, the night's cold wind, a chilly breath that brings with it the spicy and dry aroma of the desert. The ship of the Straw Hats swayed, leaving behind a soft trail in the sand, quickly swallowed by the ever-changing landscape. At the prow, Luffy stands out against the night sky, a solitary figure contemplating the infinite horizon. He had one of those moments he most enjoyed, contemplating the landscape, being alone. The cold wind plays with his hair and his jacket, unfazed by the temperature. He looks at the moon with his own thoughts while doing so. But then, a subtle and persistent sensation begins to infiltrate his consciousness. It's almost nothing, just a slight stirring in the air, a change in the texture of the silence. Luffy, with the intuition of a captain and a warrior, feels that someone is watching him from the shadows. At first, he ignores the sensation, attributing it to the strangeness of the desert at night. But the feeling continues, an insistent whisper on the edge of his perception. With an almost imperceptible movement, Luffy turns his head, his eyes sweeping the darkened deck. For a moment, all he sees are shadows and inanimate shapes, but then, a glimmer, a pair of eyes that capture the light of the stars. They are fixed on him, intense and silent. It's Robin, his crewmate, watching him from a dark corner. Why is she spying on me? Luffy wonders, a flicker of curiosity playing in his thoughts. Without turning around, he lets out a calm smile, directed at the void, but meant for her. A small acknowledgement of her hidden presence. Robin's gaze, surprised and perhaps a bit uncovered, fades the moment Luffy's smile touches her shadows. The captain continues to look forward right after that, the smile still playing on his lips, while the Black Pearl continues its nocturnal journey. Let it be, I'll drink, Luffy murmurs to himself, unable to understand why Robin was spying on him. Pulling out a bottle of some strong drink and uncapping it with a decisive gesture. The moonlight dances on the liquid surface as he brings the bottle to his lips, savoring the warmth that spreads through his body, a welcome contrast against the sharp cold of the desert night. For 10 minutes, he loses himself in tranquility, the only sound the occasional gulp from the drink. But then, a subtle change in the air. The sound of soft footsteps approaching. Luffy, with his sharp senses, knows immediately who those light steps belong to. It's ugly to spy on others, Robin, he says, without turning around, his unmistakable smile in his voice. I wasn't spying, I just got curious and saw you at the prow, Robin responds, her voice calm and measured, but with a blush on her cheeks. She approaches, wrapped in a thick coat to protect herself from the cold that makes the nights of the Alabasta desert almost freezing. Well, I'll believe you. Are you here to join me? If you want, sit next to me and help me drink this drink. Luffy comments, still looking ahead, into the desert. Robin doesn't respond immediately but walks up to him, climbing onto the prow and kneeling next to Luffy. Here, it helps to warm up, Luffy offers, extending the bottle to her. Robin hesitates for a moment, a brief pause but loaded with meaning. Luffy, noticing the hesitation, teases her with a mischievous smile. You wouldn't be disgusted by your captain's mouth, would you? He teases, the moonlight reflecting in his bright eyes. Of course not, Robin finally responds, taking the bottle with one hand while the other holds her coat. She takes a sip, feeling the warmth of the drink mix with the cold of the night. Who would have thought the famous Nico Robin would drink in this way, Luffy comments, teasing her once more. Robin blushes slightly at the comment, a subtle but noticeable reaction, especially to Luffy. The two companions began to share a moment of calm and comfort in the vast and unpredictable desert of Alabasta. Don't talk like that, I'm just trying to warm up, Robin lightly rebuts Luffy's previous statement, a shadow of a smile in her voice as she nestles closer, seeking the shared warmth. Luffy doesn't respond for a moment, and the small comfortable silence between them is broken by a more pressing matter. Do you already know how you're going to deal with Crocodile? Robin asks, her curiosity surfacing. Luffy nods, a serious expression crossing his moonlit face. Yes, besides Yamato and now even me using Haki, it's much easier to defeat him than you might think, he starts, pausing to take the bottle from Robin's hands and take another sip. Did you know you can defeat Crocodile using water? Luffy smiles at Robin with this. Water? She murmurs, surprised and intrigued. Yes, his Logia is sand. He has the power to dry everything out, but his weakness is moisture. Luffy explains, passing the bottle back to her. Any surface with water counters his intangibility, and he becomes vulnerable. That's why it's easy to deal with him. Robin contemplates the information, the warmth of the drink in her hands mixing with her thoughts. She looks at Luffy, seeing not just the cheerful and carefree pirate but also the cunning and aware captain, always thinking ahead, even in moments of calm. I understand, she says, trusting her captain. Robin diverts her gaze to the sky, her eyes reflecting the twinkling stars above. There's a moment of silence as she gets lost in distant thoughts. You know, Luffy, she begins, her voice softer and more reflective, when Ohara was destroyed, I used to look up at the sky every night. There's a pause, and when she continues, there's a touch of melancholy in her words. I wondered when, or even if, I would start to realize my dream. Robin pauses, looking up at the infinity above them, as if the stars could reveal secrets of the past. It's been almost 2 decades of loneliness and searching, she murmurs, 2 decades questioning if I would ever find the answers I so desperately sought. Then, she turns to Luffy, a glow of gratitude and admiration in her eyes. But then I met you and the others. And in such a short time, I've seen 4 poneglyphs in such a short time that I still wonder if I'm somehow dreaming. All my years of search without result. Her expression softens, and a shy smile appears on her lips. You appeared and captured me, but made me believe that maybe, just maybe, my dream isn't so impossible after all. At this moment, Robin is not just the mysterious archaeologist or the former fugitive agent. She's a dreamer, someone who has found a glimpse of hope and companionship under a sky full of promises. Luffy, hearing Robin's words, feels a wave of understanding and camaraderie. He looks at her with a warm and genuine smile, his eyes shining with a mix of determination and empathy. He recognizes her strength and vulnerability, the weight of the years of loneliness and searching she carries. When a gust of cold wind sweeps across the deck, Robin involuntarily shivers, the penetrating cold of the desert night cutting through her coat. Luffy, noticing her shiver, acts instinctively. Without a word, he wraps her in a gentle but firm embrace. The power of the flames he possesses is not just a battle tool but also a source of warmth and comfort. As Luffy embraces her, Robin feels her body warming in a way more than Luffy's heat should. Robin feels that his warmth goes beyond the physical. It's a warmth that speaks of protection, care, and a silent promise of support. Robin, initially surprised, gradually relaxes in the embrace. She feels a sense of security, a momentary relief from the constant worries and fears that have accompanied her over the years, all in the embrace of this man. As Robin nestles into the warmth of Luffy's embrace, a new tension begins to form, subtle but undeniably present. The physical proximity, combined with the vulnerability of the shared moment. The surrounding desert, vast and silent, seems to be the only witness to this man and woman sharing a moment together. Robin, slightly affected by the drink they shared, begins to see Luffy in a different light. The drink warms her body and softens her inhibitions, allowing long-suppressed feelings to surface. She looks at him, his face illuminated by the moon, and sees not just the fearless captain or the reliable friend but also someone for whom she has started to nurture a deep and perhaps even passionate affection. Their eyes meet, and for a moment, everything else disappears. There is only Luffy, with his easy smile and comforting presence, and Robin, with the complexity of her emotions reflected in her gaze. Her heart beats a little faster, a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and something warmer, more urgent. Luffy, in turn, senses the change in dynamics. He notices Robin's gaze, more intense and revealing than usual. There's a tacit understanding, a growing awareness of the moment between them. He holds her a little closer, an acknowledgement of the emotional proximity that is forming. The space between them diminishes, almost as if it were an inevitability. Robin, moved by a mix of feelings amplified by the drink and the warmth of the moment, leans forward. Luffy, responding to the intense look and her subtle movement, also leans in. There's a pause, a last moment of silence and anticipation, before their lips finally meet. The kiss was a gentle but powerful shock, a meeting of warmth. Robin feels her body heating up, not just from the power of Luffy's flames but from the internal warmth that arises from a deep place within her, a response to Luffy's closeness and affection. For Luffy, he feels Robin's warmth against him, not just physical but emotional, and responds with a care that perhaps even he didn't know he possessed. As they part, there's a new understanding between them, a silent bridge formed for the two. They are together in the vastness of the desert, but now, that vast emptiness doesn't seem so cold or lonely. After the kiss, Robin and Luffy remain close, sharing soft and hesitant smiles. There's a comfortable silence between them, an acknowledgement of the depth of what just happened. Luffy, always the more impulsive, moves in to kiss Robin's lips again, which she is quite receptive to, allowing him to envelop her with his tongue and tries to respond in kind. They remain like this for several minutes, sitting side by side, sharing deep kisses with each other. They engage in a kiss while Luffy starts to run his hand down Robin's body, passing through her parts. The woman didn't seem against the touch of his hands, so Luffy spared no effort and palmed her waist and squeezed her large breasts while he kissed her. Removing his tongue from Robin's mouth as a line of saliva continued to connect the two and Robin quite blushing. Luffy dives into his neck while he still held her body in his soft hands. "Ah!" she moaned at Luffy's hickey, feeling her body heat up like never before. Luffy smiled at the woman entering a state of pleasure, while her hand slid down both of her legs reaching between her legs with a gentle touch. "Ah!" Luffy. Robin feeling her pussy being touched by warm fingers, Even above her clothes she moaned loudly. Luffy's touch made her feel something she had never felt before. "Do you want to stay here or go inside?" Luffy asks, giving her a few more kisses. "Let's do it here, but I've never done it before, even though I recognize that I'm too old for these things," she said with a longing look. Luffy didn't respond. His hands slipped her legs, entering her clothes and feeling her pussy personally, while he caressed her to make her wet before any penetration. Robin moaned with that touch personally on her intimate parts now. "Insert it. Please," she practically begged after Luffy ran his warm fingers over the entrance. Luffy put his fingers inside her pussy, making her squirm a little in pleasure. "Ah, Luffy," she said with a tone that no longer sounded like the expressionless Robin. Luffy started to play with her pussy, while taking off her bra. Even in the freezing night, Robin was being warmed by her captain. What beautiful breasts. Luffy couldn't help but think, seeing her huge breasts while her fingers still played with and left Robin's pussy. "Ah, I feel weird," she moaned before coming for the first time from his touch. "Was that good, Robin?" Luffy asked, kissing her. "Yes. Luffy, I know this is sudden and too soon, but I love you," she said, hugging him with great embarrassment. "That's good, Robin, because you've always been the woman I most wanted to meet in this world," Luffy said with a small smile as the woman pressed her breasts against him in a hug. She was a little surprised by this. "Yes," Luffy said. He always classified Robin as the woman he wanted most in his bed. Even though she wasn't the prettiest, she had a unique charm for the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Just don't tell other girls about this." Luffy spoke again with a small smile. "It's okay," she said and kissed him softly. "Can I please you?" she asks a little shyly, and Luffy nods. She, still with her breasts out, went to Luffy's pants and started to remove his belt. After pulling out his one, which was already hard, Robin approached to start licking it before putting it in her mouth and start to really suck. She's not that good at blowjobs, but it's her first time, so you can appreciate it. Luffy liked that woman with vibrant blue eyes sucking his one with the care of someone who's never done this before. She continued sucking and even asked him if he was enjoying it. Luffy just nodded and told her to continue, as the sight of her one being sucked by Nico Robin was quite pleasant. A while later he came in her mouth. "That was very good," Luffy said, satisfied. "It tastes better than I imagined," she murmured. "Do you want to continue?" Luffy asked, and she nodded. "Yes," she replied shyly. She already told herself that she would give herself to this man many days ago, so it was inevitable. "Stand in front of me," Luffy asked, and Robin did just that. Luffy lifted her coat and dress, while putting her panties to the side. They were in a mommy and daddy position. Luffy carefully penetrated, increasing Robin's healing by several times to make herself pleasurable for her. After moaning a few times in pain, she felt pleasure, and Luffy would begin what would be a night of hours of sex between the two on that bow of the ship in the middle of the desert while they are alone. I mean, almost alone, because a certain fishman was tied up on the deck because they forgot to put him in prison again. He couldn't see what was going on, but he could still hear the woman's moans, which he found very unpleasant while he had to hear this in the next few hours. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 140. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The scenery shifts dramatically from the cold, starry desert to the opulent and illuminated interior of Crocodile's casino in Rainbase. The atmosphere is charged with the buzz of voices, the clinking of glasses, and the soft background music that floats in the air filled with expectation and intrigue. The casino, a labyrinth of luxury and decadence, shines with golden and silver lights, reflecting on polished surfaces and the eager faces of gamblers. People from all corners of Alabasta and even from outside the country are gathered there, gambling in hopes of riches, even though most often they leave poorer than they entered. Some complain and demand compensation, but when the owner of the place appears, any confusion ends instantly. After all, who would like to provoke a shichibukai? At the heart of Rainbase's labyrinth of luxury and intrigue, far from the gaming tables and glittering machines, there is a room that few know and even fewer are permitted to enter. This is where Crocodile, the supreme lord of this realm of sand and secrets, plans his most decisive moves. The room is a sanctuary of power, each detail carefully chosen to reflect the magnitude and control of its occupant. Dark wooden walls are adorned with detailed maps and expensive artworks, while a large mahogany table dominates the center. Seated behind this table is Crocodile, an imposing figure even at rest. His long coat, a symbol of his authority and style, is casually draped over a nearby chair. The cigar between his fingers emits smoke that curls in the air like the plans in his mind, while a glass of fine liquor rests within his reach, a toast to his own cunning. His gaze is fixed and penetrating, that of a predator awaiting its next prey. At this moment of growing tension, the door opens. Mr. One, an imposing presence in his own right, enters with the posture of someone well aware of the weight of their responsibilities. Sir Crocodile, Vice Admiral has arrived, he informs with a voice that resonates respect and urgency. Let him in, responds Crocodile, his words short and direct. Without another word, Mr. One nods and withdraws, his heavy footsteps echoing against the wooden floor. Moments later, the figure of Vice Admiral Momonga fills the entrance. He is the antithesis of the environment he now finds himself in. Where the casino exudes excess and indulgence, Momonga radiates discipline and order. His uniform is impeccable, each insignia and medal a story of duty and battle. His posture is rigid, a pillar of unwavering authority and power. The contrast between the two men is striking. One, a criminal with ambitions that stretch across seas and deserts. The other, a servant of the world government, committed to justice and order. And yet, here they are, in the same space, united by a common purpose that transcends their differences. Vice Admiral Momonga, an imposing and austere figure, enters Crocodile's private room with the seriousness of someone fully aware of the power games he is about to engage in. A representative of the Navy and the world government, his mission goes beyond the immaculate uniform he wears. He is the bearer of a delicate balance between justice and diplomacy. His eyes, trained to discern truth among shadows, assess Crocodile not just as a criminal but as a key piece on a much larger chessboard. Despite his position and the orders he must follow, Momonga carries with him an unwavering sense of justice, a flame that even the dark corridors of power cannot extinguish. On the other side, Crocodile receives him not as a hostile but with the venomous courtesy of a predator who recognizes another predator. His smile, though superficially welcoming, does not reach his cold and calculating eyes. Vice Admiral, he greets with a voice that mixes cordiality with a touch of disdain. What a pleasure to receive you in my modest establishment. I hope you find the accommodations to your liking. Momonga, maintaining the posture and composure his rank demands, responds without mincing words. Crocodile, we are here to discuss a criminal entering Alabasta and how his capture aligns with the interests of the world government and the Navy. His voice is firm, each word reflecting his commitment to his mission. Crocodile, leaning back in his chair with an expression of interest, resumes the conversation. And that would be Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 200 million. Quite the figure for being the son of Monkey D. Dragon and the grandson of Monkey D. Garp. His mention of Luffy's familial ties is no casual remark. It's a reminder of the dangers and complications that the young pirate represents. Yes, I'm here on an official mission to capture him, Momonga confirms, his voice slightly more tense as he acknowledges the magnitude of his task. Crocodile, with the cigar still between his fingers, releases a cloud of smoke into the air, his expression a mix of amusement and calculation. A vice admiral to capture a rookie? That seems quite interesting. His voice is tinged with a sarcastic tone, highlighting how absurd he considers the situation. However, he understands that such mobilization is not just a precautionary measure. It's indicative that Mugiwara represents much more than a mere rookie pirate. The political gears behind this decision are turning at full force, and Crocodile, as cunning as ever, is trying to read every move. Momonga, noticing the slight disdain in Crocodile's voice, remains unperturbed. It appears Monkey D. Dragon is involved in a serious crime, and they need his son for punishment. His voice is firm, but there's a slight trace of frustration. The information restricted to his rank leaves him in a delicate position. He's an enforcer of the world government's orders, but also a strategist who needs to understand the full picture to act efficiently. The sigh he lets out is not just from fatigue but from a slight discontent with the obscurity surrounding him. There are also reports indicating that someone in his crew can use haki. So, they pose a threat, even to you, he continues, fixing a penetrating gaze on Crocodile. The mention of haki and its implication are not taken lightly. It's a power that can change the course of a battle, a skill that Crocodile, despite his confidence, cannot ignore. Crocodile, upon hearing this, lets out a low growl, a sound that speaks more than any words could. The insinuation that he might be in danger, or worse, that he might underestimate Mugiwara and his crew, strikes a nerve. He is not a man who tolerates being underestimated or threatened, neither by the world government nor by its agents. Crocodile with a disdainful look. Ah, yes, the famous haki. But you need not worry about that, Vice Admiral. The source of your fear, Yamato, is currently in Alabasta's capital. They split up, which makes this the perfect time to strike the captain. Vice Admiral Momonga, with his unshakable posture and penetrating gaze, considers Crocodile's words. Divided, you say? That certainly plays into our favor. Without the haki user to protect them, the rest of the crew will be easier to handle. His voice is firm, each word weighed and measured, revealing a man who is as much a strategist as an enforcer. Crocodile, leaning over the map with an expression of cold satisfaction, nods. My suggestion is that we set up an ambush here, in Rainbase. Mugiwara and his gang will be coming here. My informants have passed on that he was in one of the towns to the south, so it should take a week for him to get here. He traces an imaginary line with his finger, outlining the path he expects Luffy to take. With you and I working together, we can ensure there will be no escape for them. Momonga, recognizing the logic behind the plan and the advantages of its execution, responds with a cold resolve. Understood. I will coordinate with my forces to ensure everything is ready. We'll capture Monkey D. Luffy and whoever else is with him. There's a gravity in his voice, a weight that speaks of past battles and the price of justice. However, Crocodile, whose plans are always layered and complex, adds a surprise element to the conversation. Excellent. There's one person among the gang that I want to deal with personally. His tone is ominous, and there's a glint of something personal in his eyes. He already knows of the supposed betrayal of Robin, having been informed of her association with the Straw Hats in a southern town. For him, this is not just a mission or a strategic alliance. It's also an opportunity to settle personal scores. My priority is to capture the captain of the group, Momonga responds dryly, his voice revealing no emotion beyond a cold determination. He is a man of duty, his mission clear and unshakable, even in the face of Crocodile's cunning plans. Crocodile, in turn, is eager to conclude the matter. His strike on Alabasta is ready to be executed, and the presence of the Vice Admiral and the threat the Straw Hats pose are the last barriers in his way. He needs to get rid of Mugiwara and his crew as quickly as possible so that Momonga leaves the country, and he can proceed with his plans without further interference. As they discuss, the distinctive and urgent sound of a den den mushi cuts through their conversation, and Momonga's expression shifts to one of mild irritation. Being interrupted at this critical moment is more than an annoyance. It's a sign that something significant is happening. He turns and answers the call with the authority of someone accustomed to being in command. Vice Admiral Momonga here. Report. The response he receives is as surprising as it is urgent. The voice on the other end is clearly astounded, almost incredulous. Sir, we have an unexpected situation. The Straw Hats ship. It's approaching Rainbase now. They're sailing through the sand, sir. Sailing through the sand? Momonga repeats, his forehead furrowing in confusion and concern. He casts a glance at Crocodile, whose expression of interest and calculation suggests that he is also surprised, but perhaps less disturbed than the Vice Admiral. Yes, sir. It's as if the desert were the sea for them. We don't know how they're doing it, but they're advancing rapidly toward the city with their flag unfurled, the subordinate explains, his voice still laden with shock. Crocodile, listening to the conversation, lets out a low chuckle. Amazing. The rookie's ship can do that. But this means they'll arrive much sooner than expected. We need to speed up our preparations. As soon as the Den Den Mushi call ends, Vice Admiral Momonga and Crocodile spring into action, the unexpected news of the imminent arrival of the Straw Hats accelerating their plans. Both start issuing orders to their subordinates, preparing for the quickly approaching confrontation. Momonga turns to his own Den Den Mushi and dials quickly. To all marine units in the city, he begins, his voice carrying the unwavering authority of a veteran leader. The target is approaching faster than anticipated. I want blockades established at all city entrances. Mobilize immediately and prepare for combat. Remember, Straw Hat is not an ordinary pirate, and we need to be ready for any eventuality. Inform the Baroque works that the plan is being moved up, Crocodile orders with a voice that brooks no contestation. I want all agents at their posts and ready to strike the moment Mugiwara and his gang set foot in Rain Base. They won't have the slightest idea what hit them. His instruction is clear and deadly, the word of a leader who expects nothing less than absolute obedience. The subordinate, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nods quickly and departs to execute the orders without hesitation. The efficiency and speed with which they move reflect the training and discipline that are hallmarks of Crocodile's agents. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the Marines under Momonga's command also mobilize. There's a buzz of activity as orders are transmitted, Marines rushing to their positions, weapons being prepared, and strategies being revised. The Vice Admiral, despite being surprised by the unexpected development, maintains a calm and authoritative demeanor, guiding his forces with the skill of an experienced leader. Rain Base, a city usually vibrant and full of life, begins to transform under the weight of the impending confrontation. The streets, once filled with tourists and residents enjoying the delights of the casino and shops, now resonate with the sound of military preparations and strategic movements. Barricades are erected at strategic points, snipers position themselves on rooftops, and secret agents mingle among the population, their vigilant eyes watching every move. The Black Pearl advances with determination through the desert sands. On board, the crew of the Straw Hats prepares for the imminent confrontation. Luffy, with a glint of defiance in his eyes, looks toward Rain Base, his indomitable spirit unshaken by the danger that awaits them. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 141, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl glides across the vast desert sands, its sails billowing with the wind as the silhouette of Rainbase City becomes increasingly defined against the evening horizon. Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, stands beside Luffy, looking toward the approaching city. Her voice trembles slightly as she expresses her concerns. Luffy, do you think Crocodile will fall and Alabasta will be safe? She maintains an anxious gaze while looking at her captain. Crocodile has already made a big mess in Alabasta. Even if we finish him here, we still have to deal with the rebels who are preparing to overthrow the monarchy. Luffy spoke in a serious tone. Vivi shrinks, but Luffy offers words of encouragement. Don't worry about that. Yamato and Nami will protect the capital. We just have to prevent an unnecessary massacre on both sides. Luffy turns to Vivi and smiles to reassure her. Inspired by Luffy's confidence, Vivi lifts her head, her own determination reigniting. You're right, we will manage to protect Alabasta. Luffy then turns to the rest of the crew, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his companions. Everyone, let's prepare for battle, we're approaching the city, and I'm sure Crocodile knows it. The order is given, and each crew member responds with a firm nod. They are ready, their weapons prepared, their minds focused. Luffy, with his straw hat firmly on his head, remains at the prow, his eyes never leaving the approaching city. They are arriving, ready to face Crocodile and anyone else who dares to threaten their new territory. As the Black Pearl advances toward Rainbase, Luffy stands at the prow with a burning determination in his eyes. Let's take down a second Shichibukai, he announces, his voice full of confidence and vigor. In a corner of the deck, Jinbei, still tied up, can't help but grimace at Luffy's bold proclamation. As the ship got quite close to the city, Luffy noticed something strange. Instead of the hustle and bustle typical of a busy city, he sees a surprising number of Marines positioned in battle formation. What are they doing here? He murmurs, more to himself than anyone else. The presence of the Navy is an enigma. Smoker should still be in the south, and his rapid arrival at Rainbase seems almost impossible. The crew joins Luffy at the prow, observing the unusual scene with binoculars and expressions of surprise. Chopper, always the most anxious, can't contain his fear. Are we going to face the Marines too? He cries out, his voice trembling. Zoro, wielding his swords with a cool calm, responds with unwavering confidence. Of course, no matter who the enemy is, if they decide to stand in our way, we'll deal with them. His tone suggests there is no enemy too big for the Straw Hats to face. Chopper, still nervous, rocks back and forth. That's scary, he exclaims, unable to hide his anxiety. Lami, with her arms crossed and a serious expression, adds her own observation. It seems we'll have more company than expected. Reiju looks at Lami and mocks. I hope you're not afraid of a few Marines, right? Lami responds with her own mockery. If you think I'm scared of the Navy, you don't know me. The entire crew awaits as the ship approaches. Hugo, with a firm and confident look, breaks the silence. Well, no matter who's there, we'll go over them. Woof, woof, Chow Chow agrees. It's nothing, we have a Shichibukai to take down and a country to conquer. And no one is going to stop us, not even the Navy. Luffy encouraged everyone. Vivi, beside Luffy, can't hide a grimace at the fact that Luffy says he's going to conquer Alabasta. As they were already above the city, the silence is abruptly broken by the sound of rifles being loaded. A line of Marines, a formidable force, emerges in front of the city, their guns pointed directly at the Black Pearl. This is quite a disappointing reception. Where are the cannons? Comments Kuina, drawing her sword. The Marines signal to each other, and a volley of shots is fired toward the ship. But Lami, quick and skilled, acts immediately. With her ability to control space, she creates a room around the ship. The bullets stop in the air as they enter her domain, suspended and harmless. Luffy, assuming command with the natural ease of a born leader, distributes the orders. Beppo, Nojiko, Alvida, Kuina, Hachi, take care of the Marines. Hugo, Robin, Usopp, Bragi, and Dory, handle the Baroque Works agents. Zoro, Reiju, Lami, you'll come with me to fight Crocodile and his main forces. Shirahoshi, Megalo, Vivi, Kuru, Laboon, Chopper, and Chow Chow will stay on the ship to protect it. Understood. His voice is clear and commands immediate respect and action. Yes, Captain. The response comes as a unified chorus. As the ship approaches 40 meters from the Marines, Luffy, Zoro, Reiju, and Lami leap into the air, using Geppo to launch themselves into battle. The Marines look up, surprised by their ability to move through the air. They're using the Navy's style. One exclaims, pointing to the sky. While all eyes are turned upward, a voice alerts among the Marines. Stop looking at the sky, look at the ship. And then, huge shadows emerge from the side of the Black Pearl. Bragi and Dory, the giants, have returned to their colossal size after Luffy cancelled their reduced transformation. The Marines, caught off guard, can only scream in shock. Giants? Where did they come from? Before the Marines can regroup, a group of Straw Hats charges towards the 40 Marines at the city's entrance. A storm of attacks envelops them. Rankyak is slicing the air, booming explosions, sharp sword strikes, and powerful mace impacts. The Marines, outmatched in skill and strength, fall one after another, easily defeated. The Marines have been taken down. We need to act. A Baroque works agent observes the scene with growing alarm. Around him, fear spreads among his peers. Can we fight them? They easily took down 40 Marines. And then, the ground trembles beneath their feet. Crack! The agents look stunned in another direction, only to see the two giants approaching with steps that make the earth shake. We've found our enemies, Bragi. Dory celebrates, his voice booming like thunder. Bragi, with a contemplative look in his huge eyes, comments. Will they be a challenge, Dory? They look at the agents as if they were mere ants. A smile spreading on the giants' faces, awaiting a challenging fight, while the men looked frozen at the giants. Chaos ensues in the city, and the Baroque works agents find themselves facing a colossal dilemma. What are we going to do? Can we fight these giants? One of them exclaims, his voice trembling with fear in the face of the imposing presence of Bragi and Dory. I've never seen a giant before. Let's run away, another suggests, already backing away, his survival instinct speaking louder. However, while they are distracted with the giants, a new threat emerges. You shouldn't pay so much attention to the giants. A voice echoes, and suddenly, Hugo appears among them. With quick and precise movements, he begins punching the agents, knocking one after another with surprising efficiency. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats begin to spread throughout the city, facing both agents and Marines. Crocodile and the Navy's plan was to corner them, but they underestimated the crew's strength and skill. Each member of the Straw Hats is more than capable of defending themselves, and the city quickly fills with the sound of booming and buildings cracking and breaking. Inside one of the houses, a frightened resident asks, "Hey, what's going on out there?" His wife, equally worried, responds, "I don't know, just the Marines asked us to stay inside because dangerous criminals were coming." But before they can process the situation, the wall of their house cracks and a man appears flying, breaking the furniture. Outside, Dory reprimands Bragi with a worried tone. "Hey, Bragi, what did Princess Vivi say about not destroying the city?" Bragi, realizing his mistake, responds, "It's true, Dory, I went overboard. I hope she won't be angry." His voice carries a tone of genuine concern. Dory, aware of the impact of their actions, appears in the opening he created, his gigantic head filling the view of the residents. "Sorry about that, little ones, we'll be more careful," he says, trying to alleviate the situation. But the shock is too much for the couple. Seeing a giant apologizing through the destroyed wall of their house, they simply faint, falling to the ground the next moment. In the heart of the city, in front of the casino, while the battle unfolds in the streets, Crocodile and Vice Admiral Momonga are on an elevated spot, observing the city below. They start to hear the chaos spreading, the sound of fights and destruction reaching them from all directions. The confusion is palpable, and a sense of something having gone terribly wrong is apparent. What's going on? Has the plan gone wrong? Momonga questions, his face a mask of concern and surprise. Crocodile, with his sharp eyes, looks intently towards the various locations where the sounds of fighting are loudest. The composure he exhibited before is now replaced by a glimpse of uncertainty. At that moment, a Navy Commodore, using the Geppo technique to quickly reach them, appears. Vice Admiral Momonga, he calls out, his expression tense and urgent. "Tell me the situation," Momonga demands, his voice carrying the weight of authority and the demand for clear answers. "The plan has gone wrong. All our forces are falling to the strength of the pirates. The entire crew is very powerful and they're all using the 6 styles." The officer reports, the urgency clear in his voice. 6 styles? How is that possible? They're taking down everyone? Where's their captain? Momonga asks, trying to assess the severity of the situation and the next course of action. "I'm right here." A voice sounds from the sky, and everyone looks up. Luffy appears, accompanied by Lami, Reiju, and Zoro, using Geppo to land in front of them. His arrival is as sudden as it is impressive. "Monkey D. Luffy." Momonga speaks cautiously, his experience telling him that the young pirate before him is a far greater threat than he initially imagined. His haki is on alert, sensing the intensity of Luffy's power. "Mugiwara." Crocodile comments, his voice still laden with arrogance, not imagining how Luffy is a threat to him, but he couldn't know that. Look who's here, the famous Vice Admiral Momonga and Ashichibukai. It's not every day we come across something as peculiar as you two together. Luffy smiles excitedly, perceiving the opportunity for a challenge here. The prospect of fighting such opponents seems only to elevate his spirit. Before Luffy and his team are Crocodile, Vice Admiral Momonga, Mr. 1, Miss Doublefinger, and 4 Navy Commodores. The tension between the two sides is almost tangible, a thin line between negotiation and total confrontation. While the rest of the city is engaged in battle, the true confrontation, the heart of the storm that is Rainbase, is about to begin. You, Garp's grandson, will be captured today. Momonga speaks with a sharp voice, and Luffy just smiles at that. Interesting, I hope you'll be great opponents. Luffy smiles excitedly at this, while enemies look at him with raised eyebrows, as the rookie was quite excited, even in front of a Navy Vice Admiral and a Shichibukai. Raccoon here, I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 142, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. Amidst the growing tension and chaos around, Zoro decided to break the silence behind Luffy. With a determined look and his swords ready, he turns to Luffy. Hey, Luffy, leave one for me, he comments with a gleam in his eyes. Luffy looks at Zoro, a bit surprised. Reiju, exhaling a puff of smoke from her cigarette after lighting it, adds her own complaint. Yeah, Captain, leave someone strong for us. You always fight the strongest ones. Her voice is calm. Lami doesn't miss the chance to tease. Tisk. Whatever, as long as my opponent is stronger than that twisted eyebrow over there. Her taunt is direct and sharp, aiming at Reiju. Reiju, annoyed by the comment, growls in response. What did you say, goth girl? She glares at Lami, ready to retort. Luffy, amidst the discussion of his crew, sighs. His responsibilities as captain include not only facing enemies but also maintaining order among his somewhat eccentric companions. On the other side, Crocodile, Momonga, and their allies watch the scene with looks of disdain and surprise. They did not expect their opponents to be so carefree in the face of their fight. Luffy, deciding it's time to turn his attention to the threat ahead, faces his opponents with a confident smile. So, you guys are the big bosses, huh? Doesn't seem like your men are doing too well out there. Monkey D. Luffy, your reputation precedes you. It seems we underestimated you and your crew. But don't think that means you'll win today. His voice is firm and charged with the determination of a man who defends justice at all costs. Next to him, Crocodile exudes a threatening calm. Lighting a cigar, he looks at Luffy confidently. Mugiwara, you're more annoying than I've heard. But ending you here will spare me future troubles. His tone is disdainful, but his eyes reveal a newly born caution. He knows that Luffy and his crew are not ordinary opponents after all that has happened. Zoro, impatient with the talk, adjusts the grip on his swords, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. So, can I take one of them? He asks, almost as if he were choosing an opponent in a game, his readiness for combat clear and evident. Reiju, always the image of lethal calm, stands beside Luffy, her eyes scanning the battlefield. Don't underestimate the power of the Straw Hats. Lami, defiant and confident, stares at the Navy Commodores. Do you really think you can stop us? She calmly asks with her sword on her shoulder. Around them, the sounds of intense fighting continue to echo through the city. Distant explosions, screams, and the clangor of steel against steel paint a picture of chaos and destruction. The residents of Rainbase, hidden in their homes, are apprehensive, waiting and praying for the conflict to end without further bloodshed. At the epicenter of the imminent confrontation, Vice Admiral Momonga takes the initiative, his stern expression reflecting the seriousness of the situation. With a deliberate and authoritative movement, he unsheathes his sword, the blade gleaming with promises of past battles and victories won. "Actions will speak now," he announces, his voice a firm echo of resolution. The Commodores at his side, feeling the urgency in the air, adjust their postures, ready to enter the fight. Crocodile, no less imposing, responds to the challenge. The sands around him begin to move as if possessed, enveloping him in a mantle of power and danger. "Prepare for the true terror of the desert," he says, his voice a threatening whisper that promises pain and destruction. The sand churns violently, ready to obey every command of its master. In this atmosphere of growing hostility, the two leaders prepare for the clash, each with their own form of lethal threat. Luffy and his companions, facing such formidable opponents, remain unshakable. Luffy advances fearlessly, his determination reflecting the confidence of someone who has faced countless challenges and emerged victorious. "Leave the two to me," he declares, his voice resounding with firmness. Beside him, Zoro frowns, clearly dissatisfied for not being able to face the most formidable opponents, but he recognizes the strength and resolution of his captain. Adjusting his iconic straw hat, Luffy faces Momonga and Crocodile with a defiant smile. "All right then, let's see who's going to be buried." Beside him, Zoro, Reiju, and Lami prepare to face the other enemies, each with a determined look and ready to enter the battle. The first move is made in an instant. Momonga advances with his sword raised, ready to deliver a decisive strike. His expression is one of total concentration, the focus of a man who has lived his life for the justice of the Navy. Simultaneously, Crocodile transforms into a sandstorm, his body blending with the grains in a threatening whirlwind. He moves with the intent to engulf Luffy, his form becoming almost indistinct in the midst of the sandstorm, a manifestation of his fearsome power and the threat he poses to anyone who dares to challenge him. Luffy, without a hint of hesitation, prepares to face both simultaneously. He lunges forward, ready to confront Momonga's sword and Crocodile's sandstorm with his own set of extraordinary abilities. As the tension between Luffy and his formidable opponents reaches a critical point, the captain of the Straw Hats reveals a surprise. He unsheathes one of the swords that Zoro acquired and lent to him, the Benaheim. The blade glows with a promise of power as Luffy holds it firmly, preparing for the imminent confrontation. Though not a traditional swordsman, his determination and combat skills are undeniable. The clash begins with an explosion of energy. Momonga's sword and Luffy's Benaheim collide, sending sparks and a shockwave through the air. The Vice Admiral is clearly more skilled in the art of the sword, his technique refined and precise. However, Luffy compensates with his surprising strength provided by his fruits. The clash of the two is a spectacle of strength and skill. After the initial impact, Crocodile takes the opportunity to attack. He flies toward Luffy, his claw ready to strike the pirate. But Luffy, always quick and cunning, reacts instantly. Using his Moa Moa no Mi ability, he performs a quick and powerful cut, severing Crocodile's head from his body. A blast of sand fills the area, and Luffy retreats, prepared for his adversary's next move. "Your strength is surprising," Momonga comments, his expression revealing a mix of respect and caution as he analyzes the sword in Luffy's hands. Meanwhile, Crocodile, far from being defeated, begins to regenerate. The sand stirs and gathers, reforming the head that had been cut off moments before. Crocodile reemerges, growling, fury and shock evident in his eyes. He underestimated Luffy, and that realization only serves to increase his anger and determination. As Crocodile and Momonga prepare to continue the battle, Luffy, determined and focused, decides which ability of the Moa Moa no Mi he will utilize. He knows he can only use one application at a time and that his limit is to multiply a characteristic by up to 40 times. Moa Moa no Mi. Strength. Apply 40 times. Luffy chooses to increase his strength to the maximum. As soon as he makes his choice, the confirmation thought resonates in his mind. His body adjusts, and he feels a surge of power coursing through his muscles, ready to unleash devastating force. With this increased strength, Luffy advances. Momonga, with his sword in hand, attacks first, but Luffy, now with his amplified strength, easily blocks the blow and counterattacks, pushing the Vice Admiral back with the impact. Momonga is surprised by the sudden and overwhelming strength of Luffy. Meanwhile, Crocodile, realizing Luffy's increase in strength, tries to use his sand to capture and immobilize him. However, Luffy, with his enhanced strength, manages to break free from Crocodile's sandy clutches and launches a powerful punch against him. The force of the impact is so great that Crocodile is sent flying, leaving a trail of sand in the air. The combat continues, with Luffy using his enhanced strength to face the challenges that Crocodile and Momonga present. On the battlefield, Luffy moves with dizzying speed, each step and each strike charged with the acquired strength. The fight is a whirlwind of movements, with Luffy at the center. Momonga, with his impeccable technique, launches a series of sharp thrusts, each aiming with lethal precision. Luffy, switching to his enhanced speed, dodges but feels the pressure of the Vice Admiral, who seems to predict and adapt to each of his moves. On the other side, Crocodile watches, waiting for the opportune moment. With a movement of his hands, he summons a wave of sand, trying to engulf Luffy. The pirate leaps high with Geppo, avoiding the trap, but the sand follows his movements, like a living beast hunting its prey. Luffy lands, and at the same moment, has to block a surprise attack from Momonga. He counterattacks, and for a brief moment, it seems he will overcome the Vice Admiral, but then Crocodile's sand hits him from the back, throwing him forward. Luffy stabilizes, but the constant need to fight on two fronts begins to take its toll. He starts to feel the weight of the pressure facing a Vice Admiral and a Shichibukai at the same time. The fight prolongs, transforming seconds into long minutes of incessant tension. In the heat of battle, a sudden explosion shakes the battlefield. Luffy, with a quick and fierce movement, strikes a nearby house, which collapses in a cloud of dust and debris. He emerges from the cloud, his silhouette defined by the violet flames that now envelop the Benaheim. With a war cry, he launches a wave of fire toward his adversaries. Momonga, with the agility of a master swordsman and instincts from his observation haki, dodges the flames' explosions, his figure a blur of precise and calculated movement. Crocodile, in turn, makes his body intangible, allowing the flames to pass through him without causing damage. His Logia ability to manipulate his sand form makes physical attacks useless without armament haki. Luffy, panting and sweaty, recognizes the difficulty of the situation. It's really hard fighting both at the same time. He murmurs, but his voice doesn't carry despair, but rather an unwavering resolution. He knows that transforming into Phase 2 could turn the game around, but the desire to prove his strength keeps him in his current form. With a new gleam in his eyes, Luffy launches himself back into the fight. "I want to get stronger because this is just the beginning of my adventure," he murmurs and concentrates his strength, each blow charged with the weight of his ambitions and dreams. The Benaheim, surrounded by violet flames, becomes an instrument of power and determination in Luffy's hands. The battle unfolds like a furious storm of sand, steel, and fire. Luffy, despite the numerical disadvantage, fights with a tenacity that surprises his adversaries. He blocks, dodges, and attacks with precision born from pure will to win. Momonga and Crocodile, recognizing the strength of the pirate before them, increase the intensity of their attacks. The fight becomes a symphony of chaos, with each combatant seeking to surpass the others. Luffy, at the center of the battle, continues to fight, his sword an extension of his will, his flames a manifestation of his burning passion. As the fight continues, Luffy's determination grows stronger with each challenging moment. He faces each adversity with courage, ready to overcome all obstacles and emerge victorious. The battle for Rainbase is a trial by fire, a challenge that Luffy is determined to overcome, no matter the cost. As the fight continues, Luffy and his companions are not far behind, each facing their adversary who ended up catching them. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile. such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice. We now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. A soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit our for more. 495 Chapter 143, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The battles between the Straw Hats and their adversaries turn the city into a war zone. The clash between Luffy and Vice Admiral Momonga and Crocodile creates a thunder of explosions and impacts that drown out almost all other sounds, the intensity of their fight overshadowing even the chaos around them. Shockwaves and sand explosions mix in a terrifying spectacle, with buildings crumbling under the force of the combatants. Not far from there, Zoro prepares to face Mr. One, his gaze fixed on the opponent before him. The tension between the 2 swordsmen is palpable, the air vibrating with the unreleased energy of 2 warriors. Zoro, with a calmness that defies the chaos around, maintains his relaxed posture, but his sharp and focused eyes reveal his readiness for the imminent fight. Roronoa Zoro. Mr. One speaks, his voice laden with recognition and challenge. His ability to turn his skin into steel makes him a formidable opponent for most people at sea. Time seems to slow down as the 2 prepare for the showdown. Mr. One, watching the slightest movement of Zoro's hands towards his swords, knows the battle is about to begin. He hardens his skin, turning it into blades ready to cut and slash. Suddenly, with a speed that defies perception, Zoro unsheathes his swords. The movement is a blur, a demonstration of his superhuman skill and speed. Mr. One, in response, advances with his own deadly offense, his steel blades shining with a cold and threatening light. The collision between the 2 is explosive, the sound of metal against metal echoing through the destroyed space. Zoro attacks with a series of quick and precise strikes, each movement a combination of brute strength and refined technique. Mr. One responds in kind, his attacks a deadly dance of precision and power as a shower of sparks rises at the spot. Meanwhile, around them, the battle between the Straw Hats and the forces of the Navy and Baroque works continues. But for now, in this brief moment, all that matters to Zoro and Mr. One is the fight between them. Then, with a momentary recoiling movement, Zoro unsheathes the rest of his swords, the blades slicing through the air with a sharp sound among all the others. They advance toward each other, the distance between them disappearing in the blink of an eye. The fight begins with even more fierce intensity. With every blow Zoro delivers with his 3-sword style, Mr. One blocks or deflects with his blade body. The sound of metal against metal fills the air, creating a chaotic symphony that resonates through the surrounding ruins. Despite the explosions caused by Luffy's fight, the rumble of clashes between Zoro and Mr. One still stands out on the spot. To a casual observer, the fight might seem a draw between 2 formidable swordsmen. However, for those with knowledge of fencing or with a sharpened observation haki, it's clear that the fight is uneven. This is disappointing, the captain took on the stronger opponents and I had to deal with just a subordinate. Zoro complains, his words loaded with almost disdainful boredom as his swords clash against Mr. One's. "Don't underestimate me," Mr. One growls, launching a flurry of attacks against Zoro. But the Straw Hat swordsman seems to handle it easily. It's time to end this, Zoro decides, stepping back before advancing with surprising speed with his velocity technique. He is a green and black blur, a force of nature advancing against the backdrop of a ruined city. His strength, amplified by nearly 2 months of relentless training, is now an unstoppable storm. Mr. 1, realizing the change in the intensity of Zoro's attack, feels a twinge of surprise. The expression of confidence he maintained until now is shaken by the speed and power of the swordsman. He tries to prepare for the attack, but Zoro is already upon him, his blades singing in the air, ready to deliver the final blow. Zoro, with a fluidity that defies comprehension, unleashes a devastating attack. His swords, an extension of his will and technique, slice through the air with deadly precision. He executes a clean and powerful cut with the Santoryu technique, a demonstration of strength and skill that reinforces his resolve to achieve his dream. Mr. 1, with his ability to transform his body into cutting steel, tries to react. He hardens his skin, turning it into blades ready to intercept Zoro's attack. However, the speed and precision of Zoro are simply overwhelming. Zoro's cut slices through Mr. 1's defenses as if they were made of paper. The sharp blade meets its target, and Mr. 1 feels the devastating impact of the attack, the sound of steel being cut echoing across the battlefield. For a brief and eternal moment, time seems to freeze. Zoro, still, watches the outcome of his attack while his swords still tremble with the force of the strike. Mr. 1, with an expression of disbelief and pain, kneels, feeling the warm blood flowing from the wound. "I lost so easily," he murmurs, his words a whisper of incredulity and resignation as he collapses unconscious on the ground. Zoro, without a word, sheathes his swords with an elegant movement. He looks around, his gaze passing over the other battles unfolding in the city. "I'll find the others," he said as he rose into the air with Geppo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Reiju faces Miss Doublefinger. The cook maintains her calm and confident posture, facing her adversary with a solemn gaze. Miss Doublefinger, in turn, assumes a defiant pose, hand on her hip, a confident smile on her face. What do we have here?" she says, her tone hinting at a mix of interest and disdain. Reiju, still with a cigarette between her lips, exhales a slow puff of smoke. Without wasting more time, she kicks the ground, making it crack. With a speed that surprises even the most attentive observers, she activates Soru towards Miss Doublefinger like lightning. Her form becomes a pink blur. Before Miss Doublefinger can even process the speed of her opponent and even be surprised by it, Reiju is upon her. With a fluid and powerful movement, Reiju delivers a devastating kick. "Sorry, I can't waste my time with you. There's a certain gothic woman fighting against 6 commodores, and I don't want to fall behind," she says, her words laden with a casual tone. The impact of the kick sends Miss Doublefinger flying back with brutal force. She soars through the air, the impact distorting the space around her until she collides with a house, which shatters with the force of the blow. Miss Doublefinger falls, unconscious, defeated in a single, powerful attack. "Now let's find that gothic woman," Reiju murmurs, activating Geppo to leap into the skies. Her elegant figure crosses the battlefield, leaving behind the trail of her victory. Meanwhile, Lami faces a group of adversaries. Surrounded by a group of Navy Commodores, she moves with confidence that belies her numerical disadvantage. Each Commodore advances with his own combat style and abilities, but Lami, in her room field, controls the battlefield with supernatural ability. She dodges and responds to each attack with precision. Using the Eikon Eikon No, she swaps the Commodore's places, disorienting them, and removes parts of their bodies, incapacitating them. Her ability to manipulate everything within her room turns the combat into an almost one-sided game. 2 Commodores quickly fall, overwhelmed by Lami's intelligence and skill. They realize, too late, that underestimating the woman before them was a grave mistake. The Commodores, frustrated and confused, try to comprehend the situation. "Damn it, how can we not beat her?" exclaims one, his voice shaking with anger and disbelief. He tries to shoot at Lami while executing a Soru, but his shots miss their target, deflected by her agility and skill. Another Commodore, firmly holding his sword, comments with frustration, "This former bounty hunter possesses many of our styles, which even seem to be superior. How the hell does she have these abilities?" His voice betrays the surprise and apprehension they feel when facing Lami. She's also using the power of the Eikon Eikon No, one of the most expensive fruits in the world. Adds a third Commodore, his hands wrapped in brass knuckles, his face marked by concern and the urgency of the situation. Amid the discussion and frantic analysis, a green flash announces the arrival of a new combatant. Zoro lands beside Lami, a confident smile on his face. Finally arrived, he announces, holding one of his swords, ready to join the fight. Didn't get lost, that's a miracle, Lami comments, a note of sarcasm mixed in. On the other side, Reiju appears with a pink flash, attracting everyone's attention with her presence as well. Look at that, seems the weird woman is doing quite well, she observes, assessing the situation with a calm and calculating gaze. You know I can handle them, right? I've already defeated 2. How many have you taken down? Lami speaks, and her voice carries a tone of arrogance, but also a clear pride in her achievements. Reiju, discarding her cigarette with a carefree gesture, responds confidently, Tisk. I defeated only 1 because there was only 1 to fight, so I came to take down these other 4. You can leave now and let a professional cook handle this. The Commodores, now cautious in the face of the 3 formidable Straw Hat adversaries, exchange worried glances. They knew that facing just one of them was already a considerable challenge. Now, with 3 fighting together, the situation seemed almost desperate. They silently wondered if they could really handle the combined strength of Lami, Zoro, and Reiju. Despite the latter not having a bounty on her head, she did not seem easy to deal with. Without wasting any more time, the pirate trio advances. Lami, Zoro, and Reiju move with coordination that seems almost orchestral. Each employs skills from the 6 styles of the Navy: Geppo, Soru, Tekai, Shigen, and Rankyaku, turning the space around them into a whirlwind of movement and attacks. The battle becomes a spectacle of agility, strength, and precision between the 3 pirates and the 4 Marines. The intensity of the fight only increases. Lami, with her cunning and speed, disorients and attacks her opponents with quick and decisive moves. Zoro, using his strength and technique, cuts through the air and his adversaries with his swords, each strike more powerful than the last. And Reiju, with her lethal kicks, takes down one enemy after another, her combat ability as deadly as it is elegant. One by one, the Commodores fall, overwhelmed by the synergy and skill of the trio. When the last Commodore falls defeated, Reiju comments with a touch of pride, I took down 2 more, that makes 3 opponents down for me. Lami, crossing her arms and deactivating her room after unsheathing her sword, responds with a hint of friendly rivalry, you got lucky, I took down 1 more, so we're tied 3-3. But that doesn't make you better than me. Zoro, always focused and reserved, says nothing initially, just sheathing his sword. But then, a large wind with sand forms 200 meters away, drawing the trio's attention. The swordsman breaks the silence, observing the disturbance, seems like the captain is having fun. Lami agrees, I think Luffy is fine. He doesn't like it when we interfere in each other's fights when they are individual. The 3 agree with a mutual understanding, aware of the respect Luffy has for each one's personal battles. Let's go see the others then, suggests Reiju, ready to continue supporting wherever necessary. Using Geppo, the trio moves through the city's skies, observing the unfolding of other fights in the city. Raccoon here, I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. A soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit R for more. 495 Chapter 144. Chapter size. 2,300 words. Third person Pav Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. While Lami, Zoro, and Reiju were going to support the other crewmates fighting across the city, Luffy continues his grueling battle against Vice Admiral Momonga and Crocodile. The clash is intense, with waves of sonic explosions colliding in a tumult of destruction where they fight at high speed using Soru. Luffy, despite his dexterity and strength enhanced by the Moa Moa no Mi, still feels the weight of the fight against these two adversaries. Vice Admiral Momonga, with his refined and precise swordsmanship technique, launches a series of rapid thrusts and sharp cuts. Each attack is charged with the intent to end the battle, forcing Luffy to constantly move, dodging and blocking while looking for an opening. On the other hand, Crocodile, with his ability to control and transform into sand, creates a constantly changing and unpredictable battle environment. He sends waves of sand, trying to engulf Luffy, while also defending, creating explosions with his flames hitting even Crocodile. But his body becomes intangible to avoid the attacks of the Straw Hat Captain. Luffy, in the center of this sand and steel storm, struggles to maintain control and is trying to take down Momonga with powerful blows with his fencing that started to get more decent, but still far from what he expected. This, combined with the Vice Admiral's dexterity and his ability to predict and react to Luffy's movements, makes it difficult for Garp's grandson to land a decisive hit. Meanwhile, Crocodile takes every opportunity to attack, the sound of his sand echoing through the battlefield every time he manipulated not just the area of his body but even created large attacks with the sand from the city's ground. Luffy might be having a lot of difficulty, but he maintained a small smile on his face. He kept a smile because he was learning from each exchange of blows. Luffy even put the capabilities of the Moa Moa no Mi into learning and training during this fight. His natural ability in battle shining even under intense pressure. He begins to predict Momonga's movements every moment, finding gaps in his defense. Against Crocodile, Luffy uses his intelligence and creativity, looking for ways to get around his Logia ability and his attacks. Luffy took a few steps back, avoiding a line of sand spears when his free arm with flames started to accumulate and he launched it against Crocodile, making his flames explode everything that was on the street. Boom! Slash! In the midst of this, Momonga used Soru, and before Luffy could react, he cut with his sword filled with armament Haki his chest before jumping back to avoid Luffy's exploding flames from his body at that moment. Luffy calmly looked at his chest. He felt pain, but he was in the adrenaline of battle. That was a nice hit. Luffy commented. Momonga didn't respond. He just stared at Luffy with his sword raised, ready for the next move. Sand Crocodile arrived next to the Vice Admiral, transforming from sand into a man. Ha 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 ha. This is quite fun, Luffy declares with a smile. Suddenly, his bleeding chest began to glow and he began to heal immediately, leaving only the old blood without any wounds. Even characters like Momonga and Crocodile couldn't help but be stunned by Luffy performing such a type of healing. I only knew Marco having this kind of healing, purple flames, healing, super strength and speed. You haven't even used your true zone form as I was reported. Momonga had a dark face. If Luffy hasn't even transformed yet in this fight, he began to have doubts if they could handle him. He began to fill his sword with Haki again, determined to give his all in this fight. Let's continue, Luffy said and advances, maintaining his animated smile. In the city of Alabasta, the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the combined forces of the Navy and Baroque Works agents reaches its climax. The fight is intense and fierce, with Luffy's team demonstrating their abilities and powers overwhelmingly. Hey, can we handle them? We're losing here. Elsewhere in the city at that moment, the Marines were being massacred. Reinforcements. Where are the Commodores and the Vice Admiral? Too late. A female voice emerges from above, and Nijiko appears, clenching her fist before striking the group. Boom! Nijiko, with her newfound confidence and enhanced abilities, descends from the skies like a force of nature. Her determination is evident on her face as she clenches her fist and hits a group of Marines with a powerful blow. The explosion from her impact resonates throughout the area, sending a clear message. The Straw Hats are not easy adversaries. "Hey, how are things going?" Nijiko turns and asks. Usopp, with his unerring aim, is strategically positioned atop a house. Each shot he fires is calculated, precise, eliminating his targets one by one. His expression is serious and focused, each shot accompanied by an explosion and one less enemy. "Bang! Bang! Asterisk. This area is clear," Usopp spoke. "Elsewhere. Is it over already, Bragi?" Dory asked. "It seems so, it was quite easy," Bragi said. Meanwhile, Bragi and Dory, the legendary giants, cause a tremendous impact. They walk through the city like titans, each of their steps a looming threat to their enemies. They look at each other and agree that the fight was easier than they expected, observing the devastation around them, with marines and agents scattered and defeated, a testament to their overwhelming power. Elsewhere, Mr. All Sunday. "Did you betray us?" Nico Robin, known to some as Miss All Sunday, faces her former Baroque Works companions. They accuse her of betrayal, but she responds with a cold calm. "You could say that, because a man changed my life." She refers to Luffy, the captain who took her in when no one else would. Using her devil fruit abilities, she immobilizes them and, with one movement, breaks their necks, ending the threat they posed. The fight in Alabasta is showing the true power and unity of the Straw Hat Pirates. With each member playing their role and overcoming challenges, they are not just a crew. They are a family. They fight not just for themselves but for the future they wish to create together. As the dust of battle begins to settle, it becomes clear that the Straw Hats are a force to be reckoned with, ready to face any challenge the world throws at them. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the chaos and destruction, the fight between Luffy and Vice Admiral Momonga reaches a fervent climax. Luffy, with his unyielding spirit and thirst for learning, faces the skilled swordsman in a duel that seems more like an intense lesson. With each cut he receives, he learns, adapts, and improves, using the power of the Moa Moa no Mi to accelerate his learning process in an almost supernatural manner. Momonga, with years of experience and refined technique, notices Luffy's alarming growth. The Vice Admiral's face reveals a mix of concern. He's learning quickly, Momonga thinks, his mind racing to find a way to overcome an opponent who adapts with every passing second, but he recognizes that Luffy possesses skin so tough that not even the haki of his blade easily penetrates. The pirate before him is not a mere novice. He is a growing threat with each movement, each exchange of blows. Luffy, although unable to read Momonga's thoughts, can feel the tension in the air, the tacit acknowledgement from the sailor of his growing skill. He smiles, a smile that mixes pain and determination, knowing that his secret of the second Akuma no Mi is still safe. Not even his grandfather, the great monkey D. Garp, had fully discovered the depth of his powers. As the fight continues, Momonga desperately seeks an opening, a chance to end the confrontation that seems increasingly uncertain. He wounds Luffy repeatedly, each strike drawing blood and marking the skin, but the pirate regenerates at an astonishing speed, a demonstration of the healing power of his devil fruit. This regeneration, though powerful, comes at a cost, consuming Luffy's physical energy at a voracious rate, but he was not the same as before. Luffy has grown, evolved beyond his statistics, his energy increased. The fight between Luffy and Momonga is more than just a physical battle. It's a test of will, skill, and the relentless spirit of a man destined to leave his mark on the world. And as the duel continues, with the city of Alabasta as its witness, it becomes clear that the world is watching the birth of a power like no other. The sound of clashing sword strikes creates a frenetic rhythm, a duel of metal that resonates across the battlefield, showing that Luffy is parrying more and more attacks with the opponent's haki-imbued sword. He does not retreat and maintains a smile. "Thank you for the duel. Swordsmanship has always been a problem, but our fight is making a great contribution," Luffy speaks excitedly. "How are you doing this, pirate?" Momonga reached the point of asking Luffy directly what is happening, even knowing that the pirate would not respond. As Luffy and Momonga continue their sword fight, Crocodile watches, calculating the perfect moment to strike. The Shichibukai, always known for his cunning and power, decides it's time to change the course of the battle. With a subtle movement of his hands, he begins to manipulate the sand around him, concentrating it at one point. Suddenly, the sand begins to whirl violently, forming a massive sandstorm. The swirling sandstorm rapidly grows, engulfing everything in its path. Luffy, focused on his fight against Momonga, barely notices the approaching danger until it's too late. The sandstorm envelops him, dragging him away from his duel with the Vice Admiral and throwing him into the midst of the swirling chaos. "That was good," Momonga said, observing the huge sandstorm spinning in the middle of the street more than 20 meters off the ground. "They got me here." Inside the sandstorm, Luffy murmurs, despite the attack being powerful, his natural defense prevented this attack from being dangerous, his skin already not letting Momonga's Haki-imbued sword penetrate easily. Hence Luffy didn't suffer any fatal blow. Now this sandstorm did more tickling than damage to him, although it created small cuts on his body. "I didn't want it to come to this, but let's finish this, since I've reached my limit in learning swords with Momonga. I won't last much longer healing myself all the time from his blows." Luffy decides to end the fight and looks around him. With almost no visibility and the cutting sand making each movement difficult, Luffy struggles to stay firm. Crocodile, from the outside, watches the scene with a cold and satisfied smile. He knows that the sandstorm is one of his most powerful techniques, capable of disorienting and wearing down even the strongest opponent. Meanwhile, Momonga watches the development with a serious expression, wondering if they would finally end the fight. Despite his loyalty to the Navy, there's a glimpse of respect for Luffy's skill development, feeling that it was a waste for Garp's grandson to follow a different path from his sister, Lucy. As both watch the sandstorm waiting for it to consume Luffy, suddenly, purple flames erupt within the sandstorm, consuming the sand and transforming the whirlwind of sand into a vortex of purple fire. The flames, fueled by the strength of the wind and the very sand, consuming it, grow in intensity and power, creating a spectacle of destruction and beauty. Suddenly, the sandstorm heads towards the two. "What?" Crocodile, surprised and furious at the unexpected turn, watches the sandstorm that now turns against him. His attempts to control and dissipate the fire are futile. The purple flames are fueled by the very force of the sandstorm he created, becoming stronger and more intense with each passing moment. "What?" Momonga, equally surprised, realizes that the situation has taken a dangerous and unpredictable turn. He tries to dodge. As the purple fire sandstorm continues to spin with indomitable fury, all watch with a mix of awe and terror. The flames of chaos, once unleashed, seem to have a will of their own, consuming everything in their path with relentless intensity. Luffy, at the center of the hurricane, turning Crocodile's sand trap into a hell of purple fire, had launched that bomb of chaos flames upon them. The firestorm sped toward them, scorching the ground at high velocity. As it neared, they had already jumped back, but the hurricane exploded in all directions, turning Crocodile into scattered sand and burning an arm of Momonga, who had to throw his navy cape away with the chaos flames. "Let's start the second round," Luffy comments amidst the smoke, and his form is revealed to the two men. One trying to soothe the pain of his burned arm and the other gathering sand for his normal form, both frowning at that unexpected attack from Luffy. As the smoke and burnt sand settle, a figure emerges from the center of what was once the hurricane. Luffy, now transformed, stands in the middle of the battlefield. Luffy's metamorphosis into Phase 2 is spectacular and impressive every time he transforms, making his adversaries look with a bit of horror at Luffy, feeling that Luffy was several times stronger. His strength increases exponentially, raising his statistics to extraordinary levels. Crocodile and Momonga, still observing Luffy's transformation, feel a shockwave pass through them. They knew Luffy was a formidable opponent, but the sight of the Straw Hat Captain transformed makes them recognize the real danger he represents. Luffy, with his eyes glowing with fierce determination and his body emanating power, prepares to continue the fight. He is ready to face his opponents with newfound strength. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Eikon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice. We now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. A soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit our for more. 495 Chapter 145, Chapter Size. 2,400 words. Third person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. On the battlefield, now silent after the dissipation of the firestorm, Luffy, in his impressive Phase 2 form, faces off against Crocodile and Momonga. The two adversaries cautiously observe, their expressions mixing surprise and recalculated caution in the face of the young pirate's transformation. The air carries a palpable tension, a prelude to the continuation of the confrontation. Luffy, taking a deep breath, breaks the silence. I really wanted to beat you without resorting to this transformation. He begins, his voice carrying a note of disappointment and frankness. But I have to admit, I'm having trouble dealing with both of you at the same time. His confession is sincere, revealing not just his ambition, but also a pleasure for a fight where he would break his own limits. Crocodile and Momonga, hearing Luffy's words, cannot hide their surprise. Crocodile, with his usual confident and arrogant demeanor, now shows a glimpse of uncertainty. The idea that Luffy was holding back, and yet, he attempts to remain calm as he was still a Logia user, and Luffy didn't seem to get around that until now. Momonga, on the other hand, maintains his serious and unwavering expression. Even still feeling his burned arm, he stood firm, but now his eyes betray a reluctant acknowledgement of Luffy's newfound strength. You may be strong, Straw Hat, but justice will still prevail, Momonga responds, his voice firm. Please, don't come to me with that kind of thing. Who will prevail will always be the strongest, not who believes most in their ideology. Luffy had to mock, in this world. No matter how just you are, if you are not strong enough, you will be eaten by a bigger fish. Do not mock justice, Momonga raised his voice a bit furiously. What a justice-sensitive guy. This made Luffy raise an eyebrow and question if they do some kind of Navy brainwashing and hoping that his sister doesn't become that kind of soldier who doesn't even follow logic anymore. Well, let's continue then. Luffy comments, and while Momonga was furious, Crocodile growled at Luffy. In his transformed Phase 2 form, Luffy firmly holds the Benaheim sword, the blade emanating an energy from his flames even more powerful. In his purple-toned body, the amethyst flames surrounding him dance furiously. Taking a deep breath, he concentrates his energy, the aura of purple fire around his body increasing in size and intensity. Luffy then advances, his speed enhanced by his transformation making him appear more of blur than a human. He delivers a powerful strike with the sword, a combination of physical strength and energy from the chaos flames. Crocodile and Momonga, now facing the pressure of Luffy's amplified form, prepare for the attack. Crocodile, with his sand ability, tries to create a barrier to protect himself and dissipate the force of the blow. At the same time, he attempts to counterattack, launching a whirlwind of sharp sand towards Luffy, hoping to cut the fight in his favor. Momonga, with his posture of an experienced swordsman, anticipates Luffy's movement and positions himself defensively, strengthening himself with his haki. He knows that a direct block against an attack of such magnitude would be imprudent. Therefore, he opts for a more strategic approach, trying to deflect the blow while at the same time looking for an opening to counterattack the pirates' defenses. When Luffy's attack hits, the impact is so powerful that it resonates through the battlefield, a wave of energy that shakes the very air. Crocodile and Momonga feel the full force of that blow, each struggling to maintain their position and defense under the overwhelming pressure. The ground beneath them cracks and crumbles, and the air fills with the sound of their fierce struggle. Crocodile, surprised by the strength of the attack, barely manages to keep his sand form intact, while Momonga, although managing to deflect part of the impact with his superior technique, feels the pressure of Luffy's power, a force he did not expect from such a young pirate. Luffy, at the center of this storm of strength and fire, does not diminish his momentum. He delivers a powerful blow charged with all the force of infernal flames. The flames burst from his blade in a massive explosion, engulfing the battlefield with a wave of heat and light. The earth trembles, and a cloud of smoke and fire rises into the sky, marking the devastating impact of his power that was about to engulf Crocodile and Moa Moa. Crocodile, trying to protect himself with his sand ability, barely manages to form a barrier in time, but the force of Luffy's attack is so intense that the barrier is almost immediately consumed by the purple flames. He is forced to retreat, trying to reform and protect himself from the firestorm that threatens to engulf him. Moa Moa, on the other hand, is caught off guard by the sudden explosion. With not enough time to react or defend adequately, he is hit full force by the impact of the flames. His body is thrown backward like a projectile, flying through the air and destroying a nearby house with the force of his collision. The structure collapses under the impact, a cloud of dust and debris rising where Moa Moa fell. The Vice Admiral, stunned and wounded, struggles to rise from the rubble, the pain and shock evident on his face. He was already with a burned arm, and this attack injured him even more, as he had blood trickling down his face. Luffy, standing at the epicenter of the chaos he created, looks at his adversaries with a solemn gaze while only the echo of the impact sounds. His purple flames still dance around him, a visual testament to the power he holds. He knows the fight is far from over, but this last attack was a reminder to Crocodile and Moa Moa that he is not the same as before. Luffy focuses his attention on Crocodile. The Shichibukai, still trying to recompose from the previous explosion, barely has time to prepare for the next attack. Luffy knows the only way to overcome Crocodile's Logia ability is by using Haki, and he was pleased that he had been training it in recent weeks. With an intense look, Luffy concentrates a small amount of armament Haki in his fist. The flames around his hand glow with a more intense light. He advances rapidly, each step increasing his speed and intensity. Crocodile, realizing his senses screaming for the first time in the fight, is surprised by this and tries to transform into sand to avoid the blow, but it's too late. Luffy, with the Soru technique, hits Crocodile with a powerful punch. The impact of the blow may not be amplified by Haki, but Luffy has his natural monster strength. He hits squarely, with his fist maintaining a small amount of Haki. Luffy was nullifying his ability to become sand as he did when he fought with Ace. The blow is so powerful that it makes Crocodile spit saliva, the impact reverberating throughout his body. Luffy doesn't give Crocodile time to recover from the shock of being hit or the damage the punch caused. He continues to attack, each punch and kick charged with Haki and the fury of the purple flames. Crocodile tries to defend and counterattack, but Luffy is relentless. He gives a real beating to Crocodile. "Straw Hat, you had Haki this whole time," Crocodile growls with hate, while lines of blood run down his face. Luffy doesn't bother to respond and activates his Soru and Geppo to reach the Sandman. Crocodile, once one of the most feared Shichibukais, is now on the defensive, dominated by Luffy's strength and determination. As he continues his relentless assault against Crocodile, Luffy pauses for a moment, his fists still ready for the next attack. With a defiant look and a mocking smile, he decides to say a few words to the stunned and overwhelmed Shichibukai in front of him. "Hey, Crocodile," Luffy begins, his voice full of confidence and scorn. "You call yourself the Lord of the Desert, don't you? Seems like you can't handle the heat." Luffy laughs, his purple flames reflecting in his eyes, lighting up his face with a wild and triumphant glow. Crocodile, covered in wounds and clearly shaken by Luffy's power, looks furiously at the young captain. "Straw Hat, don't mock me," he growls, his voice full of anger and frustration. However, Luffy is not intimidated. "I came here to Alabasta expecting a challenge, but I didn't expect to find a woman turned into a man so aggressive, Miss Croc." Luffy comments with a big smile to the man or woman of sand in front of him. Crocodile is in shock at Luffy's comment. How do you know about that?" He explodes, trying to hit his claw against Luffy with a dagger at the tip. Surprisingly, Luffy does nothing, and the claw breaks as soon as it hits his skin, leaving Crocodile scared. "It seems that even a lady of the desert can be buried in her own sand here today," Luffy says disdainfully. With a swift movement, Luffy prepares for the final attack. You've always relied on your Logia, that's why you lost to Whitebeard. Now you think you can change something by getting your hands on an ancient weapon? Nico Robin told you, didn't she? She betrayed me then. Crocodile growls. He hadn't seen Robin until the moment, so knowing she was with him in the south of the country, he was sure that Nico Robin was a traitor. Luffy didn't bother to answer, then advances. Crocodile feels his instincts screaming. Now aware of the mortal danger he faces, tries to prepare for the inevitable. Luffy just applies force with Haki and punches Crocodile, exploding 2 flames on the warlord. Boom! The explosion ended with the flames revealing the body of the man who used to be seen as a hero in this country, falling like an unconscious doll on the ground. He just didn't die because Luffy's flames didn't do anything besides his Haki and the fist. Vice Admiral Momonga slowly emerges from the rubble of the house that his body destroyed during Luffy's attack. He is visibly injured. A burned arm with cuts and bruises spread across his impeccable uniform, now torn, burned, and stained with dust. However, despite his precarious situation, he maintains a dignified posture and a firm expression, the image of resilience and duty. As Momonga stands up, Luffy approaches him, his transformation still in full effect, the purple flames dancing softly around him. Luffy looks at the Vice Admiral with a serious expression, but in his eyes, there is a glimmer of respect. Vice Admiral Momonga, Luffy begins, his voice carrying a mix of challenge and recognition. You are really strong. It's not every day that you meet someone like you in the Navy. Besides my grandfather, nobody has fought so well with me from your organization since I entered the sea. Momonga, looking directly at Luffy, responds with a firm voice, despite the evident pain. Monkey D. Luffy. I don't care about your opinion. You are a criminal who possesses not only the 6 styles of the Navy but has shown even some mastery of Haki, so you must fall today. Momonga wasn't foolish in not seeing Luffy defeating Crocodile with his Haki. Although weak at that moment, doing that in Paradise was worrying and showed a lot of potential to be an enemy of the Navy in the future. There is a pause, a brief moment where only the distant sound of the battle fills the air. Then, Luffy smiles, a smile. Sorry, Vice Admiral, it's not going to happen. It's nothing personal against you or the Navy, but I won't let anyone stand in my way, so get ready to fall. Momonga, still recovering from the damage suffered and clearly aware of the threat that Luffy represents, assumes a defensive stance. His sword is ready, and his eyes, trained through countless battles, are focused on the Straw Hat Captain advancing. Luffy does not hesitate. He uses Soru and his increased speed to quickly approach Momonga, moving almost as a blur to the eyes of the spectators. His fists, even without Haki, he exchanges speed for the amplified strength of the Moa Moa no Mi. Momonga reacts quickly, releasing his armament Haki and deflecting and counter-attacking with precision and skill. Each of his movements is calculated and precise, the mark of a master swordsman. However, the speed and strength of Luffy are overwhelming, and each block and deflection demands more from him. The sound of blows and the clash of weapons fill the air. Luffy, in a frenzy of attacks, doesn't give Momonga a moment's rest. Momonga, though pressured, maintains his calm and focus. In the midst of the fight, as both exchange rapid and strong blows, Momonga manages to create a small distance between them. Panting and with a look filled with frustration and anger, he faces Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, you are a pirate, a criminal. I will not be defeated by someone like you. Luffy maintains his defiant posture and unshakable spirit. Stop with that nonsense, the strongest always wins. Luffy calmly replied, tired of the Vice Admiral's repeated phrase. Luffy advances again, delivering a series of rapid and precise attacks. With a quick movement and a powerful strike, Luffy manages to overcome Momonga's defense. The Vice Admiral is thrown back like the last time, the impact of the blow this time sending him to the ground with force. He tries to get up, but defeat is evident in his eyes. Momonga, lying on the ground, looks at Luffy with a mix of anger, frustration, and perhaps a glimpse of reluctant respect. This isn't right. How can you be so strong? Luffy, not too hurt since he entered a phase 2 of his mythical zone, looks at Momonga with a serious expression. This is my determination to reach the top, and it won't be you from the Navy or those uncles who run the New World who are going to stop me. Luffy speaks with determination. With those words, Momonga falls unconscious. Luffy finally had finished his fight against the 2 formidable opponents. He stays for a while in the middle of the destroyed field with several houses destroyed around him while his flames burn all the time around his body. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Eikon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice. We now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. A soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted in 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit R for more to assist the other members of their crew. Zoro, with his swords still unsheathed, advances with a firm purpose. His imposing figure and the determination in his gaze cause any remaining agent of Baroque works or sailor to hesitate before facing him. By his side, Reiju, with the grace and lethality of a predator, kicks the air, using Geppo to move quickly and locate the next opponents. Lami, after deactivating her room, follows them, her confidence and skills unshakable, ready to use the Op no Mi to disorient and defeat anyone who dares challenge them. As they approach other confrontations, the presence of each turns the battle that was already easy into a massacre. The opponents, already tired and overwhelmed by the other members of the Straw Hats, now face a new wave of relentless adversaries. The agents of Baroque works and the remaining sailors, realizing that the tide has irrevocably turned against them, begin to retreat, their morale broken by the overwhelming force of the Straw Hats. At that moment, in the city center and looking at the unconscious bodies on the ground, Luffy opened the shop and bought some chains to imprison his fallen enemies. He quickly put Seastone on Crocodile and surrounded the Vice Admiral with so many chains that he could not break with his haki. After that, he picked them up and started to walk towards Crocodile's casino to wait for the others. He might not have observation haki yet, but he knew that his crew would easily deal with the opposing forces. As the dust settles over the city's battlefield, the intensity of the fights begins to wane. The explosions, the screams, and the clash of steel against steel give way to a heavy and expectant silence. "Let's meet at the casino, I'll be waiting for you," Luffy speaks on his untraceable Den Den Mushi to the entire crew. Quickly, the members of the Straw Hats, one by one, begin to head to the designated meeting place, using Geppo to find Luffy in front of the location, who had already undone his transformation, giving way to the usual carefree captain. The streets marked by the battles now serve as a silent path for the victorious to meet. "You finished them off," Reiju commented, looking at Luffy's prisoners. "It was a fun fight. I learned a lot from them." Luffy was satisfied with the battle he fought. "Damn Captain, he should have left one for me. Especially the swordsman." Zoro still complained that Luffy took the 2 at once to fight. Crack the Giants arrived at that moment. "Hey, shall we go in there? What do you think, Dory?" "I think the captain should shrink us. Bragi, come here. Let's bring you to an acceptable size." Luffy spoke, waiting for the Giants to approach to activate his abilities of the Moa Moa no Mi. Vivi and Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, also joined the group. Ironically, Vivi was carried in the air with Shirahoshi using Geppo with Megalo at her side. Despite not having directly participated in the fights, their concerns for their companions were evident. "Luffy-sama. Are you okay?" Shirahoshi asked, approaching Luffy with her innocence and kindness, looking at Luffy with eyes full of admiration and concern. Her question about his well-being is loaded with genuine concern and relief at seeing him safe and victorious. "I'm fine, Shira. Were you okay on the boat?" Luffy asked her. "Yes, Luffy-sama. Some bad men tried to attack us, but Chow Chow-sama defeated them all," she said excitedly. "That's good. I see that the desert princess is emotional." Luffy turned to Vivi in tears as she looked at Crocodile, the desert lord who controlled the shadows of Alabasta, now lying powerless and unconscious, with special chains reinforced with sea stone wrapping his body. "Thank you, Luffy, you defeated him. Now will Alabasta be safe? Did you save the country?" Vivi, with tears streaming down her face, is a mixture of relief, gratitude, and a bit of sadness for what her country had to endure. She goes up to Luffy and hugs him, being emotionally overwhelmed. The sight of Crocodile, her greatest enemy and the source of so much suffering for her people, now defeated and chained, is almost too much for her to process. "Well, for now everything is settled. If nothing strange happens, I believe it's all resolved," Luffy replied with a smile. Now without Crocodile, there was no reason for the rebels to start an attack, so Luffy thought. "You really defeated him?" Robin approached, looking at Crocodile alongside Momonga. "I told you. I didn't even need to use his weakness," Luffy smiled at the woman. The situation calmed down, and the fight stopped throughout the city, but the residents, realizing that the criminals controlled everything with the Marines and the men of the kingdom's hero, Crocodile, were shocked and feared for the future of the city as they locked themselves in their homes. "Should we inform the people about the real crimes of Crocodile?" Vivi asked, feeling the city's atmosphere. "No, that won't help at all. Let's wait to hand over the evidence to the Marines, and speaking of evidence, Robin, can you lead the way to the casino?" Luffy turned to Robin at that moment. "Yes," she calmly replied and followed with Luffy and the others through the entrance doors. The group of Straw Hats, led by Nico Robin, entered Crocodile's casino. They enter the casino, the doors opening to reveal a luxurious interior, now silent and empty except for the frightened employees who were caught off guard by the sudden invasion. The employees, some still in elegant uniforms, look at the pirates with fear and confusion, not knowing what to expect. Luffy barely notices their presence. His mind is focused on the place reminiscent of Las Vegas for Luffy. "I should have had some fun before starting this fight if it was possible," Luffy murmured, imagining a bit of fun betting on games and laughing with his women in this place. Anyway, there's still Guild Tessero's Grand Tessero in the New World. Luffy thought of another famous gambling house. His goal is to find what Crocodile hid, something he suspects to be of great value or importance. He turns to Robin, who remains calm and composed, despite the charged atmosphere. "Robin," Luffy says, his voice firm. "We need to get to the vault room, or wherever Crocodile keeps his most valuable treasures and documents. Do you know where it is?" Robin nods. "Yes, I know the way. The vault is in a fortified room on the lower levels of the casino. It's where Crocodile keeps not just money, but also information and items he considers important." Her voice is serene. Ignoring the frightened employees who shrink at their passing, the group moves through the casino. They pass by empty gaming tables, silent slot machines, and extravagant decorations, all testimony to the wealth and power Crocodile accumulated through his nefarious schemes. As they descend to the lower levels, the atmosphere becomes darker and more oppressive. Dim lights illuminate the narrow corridors, and the silence is almost deafening. Robin, however, does not hesitate. She knows this path and what it leads to. Usopp, always the most vocal and expressive, can't contain his surprise and alarm when he comes across a crocodile lurking inside an aquarium. His exclamation echoes through the corridors, briefly breaking the oppressive silence. "What is that?" he shouts, instinctively recoiling with Megalo and Beppo. Reiju, on the other hand, stares at the crocodile with a calculating look and a comment about the animal's potential culinary use. "Looks good, it must make great meat." She doesn't show fear or surprise, just a cold and practical assessment, typical of her nature. As they continue, passing what appears to be Crocodile's secret office, filled with documents on the table with maps. And then, finally, they arrive in front of a massive and reinforced door. It is clearly different from all the others they have encountered so far. "It's here." Robin stops in front of it and turns to her companions. Luffy, with a knowing look, turns to Zoro. "Zoro," he says, confident in the swordsman's ability. Zoro, with a smile that shows his enthusiasm for the task, steps forward. He unsheathes one of his swords, the blade faintly gleaming in the dim light. With precise and powerful movements, he attacks the door. Slash slash. The sound of metal cutting through wood and metal of the door resonates, a testament to his strength and skill. The door splits in two as he finishes, and the treasure room is revealed to the group. The interior of Crocodile's vault is a cave of wonders, filled with piles of money, bags of shining coins, glittering jewels, and rare artifacts. It's the result of years of manipulation, extortion, and power of Crocodile over Elapsda and beyond through Baroque works. Luffy enters. Crocodile was swimming in money. "How much is here?" Kuina asks, looking at the place. "If Nami were here, she'd have said it in a second," Nijiko commented. "Let's take everything," Luffy decides, looking around the vault. "I'm not putting this into the system. Let's clean this place out and take it to the ship." Luffy had decided that as much as he didn't have money in the system, he wanted to keep a considerable amount in the ship's vault to use with the crew. One by one, the crew members begin to fill their bags and pockets with the treasure from the vault. In a short time, the vault, once filled to the brim with the wealth accumulated by Crocodile, is emptied. "The money's gone, now let's go for the documents," Luffy comments, and Robin begins to pick up some of them. "There's a lot here, but it doesn't prove everything. Crocodile always made sure to destroy any evidence. But I have my own documents hidden in this city. Let's pick them up as soon as we leave," Robin mentions, and Luffy nods satisfied. As the group walks toward the abandoned church, the air is charged with a mix of tension and relief. The city of Rainbase, once bustling with the energy of Crocodile's casino, is now eerily silent, a mute witness to the recent battles. Upon arriving at the church, Robin moves with a quiet grace, retrieving the hidden documents. She hands them to Vivi, who accepts them with trembling hands. "These documents prove everything," Robin says softly, her tone serious and firm. "Extortion, bribery, plans to overthrow the kingdom. Everything Crocodile did is here." Vivi leafs through the papers with a look of shock and sadness. "I knew he was behind everything, but to see it in black and white," she murmurs, her voice almost getting lost in the vastness of the church. Luffy, watching the interaction, places a comforting hand on Vivi's shoulder. "Now you have what you need to end all the conflicts in Alabasta, Vivi." Vivi looks up at Luffy, her eyes shining with renewed determination. "Yes, we'll end them all." The group then heads back to the Black Pearl. The energy is a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction for some. "I guess we can finally take a rest, right? Like no training." Usopp comments, trying to relieve the tension. "We never rest," Zoro responds dryly, checking his swords. Chow Chow, the loyal dog that has been a valuable member of the team, is among those who stayed behind, guarding the Black Pearl with the seriousness and dedication that only a guard dog can offer. "Good boy, Chow Chow," Luffy says, giving an affectionate pat on the dog's head. "You took good care of our ship." The other crew members smile and pet Chow Chow, who enjoys the attention and recognition of his efforts. With everyone on board and the evidence secure, the Straw Hats prepared to set sail. It was time to head to the kingdom's capital, Alabarna. "Let's set sail, guys," Luffy announces, and the Black Pearl begins its journey. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. a soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit our for more. 495 Chapter 147, Chapter Size 3,600 words. Third person Pav Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. Black Pearl was once again sailing through the desert while heading for the capital of the eastern country. At this moment, the moon painted the sky in the early hours of the morning, most of the Straw Hats deeply asleep, recovering from the battles and emotions of the day. The boat is quiet, with only the soft sound of the sands being dragged as the ship sways. Luffy opened his eyes at this moment. He was between his 2 women, Nijiko and Alvida. He carefully got up, not wanting to wake anyone, and put on a robe to leave the room. Luffy. You're going out again. It's Robin, isn't it? Nijiko opens one of her sleepy eyes with a yawn and asks Luffy, who smiles at her before making a face on her head. Nijiko, you're always perceptive, he said calmly. It's not hard to see the looks you send each other, she said as if it was the most obvious thing. Well, that's true, he had to admit. Anyway, if it means you'll be leaving the bed and waking up in the morning without you here. For God's sake, invite that girl to spend the night here, she complained. Robin is a bit shy. She seems to be getting used to this new kind of relationship. It's hard to explain. Luffy scratched his head a bit lost. Of course, he had talked with Robin about this, but the girl was still not ready to present herself in that way to the other women. I understand, but come back here in the morning. I promise a reward. Nijiko gave a seductive smile. Luffy nodded and left the room after dressing a bit. Luffy left the corridor and went to a specific cabin. He knocked on the door calmly. It's open. Luffy heard Robin's voice inside and opened the latch in the dark room. He quickly notices in the dark room a solitary figure ahead, standing near the window while looking at the ship traveling through the sand, looking at the night desert. Luffy approaches silently, observing her for a moment before speaking. What do we have here? A girl who can't sleep, he says with a soft voice. Robin turns to look at him, a slight smile on her lips. There's a lot to think about, she responds. And the night is full of surprises, isn't it? Like a handsome man appearing in my room while everyone is sleeping. She speaks even with a seductive tone. Luffy agrees with a nod. Yes, it's a good time for thoughts. And an even better time for surprises. He smiles like a rogue and approaches her. He raises a finger, and a flame is born from it so he can see this woman better. Robin was in an open jacket with open underwear. She gets a bit embarrassed when Luffy sees her with the glow of his flame. I see you're wearing the lingerie I bought you yesterday. You look delicious in it. Luffy smiles, making Robin blush a bit more with Luffy's bold words. Then, gently, Luffy extends his hand and holds Robin's. She doesn't pull away, instead, accepting the gesture, their fingers intertwining. They remain like this, in silence, sharing the comfort of each other's company. Robin takes the initiative and approaches her captain for a kiss. Luffy takes her by the waist and takes her to bed. This night would be one he wouldn't sleep for the next few hours. As the sun rises on the horizon with its first golden rays over the Black Pearl, Crocodile and Momonga awaken from their unconscious state, finding themselves tied on the deck of the ship as if some kind of trophy. I see you've woken up. A thick voice was heard on their side, and both were shocked. Next to them, to their surprise, was another man also chained. Jimbei, the Shichibukai known as the Knight of the Sea. Jimbei? Momonga couldn't help but exclaim. I see that even you two have fallen into the hands of that pirate. It seems that Ace's brother is quite dangerous and even daring. Who would have thought that a rookie pirate would have a vice admiral and 2 Shichibukai as prisoners on his ship? Jimbei murmured, as that was precisely the situation. Mugiwara, Crocodile, with an expression of disgust and anger, looks around, trying to understand how he ended up in this situation. The last thing he remembers is the crushing defeat at the hands of Luffy, and now, here he is, chained like a common prisoner. Momonga, equally surprised but with a more controlled composure, observes Jimbei. What is a Shichibukai like you doing imprisoned here? He asks, trying to piece together the unexpected situation. Jimbei, with a calm and serious look, replies, This pirate group has something important from the island of the fishmen. I tried to retrieve it, but as you can see, I wasn't successful against the captain. I was defeated and captured in the end. While Crocodile and Momonga process this information, they hear a new voice approaching. A princess surprisingly flying with Geppo using her tail, enters the deck with a plant watering can. Shirahoshi, with her soft and melodic voice, begins to sing as they navigate through the vast desert of Alabasta, a song that reflects her gentle spirit and curiosity about the world. Under the blue sky, so vast and bright, we sail together, with hearts so light. Alabasta appears, with golden sands, each grain, a story, in the palms of our hands. Oh, what a wonderful world, so vast and so new, each day a discovery, under the sky so blue. With friends by my side, and Megalo too, we sing our joy, we sing to the beyond. Sharky, 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 Megalo appears behind screaming with his friend. With his deep voice, echoes like a wave. Together we explore, with laughter and songs. With each new dawn, there's new emotions. Beneath the ocean, I daydreamed. Now, on the surface, my soul is enchanted. Each new island, each new sea, is a blank page to explore together. Oh, world, spin slowly, let me savor each precious moment, let's not rush, for with the Straw Hats, every day is special. Singing with Megalo, my joy is complete. Sharky, 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 sings my friend. In this vast world, there's no longer danger, for with courage and love, and friends so loyal. Every day is an adventure, under the blue skies. Her song echoes through the desert, a melody of hope and joy, while Megalo, by her side, accompanies with his Sharky Sharky, making the moment even more special and memorable. Together, they celebrate the beauty of the world and the sweet freedom to explore it. Shirahoshi had the habit of watering some plants that Luffy picked up in Little Garden. Every morning she sang a song with joy. Jimbei, good morning. Noticing Jimbei awake, she greeted him. Good morning, princess. Jimbei spoke a little embarrassed. Princess? Crocodile raised an eyebrow. So, is this what the Straw Hats have that's so important to the island of the fishmen? Momonga muttered. Yes. I thought Monkey D. Luffy had brainwashed her, but I no longer believe that. She's here of her own free will and is even learning skills from them. Jimbei grumbled. Skills? Momonga murmured, and looking wide-eyed. The Straw Hats were learning the 6 styles somehow. Maybe this was the chance to discover how they got their hands on the marine techniques. Hey, little girl, Momonga said. It's Princess, Vice Admiral, Jimbei grumbled. Listen. Princess. What is it? Prisoner Sama. Shirahoshi looked at him curiously. Let me ask, this technique you're doing with your tail and flying in the air. It looks so cool, where did you learn it? Tisk. To think that a Vice Admiral would act this way, Crocodile scoffed. Luffy Sama taught me. I can also do this. She seemed cheerful as she executed Soru, leaving Momonga shocked by this. That damn grandson of Garp. He's creating a crew using the 6 styles. He's a threat that must be eliminated, Momonga growled. Hey, don't threaten Luffy Sama. Shirahoshi, hearing this, became extremely angry, and her arm wrapped in a layer of darkness she punched the Vice Admiral in the head, making him fall unconscious again. Both Crocodile and Jimbei looked shocked at this. This little girl just used armament hockey and knocked out a Vice Admiral with a punch, chained or not, this shouldn't be simple. What is this? What's going on? Crocodile growled. He realized that Luffy wasn't the only threat to him. If that punch hit him, he would also be hurt, and this mermaid can use Geppo and Soru. You can use hockey? Jimbei shouted, alarmed. How did that little frightened girl who stayed in her room in the palace suddenly become a woman who can use hockey and marine techniques? Shirahoshi spent more of her time learning mobility techniques because, for hockey, she showed growth that even made Luffy envious. Beppo might be the most talented member with the 6 styles, but Shirahoshi is the most talented with hockey. It might not be powerful, but she has already learned to manifest it. Luffy also taught me, cool right? My arm turns black. My punch becomes so strong, she said, throwing punches in the air while her arms were coated in hockey. At this moment, Luffy approaches, yawning. He looks at the small group with a carefree smile and a friendly wave. Good morning, guys. He greets, as if he were speaking to old friends rather than defeated enemies. Hope you slept well. Sorry about the chains, but you know, we can't have you causing trouble. He says and looks at Momonga a little surprised. Hey, why is he unconscious and his face has a line of blood? Luffy approaches and slaps the Vice Admiral on the head. Wake up! Before anyone could respond, Luffy had already woken him up with the slap. Where am I? Momonga was dazed at that moment. Luffy takes the opportunity and looks at everyone. Jinbei was still processing the idea of Shirahoshi using haki, and Crocodile was looking at Luffy with a mix of hatred and fear. Mugiwara, he growls, this won't end like this. When I get free. Luffy smiled at Crocodile. Oh, that look of yours. I can feel your fear. Are you afraid I'll tell your secret around? Luffy commented. How do you know that? Crocodile exploded, startling Shirahoshi who hid behind Luffy. I have my ways, but anyway. Now, Crocodile. No need to be so gloomy this early in the morning. Enjoy the trip. Who knows, you might learn something. Momonga, still trying to maintain his dignity, speaks, Monkey D. Luffy, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, I demand. Ah, relax, Momonga, Luffy interrupts again, still smiling. You'll return to the Navy soon, I promise, but until then, be our guest. How does he call this being a guest? The three prisoners thought at the same time, as they looked at that damned pirate. Anyway, I have a question for you three, Luffy spoke again and continued. Would you like to join my crew? Luffy asked as if he was expecting a positive response. Of course not, the three shouted at the same time. Whatever, enjoy the day, let's go Shirahoshi. Reiju must be preparing breakfast by now. Luffy called her. Yes, Luffy-sama, she said, and with Megalo, they followed Luffy to the kitchen of the boat. Luffy-sama? I think Robin is feeling sick. Shirahoshi suddenly spoke as they walked. What do you mean? I heard her making some strange sounds yesterday. Damn, you heard. Forget it, she's fine, it's a form of nighttime exercise. Luffy tried to end the conversation. Really? So she seemed to be having fun? It seemed like she was enjoying it then, could I learn to do that too? Shirahoshi asked expectantly, making Luffy fall to the ground. Definitely not, it wasn't Luffy who shouted, but Jinbei, annoyed with that conversation. If you take away the princess's innocence, I swear you'll pay, Monkey D. Luffy, Jinbei growled. Sometime later, Luffy returns with the entire crew, and they spread across the deck. Some began to fight each other and even spar, like Reiju and Lami. Some read books in chairs, like Robin and Nejiko. Some trained with swords like Zoro, Kuina, and Hachi. Others played on the deck with straws, like Usopp, Chopper, Kuru, Chow Chow, Beppo, and Laboon. There were beach chairs with others sunbathing like Alvida, Vivi, while others were doing other things. While Crocodile, Momonga, and Jinbei remained chained, watching the movement on the deck, Luffy returns for a more extended conversation. He approaches with an air of casualness again, as if about to strike up a friendly chat. So, how are you feeling? Luffy asks, almost as if he's concerned for their well-being, but with a mischievous glint in his eyes. It's not every day that one is captured by the Straw Hats. Crocodile mutters something inaudible, clearly displeased with the situation, while Momonga responds with forced dignity. I don't want to answer any more questions from a criminal, but let me warn you not to think this will last. The Navy and the government will not let this pass. Luffy laughs. Ah, you are very useful to us here, and I doubt the Navy could send someone in time to stop us and rescue you. Luffy said and turned to the middle of the deck. As the conversation unfolds, the other crew members start preparing a feast on the deck, a celebration for the victory in Rain Base and the capture of the enemies. Tempting smells of food begin to fill the air, and soon a table is set up, filled with delicious dishes prepared by Sanji. The prisoners look at the feast with a mix of interest and resentment. The sight of the delicious food is torturous, considering their current situation. The Straw Hat members gather around the place, laughing, talking, and enjoying the food. They make toasts, celebrate their victories, and discuss future plans. The atmosphere is joyful and full of camaraderie. Although the prisoners are physically close to this scene of celebration, they feel isolated. Suddenly, Reiju, not wanting anyone to go hungry, appeared with plates of food and placed one in front of each. This is for you, she said and left the place. All three looked at the plate of food with a delicious smell and a silence formed in the atmosphere. How does she expect us to eat this? All three shouted angrily. As they were tied up, they couldn't enjoy the dish. Suddenly, Chow Chow, sensing the smell of the food, approaches the prisoners. Woof! Woof! He barked. Hey, what do you want, dog? Crocodile growled at the dog. But Chow Chow didn't care and started to eat the 3 plates. "Damn! Dogwara! You mongrel, how dare you eat that food? Criminal dog, I'll show you what justice is made of." Crocodile, with a spasm of anger, being humiliated all the time, reached the limit when a dog ate his plate of food, and he managed to hit Chow Chow with a kick, breaking the plate of food. Chow Chow looked at that surprised. "You like that, damn dog?" Crocodile smiled, seeing that he was humiliating at least someone from the crew, but what would follow was not something he expected. The dog growled at him and suddenly started to grow, turning into a 4-legged, 3-headed monster, until reaching 10 meters in height and 20 in length on a 50-meter ship. Jimbei, Crocodile, Momonga, all 3 looked alarmed at that dog that turned into that monster. Each head revealed an element, ready to kill the 3. "Damn Crocodile! You're going to cause our death here," Jimbei shouted, scared seeing that lightning was being pointed at him. "What's with this crew? How can they be rookies? Even the dog is a monster." Momonga was in a scared tone. "Hey, Chow Chow, don't kill them," Luffy suddenly said next to him, and the monster stopped charging fire, lightning, and ice in his mouth. Chow Chow obeyed, going back to his common dog transformation. "Woof woof," he barked. "Good boy, now go with Usopp and the others, I'll deal with these guys here," Luffy said, and Chow Chow obeyed. "From what I see, you can even irritate my pet. You would have died if those attacks were launched from this distance with you defenseless." Luffy crossed his arms dissatisfied. "He calls that thing a pet?" everyone exclaimed mentally. "Enough, you are very annoying out here. Let's take them inside," Luffy concluded, taking them off the mast and leading them inside the ship. "Come on, guys. Time to go to your temporary accommodations," Luffy says with an ironic smile, indicating that they will be taken to the cells on the ship. One by one, he and some other crew members begin to escort the prisoners through the ship, towards the area designated as temporary prison. As they move through the ship, they pass by the agents of Baroque Works who are already imprisoned. At the sight of their former leaders and the renowned Vice Admiral of the Navy being escorted as prisoners, the agents are dumbfounded. The looks go from surprise to fear, and some even to reluctant admiration, as the reality that their leaders were brought down by the Straw Hats begins to sink in. Crocodile, with his pride still intact, walks with an aura of forced indifference, but the murmurs and looks from his former subordinates clearly affect him. He was their unquestionable leader, a figure of power and fear, and now his downfall is exposed for all to see. Momonga, on the other hand, maintains a dignified posture, his expression firm and controlled. As a representative of justice and order, being captured by pirates is a shameful situation, but he does not allow his emotions to show, determined to maintain his sense of duty and honor even in defeat. Jimbei, always calm and thoughtful, silently observes the scene around him. This isn't his first time here. Once everyone is inside cells, Luffy throws another prisoner he had kept in his pocket, and Mr. One falls into the cell with Crocodile. In the end, he looks at them and says, "Rest a bit. Tomorrow is another day, and who knows what it will bring." With that, he walks away, leaving the prisoners and returning to continue his own activities. Sometime later, the atmosphere on the Black Pearl, which until then was permeated by a sense of victory and post-feast relaxation, is suddenly interrupted by the urgent sound of a Den Den Mushi. Luffy, recognizing the characteristic rain, approaches and answers the call, only to hear the worried voice of Nami on the other end. "Luffy, we have a problem," Nami begins, her voice tense with urgency. "The rebels have initiated an attack on the capital. It seems that one of the Baroque Works members who wasn't captured gave the signal to start the attack. They think it's time to act, now that Crocodile has been defeated." Luffy sighs deeply, with evident frustration on his face. He understands how volatile the situation in Alabasta still is, especially with the power vacuum left by Crocodile's schemes. He has no way of putting a stop to the moving rebels, who must be over 40,000. Vivi, who was nearby, overhears the conversation and immediately her expression changes to one of fear and concern. "The rebels attacking now? That's terrible. They don't know that the real enemy was Crocodile. They're going to march straight into a trap or an unnecessary battle," she says, her voice trembling with the possibility of more bloodshed in her beloved kingdom. Luffy looks at Vivi, his eyes full of determination. "We're not going to let that happen, Vivi. We're going to help stop this fight before the attack starts," he assures, his voice firm with the promise. Turning to the rest of the crew, who are now attentive to the conversation. Luffy announces, "It looks like we have one more thing to take care of before we go to the capital of Alabasta. We can't allow this fight to continue. Let's stop the rebels." The Straw Hat crew nods in agreement, ready to follow their captain on another critical mission. They quickly begin preparing the ship to change its course to where it was heading. As the Black Pearl adjusts its course toward the south of the capital of Alabasta, Alubarna, Luffy approaches Vivi, whose expression reflects a storm of emotions. She is visibly shaken by the news of the rebels' imminent attack, worried about the fate of her people and her kingdom. Luffy, with his usual mix of seriousness and optimism, places his hand on her shoulder, trying to convey security and confidence. "Vivi, I know you're worried, but we'll solve this together," he says, looking directly into her eyes. "You've seen what we're capable of. We'll get there and do everything we can to stop this fight before it causes more damage." Vivi looks at Luffy, his words bringing a glimmer of hope amid her anxiety. "Thank you, Luffy," she responds, her voice still trembling but now with a new determination. "I trust you and the crew. Let's save Alabasta." With an encouraging nod to Vivi, Luffy walks away. The fate of Alabasta is at stake, and the next moments will define the future of the kingdom. And so, with the Black Pearl cutting through the dunes towards the location where it would meet the rebel group. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. A soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit R for more. 495 Chapter 148, Chapter Size. 2,100 words. Third person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. In a corner of the sea, at Marine headquarters, a tranquil atmosphere fills the air in the highest room of the imposing marine structure. Sengoku, the venerable commander of the Navy, is in his office when the shrill sound of a Den Den Mushi interrupts the silence. He answers, his expression already prepared for important news, as this line was first filtered through other Marines so that only the most important news would pass directly to him. However, nothing could have prepared him for what he is about to hear. On the other end of the line, a Marine with a trembling voice reports, "Sengoku-san, we have urgent news from Alabasta. Vice Admiral Momonga. He has been captured by the Straw Hats. Crocodile has also been captured by them. We engaged in conflict with the pirate crew, but we were completely defeated. Even Vice Admiral with Crocodile against Luffy, they were defeated by the pirate captain alone." For a moment, silence reigns in the office. Sengoku, known for his control and composure, cannot believe what he has just heard. His normally calm face is now a mix of disbelief and irritation. "What did you say?" He explodes, his voice rising in frustration. "Momonga, captured by pirates? And Crocodile too? That is inconceivable." The Marine on the other end of the line continues, explaining the details they received, how Luffy and his crew managed to overcome both the Shichibukai and the Vice Admiral, a feat few could imagine being possible. Sengoku rises from his chair, his mind racing with the implications of this news. This is a disaster, he mutters to himself. Not only has one of our vice admirals been captured, but this means that the Straw Hats have become an even greater threat than we anticipated. Using Haki and all the members who fought using the 6 styles. With a firm determination in his eyes, Sengoku begins to issue orders. Mobilize the forces immediately in Alabasta. Smoker must be in the country too. We need to rescue Momonga and deal with the Straw Hats before they cause more havoc. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The Marine on the other side of the line responded. As the call ends, Sengoku sits back down, pondering the next steps. The capture of Momonga by the Straw Hats is not just a significant blow to the Navy, but an alarming sign of the growing power and audacity of the pirates under the command of Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku looks at the only person in his room and frowns. Garp, your grandson captured a vice admiral and a Shichibukai. Your family is causing trouble again. Garp, in contrast to Sengoku's irritation, is sitting on the other side of the room, an almost paternal expression of pride on his face. Upon hearing the news, he explodes into a booming laugh, echoing through the walls of the office. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. That's right, Luffy, show them what the monkeys are made of. Sengoku looks at Garp with a mix of disbelief and irritation. Garp, this is no reason to celebrate. Your family is turning the world upside down. Your grandson is a wanted pirate, and now he's capturing important figures of the Navy. How can you be so unconcerned? Garp, still smiling, shrugs, clearly not sharing Sengoku's concern. Ah, Sengoku. You know how it is. The young will be young. Luffy is just following his path. Just as I followed mine, although I tried everything so that he could follow the same path as his sister. But you have to admit, capturing a vice admiral and a Shichibukai is not something just anyone can do. I'd say the boy has a bright future ahead. Sengoku, clearly frustrated with Garp's laid-back attitude, shakes his head in disgust. You are one of the heroes of the Navy, Garp. You should be concerned about the impact your grandson is causing. His actions are no joke. They have real consequences and are putting the Navy in a difficult position. Garp laughs again, standing up and walking towards the door. Ah, Sengoku, always so serious. I trust Luffy. He has a good heart. And as for the consequences, well, I think the Navy can handle a little upheaval. With a nod of his head and a smile, Garp leaves the room, leaving Sengoku alone with his thoughts and concerns. Sengoku, still feeling the weight of the situation and the urgency to act swiftly, recognizes that he needs a firm and effective response to deal with the capture of Momonga and Crocodile by the Straw Hats. With a heavy sigh, he stands up, knowing that immediate actions are necessary not only to rescue the captured but also to maintain the authority and respect of the Navy. We cannot leave this unanswered. We need to send someone trustworthy and powerful enough to handle the Straw Hats and bring back Momonga and Crocodile, he murmurs to himself. Sengoku picks up another Den Den Mushi and dials a specific number. The Den Den Mushi rings a few times before a familiar and calm voice answers from the other side. Hello? A lazy voice comes from the other side. Kuzan, Sengoku begins, his voice carrying a grave tone of authority mixed with concern. We have a situation. Momonga and Crocodile have been captured by the Straw Hats. We need you to go to the beginning of the Grand Line and bring the two back. I'll send all the data by fax. On the other side of the line, Kuzan responds with a calm that almost seems misplaced given the gravity of the situation. Understood, Sengoku. I will handle it. Sengoku nods, even knowing Kuzan can't see him. Your skill will be crucial. We know the potential of Luffy and his crew. Be prepared for anything. Kuzan, in his typically succinct response, simply says, understood, before the call ends. Kuzan receives the papers on his side, given by the Marines who fought against the group in Rainbase, which included photos of all the crew members, and one catches his attention, Nico Robin. The child he spared almost 20 years ago as a favor to an old friend in Ohara. Well, you're with them then, he says calmly. On Sengoku's side, now a bit more relieved to have one of his best on the case, he sits down again, but his mind continues to work frantically. Sending Kuzan is a significant move, and the consequences of this decision may reverberate throughout the world. However, he knows it is a necessary action to maintain the order and justice that the Navy strives to uphold. Sengoku feels a growing frustration bubbling within him, a feeling uncommon for a man of his position and experience. He is accustomed to dealing with crises and threats, but the current situation seems to be unfolding on a scale and speed that even he did not anticipate. He paces back and forth in his office, his mind working at a rapid pace. First, we have two Yonko commanders sailing in paradise. Ace from Whitebeard and Jack from Kaido, he murmurs to himself. As if that weren't enough, now we're dealing with a rookie. But he's not an ordinary rookie. Garp's grandson has considerable strength and an impressively competent crew. This is becoming a worrying pattern. The worst part is that they have somehow gotten their hands on techniques taught to the elite of the Navy. Now they're even learning hockey on this side of the sea. Sengoku pauses for a moment, looking at the large world map hanging on the wall of his office. He observes the marked territories, the known routes of pirates, and the positions of the marine bases. This isn't just about Luffy or the Straw Hats, he thinks aloud. It's a reflection of the state of the world now. Powerful pirates are emerging everywhere, challenging the balance of power we've maintained. A new era is dawning, and it's bringing with it a wave of changes that we cannot ignore. We need to reign in this era of pirates. We need to do something grand, to show the world that even the most powerful cannot handle the justice of the Navy. We need to show our power to the world. With these thoughts in mind, Sengoku begins to devise numerous plans, gathering his resources and intelligence. He is determined to create something to ensure that justice prevails in Alabasta. Aboard the Black Pearl, the atmosphere is one of preparation and anticipation, with the Straw Hats training every day and every moment they can. Luffy, with his role as captain always in mind, is thinking not just about the next battle, but also about how to strengthen his crew. He knows that each member has a crucial role to play, and ensuring that everyone is at their best is essential for the group's success. Hugo, come with me outside. In the midst of his thoughts, Luffy calls Hugo, one of the most robust members of his crew, in the middle of training. Hugo approaches, curious about what his captain might want to discuss. Hugo, Luffy smiles, his expression full of confidence. You have been doing very well, and I know you have been working hard training and fighting, but I think you can benefit from something more specific. I thought of something that can increase your abilities and give you an extra edge. Hugo tilts his head, curious and slightly anxious. I'm listening, Captain. What do you suggest? Luffy, with a confident smile, pulls something out of his pocket. It's a strange fruit, with spiral patterns and what looks like a monster's face on it and an exotic coloring that resembles rocks. Hugo looks at it, curious about what it could be. Captain, is that the fruit I found? Hugo asks, looking at the fruit with interest. That, Luffy begins, and it's not just any. It's the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Titan, as I mentioned before. You found it, and it wasn't by chance. Zone has its own will, and it chose you. It's time for you to have what already belongs to you, Luffy declares. Hugo looks at the fruit, surprised and a little hesitant. It chose me? Yes, let me explain its power. Luffy begins, tossing the fruit from one hand to the other, considering how to explain. It will give you the ability to transform into a Titan. Think of it as immense strength and enormous power. It's a rare and powerful fruit that only I and Nami have at this moment. I control the flames of chaos, Nami the wind, and your fruit will control the earth. Hugo falls silent, absorbing the gravity of the decision before him. Eating a devil fruit is a lifelong commitment. He would lose his ability to swim, a significant disadvantage at sea, but in return, he would gain incredible powers. Captain, are you sure about this? It's a big change. What if it's too much for me to control, and I can't use this power to its full strength? I remember how Nami lost control of her fruit, and it caused great chaos in Kokoyashi. Hugo feared hurting people with this power out of control. Luffy smiles, his confidence unshakable. I wouldn't have offered it if I didn't believe in you, Hugo. You are strong, and with this fruit, you will become even stronger. And you won't be alone. All of us will be here to help you control and understand your new powers. Even if you lose control, I will help you as I helped Nami back then. By giving me a beating, Captain, Hugo joked, recalling how Luffy dealt with Garuda based on punches. You might say that. Luffy didn't lie. If he had to beat down Titan, he would do it. Hugo looks at the fruit, then at Luffy. He sees in them not just companions, but a new family. With a deep breath, he makes his decision. All right, Captain. I trust you. I'll eat the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Titan. With determination, Hugo takes the fruit as Luffy tosses it to him, and with a resolute movement, he bites. The taste is terrible. But the potential power he feels growing within him is undeniable. With the Eikon Eikon No Mi Titan now part of Hugo, the Straw Hats have just gained a new power in their ranks, and it's colossal. I can feel it, Captain. I'm getting much stronger, he exclaims with euphoria. That's good, Luffy said, observing Hugo's status at that moment growing. Luffy smiles, satisfied and proud. Welcome to your new strength, Hugo. Now, we are strongest. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. A soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit our for more. 149, chapter size, 2000 words. Third person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. As the Straw Hats prepare for their arrival in the southern region of Alubarna, in the capital itself, there is chaos as news of 40,000 rebels heading toward the capital is reported throughout the city. In the palace, the royal guard is preparing to defend the monarchy, ready to face the rebels in battle. While everyone was unconcerned about it, Yamato and Nami seemed calm, knowing that their powers could deal with 40,000 ordinary people. They themselves would stop the attack, but Luffy said he would do it with a certain style. So both women had to obey their captain. The Black Pearl, with the Straw Hats on board, advances quickly through the vast sea that cuts through the country of Alabasta. It has been 2 days since they received news of the rebels' movement. Luffy knew he had time, so he was not worried about increasing the ship's speed to focus the powers of his Akuma no Mi on training. The crew, seeing their captain calm about the situation as if he had it under control, also remained calm. Only Vivi is tense and worried, as Alabasta is her home. While the Black Pearl finally in the southern area of the capital where the exercise was moving. Hey guys, we're approaching the rebels. We need to think about how to deal with this situation without causing more bloodshed, Luffy announces. Luffy, these rebels are my people. They are suffering and just want to be heard. We need to approach this carefully and with understanding. Vivi practically begs. Guys, I have a plan. Instead of fighting, we will try to scare the rebels so they stop advancing. I could use my Conqueror's Haki, but I want something more striking. The crew members exchange curious glances, wondering what Luffy has in mind. Luffy, what are you planning? We need to be careful not to hurt anyone. Vivi asks Luffy again. Don't worry, Vivi. We won't hurt anyone. Hugo, are you ready to show the power of your new devil fruit? Hugo, who was listening intently, nods his head, a mix of nervousness and excitement on his face. Luffy had already spoken to him a moment before. Yes, Captain. I'm ready. I'm still learning to control the power, but I'll do my best. Hugo nods. Great. So here's the plan. Hugo will transform into a Titan with his Eikon Eikon No Mi Titan. The appearance of a Titan should be enough to scare the rebels and make them rethink their attack. That's quite dramatic, Luffy, but it seems like it might work. Wow, this is going to be amazing, a real Titan. Just make sure to keep control, Hugo. We don't want to cause real damage like being crushed by such a monster. Understood. I'll focus on maintaining control. I'll try not to let you down. And we'll be here to support you, Hugo. I'll transform with you and ensure everything goes well. Luffy speaks confidently. As the ship advances, everyone prepares to witness the power of the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Titan, and Vivi especially hopes that this bold act can prevent a larger conflict and bring peace to Alabasta. Hugo, listening to Luffy's plan, hesitates a bit, remembering the previous incident with Nami in Kokoyashi. Luffy notices the hesitation and fear in Hugo. Are you afraid of your power? Luffy asks. Captain, I understand the idea, and it's true that a Titan transformation could scare the rebels. But I'm still worried. I remember what happened with Nami in Kokoyashi. She lost control of her Akuma no Mi, and you had to intervene. The fight between two icons caused a lot of destruction. I'm a bit afraid that I might lose control. Hugo, I know you're worried, and I understand. What happened with Nami was dangerous, but we learned a lot from that. And you won't be alone. We'll all be here to support you and help maintain control. Plus, you're strong, and I trust you. Hugo, I'm also concerned about the safety of my people. But I know that you and Luffy have good intentions. If we decide to go ahead with this, please be as careful as possible. And we'll be on the lookout, ready to intervene if something goes wrong. You're not alone in this, Hugo. And I'll be here with my medical kits, just in case. We'll do this together. Hugo looks around, seeing the confidence and support in his fellow crew members. He knows the situation is delicate but also feels a responsibility to use his new powers to help. Thank you, guys. With you by my side, I feel like I can do this and maintain control. I'll focus and do everything in my power to prevent what happened with Nami from happening again. Let's avoid conflict and protect Alabasta. With renewed determination and unwavering support from his crew, Hugo prepares for the plan. As the ship stopped in the middle of the desert, finally, since they were only a few kilometers from the rebels, Luffy and Hugo move away from the Black Pearl, finding an open space where Hugo can perform his transformation without putting the ship or his crewmates in danger. The crew watches with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Luffy turns to Hugo, giving him an encouraging nod. Go, Hugo, you can do it. Hugo takes a deep breath, closing his eyes and focusing on the new strength that now resides within him. He feels the energy of the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Titan pulsing, waiting to be released. With renewed determination, he takes the first step to become the giant he now knows he can be. At first, a slight tremor can be felt in the ground, almost imperceptible, but as Hugo gives himself more to the transformation, the vibration becomes more pronounced. He begins to grow, his stature rapidly increasing. The crew watches, agape, as Hugo transforms into a colossal figure. The Eikon No Mi. Titan reveals its true form, a vision of power and primal strength. Hugo, now an impressive 100 meters tall, is the tallest among the icons. His skin, reminiscent of compacted rock and soil, displays a rough and irregular texture, with hues varying between shades of brown and gray. He is the living image of the Earth's strength, imposing and majestic. Asterisk Croc. Asterisk The first thing the Titan did was try to balance himself with that size. The ground exploded with his foot. With each step Hugo takes, the ground trembles, and the sound resonates like a controlled earthquake. His eyes, glowing like precious minerals, reflect an ancient and powerful light. He looks around, now seeing the world from a completely new perspective, feeling the immense strength running through his body. Luffy looks up at Hugo's gigantic form and can't help but smile with admiration and pride. That's incredible, Hugo. Now, let's show the rebels your power. I'd love to see their faces with your form. Luffy knows that now it's his turn to transform to deal with Hugo should he lose control, and it would also increase the visual impact they'll present to the rebels. With a determined smile, Luffy focuses, feeling the energy of his own Akuma no Mi, the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Chaos Ifrit, boiling within him, ready to be unleashed. He steps forward, his eyes glowing with an internal flame. Time to show our power, Hugo. Luffy prepares for the final transformation, concentrating deeply on the fiery power that dwells within him. His eyes take on an intense red hue, reflecting the fiery energy about to be released. Around him, the air begins to vibrate with heat, and flames furiously dance, creating a violent whirlwind that envelops his body. Then, with a powerful roar that resonates like thunder itself, Luffy releases the contained energy. The flames explode in a fiery pillar, a column of fire and power that stretches toward the sky. The heat is so intense it seems to melt the very atmosphere around, and the light of the flames illuminates the area with the strength of 1,000 suns. When the display of fire and fury finally calms down, Luffy's transformation is complete. He is now in his final form of Ifrit, an imposing and majestic vision. His skin appears burnt, covered in an armor of amethyst that glows with an inner sheen. Curved horns emerge from his head, and his gaze is fierce and penetrating. Vibrant flames continue to dance around his colossal body of 50 meters in height, a living testament to the power he holds. Beside Hugo, now also transformed into an imposing titan, Luffy, in the form of Ifrit, advances. Together, they would approach the rebels, their enormous and powerful presences sending a clear message without the need for words. They would be a power they could not go against. Anyone in this world would be stunned at the sight of these two colossi. On the ship, the expressions were quite unique. Zoro, maintaining his usual calm posture, cannot hide an expression of respect. Never underestimate Luffy. Or Hugo. These guys are on another level now, he said, looking up at a monster of 50 meters and another twice its size. Usopp, with eyes wide in admiration and a hint of envy, babbles with enthusiasm. This is amazing. Luffy and Hugo are like monsters. Who would have thought we'd see something like this so soon after Little Garden? This is truly amazing, but I hope they can maintain control. We have to be ready for anything, Negico spoke. Chopper jumps excitedly, impressed with the transformation. Wow! They're so big and strong. This is like something out of a storybook. Robin, always serene, smiles softly, but her eyes reflect the pride she feels. Impressive, I expected no less from our captain and Hugo. Vivi, concerned for her people and her country, maintains an anxious look. I hope this helps to calm the situation without causing more fear or damage. Please, Luffy, don't smash anyone like that monster. While Brogy and Dory, the giants, exchange looks of recognition, understanding the magnitude of the power that Hugo and Luffy now display. They look like true warriors now, Dory comments with a nod of approval. The crew, although impressed and a little intimidated by the transformation, trusts their companions and is ready to support them. They know that with Luffy and Hugo at the forefront, it would be enough to handle a group of 40,000 with this form. As Luffy, now in his imposing Ifrit form, positions himself next to Hugo, transformed into a titan, he looks on with a mix of admiration at the colossal size of his companion. Hugo, twice the size of Luffy, is a truly impressive figure, evoking the raw and untamed power of the earth. Luffy is about to take the first step and approach the rebels, hoping that their sight discourages any further conflict, when suddenly, without warning, Hugo, in his titan form, turns and delivers a powerful punch towards Luffy. The roar of rage that accompanies the blow echoes through the area, a primal and wild sound that sends shivers down the spine of anyone who hears it. Hugo's fist strikes Luffy, sending him back with the force of the impact. Luffy, surprised but resilient, quickly recovers in the air, his eyes turning to the enraged Titan at that moment. He immediately understands what happened. Hugo has lost control over his transformation. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice. We now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. A version of Naruto without chakra and with the Pika Pika no Mi in an alternate universe. Minato and Kushina are alive in this fanfic. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. A boy gaining a system modeled after Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. a soul enters the body of Snape. With the exception of One Piece with daily chapters, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week, taking just 1 day for drafting the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit our for more. 495 Chapter 150, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person Pav Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. As the dust and sand raised by the impact of the Titan's colossal fist settle, Luffy, in his Ifrit form, flies backward. He is visibly shaken, his hand on his jaw, feeling the weight of the powerful blow he just received. Hugo's punch, in his uncontrolled Titan form, was a powerful right hook enough to make even the sturdy Luffy feel the force of its impact. Damn, Hugo. That was quite a punch. A big right hook. Luffy murmurs to himself as he adjusts his jaw. He looks at Hugo but doesn't seem overly concerned, unlike his crew who watched the scene with slightly worried eyes. Luffy just cracked his colossal neck, ready to fight Hugo as he stared him down. Hugo's eyes, now red and wild, show no sign of recognition, just the uncontrolled fury of a being that has lost its connection to humanity. He roars silently again, preparing for another attack, while Luffy positions himself to fight the Titan. I have much more control of my fruit than when I fought against Nami. Let's see if I can handle a Titan more easily. Luffy thinks calmly. He wastes no more time and prepares to face the challenge of calming an enraged giant. The flames around Luffy begin to dance more intensely, reflecting his excitement and readiness for battle. They swirl and twist, creating a spectacle of light and heat that illuminates the surrounding area. Hugo, let's see what you can do, but don't think it'll go easy just because you're my nakama. His flames burn so much that, at one moment, Luffy advances with an explosion. He charges towards the huge being from a diagonal angle as he ascends to hit its chest. Luffy, with intense focus, activates his Moa Moa no Mi ability, increasing his strength 40-fold. He concentrates all that colossal energy into his right fist, which begins to glow with an intense and fierce flame. With a roar that mixes excitement and determination, he launches forward, aiming for the chest of Titan Hugo. Before the Titan can react or defend itself, Luffy's fist strikes it with devastating force. The impact is so powerful that the 100-meter colossus is sent flying backward like a rocket, its massive body cutting through the air and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The Titan's chest visibly caves in from the punch, a testament to the brutal power of the blow, and it flies into the sky. The boom of the impact resonates through the desert, a sound so loud and profound it seems to shake the very earth. Luffy's punch not only sends Hugo flying but also creates a shockwave that spreads through the area, lifting clouds of sand and causing crew members and rebels in the distance to cover their ears and try to protect themselves and prevent the ship from capsizing. That's scary. Chopper screams in fright. I want to go home. Vivi hugs Karoo as she yells. Damn it, Luffy, you guys are causing trouble again, Kuina mutters dissatisfied. Meanwhile, in the ship's prison. Hey, what the hell was all that? Mr. 3 is scared. Powerful roars and tremors started outside the ship as if there was a huge monster outside. Now this force of impact makes most prisoners fall to the ground dazed. Honestly, I don't want to know, Makita is very scared of it. Something serious is happening out there, Jimbei comments. These pirates, what are they aiming for now? Momonga growls. Meanwhile, outside. Luffy, observing the result of his attack, murmurs to himself with a mix of satisfaction and concern. Oops, I think I overdid it a bit. He admits, seeing the Titan has become a small dot in the sky. On the other end of the vast Alabasta desert, a group of tens of thousands of rebels is moving rapidly, riding their horses with fierce determination. The dust raised by their hooves mixes with the dry air, creating a curtain that oscillates with the scorching heat of the sun. They are armed, each carrying the conviction that their mission is just and necessary for the future of their country. The faces of the rebels are marked by resolution and anger. They have been pushed to the limit, believing that the only way to save Alabasta and ensure a better future is to overthrow the Nefertari family, which they see as responsible for their pains and suffering with the drought and destruction of the country. They talk amongst themselves, their voices laden with emotion and anticipation. Today, we will change the fate of Alabasta. The Nefertari family shall reign no more. They will pay for what they did to us, to the people, for the hunger, the pain, the lies. Our families, our children have suffered too much. It's time to bring justice. They advance, a wave of human fury sweeping through the desert toward the capital. In their minds, they are not just soldiers in a war. They are liberators, fighting to overthrow what they see as a corrupt and oppressive monarchy. They are willing to do whatever it takes, convinced that the fall of the Nefertari family is the only path to peace and prosperity. They couldn't have imagined a small shadow like a tiny dot amidst them starting to grow as seconds passed. A cloud in the sky? One asked alarmed, as they hadn't seen a cloud in the sky for years. That's no cloud, and it's growing, said another beside him. Wait, that's coming toward us, a third one shouted alarmed. The moment Hugo, transformed into a titan, falls like a stone near the rebels and hits the ground, a vast cloud of dust and sand rises, obscuring the rebels' vision and turning the sky into a dark and threatening shade. Boom asterisk. The fall is so sudden and powerful that, for a moment, it seems as if a giant meteor has just collided with the land of Alabasta. The rebels, now in a panic with their horses and a great confusion created in all their ranks as they tried to stop due to the sudden event, still recovering from the sudden interruption and tremor, look at the dust cloud with wide eyes and panting breaths. The sight of something so imposing falling from the sky shakes even the bravest among them. What is that? It looks like the sky fell on us, one shouts pointing at the smoke cloud. A meteor? A government weapon? What could be so big? Another shouts, trying to protect his eyes from the dust. The horses, still nervous and agitated, continue to neigh and twist as the rebels try to calm them. The confusion is evident among them, with each one trying to understand the origin and meaning of what they have just witnessed. Stay calm. We don't know what it is, but we can't let ourselves be carried away by panic. Stay ready for anything, shouted the leader. As the dust slowly begins to settle, the outlines of an immense humanoid form start to emerge. Gradually, the true nature of the meteor is revealed. It's not a space rock, nor an unknown weapon, but the body of a giant, a being of mythical proportions. The rebels, now realizing they are facing a kind of power they never imagined, begin to reconsider their next steps. The presence of a titan appearing in the middle of the desert was something no one would believe if it were told. The manifestation of such colossal and terrifying power makes many question the true nature of the conflict in Alabasta or whether they are in some kind of dream. Now with the colossal form of Hugo, transformed into a titan, becoming visible, the rebels look up, alarmed and scared, as the 100-meter creature rises before them. My God! What is that? This can't be real, one of them said as his voice trembled. A monster. A giant monster emerged from the desert. Where did this come from? Said another, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The horses, already nervous, are now in total panic, trying to flee from the threatening presence of the titan. The rebels struggle once again to maintain control of the animals while also trying to process the frightening apparition before them. Is this some government weapon? An ancient curse? A third one was shouting to be heard. Stay firm. We don't know what this is, but we must be ready for anything. The leader of the rebels was trying to keep calm. Stay firm? How can we fight against that? It's like an ancient god has awakened, another desperate shout. We need to get away. Nobody can face a giant like that. A fifth one tried to flee. The titan, who was looking at nothing, suddenly looks at them, and 40,000 people could see the fearsome face maintaining a fixed smile with a terrifying expression. The giant seemed to have found its prey, and as the titan moves, each step resonating like the beating of a colossal heart, the rebels are taken by a primitive fear, a survival instinct that makes them want to flee from the immense and unknown danger. They look at each other, seeking answers and comfort, but all they find are the equally terrified faces of their comrades. While the rebels try to understand and deal with the presence of Titan Hugo, their gazes turn again to the sky upon noticing a new and impressive apparition. This time, it's a different meteor. A massive mass of purple flames tearing through the sky, heading toward the earth with terrifying speed and force. Look, another one is coming, but that one, it's on fire. Purple flames. I've never seen anything like it. What's happening here? They're gods. They're descending from the sky. I knew we shouldn't have started this coup against the monarchy. Look who we've enraged. The approaching meteor of fire. The purple flames illuminate the desert with a sinister light, creating long and dancing shadows that seem almost alive. Is this the end of times? Monsters and meteors of fire? Get ready. We don't know what this is, but we need to be ready to face it. With a deafening impact that echoes for miles, the meteor of purple flames hits the ground, not far from where Titan Hugo had fallen. The earth trembles under the power of the collision, and a wave of heat and light radiates from the point of impact. What power is this? Are we fighting gods now? Nobody can fight against this. We need to flee while we can. As the dust and smoke begin to dissipate at the site where the fire meteor fell, the rebels watch, waiting to see what will emerge from the flames. They're fearful but unable to look away, knowing that whatever appears, they'll run from there to survive. The 100-meter Titan stopped staring at the rebels and turned its attention to the impact Luffy created with his body. As the smoke and dust provoked by the impact of the purple flame meteor begin to dissipate, another colossal figure emerges from the epicenter. It's Ifrit, in Luffy's final form, a vision of power and fury with vibrant flames covering his 50-meter tall body. The light from the purple flames reflects in his determined eyes as he looks at Titan Hugo. Luffy, as Ifrit, emits a powerful roar that resonates through the desert, a declaration of challenge and a call to battle. The sound is so intense and primal that even the bravest of the rebels feel a shiver of fear. Ruar, Hugo, still in the form of Titan, remains silent, but his eyes, now more focused, meet Luffy's. There's a mutual recognition, a tacit understanding that the fight between them is inevitable. They're like ancient gods, the fight between fire and earth. Who could have imagined something like this? Luffy, in his Ifrit form, and Hugo, as the Titan, are about to collide in a battle that will be remembered for generations in this land. It's a confrontation that will define not only their fate but also the future of Alabasta and all who call this vast desert home. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. RaccoonLeague, Patre-on, visit R for more. RaccoonLeague. Extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. Game of Thrones, Dragonborn. Except for One Piece with daily chapters and Dragonborn once a week, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week. There's just a pause in updating in the week, only to create drafts for the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit R for more. 496 Chapter 151, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. As Luffy, in his Ifrit form, observes Titan Hugo in front of him, he can't help but notice the imposingness of the Earth Giant. Even in his Ifrit form, Luffy finds himself looking up, acknowledging the monumental scale of his opponent who was twice his size. Wow, Hugo, you're really tall like this, huh? But I can do better than this. Luffy would smile if it were possible at that moment. He wanted to test his combined fruits, and now with better control over Ifrit, he could test many of his powers. When he used his strength 40 times in his last punch, he himself was stunned with the power gain. Now with a determined smile and a gleam of challenge in his flaming eyes, Luffy decides to take the battle to the next level. He activates the Moa Moa No Mi ability in an aspect he almost never used. Moa Moa No Mi. Mass, apply 4 times. He used it on himself. The only time he did that was to sleep with Yamato. Now he was testing it in a real battle. Intending to use 10% of the fruit's growth on living beings, the flames around Luffy begin to stir more fiercely, and his body starts to grow exponentially. In a few moments, he reaches an impressive height of 200 meters, quadrupling his previous size. Now, as a true giant of flames, Luffy faces Hugo as a dwarf looking down, his presence on the battlefield more formidable than ever. "This is what I'm talking about, let's see how you handle this, Hugo." As Luffy increases his own stature to surpass that of Titan Hugo, becoming a 200-meter flame giant, the rebels who were previously advancing determinedly towards the capital now find themselves paralyzed by shock and disbelief since the arrival of the first giant. The sight of two beings of titanic size and power ready to face each other is enough to make even the bravest heart tremble with fear and want to flee from there. This is impossible. They're like monsters from some ancient legend. We need to get out of here. We can't stay near this fight, it will be our death. Forget the coup, I want to live first, let's go. The horses, sensing the fear and tension of their riders, start to neigh and agitate, desperate to flee the scene now. The sound of hooves beating against the desert ground becomes a frenzy as the rebels try to move away from the area while bumping into each other as they leave the site where the two colossi are about to face off. Fall back, everyone, fall back now, we are nothing before this battle. Our weapons, our swords. None of that matters now. This is power that defies the very gods. What kind of things are these? Why did they appear here and now? As the rebels move away, some still cast fascinated and terrified glances back, unable to completely turn away from the scene. They whisper among themselves, questioning whether their fight for freedom has led them to a confrontation with forces beyond their understanding. While in the fight between the two giants, the flames of Ifrit began to dance fiercely on his skin. "Time to end this, Hugo. I don't want to hurt you too much, but I need you to come out of this wild state." Luffy murmured, despite his mouth not moving, his voice was heard. Crack! The Titan seemed to have accepted the challenge as he positioned himself, breaking the sandy ground with his foot. Luffy's flames intensify as he advances, gliding through the sand as if skating with his flames. Ifrit moves with an impressive speed for his scale. Every tens of meters he passed, made the earth burn and tremble. Even in colossal form, Luffy's agility and dexterity are evident, a sign of how his control over the Ifrit form and his skills as a fighter were getting better and better. As Luffy approaches, Titan Hugo prepares to face him. Despite his reduced size compared to Luffy, Hugo's presence is still incredibly powerful, the energy of the earth emanating from him as a palpable force. His eyes, though clouded by uncontrolled fury, show a glimpse of recognition upon seeing Luffy approaching, and his instincts are ready to act. Luffy doesn't hesitate. He knows that the key to bringing Hugo back is to subdue him without causing severe injuries as he did with Nami. It's a delicate balance, facing a friend in such a wild state, but if anyone can do it, it's Luffy. As Luffy draws near, the two colossi raise their fists, symbols of their strength and element. One accumulates flames in his fist, while the other creates a layer of earth as both launch against each other in a powerful and decisive movement. The clash of their fists is cataclysmic. A shockwave radiates through the desert, causing the sand to rise in a storm, and the sound of the impact echoes like thunder, creating a wind that runs in all directions, lifting sand. Despite Hugo's formidable power, it is Luffy who prevails. His mass, amplified by the Moa Moa no Mi, makes Ifrit grow not just in size, but his strength and even defense is equivalent to his size. His Akuma no Mi is at an unprecedented level now. The fist with the excess size presses down on the smaller one, and with a roar of flames and force, Luffy pushes Hugo back. The Titan is sent backward with tremendous force, flying through the air and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. His massive body crashes into the desert, causing the earth to tremble and split under the impact. Luffy, after launching Hugo away, stands firm, the flames around him oscillating with his energy. He knows the battle is not over yet and needs to keep pressing to bring his friend back to reason. Meanwhile, the rebels and other distant spectators watch the scene with a mix of fear and admiration. They have just witnessed a display of strength that defies all comprehension and logic in their lives. The Titan begins to rise from the cloud of sand, looking at Luffy, but suddenly, balls of purple flames are sent towards him before he could act. Boom 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 boom. Luffy raised a hand, and flames began to be launched from it toward Ifrit with force, The flames exploded on the Titan's chest, making him fall backward awkwardly as more flames exploded on him. Luffy wastes no time after seeing Hugo explode backward, knowing that this won't deal with it alone. The Titan has more powerful strength and defense of the Eikons with his earth element. As the adversary tries to rise again, Luffy knows he needs to act quickly to bring his friend back to reason before more destruction is caused. Luffy advances, skating among his fire on his feet again. Luffy quickly is upon Hugo, but it's just the beginning. He quickly draws back his arm where he would initiate his beating of the Titan. Then he began to deliver his punches to the Titan still on the ground with some of his flames. With a series of precise and controlled blows, he explodes the ground with the Titan still down, each impact accompanied by the roar of the flames and the resounding sound of his force colliding with Hugo's body of rock and earth. The desert around them becomes a chaotic battlefield, marked by the struggle between these two powerful beings. Despite the fury and strength of the Titan, Luffy continues his offensive, blow after blow without letting the Titan even get up, each punch an explosion designed to weaken Hugo and force him to revert his transformation. Luffy's flames illuminate the scene, casting a sinister glow over the fight. The Titan tried everything to get out of there, trying to kick and punch Ifrit, but Luffy, now being twice his size, continued to withstand Hugo's uncontrolled powerful blows while the latter became increasingly injured by it. Finally, after an intense exchange of blows, Hugo begins to show signs of defeat. His punches start to weaken as he still remains on the ground. Luffy hit him so much that he began to create a colossal hole in the area, lifting tons of sand. Luffy realizes that he has finally given in and stops punching his opponent. The titanic form begins to falter and shimmer in brown, the energy sustaining it beginning to dissipate. Luffy, noticing this, concentrates his strength in one last powerful attack. With a final roar and a decisive blow, Luffy strikes Hugo, and the Titan's transformation begins to undo. The colossal figure shrinks, the earth energy forming it dissolving into a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settles, Hugo is back in his human form, unconscious, but alive and, most importantly, safe. Luffy, now also returning to his normal form, approaches his fallen friend, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Hugo lay there in the middle of the crater they had created with his body all battered while having blood all over him. "Sorry, Hugo. But I must say it was fun." Luffy couldn't lie, it was so satisfying to have a fight between Megazords as he himself calls it. Since he fought with Nami, he hadn't had any other experience like this, so he got excited after a fight with Hugo, especially since he proved to be much stronger with his combined fruits. Around them, the desert is marked by the scars of the battle, a silent testament to the clash between the two Straw Hats. The fight is over, and now it's time to tend to the wounds and move on with their plans. Luffy looks at Hugo and thinks of the rebel army now distanced from the area after witnessing this fight. He walked up to his companion on the ground and placed him over his shoulder, multiplying his recovery by 30 times. He jumped with Geppo out of the crater, which should be at least 50 meters deep, that was opened by pressing the Titan's body with the earth through punches. Looking around, he saw all the damage caused. There were many flames still burning over the area. Luffy couldn't help but think of some important things with this. This fruit. It's really amazing. The Moa Moa No isn't just about increasing size. I can multiply my strength, my speed, my endurance. It gives me so many options in a fight. In my colossal form. Unlike the last time I fought with Nami and had to keep her in mind aspects not to lose control of Ifrit. Now I used it freely and was able to quickly fight against the Titan and defeat him. Luffy thought. I can't imagine how strong I will make Ifrit with armament haki when I learn to use it. It will be interesting. Luffy smiles. He lands outside the crater and throws Hugo on the ground, giving him a slap as his usual way of waking people up. Hugo woke up startled. Good afternoon, sleepyhead. Luffy smiles at him. What happened? Hugo asked dazedly, looking around at all the destruction and feeling his body all battered. He had broken his arm and many bones in his body. Yes, you lost control, but we'll talk about that later. First I want to deal with the rebels. Let's go. Luffy speaks as he jumps into the air towards where the rebels fled and were regrouping. He just needed to talk to them because he knew his form of intimidation worked better than he thought. Despite being quite dazed, Hugo looks at his captain jumping into the air and follows him using Geppo too, since he doesn't have much choice. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. RaccoonLeague, Patre-on, visit R for more. RaccoonLeague. Extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. Game of Thrones, Dragonborn. Except for One Piece with daily chapters and Dragonborn once a week, all fanfics are updated 3 times a week. There's just a pause in updating in the week, only to create drafts for the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit R for more. 496 Chapter 152, Chapter Size. 2,100 words. Third-person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. After a titanic battle that shook the foundations of the Alabasta Desert, the conflict between the two giants finally calmed down. The sand, previously raised in huge clouds by the fury of the combatants, now began to settle, revealing the scenery devastated by the fight. The ground was marked by deep craters, and the air still vibrated with the echo of the powerful impacts. The rebels, who had arrived with hearts full of determination and anger, now found themselves paralyzed, watching aghast at the consequences of the clash between beings of unimaginable power. The flame giant had managed to subdue the other titan, the shock, admiration, and fear dominating the faces of the rebels as they witnessed the end of the confrontation with the two monsters disappearing. This left them cautious, as the scene of the giants fighting each other gave way to just the wind of the desert with some flames still burning in the place with several holes. The rebels, who witnessed a power that defied reality, began to question their own position in this increasingly mysterious and fragile world. The fight had ended, but the disappearance of the giants did not calm them down, because this gave way to more doubts than what they had witnessed in this place. What was that? It looked like the end of the world. One of them broke the silence, scared, rubbing his eyes trying to understand what he had just witnessed. I've never seen anything like it. They were giants, monsters. Another rebel, with a pale face of fear, looks at the place where the battle occurred. This changes everything. How are we going to continue our attack on the capital after this? A third rebel, worried, questions his companions, looking for answers. I don't think they are enemies. It looked like one was trying to stop the other. Another comments, being an observer, tries to make sense of the situation. But what if they come back? What if they decide to attack the cities? Can anyone stop them? A young man, fearful, looks around to see if the others share his concern. We can't continue with the plan now. We need to go back and rethink our strategy. The leader of the rebels, with a serious and determined expression, signals to the group. You're right. We don't know what they are or what they want. It's better to retreat for now. A commander of the forces, agreeing with the leader, begins to move away. Together, the rebels begin to retreat slowly, occasionally looking back at the site of the fight hoping that another giant would appear again. Many are confused, some still fearful, but all are re-evaluating their position and their plans. Luffy approaches the rebels at high speed without them noticing, and before they can react, he falls like a rocket in front of the rebel leader, who is startled trying to calm his also scared horse. Boom! Asterisk. What is this? An enemy attack? Someone shouts. Yo! A shadow appears from the raised sand, and Luffy appears with his hat on his head. Who are you? The leader of the rebels shouts a little alarmed. So you're Koza? Vivi's childhood friend? Luffy approaches nonchalantly. Who are you? He asks again, pointing his gun at Luffy. Such a bad mood. Well anyway, I'm stopping your attack. Luffy speaks calmly. He's not afraid of a bullet, none of that has an effect on him. Koza was very cautious. After all that confusion with colossal monsters, this man emerges from nowhere, saying he won't make the coup anymore. But before the man could react, Luffy released his haki. The wave expanded throughout the area. It wasn't strong enough to affect all 40,000, but 10,000 people fell to the ground kneeling while their horses collapsed unconscious. I see you quickly dealt with them, Captain. Hugo appeared next to Luffy, but no longer with his usual cheerful demeanor. Yes, but there are still 30,000 to deal with behind these. Luffy speaks and amplifies his voice to echo through the entire army. I am Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and you just saw what happened in a fight between me and another crew member. His tone travels through the entire army, and everyone becomes aware that the giant monster was actually a man. This alarms them. He's a pirate. But that power. How is it possible for a man to become that monster? This was the talk of many. I'm not here to fight you. I came to stop the conflict in Alabasta. Now, tell me, will you continue this fight knowing what you might face? The 30,000 who were not affected by the Conqueror's haki exchange uncertain looks, while the 10,000 that Luffy hit with his aura no longer had the will to fight against the pirate. Luffy's presence, combined with the reminder of the power he and Hugo demonstrated, makes them reconsider their next steps. We just want justice for our people. We've been suffering for years. It was Koza who shouted at Luffy. Even affected by the haki and kneeling, he still raised his voice. Luffy nods, understanding their position. He knows that more needs to be done to resolve the issues in Alabasta, but for now, he would avoid further bloodshed. Let me tell you some things you don't know. I defeated Crocodile. He was responsible for the drought and your suffering. We have proof of all his schemes. He wanted to become the king of Alabasta. And now, Alabasta is my territory. Luffy declares to all of them, knowing that it would not be so easily accepted with just these words. The rebels murmur among themselves, uncomfortable and suspicious of Luffy's declaration. It was shocking enough what he told them about Crocodile and they didn't believe him. But the idea of a pirate claiming the country as his territory is something they cannot accept. We cannot accept this. You are a pirate. If what you said is true, what guarantees us that you won't be like Crocodile or worse? Luffy realizes the distrust and fear in their eyes. The concern for the future of their country is palpable. He knows that words will not be enough to convince them, so he decides to show the seriousness of his determination and the weight of his authority. I'm not like Crocodile. I protect what's mine. I don't want to rule you, but as long as Alabasta is my territory, I'll protect it. From other pirates, from the Marines, from anyone who threatens its peace, that I promise. I am a pirate. I do what I want. I'm warning you for one reason only. Vivi asked me, otherwise. His voice becomes graver, and he raises his hand, where a small flame begins to dance in his palm. Using his Moa Moa No Mi ability, he increases the intensity of the flame, which grows and transforms into a colossal fireball. The rebels look up, terrified, as the fireball illuminates Luffy's face with a sinister glow. I wouldn't have so much patience. With a quick and precise movement, Luffy launches the giant fireball into the sky. It rises, a burning star against the blue of the desert, before exploding in a thunderous boom that echoes for miles. The explosion is a spectacle of light and sound, a demonstration of power that leaves an indelible mark on the desert horizon. The rebels, startled by this, realized that this pirate's power could annihilate the entire army. Who could fight against that? I could end your coup with this, but I'm doing a favor to a crewmate, but don't test me. If it's to maintain peace in this country, I'll eliminate all of you. I'm not saying your lives will continue the same, but wait a few more days. All the truth will be revealed, and without Crocodile and his schemes, the rain will return to the country. A silence began to echo through the rebel army, not wanting to face what they had just witnessed. I give up. I don't want to be part of this coup. Yes, if you speak the truth, we don't want to fight anymore. I surrender, please, spare us, I don't want to die like this. We understand. Alabasta is now under your protection. Koza finally spoke, kneeling, struggling to face Luffy and speak. Luffy, satisfied with the response, extinguishes the last flames from his hand and looks up at the sky, where the smoke from the explosion still lingers. Good. As long as nobody threatens the peace of Alabasta, there won't be any problems, but if someone tries, I'll be here. With that, Luffy looks at Hugo. Let's go back, I'm heading to the capital to resolve Crocodile's last schemes, and you? Luffy turned back to the rebel leader. Wait a few more days, you'll know I'm telling the truth anyway. He starts jumping into the air with Hugo following him back to the Black Pearl, leaving the rebels behind to contemplate all they saw and heard in this place. As Luffy approached the Black Pearl with Hugo, the silhouette of the ship stands out against the desert horizon. On board, the crew has already noticed them and gather on the deck to receive Luffy and Hugo. Chopper, the crew's doctor, is particularly eager to check on Hugo's condition after seeing him behind Luffy, injured with a broken arm. Luffy, how is he? What happened out there? Ha ha ha. We fought in that form, and I went a little overboard. Luffy scratches his head. Luffy. Being Luffy. Lami mocks. Come on, my doctor. I also took a nice punch, how about you take care of me? Luffy smiles approaching Lami. You're womanizing Captain, I know exactly what you want, get lost, Lami yells at Luffy. Some laugh at this interaction. Nay. It seems everything turned out alright in the end, that's great, Hachi seems to be crying with joy. Hey, Luffy. What was that explosion a little while ago? Did you deal with the rebel army? You didn't create a massacre transformed into that monster, did you? Vivi approaches Luffy anxiously and demands answers. Luffy looks at Vivi, his usual smile appearing on his face. He knows his actions may have been extreme, but they were necessary to ensure Alabasta's safety and assert his presence as a force to be reckoned with. That was just a bit of what I can do. I wanted everyone to know that Alabasta is under my protection now. And about the rebels, well, I just showed them that it's not worth challenging me. Vivi absorbs Luffy's words. She knows his actions are controversial, but she can't deny that he managed to achieve something that seemed impossible, and when he says he ended the coup, she trusts him. You really overdo it, but I can't deny it was amazing, Luffy, even if many don't understand your methods. She admitted with a blush on her face and then asks, but is it over? Is Alabasta now out of danger? We just need to disclose the evidence against Crocodile, but we'll do that when we are in the capital. I doubt the Marines will stand still after finding out we are holding a vice admiral. They'll try to rescue him and we'll make that exchange at that moment. Luffy declares and Vivi nods. Thank you, Luffy. Vivi speaks with some tears in her eyes, thinking that it's finally ending. No need to thank me, Vivi. That's what crewmates do, right? Luffy crosses his arms. Everyone in the crew looks at that with a smile on their face, as they agreed with the captain. So to the capital, Luffy? Usopp asked. Yes, Hachi direct us to the capital. Just follow the vivre card of Nami I gave you. Luffy instructed and the fishman accepted. Look Megalo, we are finally going to see Vivi's home, Shirahoshi exclaims happily. Sharky, Kao, Kuru is also missing home. Vivi looks at her duck with a happy smile. Shall we train, Luffy? Kuina asked, knowing they didn't have much to do here. Sure, we have some time before we reach the capital. We can't waste it, can we? Luffy smiles and everyone goes to the training room after stabilizing the Black Pearl in the direction of the capital. The Black Pearl continues its journey, leaving behind the desert and the tumultuous events. With this, the crew went to train and strengthen again, knowing that finally, Alabasta may be at peace for now. 496 Chapter 153. Chapter size. 2,300 words. Third person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl advances through the desert, the arid landscape beginning to reveal the capital of the country, elevated on a kind of large rock, giving it a unique architecture. Get ready, folks, we're arriving in Alubarna, Vivi yells happily. Kuru, her duck seems equally excited. Vivi's words are met with nods. Their week-long journey in Alabasta is finally coming to an end. As the Black Pearl approaches the capital, Luffy notices shadows appearing in the sky. You took too long, Nami says dissatisfied while crossing her arms. Ha 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 ha, did you get outnumbered? Yamato comments laughing, looking at the addition to the crew like Bragi and Dory with Chopper in a corner afraid of the two newcomers. We've been holed up in that palace these last few days, just training and dodging some of the king's assassins, Nami comments dissatisfied. No need to be like that, I'll relieve your boredom soon. Luffy with super speed appears behind them before grabbing them by the waist and whispering in their ears with a smile so no one else hears. I'd like that, Yamato responds with a smile. I hope this makes it worth being away from you for 2 weeks, Nami said, dissatisfied, but with a blush on her face. Luffy smiles, satisfied. Anyway, let's go. I have some new crew and fleet members to introduce. Luffy says and takes them to the crew. The Black Pearl approaches Alubarna. The ship did not go unnoticed by the people at the gates. Yamato and Nami had already commented that Luffy and his crew were approaching, but for some people, it was a surprise. The ship stopped near the entrance and the crew disembarked for Luffy to store it in his pocket, before they continued. Now Luffy, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nijiko, Hachi, Kuina, Alvida, Laboon, Vivi, Kuru, Nico Robin, Chopper, Bragi, and Dory also follow to the city on foot. Who are you? One of the guards goes on alert, as Yamato had warned the king that Luffy was coming and had gone out to meet him. No gate guards had been notified, hence the expression of caution with the group. Vivi. Luffy murmurs and Vivi steps forward. I am Princess Vivi, I'm going to meet my father. I would like you to open the gate, Vivi said. Princess Vivi, said one of the guards. It's really her, another exclaimed, recognizing her. It was no surprise to anyone Vivi's unique features to the country, even more in the capital itself. Let's do this, Princess Vivi-sama. Do you want an escort to the palace? A guard asked. No need to worry, I'm quite safe with them. Let's go, folks, Vivi exclaimed, and they entered the city after climbing the stairs. Luffy's group passed through the streets while everyone walked and made comments here and there about the place. The people noticing the strange group couldn't help but be surprised by it, making similar comments to when they were in Logatown. Some recognized Luffy as the captain of the Straw Hats and exclaimed in shock, after all, it was a pirate band with almost 500,000, what kind of crime they must have committed to have that bounty on their heads. Upon arriving at the palace, they are received by guards who quickly recognize the crew that fought alongside their princess. They are led through opulent corridors, decorated with tapestries and artifacts that speak of the rich history and culture of Alabasta. Finally, they enter the main hall, where King Cobra awaits them. The king, a man of noble posture and gentle expression, receives them with a warm thank you as he rises from his throne to greet them. Captain Monkey D. Luffy and his crew, welcome to the royal palace of Alabasta. I am aware of everything you've done and Alabasta is in debt to you. No need to thank us, King Cobra. Helping Alabasta was our choice, Luffy responds with an unpretentious smile. Even so, it's disturbing how our country was being covered with a shadow that we couldn't do anything about, and how you, along with my daughter, emerged and helped this kingdom out of a crisis. The king praises, looking at the diverse crew. That's just what we do, King Cobra. Besides, Vivi is part of our crew. We couldn't leave one of our territories in danger, Luffy continues, indicating Vivi with a hand gesture. Vivi, my daughter. King Cobra approaches his daughter and hugs her, his gaze full of admiration for his most precious possession. Hello daddy, she says with a smile. Now tell me everything that happened in your plans. He turned his attention back to Luffy, who nodded. They exchange information, with Luffy reporting the attack against Crocodile, confrontation with the rebels, and the declaration of Alabasta as his territory. King Cobra listens attentively, recognizing the complexity of the new reality that his nation faces. Your support and protection mean a lot to us. Alabasta will face many challenges ahead, but with friends like you, I have hope for the future. Luffy, with a confident smile, responds. We'll always be here if you need us. Alabasta is part of our journey now. You plan to spend a few days here, right? Let's arrange a room for everyone. And with that, the Straw Hat crew spends some time in the palace, resting, recovering from the journey. When night falls, a grand banquet is prepared in honor of their heroism in the country. They celebrate the victory over Crocodile and a restored peace. And as always, the group is quite peculiar, especially at the joint banquet. The hall of the Alabasta Palace is lit by torches and chandeliers, creating a welcoming atmosphere for the banquet in honor of the Straw Hat Pirates and their allies. The table is filled with local delicacies, exotic fruits, and succulent meats. The sound of music and laughter fills the air as crew members and kingdom guests mingle and celebrate. Luffy, already with a full plate, yells excitedly. This is amazing. It's not better than Reiju's food, but it's so tasty. He tries to balance a giant piece of meat in his mouth, He used a lot of his energy in the last days, so he needed to replenish his energies. Yamato, sitting next to Luffy, laughs. Don't forget to chew, Luffy. We don't want you to choke. She herself can't resist and grabs a chicken leg. Shirahoshi, a little shy amidst the crowd, looks at the dishes with curiosity. So much food I've never tried before. Can I really taste everything? Megalo, by her side, makes a noise of approval. Sharky. Zoro, trying to get up to get more sake, ends up getting lost and going in the opposite direction. Hey, this isn't the way to the kitchen, he murmurs confused. Lami, watching from afar, comments with Beppo. Those two never change, do they? Always getting lost or eating too much? Beppo just smiles and agrees with a nod. Chow Chow, lying at Luffy's feet, barks happily whenever a piece of food falls from the table. Luffy laughs and gives him a special piece of meat. Usopp, trying to impress some palace guests, exaggerates in his stories. And then, with a single shot, I defeated a giant beast. Chopper, listening, nods enthusiastically, totally convinced. Reiju, preparing some special dishes in the kitchen, calls Terracotta, the palace's cook. Come taste this. You as a chef will love it. Terracotta, moved, rushes to taste and praises. It's amazing, you have a natural talent. Hugo, with his calm manner, chats with Nijiko and Hachi about the different cultures they encountered on their travels. Kuina, the young swordsman, listens attentively, dreaming of her own adventures. Alvida, always trying to draw Luffy's attention, offers him the juiciest piece of meat. Luffy, dear, try this. Luffy, distracted, accepts without realizing her intention, continuing to have fun with the others. Nami, glued to the side of Luffy like Yamato, puts another piece in the captain's mouth. Meanwhile, Bragi and Dory share stories of their epic fights with others, making everyone around laugh and ask for more details. The night advances with food, drink, and many stories. King Cobra, watching the scene, smiles, knowing that his kingdom has gained strong allies and unique friends. And, in the middle of it all, the cheerful sound of Luffy's laughter echoes, uniting everyone in a memorable celebration. As everyone settles down, King Cobra proposes a toast. To the health of the Straw Hat Pirates, to the heroes of Alabasta, and to lasting friendship. Everyone raises their glasses in a toast. The laughter and stories being shared continue with an overall feeling of camaraderie and relief. Luffy, thank you again. You not only saved Alabasta but also brought joy and hope back to our people. Vivi approached wearing a blue dress. It's nothing, Vivi, all this is very good, and you look beautiful. Luffy spoke but turned his attention to the food, Nami, and Yamato, who seemed to be glued to him at that moment. Vivi blushed but soon joined Shirahoshi. Sometime later, Luffy leaves the banquet and heads to the throne room, where the king called him for a private conversation. He finally meets King Cobra. King Cobra, sitting on his throne with the posture of a leader who carries the weight of an entire country, looks seriously at Luffy. Despite being grateful, there is a clear concern in his eyes, a father's worry. Captain Monkey D. Luffy, I want to thank you again for what you did for Alabasta. But there's something we need to discuss, about my daughter, Vivi. Luffy, with his usual casualness, nods, indicating he's listening. Vivi mentioned an agreement between you. She chose to join your crew to help her people, but that also means she's more under your protection, right? That's right. Vivi is my crewmate, of course, she will be protected, Luffy speaks calmly. And nothing more? Monkey D. Luffy. I don't want to seem intrusive, but as a father, there's something that has been weighing on my mind, he said seriously. Luffy tilts his head, indicating for the king to proceed. There was something in the seriousness of the king's gaze that made him pay attention. You and Vivi have spent a lot of time together, facing dangers and sharing victories. She talks a lot about you and your companions. I can see. She has special fondness for you. And I, as a father, cannot help but worry about what this might mean for her future, and potentially for the future of our lineage. Luffy scratches his head, wondering where the king was going with this, but played dumb. Well, Vivi is amazing, we all like her. Yes, but it's not just that, King Cobra insists, choosing his words carefully. Luffy, you are a young man, on a path that leads to many dangers and discoveries. Vivi, as your companion, will be at your side on this path. But what will happen if, one day, this closeness leads to something more? If she chooses to start a family with you? The word, family, makes Luffy stop for a moment. He imagined having several children in the future, but that only after his journey when he becomes a conqueror and has a safer life to give attention to the children. After all, he wanted to raise his own children with their mothers. I don't know, Luffy admits. I haven't thought much about it now, as I intend to finish my journey before building a family. Even so, accidents can happen, and I'm talking about something like children, Captain Monkey D. Luffy. My grandchildren. The future heir to the throne of Alabasta. King Cobra explains. If Vivi chooses this path with you, she will be choosing a life very different from what she could have here. And that worries me, not just as a king, but as a father. Will she be happy? Will she and the children be safe in such an uncertain world? Luffy falls silent, pondering the king's words. He had never considered the idea of having children or the impact his lifestyle could have on them. About that, I will create a world where I can protect my wives and my children. I don't know what the future holds, but I know that we won't leave our friends or our family behind. That's what we do, isn't it? Luffy says with a determination that even surprises King Cobra. The king sighs, a mix of concern and confidence shining in his eyes. I just hope you're right, Luffy. And I hope that Vivi finds the happiness she deserves, whether in Alabasta or sailing the seas with you. Luffy nods, the king's words echoing in his mind. He knows there is much to consider and that today's choices will shape tomorrow, for him, for Vivi, and for any future they may create together. They continue to talk a little more about the future of Alabasta and the plans of the Straw Hats. When the conversation ends, Luffy stands up, ready to join two specific companions. He bids farewell to the king with a nod and goes to one of the palace's rooms. In this place there were two women waiting for him with no surprise. Nami and Yamato had expelled Alvida and Nijiko to have a night alone with Luffy, wanting to catch up on 2 weeks of not sleeping with their man. Luffy sighed before entering because this night would be one filled with activities to satisfy two beauties. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. RaccoonLeague, Patre-on visit are for more. RaccoonLeague. Extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Notice, we now have 3 more active fanfics. New fanfics, they will stay on until reaching 30 chapters. Naruto, Light Ninja. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch. Game of Thrones, Dragonborn. Except for One Piece with daily chapters and Dragonborn once a week. All fanfics are updated 3 times a week. There's just a pause in updating in the week, only to create drafts for the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. Visit R for more. 496 Chapter 154, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. The following morning, Luffy's vibrant energy was palpable as he left the room, accompanied by his companions. Lack of sleep didn't seem to affect him. He was more concerned about having a cold beer as he headed to the great hall where his crewmates were already gathered. Entering the room with an enthusiastic, "Good morning," he was greeted with a mix of salutations and exclamations. "Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Luffy. Good morning, husband," echoed through the hall. The variety of greetings reflected the diversity and closeness of his crew. "So you're the captain?" During the lively meal, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Igaram emerged. "Yes, you're Igaram's wife, aren't you?" Luffy asked. "That's right. May I know why my husband hasn't returned to Alabasta?" she inquired. "He's handling some stuff for me in Whiskey Peak, don't worry, he'll be back soon," Luffy responds. His answer seemed to reassure her, and she returned to the kitchen. "Captain, what are we going to do now?" Zoro asked in his typical style. "Hey, how can you drink rum for breakfast?" Usopp yells at Zoro drinking from a barrel. "We're going to stay here for a few days, as I said. When the Navy arrives, we'll leave. During these days, we'll train and enjoy the city." Luffy declares his plans and everyone nods. After breakfast, Luffy heads to the castle courtyard. He takes the black pearl from his pocket and throws it into the yard. Using his Moa Moa No ability to bring it back to normal size, a 50-meter ship falls to the ground, creating an impact in the castle. "Damn pirates. What's happening? I'm hungry, nobody feeds us for hours." Among screams of surprise and complaints of hunger from the prisoners in the prison feeling the ship's impact, Luffy couldn't hear them. With the Black Pearl now in the courtyard, Luffy and his crew prepare for the coming days with extensive training and hobbies around the city, enjoying their extended stay in Alabasta. "Let's go, it's time to train." Luffy speaks and everyone enters the training area to focus on training and improving their skills. "Come on, guys, I want to see everyone improving." Luffy, as the leader, established a simple routine for the coming days, training and enjoying the city. The crew agreed. The training sessions were intense and focused on the 6 styles and haki. Luffy encouraged everyone in his usual way, pushing them to improve and hone their skills. Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Najiko, Hachi, Kuina, Alvida, Laboon, Vivi, Kuru, Nico Robin, Chopper, Bragi, Dory, and even Pell participated in this rigorous training. Between training sessions, the crew explored Alubarna. They marveled at the unique architecture, strolled through bustling markets, and interacted with the locals. The evenings were filled with laughter and a customary feast, with Luffy ending his night spending time with 4 women and then sneaking off to Robin's room in the middle of the night. After intense days of training and sightseeing, Luffy realizes it's time to address the last pending issues with King Cobra before the Navy arrives. He understands the importance of establishing a solid foundation for the territories now under his influence and protection. Luffy, accompanied by key members of his crew, meets with King Cobra in his office with some main ministers. "King Cobra, as Alabasta is now part of the territories we protect, I want to discuss an alliance." "Continue, Captain Monkey D. Luffy. Please, call me Luffy from now on," Luffy suggested. "Luffy then." Cobra spoke, and Luffy continued his explanation. "We have an alliance among various kingdoms and places that have become our territories, including Goa Kingdom, Kokoyasi, Syrup, a company in Logatown, Whiskey Peak, Drum, and now Alabasta. I want all of them to have an exclusive commercial and military agreement among themselves." King Cobra, aware of the power and influence such an alliance would bring, ponders the implications. This would bring stability and security to Alabasta and the other involved kingdoms. But how exactly would it work? "Well, we will all support each other. If one kingdom is in danger, the others will help, and we will all exchange things with free trade and no taxation on some things, like food, medicine, technology, and weapons. This way, everyone gets stronger and safer." The king nods, understanding the logic and strength behind the proposal. "This sounds promising, Luffy. Alabasta would be honored to be part of this alliance. I will discuss with my advisors and handle the details with you and your crew. But what about the world government? They certainly won't let this happen." "Yes, but you can do all this with all these countries, islands, and trading companies. It will take some time until they discover our connection, and when that happens, I will have enough power to threaten them before they try to do anything against any of my territories, don't worry." Luffy spoke. He had a plan that he would execute in a few months that would make the 5 elders rethink a little before attacking any kingdom under his flag. The meeting continues with discussions on how to implement and manage this alliance, addressing issues like communication between the kingdoms, mutual defense, and stimulating trade and cooperation. Luffy, although not fond of details and formalities, understands the importance of ensuring that his friends and territories are safe and prosperous. Beppo, the polar bear mink who is much more than just a cute member of the crew, plays a crucial role in planning and structuring the alliance proposed by Luffy. With his astute mind for economics and politics, he has become an essential piece in creating a solid and sustainable plan for the alliance between the territories, while Luffy and Beppo discuss their plans with the Council of Alabasta. During the meeting with King Cobra, Beppo is present alongside Luffy, carrying documents, maps, and charts illustrating possible trade routes, defense agreements, and economic development plans for the Allied territories. Look, King Cobra, by establishing direct trade routes between Alabasta and the other territories, we can reduce costs and increase trade efficiency. Additionally, with a common defense fund, we can ensure mutual security against external threats. I think a port being built on this side of the country will help trade with the Drum Kingdom, Whiskey Peak, and with the entrance of the Grand Line. King Cobra, impressed with the depth of knowledge and strategic skill of Beppo, listens attentively and asks questions. Beppo responds with a clear vision of how these relations can benefit everyone involved. Impressive, Beppo. Your knowledge is extremely valuable. We can structure all this in a way that benefits everyone. Thank you. I'm sorry. Beppo blushes and mutters apologies as always. Over the following days, Luffy let Beppo work tirelessly, consulting with economists and politicians from Alabasta and the other territories, refining the agreements and ensuring that all aspects of the alliance are considered and optimized. He also coordinates with Nami, the navigator and treasurer of the group, to ensure that the trade routes are not only economically viable but also safe and efficient. With Beppo at the forefront of economic and political structuring, the alliance promoted by Luffy has a solid foundation for success, demonstrating that the Straw Hat Pirates are not just a powerful force on the seas but also a positive and constructive influence on the territories they choose to protect and ally with. After the details of the alliance are discussed and plans are well underway, King Cobra decides it's time to share one of Alabasta's most closely guarded secrets with Luffy and Nico Robin, one that Luffy had already asked him for. He invites them for a visit to the Royal Cemetery, a place that holds much of the kingdom's history and where a poneglyph rests. They walk towards a discreet entrance leading underground. As they descend, Luffy creates a flame that hovers in the air, lighting the way. At the center of the room rests the poneglyph. This is one of the great secrets of Alabasta, a poneglyph. For generations, my family has protected this relic and the knowledge it contains, despite the knowledge on it still being a mystery to me. Robin approaches, her eyes shining with the excitement of an archaeologist before another valuable discovery. She reads exactly what Luffy told her 2 weeks ago, as if he were some kind of seer, making her look at the man she loves and think even more about who he could be and how he has all that knowledge. Luffy, this poneglyph. It talks about Pluton, exactly as you said. Even its location, she murmurs a bit dazed. Luffy calmly nods and turns to Cobra. King Cobra, this poneglyph is very dangerous for Alabasta. If the world government or other pirates discover you have information about Pluton, they won't hesitate to attack. Alabasta could become the target of a buster call. Crocodile was already looking for it. There's no doubt this information could fall into the hands of others. 499 Chapter 161, Chapter Size. 2,800 words. Third person POV. In many places of the world. While ordinary people and acquaintances of Luffy were attentive to his news, the eyes of the most influential people and even more iconic individuals were on the newspapers of recent days. Especially when those eyes belonged to the end of the first part of the Grand Line and the New World. In one of the strongest and most respected bastions of the Navy, known as Marine Ford, one figure stood out among the other recruits, sweating and striving under the merciless sun while her body stretched in the midst of training. This figure was quite famous among everyone in this place, in addition to being the notable granddaughter of the hero Garp, and her quite iconic and silly nature. Monkey D. Lucy was a beauty in everyone's eyes, but the girl seemed oblivious to it, as she only had one thought at that moment. She was a young and determined sailor, whose eyes burned with a flame of determination and ambition. With each precise and powerful movement, she demonstrated not only her physical ability but also her iron will under her grandfather's training. Come on, Lucy, you can do better than that. This voice belonged to none other than Zephyr, who came to Marine Fort a few days ago and did Garp the favor of training his granddaughter with the 6 styles. Yes, instructor, Lucy said determinedly using Soru, as her body turned a red tone and steam came out of her all the time. She had developed a technique called Geared 2 by learning Soru. You have developed your fruit well, keep it up and in the future, you might become a big name in the Navy like your grandfather, Zephyr commented, fiddling with his dark glasses. Lucy stopped training and went to the side to wipe the sweat from the workout. Some sailors came to her side with the newspaper. Lucy. Have you seen today's newspaper? More news about your brother? He exclaimed, extending the newspaper to her. She had received news in the last 2 days about Luffy and Alabasta. The headlines screamed about Luffy's recent exploits and his impact on Alabasta. A photo of Luffy, with his iconic straw hat and a confident smile, occupied most of the page for the last 3 days. Lucy took the newspaper and her eyes quickly scanned the words. Her heart was pounding, not just because of the training, but also because of the mix of emotions the news of her brother evoked in her. Pride, frustration, determination. All these feelings intertwined within her. The sailors managed to save Vice Admiral Momonga, and they drove the pirates out of Alabasta, not to mention that Captain Smoker discovered a shocking scheme by Crocodile. The sailor exclaimed with today's news. With a determined sigh, she folded the newspaper and handed it back to her colleague. Yes, I saw. And that only tells me one thing with Luffy still out there, she began, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. As a sailor, I will find Luffy. And not only that, I will become stronger than him. I will surpass him and bring him to justice. She was determined. Her colleague watched her, impressed and a bit intimidated by her conviction. Lucy then returned to her training with renewed energy, each strike and movement reflecting her promise to herself. She wasn't just seeking to capture her brother, she aimed to prove herself, to show that she could match him. Lately, Lucy felt much weaker than her brother. She loved him, but being left behind was a bad feeling. And while Lucy trained, in an office on the other side of Marineford, in a spacious and well-organized office within the Navy headquarters, the legendary Vice Admiral Garp, known as the hero of the Navy, sat behind his desk, with a mischievous smile on his face as he read the latest newspaper. What nonsense, Luffy wouldn't be defeated after what he caused. This is just a smokescreen, he murmured, looking at the newspaper. The news about the chaos in Alabasta and the exploits of a certain straw-hatted pirate dominated the headlines, but what really caught Garp's attention was the mention of the increase in the bounty of his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, and his impressive transformation into Ifrit. Garp let out a thunderous laugh, echoing through the walls of the office and probably down the nearby corridors. He shook his head, amused and at the same time impressed by Luffy's antics. 500 million, huh? That boy really knows how to play pirate, he commented to himself, a proud twinkle in his eyes. Colleagues and subordinates passing by the corridor outside the office could hear Garp's laughter and weren't quite sure of the source of the good humor. But this was a familiar scene for them. Garp, despite being a symbol of justice and strength in the Navy, always had a peculiar reaction when it came to his notorious grandson. Suddenly, the door opened, and a younger officer entered, holding more documents and reports. He glanced at Garp, who was still laughing and shaking the newspaper in the air. Vice Admiral Garp, sir, I have. He began but was interrupted by another burst of laughter from Garp. Ah, sorry, it's just my little grandson again doing his crazy things, Garp said, trying to contain his amusement. Did you see this? My grandson is now worth 500 million and apparently can transform into a fire demon or something of the sort. Ah. This kid is going to give me a heart attack one of these days. Boo ha 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 ha. The young man wasn't quite sure what to say in front of the Vice Admiral acting this way. He would be severely reprimanded by Sengoku if he saw this scene. Family or not, Garp was celebrating a pirate causing so much trouble. Garp finally calmed down and looked at the papers, the amused expression giving way to seriousness. Ah, sorry about that. Was just practicing for when I meet my grandson, you understand? Vice Admiral Garp, did you get that I was just practicing and not celebrating my grandson being a 500 million criminal? Garp looked at him with serious eyes, causing the sailor to start sweating. I understood. I saw you just practicing, not celebrating Monkey D. Luffy's bounty, he finally spoke. That's good. Now give me those papers. Boo ha 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 ha. Garp replaced seriousness with his iconic laughter. And with that, Garp returned to his work, but the smile remained on his face. On an island with bubbles constantly rising in the air, a man with silver hair and a sharp gaze was sitting in a rustic bar. Silver's Rayleigh, the legendary Dark King, former first mate of Pirate King Gold D. Roger, held the latest newspaper in his hands, his face lit up with an expression of interest and amusement. After all he's done, the Navy suddenly manages to detain them with just a few commodores and a captain, he commented with a smile at the newspaper. That's clearly to avoid saying the Navy lost to a rookie to the masses. But I'm surprised how this Luffy boy captured 2 Shichibukais and a vice admiral. This is really unprecedented. Shaki approached, holding her cigarette. This kid really keeps surprising me, he murmured. What else is he going to do until he gets here? What do you think, Ray? Shaki asked, placing a new bottle of sake on the table. I don't know when, but I feel this kid is going to do a lot in this sea before landing on this island. It's going to be very interesting. His bounty now is 500 million. In just 1 month in the first part of the Grand Line, he broke into a smile. Elsewhere, below the water, in the magnificent and mysterious Fishman Island, located in the depths of the ocean, King Neptune was with a forehead mixed with concern and disbelief. What's this? Murmured Neptune, holding the newspaper with his large, calloused hands. The photo showed his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, alongside a group of infamous pirates, led by none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Worse yet, the newspaper indicated that even Jimbei, who he had sent to rescue his daughter from the humans, had been captured and displayed as a trophy. Neptune felt a mix of anger and concern. How did Shirahoshi get involved with these pirates? And Jimbei, captured? This is unacceptable. He was used to dealing with state matters and internal threats, but seeing his daughter directly involved with such dangers was something he never expected to face, let alone how things unfolded. Sister. The brothers had worried expressions about the youngest as they also looked at the newspaper next to their father. Send a message to Whitebeard, ordered Neptune. We need to know what to do in a situation like this and how to deal with the Straw Hats. Somewhere in the vast ocean, on the ship of Yonko Whitebeard, the crew was gathered, each holding a copy of the same newspaper that had reached Neptune's hands. The atmosphere was charged, irritation and disbelief evident on the faces of the crew. How dare they capture Jimbei and treat him like a trophy, exclaimed Marco, the commander of the 1st Division, his expression a mix of fury and concern. Whitebeard, or Edward Newgate, a giant among men, sat calmly, an open newspaper in his hands. He looked at the picture with a thoughtful expression, the smoke from his cigar rising in spirals. Luffy, huh? That kid really has no limits. Around him, the crew discussed fervently, some clamoring for vengeance, others trying to understand the situation better before acting. Whitebeard knew he needed to make a decision, but he also knew that hasty actions could lead to disastrous consequences. Ace. What is your brother doing? They opened a call with Ace's Dendenmushi. Well, I'm also surprised by him, but Luffy won't harm Jimbei. The news is false. Probably Luffy is still with Jimbei on his ship and he assured me that he would release him in the middle of the sea without harming him. Ace spoke calmly on the Dendenmushi. I hope you're right, Ace, said one of the commanders. Meanwhile, on a laid-back island where joy and party seemed to be the norm, Shanks, the red-haired Yonko, was sitting with his crew on the beach of the island with several stocks of drinks, with an amused smile on his face as he read the same newspaper. Around him, the crew laughed and joked, but all eyes were turned to the captain, waiting for his reaction. "Huh, Luffy, you really know how to make an impression," said Shanks, laughing. "Capturing Jimbei, Crocodile, and Momonga and causing all this uproar. You're playing a dangerous game. Dahahahahaha. Look at this crew that the boy managed to get. This Yugo can transform into a colossal monster. That seems dangerous," one of Shanks' commanders commented. "Let's see how far you go, Luffy," murmured Shanks, a glint of expectation in his eyes. He raised his drink in a silent toast to the young pirate and his feats, knowing that, one way or another, the world was about to be shaken. On a remote island, known only by a few and feared by many, Big Mom sat on her luxuriously adorned throne. Her eyes, filled with cunning and ambition, shone with peculiar interest as she leafed through the newly arrived newspaper. Interesting. I hated seeing that boy in the newspaper, but now things are getting quite amusing, she murmured, her voice resonating with power and authority through the grand hall. Around her, her subordinates and children waited in silence. Monkey D. Luffy. A bold young pirate with a bounty of 500 million and not one, but two mythical Zone Akuma no Mi users in his crew. This could be useful for me, she pondered, a sly smile forming on her lips. Meanwhile, in an imposing place known as Onigashima, Kaido was visibly shaken. The news in the newspaper had hit him like a blow, not because of Luffy's bounty, but because of the revelation of two mythical zones in his crew. Both those fire lizards and the stone giant. Kaido murmured, the cup of sake in his hand trembling slightly. Kaido stood up, his dominant presence filling the room. 2 mythical zones. This cannot be ignored. It's perfect for my crew. They might even become disasters. I want them. Tell Jack to capture them immediately, he shouted, and his subordinates rushed to make a call to Jack. In paradise, Jack received the call. Yes, we'll do that. Let's head to the beginning of the Grand Line, he gave the order. Back to Marineford, the fortress of the Navy and bastion of justice, an atmosphere of tension and urgency dominated the large meeting hall. Seated at the head of the long and imposing table was Sengoku, the respected and feared leader of the Navy. At his signal, high-ranking officers and prominent figures from the organization gathered, each aware of the gravity of the moment. Gentlemen, he began, his voice resonating with authority through the hall, we are faced with a growing threat that cannot be ignored. Monkey D. Luffy and his crew are proving to be more than mere rookie pirates. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. Around the table, the faces of the officers reflected a mix of concern and determination. Kuzan has already departed to deal with this threat, continued Sengoku, but we must be prepared to take additional measures. Luffy has already shown he has the capacity to directly challenge the Navy and the world government. The hall remained silent. It is imperative that he be contained before reaching the New World. There, the alliances he could form and the chaos he could cause are unpredictable and potentially devastating if he grows. Garp's grandson is becoming more and more dangerous, scary. Damn pirates, we must eliminate them all. I will contact the remaining Shichibukai. They must be aware of the danger Luffy represents and be prepared to act. And I want all of you to be ready to act against this rookie. Sengoku looked at the admirals and vice admirals present. With the meeting concluded, Sengoku headed to his office. Sitting in front of the Den Den Mushi, he began making the necessary calls. Fufu. You're quite worried about a rookie, Sengoku. Tisk. You think he'll lose to a pirate who just entered the Grand Line? Just one man, all fall before me. These youngsters are growing fast. I'm really interested where Roronoa Zoro might reach. All the Shichibukai responded in their unique way. Damn arrogant ones, Sengoku growled, but he couldn't say much. Meanwhile, an even more important meeting was taking place. In the sacred heart of Marijoy, the city that shines above the rest of the world, 5 venerable figures gathered in a luxurious room, whose walls were covered with tapestries depicting the long and dark history of the world government. They were the Gorosei, the 5 elders, the true powers behind the highest commands of the world by the world government, their words shaping the fate of nations and individuals. Monkey D. Luffy, began one of them, his voice as ancient as time. This name has been a constant in our discussions. The news of his exploits in Alabasta and the capture of a vice admiral and 2 Shichibukais are disturbing. Yes, agreed another, adjusting his glasses. He is not just an ordinary pirate. With the strength and influence he has demonstrated and his devil fruit, it's clear that Luffy and his crew are rapidly becoming a significant threat to the world's balance. We must also consider the presence of 2 mythical zones in his crew besides the captain. Momonga reported that the crew's dog has a mythical zone as well, along with that Hugo. Added a 3rd elder, his voice stiff and cold. This is not a coincidence or a minor feat. They have the potential to cause major disruption. We cannot allow them to continue unchecked. Their influence is growing, and if we don't act now, it might be too late, said a 4th. The 5th elder, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. So it's decided. We must employ a more dire measure to deal with this emerging threat. It's time to send one of our sacred knights. We don't even do this to fight against a Yonkou and his crew. But Luffy is beyond being just a son of the Tenryubito assassin. He might even be the cause of their death, and we are pointing to the wrong side, said another with a serious face. The other elders nodded in agreement. Sending one of the sacred knights seemed reasonable. With this, they didn't call the CP0 as they usually did, but a group even more dangerous than the Cypher Pole could represent. Do you want to read chapters faster? As you all know, I have and I am making available for free the chapters that I will post on this platform on the same day. They will always be released 3 to 2 hours before here, so you can subscribe to my page and read with early access. Many chapters with images that I sometimes use to describe the chapter, help my community grow there. Visit r for more 162, chapter size, 2,100 words. Third-person POV Luminarchia, first half of Grand Line. As the Black Pearl approached Luminarchia, some members of the Straw Hats crew, the most eager for new sights, gathered on the deck. observing the island emerging on the horizon. The island shone under the sun, reflecting light on its golden sandy beaches and silver-leaved trees, creating a dazzling spectacle that left everyone on board awestruck. "This is amazing," exclaimed Usopp, his eyes wide with admiration. "Nay. Let's see what this island has to offer," said Hachi, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. As the crew prepared to anchor while the island got closer and closer, Luffy headed to the ship's prison, where Jinbei was detained. "Mugiwara-chan!" Bon Clay shouted excitedly as always when Luffy appears in the prison. "Good morning, my friend, how are you?" Luffy greeted. "I'm fine, Mugiwara-chan called me a friend. What joy," he began to dance ballet. "Hey, Straw Hat, we saw the trophy that swordsman brought with Crocodile detained. What do you plan to do with us?" Mr. 3 asked cautiously, as they were in the hands of these pirates whose intentions were still unknown. "I have a plan for you. You are weak, but I intend to strengthen everyone. You will be members of the Straw Hat Fleet," John announced, shocking everyone. "Fleet?" Mikita asked. "Exactly, I will make all of you powerful members of our pirates." "Why would we accept this?" Mr. 3 asked. I will join Mugiwara-chan's group. Since Crocodile was defeated, there is no more Baroque works." "Well, Mr. 3. You don't have much choice, but don't worry. None of you will regret this." Luffy warned and turned his attention to the last cell. "Hello again, Jinbei." Upon reaching the cell, he found Jinbei sitting calmly, as if he had been waiting for the captain's visit. "Jinbei, it's time to go up to the deck," said Luffy with a confident smile. Jinbei looked at Luffy and nodded without resisting, as he couldn't do much. Luffy opened the cell and helped Jinbei to stand up. Together, they walked towards the deck, where the crew was already gathering, eager to explore Luminarchia. Upon reaching the deck, Luffy's crew looked at Jinbei, surprised and curious. Some, like Usopp and Chopper, seemed worried about the presence of the Shichibukai. "Luffy, what are you planning?" asked Nami, approaching the captain. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, replied, "I'm going to release Jinbei as I promised my brother. It's time to say goodbye to him. Come on guys, say a last word to our friend who accompanied us last week." "Goodbye, Jinbei." The chorus was so weak that the only ones who were sincere were Shirahoshi and Hachi. "At least be sincere," Jinbei shouted with his comical face. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's because you're not part of the crew. Are you sure you don't want to join the band?" Luffy asked the Bluefish Man again. "I'll decline," he said dryly, and Luffy sighed. "Alright, you're free now," Luffy said as he removed the last chains. Jinbei, now free, looked straight at Luffy, with a serious expression. "Luffy, I won't join your crew, but I have a request. Take good care of Shirahoshi-sama. You may not have kidnapped her in the way we thought, but you have the responsibility to protect her. And the Island of Fishmen will never forgive you if she gets hurt on your boat." Luffy nodded with a confident smile. "Don't worry, Jinbei. Shira is my companion and we'll take care of each other. She's already part of my family." Shirahoshi turned extremely red with Luffy mentioning companion and my family, taking it differently from what Luffy meant. She looked at Jinbei with a slight blush on her cheeks. "Jinbei. Thank you for worrying about me. I'll be fine with Luffy and tell Dad and my brothers that I miss them and that I love them very much, but now I have to stay with Luffy-sama." She finished looking at Luffy even redder. Vivi, beside her, was shocked by Shirahoshi's behavior, already seeing what it meant. Jinbei smiled gently at her. "You've grown up a lot, Shirahoshi-sama. Your father would be proud. Well, it's time for me to go." With those words, Jinbei bid farewell, diving into the depths of the sea, leaving the Straw Hat crew looking towards the horizon. Luffy, looking at Shirahoshi, said, "Well, let's continue our adventure, folks. Next stop, Luminarchia." The crew, excited, returned to their activities, while Shirahoshi watched the sea, thoughtful but with a slight smile on her face. She knew she was safe and valued among the Straw Hats. As the Black Pearl approached the illuminated Luminarchia, the imposing silhouette of the ship cut against the horizon, announcing its arrival. The island's port, normally a bustling and cheerful place of trade, began to stir with the news of the infamous Straw Hat Pirates' approach. The inhabitants of Luminarchia, known for their wealth and tranquility despite the trafficking of arms and slaves, were protected by one of the biggest names in the underworld. Thus, the citizens were not accustomed to visits from hostile notorious pirates. As the ship neared, the port workers, merchants, and citizens stopped their activities, looking fearfully towards the sea. The news of the arrival of the Straw Hat pirates spread quickly, stirring a mix of fear and curiosity among the population. "Mugiwara's here in Luminarchia?" murmured a merchant, not overly concerned, as many pirates stopped in this realm, but none caused problems. "It can't be. They are the pirates who captured a vice admiral and 2 Shichibukais," exclaimed another, recalling the recent stories that had circulated through the seas. "Will they cause us trouble?" a guard asked, arriving at the port. "Of course not, he can't not know that this island belongs to an underworld trade," another said. "Even so, haven't you heard that they captured 2 Shichibukai? The government must be grinding their teeth with this and sending their main forces to catch them. Do you think this pirate fears the underworld?" a third spoke reasonably. As the Black Pearl approached the dazzling Luminarchia, the Straw Hat crew gathered on deck, their expressions varying between excitement and curiosity. The island glowed in the distance, like a twinkling treasure amidst the vast ocean. "Wow, look at that!" exclaimed Usopp, pointing at the island with eyes wide in admiration. "I've never seen anything like it." Nami, with an analytical gaze, held her map and observed the island. "It's incredible," she commented. "The way the light reflects off that crystal mountain. It's like the island itself is alive. And that crystal looks like it's worth a lot of money." Nami had dollar signs in her eyes at that moment. Luffy stood at the ship's railing, a huge smile on his face. "This is going to be fun. I'm thinking of stealing that giant crystal." He was already planning his heist. Beside him, Zoro crossed his arms and looked into the distance, a serious look, but not without a hint of interest. "I just hope we get some interesting fight," he said. Chopper was perched on Robin's shoulder, his eyes shining with excitement. "Do they have different suites there?" he asked, with a thought typical of a child. Robin, with a subtle smile, stroked Chopper's head. "They must have. Fufufu. I had heard of the island, but this is the first time I see it." Shirahoshi, accompanied by Megalo, looked at the island with an expression of pure enchantment. "It's so beautiful. I've never seen anything like this under the sea," she said with admiration. Beppo, next to Lami, analyzed the horizon. "Looks like an important place." Lami, with a keen look, nodded in agreement with Beppo. "Yes, places like this usually attract all kinds of people." Vivi and Karoo exchanged excited glances, while the princess held her duck firmly. "Karoo, what a beautiful place," she commented with a smile. "Karoo?" The duck raised its hand in agreement. Reiju observed the island with an air of calm confidence. "Something tells me we're going to cause another chaos on this entire island," she pondered. Chow Chow, the crew's little dog, played happily with Laboon and Megalo. He ran excitedly, while Laboon, the whale, splashed water and Megalo, the shark, did acrobatics beside the ship. The other members of the crew also shared this mix of excitement and readiness for what they would find in Luminarchia. As the ship neared the port, the crew prepared to disembark. The Black Pearl, majestic in its structure with sails billowing in the wind, slowly approached the port of Luminarchia. The Straw Hat crew, gathered on the deck, watched with anticipation the bustling docks of the island, where the commotion was visible even from a distance. "Prepare to anchor," shouted Nami, as the crew members moved with their tasks of lowering the sail and anchor while the ship lost speed beside the port. Usopp and Hugo, working together, lowered the sails, while Zoro and Chopper in his muscular form, firmly held the ropes, ready to tie the ship to the dock. When the ship stopped at the port, many people stopped to see the notorious pirates with bounties totaling over 1 billion, amounting to 1,245,010 berries. "It's that flag. The Straw Hats are here," someone shouted, causing a buzz among the crowd with those who did not know of the approaching ship. Luffy, standing at the bow, looked at the gathered crowd with a broad smile. "Seems like we're already famous around here," he commented, excited by the reception. The ship finally docked, and the ropes were thrown, tying it firmly to the dock. The crew, now ready to disembark, joined Luffy at the bow. "Let's go, guys. Let's see what this island has to offer," Luffy declared enthusiastically, leading the way as they descended from the ship in front of the island's port enveloped with a gigantic crystal. As the crew stepped onto the dock, a mix of fear and admiration emanated from the locals. Some stepped back, while others approached, curious to see the famous pirates up close. Some women screamed at Luffy, seeing a handsome, strong, and famous pirate. The arrival of the Straw Hats in Luminarchia caused uncertainty among the island's people, wondering if their arrival would bring chaos or if they would depart in peace without interfering with their business. In the royal palace of Luminarchia, the king, a man of distinctive appearance with a prominent nose, received the news of the Straw Hats' arrival with a mix of surprise and apprehension. Seated on his ornate throne, he frowned as he listened to his advisor report the recent feats of the notorious pirate monkey D. Luffy. They captured 2 Shichibukais and a vice-admiral, the king repeated, incredulously. His fixed gaze on the advisor reflected the seriousness of the situation. And now they are here, in Luminarchia. Without wasting time, the king picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed a number known only to a few, the number of Joker, the infamous Doflamingo, king of the underworld, whose influence extended across many islands and nations. The phone rang, and after a brief moment, Doflamingo's characteristic laughter echoed from the other side of the line. Fufufu. I hear we have some interesting visitors in Luminarchia. Doflamingo spoke with his usual tone of sadistic amusement. Yes, it's the pirate Luffy and his crew. They've just arrived, informed the king, trying to maintain his composure despite the tense situation. Ah, Luffy. That name has been popping up quite a bit lately, Doflamingo commented, clearly entertained. Who would have thought the little pirate would cause such a stir? What should we do, Joker? They are dangerous, and I don't want trouble in Luminarchia, the king expressed his concern. Doflamingo laughed again before responding. Leave them be for now. In fact, I would like to speak with the Straw Hats personally when I get the chance. Maybe they are more useful than we imagine. The king hesitated for a moment, but knew that contradicting Doflamingo was not an option. As you wish, Joker. Great. Keep me informed about their movements. And don't interfere, unless absolutely necessary. Also invite them to the auction. Doflamingo instructed before hanging up. The king placed the phone back on the hook and sighed deeply. As he observed his kingdom through the palace windows, he couldn't help but worry about what the presence of the Straw Hats might mean for Luminarchia and whether the underworld named Joker would prevent any action by Luffy against the kingdom. Do you want to read chapters faster? As you all know, I have and I am making available for free the chapters that I will post on this platform on the same day. They will always be released 3 to 2 hours before here, so you can subscribe to my page and read with early access. Many chapters with images that I sometimes use to describe the chapter, help my community grow there. Visit our for more 499 Chapter 163. Chapter size. 2,200 words. Third person POV Luminarchia, first half of Grand Line. With the crew at the harbor, Luffy gazed at the city and the Crystal Mountain with some admiration. This world never ceases to amaze me, he murmured. Wow, Luffy, are we going to steal all that crystal? Yamato asked innocently. Ha ha ha. Most likely, though I don't know how I'll shrink it down that much, Luffy murmured. Anyway, that's a concern for another time. Luffy, with his usual enthusiasm, addressed his crew gathered at the harbor under the gaze of hundreds of curious onlookers wondering whether the pirates would start looting the kingdom or not. All right, guys. He began, with a confident smile and his gaze sweeping over the faces of his companions. Feel free to explore the island and do whatever you want with a day off. Just remember one thing. Meet back here at dusk. We have an underworld auction to attend. Hey little one, what's an underworld auction, do you know, Dory? Broggy asked, as the giants were still unaware of Luffy's plans. I don't know, Broggy, tell us, Captain, what's an underworld auction? Dory inquired. It's a place where rare and sometimes dangerous items are sold, Robin explained. There's a lot of money and powerful people in that place. Are there strong people there, Dory? Broggy murmured. Zoro, crossing his arms, added, I'm expecting a good fight here. Haven't found any worthy opponent since entering the Grand Line. Look at the guards who came to greet us, do you think this island has any strength? Reiju spoke, pointing to the men at the harbor with spears and weapons. Seeing the crew pointing at them, the guard who seemed to be the captain stepped forward a bit cautiously about the intentions of these pirates and spoke directly to Luffy. Your Excellency, Straw Hat. May we know what you plan on this island? He asked Luffy, who was somewhat disconcerted by the overly formal approach, as he was not used to it. We're just enjoying the island and what it has to offer, so don't worry about us, during the day. Luffy murmured the last part softly. The guards seemed relieved and made way for Luffy and his crew to pass. The rest of the crew expressed their excitement and curiosity in various ways, Some eager to explore the island. Others more interested in the auction that would take place at night. Make sure to come back here before dusk. I don't want to leave anyone behind, Luffy finally said, giving them a nod. With that, the Straw Hat crew dispersed, each following their path to explore the charms and mysteries of Luminarchy. As the Straw Hat crew dispersed to explore Luminarchy, Luffy decided to stay with Robin and Nami. They walked through the vibrant streets of the city, where every corner revealed a junction with the city and the crystals that characterized the island. Luffy, walking leisurely with his girls, was just looking with interest at the structure of the island, and nothing else seemed worthy in his eyes at the moment. Robin, with her usual calm, smiled softly while looking at the shop windows. "You want that necklace, Robin?" Luffy asked, seeing her blue eyes on the object. "I don't need it, Luffy," she commented timidly. "Hey, Luffy. Are you only offering to her? What about me?" Nami exclaimed, quite dissatisfied. "Hey, if you want it, I'll give it to you. I only mentioned it because I saw Robin's interest in the object," Luffy calmly commented. "That's strange, why are you being so helpful to her? I also noticed you sneaking out at night sometimes, you're not sleeping together, are you?" Nami had a critical look. While Robin seemed to have committed a crime and was blushing, Luffy just smiled and shrugged before entering the store. "Yes, we are," Luffy says and opens the door of the shop to buy the necklaces with island crystals. "You're lucky I love you and you're going to give me a beautiful necklace," Nami murmured irritably as she entered the shop, because it seemed that Luffy was going to get involved with all the women in the crew, which would make him pay less attention to her. Sometime later, the trio was walking through the city again while Nami and Robin had shiny necklaces around their necks. Nami didn't seem as irritated as before, but Robin was still shy after Luffy's revelation. The Straw Hat crew spread throughout Luminarchy, each member delighting in the city's unique offerings and attractions. The streets were filled with shops selling everything from sparkling jewelry to exotic artifacts, while the tempting aromas of street food filled the air. Amidst the fun, the crew noticed posters of the island's king everywhere. The king had a long, distinctive nose, which led to a recurring joke among them. "Could the king be related to Usopp?" Luffy asked, laughing. Even Usopp, surprised by the resemblance in another part of the island, asked bewilderedly, "Could I have a lost uncle here?" As the sun set over Luminarchy, the Straw Hat crew prepared for the exclusive event of the night, the auction. After meeting back at the ship still docked at the harbor, the Straw Hat crew dressed up for the underworld event. The men, including Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Beppo, Hugo, Hachi, Bragi, and Dory, dressed elegantly for the occasion. Luffy, in a classic black suit, kept his distinctive straw hat, adding a touch of personality to the formal attire. All members wore similar outfits. Only Chopper had a small smoker matching him in his smaller form. The women of the crew, including Nami, Lami, Robin, Reiju, Najiko, Kuina, Alvida, Shirahoshi, and Vivi, engaged in a friendly competition to choose the most stunning dresses. Nami opted for an elegant orange dress, emphasizing her curves, while Robin chose a long blue dress with a subtle floral pattern. Reiju shone in a bold red dress while competing with Lami in a black dress, capturing everyone's attention. Nojiko and Kuina chose styles reflecting their unique personalities, with Nojiko in calm blue tones and Kuina in a dress honoring her swordsmanship skills. Alvida, with her confident stance, chose a red dress. Shirahoshi dazzled with a dress reflecting the beauty of the ocean, leaving her tail exposed, and Vivi presented herself with characteristic royal elegance. The only odd one out was Yamato, still wearing her Wano attire, refusing to change. Together, they formed a diverse and impressive group, ready to make their mark at the auction. Luffy left the animals on the ship docked in the harbor so they could act from that side. Karoo, Laboon, and Chow Chow would act as soon as they received the signal from Luffy. The competition heated up as they decided who would accompany Luffy to the event. Nami, Yamato, Alvida, each tried to convince Luffy to choose her as his partner for the night, while Najiko and Robin calmly watched the situation with a hint of amusement. Luffy, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, just laughed and tried to calm the situation. Eventually, he proposed a Solomonic solution: he would alternate walking with each of them throughout the night. So the Straw Hat crew set off for the auction, a mix of elegance and anticipation in the air. As they walked through the illuminated streets of Luminarchy, they attracted everyone's attention, a sight of strength, mystery, and charm, prepared for a night that would shake the island's foundations. Upon entering the auction venue, an imposing house filled with rustic decorations and crystals, the crew immediately became the center of attention as they headed for the entrance. The luxurious hall was filled with underworld criminals and nobles from various kingdoms, all elegantly dressed and immersed in whispered conversations and negotiations. When Luffy and his crew entered, a momentary silence fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to them, some in admiration, others in fear, and many with a mix of both feelings. The fact that Luffy had a bounty of 300 million berries weighed in the air, making even the most powerful criminals and nobles feel a chill of respect and apprehension. Whispers began to spread quickly through the hall. It's Monkey D. Luffy. The son of the world's greatest criminal and grandson of the naval hero, Garp, was heard whispering, as curious eyes assessed each member of the crew, from the imposing Zoro to the elegant Nami. The recent exploits of the Straw Hats in Alabasta, especially the capture of 2 Shichibukais and a vice admiral, had spread like wildfire, increasing their fame and fearsomeness in all parts of the world. It's really him, Monkey D. Luffy. They say he defeated 2 Shichibukais and a vice admiral. Such audacity. This group. They're not mere rookie pirates. There's something about them that exudes danger and strength. We need to keep an eye on them, some whispered, while others looked on in admiration. He's even more impressive in person. Some women commented, fascinated by the young pirate's presence. The most handsome man I've ever seen. A lady murmured, unable to take her eyes off Luffy. The women of the crew did not go unnoticed. How can they be so beautiful? Several attendees questioned, impressed with Nami's elegance, Robin's grace, Reiju's boldness, and Shirahoshi's natural beauty. And that's a real mermaid. I've never seen such beauty. Someone exclaimed, pointing to Shirahoshi. Hachi, the fish man, received mixed looks. Some showed disgust due to prejudice against his species, but most agreed that it was better not to provoke a member of the Straw Hats. Better not mess with them. A noble whispered, aware of the power and fame the group carried. Luffy, with his confident and relaxed smile, seemed indifferent to the whispers and stares. He walked with a carelessness that starkly contrasted with the room's tension. His demeanor not only reaffirmed his reputation but also heightened the aura of mystery and power around him. As Luffy and his crew began to mingle among those present at the auction, the event manager, a man of elegant posture and shrewd gaze with a short stature, approached them. With a diplomatic smile, he bowed respectfully and spoke in a polite tone. Captain Monkey D. Luffy, it's an honor to have you here at our auction. In light of your recent feats and notoriety, we've prepared a special VIP room for you and your companions. Luffy, with his usual carefree smile, looked at the manager and nodded. Sounds fun, let's go. The manager led the crew through the hall filled with criminals and nobles, taking them to a more secluded and elevated area. The VIP room offered a privileged view of the auction stage through a glass, with comfortable velvet armchairs and a table laden with delicacies and fine drinks. The crew members looked around, settling in as they drank and ate the food provided by the auction house. Luffy, walking up to the room's window, observed the auction below. I hope there's something interesting to bid on, he murmured, owning a store that could buy almost anything in this world. But participating in an auction was a good diversion. The auction didn't take long to start, with a series of rare and valuable items being presented and eagerly bid on by the attendees. Nothing interesting, where are the swords? Zoro complained. It's an auction, there's everything, be patient, Zoro, Kuina murmured. Luffy and his crew watched with varying interest. Nami and Robin seemed particularly attentive to the more valuable items, while Zoro remained uninterested, more focused on the drink in his hand. Usopp and Chopper were amazed by each new item revealed, commenting among themselves about their rarity and value. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere began to change. The presenter, a man with a powerful voice and imposing presence, announced that the next part of the auction would be dedicated to living goods. A murmur ran through the crowd, and the Straw Hats' expressions hardened. One after another, slaves were brought onto the stage. There were human men, women, and even children, some clearly frightened and others resigned to their cruel fate. Bids began, with voices rising to make offers for these human lives. Luffy, whose normally cheerful expression had turned somber, clenched his fists in anger. The injustice before his eyes deeply infuriated him. The rest of the crew also showed clear signs of disgust. "This is disgusting," Nami murmured, her face showing contempt. Robin, with her usual calm, added, "It's a grim reminder of how cruel this world can be." The crew's eyes turned to Luffy, waiting for his reaction. The captain of the Straw Hats stared intently at the stage, his hardened gaze suggesting he was pondering an action. "We won't act yet, we have time." Meanwhile, they were about to receive a visit in their VIP room from the king himself, holding a specific Den Den Mushi, wearing glasses, and with an iconic smile. 499 Chapter 164. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third-person POV. Luminarchia, first half of Grand Line. As human slaves were brought onto the stage, the auctioneer, with a voice echoing authority and greed, announced each of the slaves, describing them as if they were mere commodities. The first to be presented were men and women of various ages and nationalities. Some seemed to have been fishermen or rural workers, captured and forced into a terrible fate. Others looked like people who had already lost all hope, their gazes empty and resigned. Bids started to be made, with values varying, but quickly reaching exorbitant figures. The bids for these male human beings reached up to 2 million berries among the strongest. Nami, whose own history was stained by slavery and loss, felt each bid as a personal blow. How can they treat people this way? She wondered in a low voice, her expression a mix of anger and sadness. "This is so cruel," Shirahoshi commented, frightened. The crew represented freedom at sea, seeing such a scene was abominable to him. As the auction continued, an even more disturbing situation unfolded. Semi-nude women were brought onto the stage, displayed in a degrading manner before the ravenous crowd of buyers. These women, some young and others older, were presented with a vulgarity that only served to accentuate the obscenity of the event. The auctioneers described each woman lasciviously, highlighting their physical characteristics and suggesting indecent uses for them. Bids for these women started high and quickly escalated, with some reaching the figure of 5 million berries. It was a scene that distilled the purest form of exploitation and dehumanization. "This is sick," Luffy said aloud, unable to hide his disgust. "Do we still have to watch all of this?" Vivi complained, not appreciating any of what she witnessed. Hugo, whose past was also marked by slavery, felt a wave of overwhelming anger. His fists were clenched so tightly that rocks began to form from his Akuma no Mi power. Luffy turned to his companion. "Calm down, Hugo. We'll sort this out, but we can't lose our heads," he said in a low but firm tone, trying to calm his companion. Many other crew members had distastes, some looked indifferent, but the gleam in their eyes said it wasn't a scene appreciated. Chopper and Vivi almost cried seeing this. At the height of the tension in the VIP room, an unexpected moment interrupted the growing indignation of the Straw Hat crew. The doors opened and the King of Luminarchia, who they saw on the posters, entered, his imposing presence and prominent nose immediately drawing attention. He approached Luffy with a diplomatic smile, but his eyes betrayed a hidden urgency. Luffy looked at him indifferently, wondering what that guy was doing invading his crew's space without asking if he was welcome or not, whether a king or not. Soon his guards entered with him, and the auction manager stood by his side. "Excellency Monkey D. Luffy. This is King Javier Lumen the 7th of Luminarchia," the manager said. "We're here because a very important guest from the underworld wishes to speak with you. He's known as Joker," the king suddenly announced, watching the Straw Hat captain's reaction closely. Luffy, who was indifferent, not liking the approach, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name. He knew exactly who this Joker was. Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai and a notorious figure in the New World. A member of the crew frowned at that moment, Lami, clenching her fist, as this was someone she wanted to kill. "Joker, huh? Seems like he's interested in us," Luffy murmured, his casual tone hiding the strategic calculation in his mind. He knew that any involvement with Doflamingo could lead to complications, but it was also an opportunity to state his position regarding the current king of Dressrosa. Lami approached Luffy and whispered, "Be careful, Luffy. Doflamingo isn't someone to be trifled with. He's dangerous and unpredictable." The king, sensing the tension in the air, tried to ease the situation. "Don't worry, he just wants to talk. It will be in a safe place." Luffy nodded slowly, his mind already working on different scenarios. "All right, let's see what he wants," he said, stepping forward. The VIP room of the auction fell into silence as Luffy answered the Den Den Mushi. All eyes were on him, curiosity in the air. The king of Luminarchia handed the transmitter to Luffy, who didn't hesitate to answer it. Kacha on the other side of the line, Doflamingo greeted Luffy with his characteristic laugh and honeyed voice. Fufu. Monkey D. Luffy. It's a pleasure to finally speak with you. Luffy, without any trace of hesitation and with a provocative smile, responded immediately, already angry from those slaves. Hello Joker, it's a surprise for me to be talking to you here, since it's not every day we talk to Kaido's dog. The room, already steeped in silence, seemed to freeze even more. The crew members exchanged surprised and nervous glances, while the king of Luminarchia swallowed hard, not expecting this development. Doflamingo, on the other side of the line, maintained his composure, but the tone of his voice revealed a slight trace of surprise and irritation. You're more audacious than I imagined, Mugiwara. But be careful, insolence can cost you dearly. Luffy, unperturbed, kept his smile. I'm just telling the truth. So, Joker, what do you want? First answer me, how do you know about my involvement with Kaido? His voice remained as annoying as ever. Well, I'm not going to tell you and fuck what you think about it. Luffy spoke, leaving both the king and the manager stunned by Luffy's audacity. The voice of Doflamingo, transmitted through the Den Mushi, took on a threatening tone, marked by a chill. I wanted to negotiate some things with you, Mugiwara. But you have no idea who you're dealing with. Underestimating me and the forces behind me will be your biggest mistake. Luffy, defiant and fearless, didn't miss the chance to mock Doflamingo. With an ironic smile, he replied, I'm trembling. Not. You're just another Shichibukai, and I've dealt with them before. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over Trafalgar Lami from your crew and I can save you from your imminent destruction. Joker spoke with a tone of anger and demand. Do you talk such nonsense there in Dressrosa? How did you become a king like that? Demanding one of my crewmates is the same as asking to die. Are you wanting that so much, Doflamingo? The room remained silent, the crew members watching the interaction, alternating between tension and admiration for Luffy's audacity. Luffy's provocation clearly irritated Doflamingo, but he maintained control, responding with a cold and calculating voice. Be careful, Luffy. My patience has limits. Don't provoke a sleeping dragon. Luffy shrugged, unconcerned. Dragon or not, I don't care. I was here to have fun, but then I saw your living items in the hall and the audacity of this king and the manager to invade the space where me and my crew were, so I'm not in a good mood anymore. This left the men who were not from the crew quite nervous about their mistake. I could save you, but I see that you are just an arrogant kid. Your time is running out and the one you said is my master has already sent forces to hunt you in this sea, Doflamingo mocked. I see. That should be expected. Luffy understood what Doflamingo meant by that. After all, Yamato is in his crew, and her image in the newspaper and on the wanted posters would reach Kaido one way or another. He was always aware that he would be hunted. Joker or Doflamingo, I should thank you for this information. Kaido couldn't come to this sea without bringing a fleet, which would take a lot of time. King is essential to be with Kaido. Queen wouldn't leave the new world so easily, so the person who is pursuing us must be Jack, the Drought or some members of the Flying Six, Luffy commented calmly. That old bastard, I'll beat him when I get to Wano, Yamato exclaimed furiously in the background. Yamato's father is Kaido? Vivi exclaimed in shock, as she still didn't know this fact, just like Robin who looked shocked at the woman dressed in Wano's attire. Luffy turned back to the Den Mushi and began to laugh when he saw a silence from Doflamingo. He started to laugh openly at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent. Luffy expressed his excitement for the imminent hunt. So, Jack is after us. This is going to be interesting, he said, without a hint of fear or hesitation. On the other side of the line, Doflamingo frowned, realizing that Luffy was not an ordinary pirate. Luffy's lack of fear and his willingness to face the forces of Kaido, one of the most feared names in the world as if it were an adventure, was disconcerting even to him. Doflamingo, well aware of Kaido's ferocity and his subordinates, was impressed and even a bit disturbed by Luffy's courage. Luffy spoke again into the silent communication device with Joker's face. So, Joker, since we're enemies, it's okay if I loot this auction house, right? You won't mind that. On the other side of the line, Doflamingo visibly gets irritated with Luffy's audacity. If you dare to do this, Mugiwara, I swear you will pay dearly. Don't underestimate what I can do. Doflamingo threatens, his voice laden with fury and authority. Luffy, however, doesn't seem the least bit intimidated by the threat. With an even wider smile, he responds in a challenging tone. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do, Joker. You won't be the first Shichibukai I take down. And, with a carefree click, Luffy hangs up the Den Den Mushi, cutting off the connection abruptly. The room, which was in tense silence, Luffy looks at the king and the manager, openly disturbed, and speaks with his arms crossed. Well, folks, it looks like we have a looting party ahead. Many crew members, initially shocked by Luffy's audacity in challenging Doflamingo and even Kaido, soon follow with a sharp look. They prepare for what promises to be an exciting night at the auction house, ready to follow their captain into yet another audacious raid and end these slavers. Luffy, with a confident and challenging smile, breaks the glass, drawing everyone's attention while they were bidding on a frightened, crying girl on the stage, and announces, loud and clear, not just to his crew, but to the entire auction house. Everyone, listen up. Now, we, the Straw Hat Pirates, are going to start a raid. We're going to steal everything and everyone present here. So please behave while we're robbing all of you. His statement echoes through the hall, causing a mix of shock and panic among those present. And with the charged atmosphere, the Straw Hat crew prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Zoro, with a determined look, adjusts his swords, while Usopp, though nervous, seems ready for battle. Hugo, still containing his anger, positions himself strategically, ready to use his power and physical strength to protect his comrades and the oppressed. Nami looks around, her expression reflecting a mix of anger and determination in the face of the injustice of the slaves. Beppo, Hachi, and Kuina quickly face off against the king's guards. Lami looks at Luffy with some admiration for defending her and prepares her sword while opening her room. Chopper, in his human form, seems ready to offer combat support. His eyes show a mix of determination with Luffy's words. Alvida, with her confident smile and mace in hand, is ready to face any challenge. Ijiko, standing next to her sister Nami, keeps a serious expression, her fists seeming ready to explode at any moment. Shirahoshi, still frightened, keeps her gaze fixed on Luffy, showing admiration and trust. Vivi and Robin exchange understanding glances, knowing the time to act had come. Reiju, as elegant as ever, displays a confident smile, prepared for what's to come while taking a cigarette out of her pocket. Yamato moves to Luffy's side. The giants Bragi and Dory seem very excited as they talk to each other. The crew is finally ready to act. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. 499 Chapter 165, Chapter Size. 2000 words, Third Person POV. Luminarchia, first half of Grand Line. As the turmoil takes over the auction, the Straw Hat Pirates spring into action, ready to unleash chaos. Yamato. Luffy, with a determined look, calls for Yamato, who promptly responds with a smile. With mutual understanding, they both release their King's Haki auras, a wave of power that spreads through the place. Immediately, guards and nobles, as well as the criminals present, succumb to the overwhelming power of the King's Haki, falling unconscious one after another. The room, once filled with voices and agitation, is now dominated by a muffled silence, interrupted only by the moans of the faint. King Javier Lumen VII of Luminarchy remains conscious, but clearly stunned and terrified by the power displayed by Luffy and Yamato. "What's going on?" he exclaims, his voice trembling with fear and confusion. Luffy approaches the king with a mischievous smile, revealing his plan. "Don't worry, King. You need to stay conscious to guide us in this auction," he says in a playful tone, but with a menacing glint in his eyes. Javier Lumen VII, realizing the seriousness of the situation, quickly responds, fear evident in his voice. "What do you plan to do?" With a sinister smile, Luffy replies, "You're going to obey us. I've killed a king before, so you better cooperate if you want to get out of here alive. Don't worry, I only kill kings who annoy me." The king's immediate response is pure fear and submission. "Yes, I'll do anything." He agrees promptly, aware of the fate that awaits him if he challenges the notorious pirate. The atmosphere in the room is now a mix of tension and expectation, with the Straw Hats in control. Luffy then turns to his crew, distributing tasks efficiently. "Hugo, you and the others free all the slaves. Leave no one behind," he orders, his serious tone indicating the gravity of the situation. "Lami, use your room to collect all the jewels and valuable items. I want you to clean this place out," Luffy continues, looking at Lami, who nods and begins to execute his task with surgical precision. "Nami, you're in charge of organizing and counting all the gold. Make sure nothing is left behind," Luffy says, knowing that Nami is the best suited for the task. Luffy then addresses his fighters. "Zoro, Usopp, Reiju, Kuina, you four, defend the entrance. No one gets in, no one gets out, until we're done here," Luffy instructs. "And Yamato, you're coming with me. We need the king to guide us to the vault," Luffy concludes, giving a meaningful look to Yamato, who nods in understanding. Yamato, with his imposing stature and Wano attire, follows alongside Luffy. The king, visibly nervous, leads the way, guiding them through the auction's corridors towards the vault. Outside the auction, a group of soldiers is on high alert, aware of the chaos unfolding inside. "The Straw Hat Pirates have taken over the auction house and are holding hostages inside," shouts one of the soldiers, his voice laden with urgency. "We can't just stand here. We have to act now," exclaims another, looking around frantically. "Damn, how can we face pirates of this caliber?" questions a third, anxiety evident on his face. "Someone call for marine reinforcements, quick," demands a fourth soldier, knowing that only they could handle a threat of this level. Meanwhile, an observer points towards the entrance of the auction house. "Look, people are coming out." It's a group of four, 2 men and 2 women, clearly recognized as members of the Straw Hats. Zoro, with an expression of slight disappointment, comments, "Looks like we're facing just soldiers and guards after all." "Don't complain, Zoro. Our job is to keep anyone from getting in," responds Usopp, already preparing his peculiar arsenal. Meanwhile, inside the auction, Luffy whistled, impressed with the reinforced structure he found. "Wow, this is really impressive," he said, assessing the robust vault door. Yamato, by his side, looked at Luffy with an amused expression. "Do you have a plan to open this, Luffy?" she asked. Luffy, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, replied, "Of course I do. Let's show them how the Straw Hats do a heist." He then turned to the trembling king. "And you, king, you know how to open this, don't you?" "No, your excellency Mugiwara. Only a few men of Joker have access to this, and they are not present," he said almost pleadingly, and Luffy saw at least sincerity in that. "I see. Yamato, let's blow this door up," he said and went to the door with his girl to punch it. The king watched stunned as Luffy and Yamato punched the door, Luffy with increased strength and Yamato with haki. In no time, the door caved in with force, pushed by both their strengths, and the place filled with gold and berries quickly appeared to them. Luffy wasted no time and took all the gold for the system, leaving the king stunned as the gold and money disappeared from his sight. "Let's go, we have more things to steal." Luffy and Yamato moved on without paying any more attention to the king and went to meet the others at the auction stage. All the slaves were freed, many with explosive collars, but getting the keys was quite easy since there was no one to stop them inside. Everyone looked gratefully at the crew, and Luffy approached the piles of gold Nami was counting. "Let's go, this gold I won't put in the system, keep it for yourselves to divide, later," Luffy said, and Nami quickly rejoiced. After everything was ready, they began to leave the auction with the ex-slaves, and Luffy encountered almost all of the kingdom's soldiers fallen due to the fight by Reiju, Kuina, Zoro, and Usopp. Upon leaving the auction house, Luffy addressed King Javier Lumen VII of Luminarchy, who was still trembling with fear and uncertainty. "Your Majesty," Luffy called, his voice firm and full of authority. The king, with a nervous nod, responded, Yes, what do you wish?" Luffy, looking around the bright and sparkling island, declared confidently with a smile. "I'm leaving, but I'm charmed by this island. I've decided I want it as my territory. I'll be back soon to claim it, taking it from Joker's clutches." The king, still trying to process the situation, couldn't hide his surprise. "But, what do you mean? This is Joker's territory, you can't just..." Before he could finish, Vivi interrupted, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "Luffy, weren't you going to steal the island's crystal? Why did you change your mind? Luffy, with a carefree shrug, replied. Initially, yes, but then I thought better of it. This island is much more valuable than just its crystal. We'll leave the crystal here for now. It'll be more interesting to conquer the entire island. Meanwhile, at the port. Boom mm. Asterisk the booming explosion at the port reverberated through the air, drawing everyone's attention. In a desperate act, the soldiers tried to capture the Straw Hat Pirates' ship to negotiate the release of the hostages. However, they were greeted by a frightening sight. A colossal three-headed monster emerging from the Black Pearl, spewing furious flames upon them. The resulting explosion echoed across the island, casting a mantle of fear over all present. Run! A monster! The soldiers screamed in panic, as they vainly tried to protect themselves from the relentless fire. Luffy, watching the scene from afar, couldn't help but smile amusedly. Looks like Chow Chow is really having fun, he commented. Panic and chaos ensued among the soldiers, each seeking shelter from the imminent threat. The entire town was in chaos, realizing that no one could stop the pirate crew. Beside Luffy, Shirahoshi looked sadly at the island of Luminarchy, her eyes filled with admiration for its beauty. Are we leaving already, Luffy-sama? The island is so beautiful, she lamented, her soft voice reflecting her sadness at leaving such a place. Luffy, with a confident look, assured the mermaid princess. Don't worry, Shira. This island will be ours, and you can enjoy it as much as you want when we come back. He already considered this place his, wanting to take it from Joker's hands. As the Straw Hat crew approached the Black Pearl, Chow Chow continued to repel anyone who tried to approach the ship. Luffy, using his King's Haki aura, caused the remaining soldiers at the port to fall unconscious, ensuring a safe departure for his crew. With an excited look, Luffy announced the crew's next destination. Let's go, we have an interesting place to go to. It's called Sky Island. The statement aroused surprise and curiosity among the crew members, who exchanged questioning glances. But without time to ask, everyone started boarding while Luffy took a miniature ship from his safe for the ex-slaves who followed him to the port. Thus, the Black Pearl set off from Luminarchy towards Jaya as Luffy instructed Nami. The freed and grateful slaves entered a second ship that was towed by the Black Pearl, which was the ship Luffy took from the Goa Kingdom and thought to use here until he saw what he would do with those people. While all the chaos was happening that night, in another part of the sea, crossing the Red Line, there was a country that everyone said was the country of fairies, where love infects all its population, and in a palace on a huge mountain. The atmosphere did not seem to represent the country. This country is Dressrosa, and on its opulent and imposing throne, Doflamingo sits enveloped in anger and irritation. His normally controlled and malicious expression is now marked by untamable fury. He had already heard of Luffy's looting in Luminarchy, and each word about the chaos unleashed by the Straw Hat only increases his discontent after losing the slaves and the auction treasure that he had not taken for 2 months and was scheduled to take the gold the following week. That Mugiwara will pay for every act of insolence, Doflamingo growled, his teeth grinding in fury. Viola, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but be stunned. She had never seen Doflamingo so furious, she had never seen anyone stand up to Doflamingo. She thought no one was bold enough for that. But this monkey D. Luffy didn't even care if Doflamingo had connections with Kaido. He thinks he can challenge my power and get away with it? I will show him the true power of a Shichibukai. He's full of himself just because he defeated Crocodile and Jimbei. Does he not fear Kaido or Jack? I won't even let Jack get to him first, Doflamingo declared, his voice laden with a deadly threat. He stood up, his posture exuding authority and danger. I'm heading to the beginning of the Grand Line. I will take care of this insolent pirate myself. Viola observed, her heart racing, wondering what would happen, while other members of Doflamingo's crew asked if they could accompany him. However, Doflamingo said he didn't need them. Doflamingo walked to the palace window and jumped out, casting his strings towards the clouds and pulling himself to fly through the sky towards the first half of the Grand Line. 499 Chapter 166, Chapter Size. 2,100 words. Third person POV. Somewhere in sea, first half of Grand Line. After several days of sailing, the Black Pearl, along with a second ship filled with people who were slaves, found itself stationary in the calm waters near Jaya. The crew, accustomed to their captain's impulsive style, gathered on deck, curious about the sudden stop and their captain summoning the entire crew to discuss their plans. Nami, with an expression of perplexity and curiosity, turned to Luffy, who stood on the bow of the Black Pearl. The sea around them was a vast expanse of blue, calm and endless. "Why have we stopped here, Luffy?" she asked, with a hint of curiosity in her voice. Luffy, with his iconic straw hat firmly in place, slowly turned to the crew. His face was lit up with an enigmatic smile and eyes shining with excitement. "There's something I need to say. We're no longer going to Jaya," he announced, his voice filled with intriguing certainty. Nijiko, with an expression of surprise, interrupted. "We're not going. But we're so close. Why change your mind now?" Her voice reflected the confusion spreading among the crew. Luffy, enjoying everyone's attention, pulled out a small, mysterious object from his pocket and tossed it to Nami. "Look at this and tell me where it points," he said. Nami, catching the eternal pose with a nimble movement, examined it closely. Her eyes widened in surprise. "It's pointing up," she exclaimed. Luffy nodded, his smile widening even more. "Exactly. Many have asked about the Sky Island in recent days. I decided it was time to reveal our true destination." A chorus of exclamations echoed across the deck. Usopp, with eyes shining with excitement, exclaimed, "An island in the sky? That's amazing, Luffy. How are we going to get there?" Zoro cast a challenging gaze toward the sky. "It doesn't matter where it is, as long as I can continue my training to get stronger. But an island in the sky? That sounds like an interesting challenge," he murmured, a slight smile of anticipation appearing. Reiju, the voice of reason and experience, looked at Luffy with a slight smile. "An island in the sky? Huh. That sounds like a worthy adventure. I'm curious to see what awaits us," she said. Lami looked at her with arrogance. "I thought you would be scared of such a thing." As the two argued, Hachi shouted excitedly. "Nay. The captain always takes us to the most amazing places. I can't wait to see the sky." Robin, with her usual calm demeanor but a glint of curiosity in her eyes, asked softly, "So, are we really going to this island now?" Luffy looked at everyone and nodded. "Yes, I even thought of going to Jaya, but the place is just a haven of weak pirates and we would only become some kind of celebrity there, as it would just be a place to beat up some extras who mess with us, so I decided not to enter the island now," Luffy explained. Chopper, with an expression of childlike curiosity, tilted his head to the side. "Extras? What does that mean, Luffy?" he asked, his voice filled with genuine confusion. "So, we are going to the sky. How high?" Kuina raised the question before Luffy could respond to Chopper. 10,000 meters. There's a phenomenon in these waters that makes ships rise known as knock-up stream, but we won't be following that route. "And how do you plan to make the ship rise 10,000 meters? Vivi asked curiously. Luffy, with a confident smile, revealed his plan. "With my Moa Moa no I can manipulate gravity and weight. I've improved my ability, and now I can use two applications at the same time. I will take our ship to the sky," he explained, his voice full of pride in his recent progress. In recent days, as the team trained, Luffy improved the performance of his fruit and gained new benefits. Now he could set the applications at 50 times and divide it into two categories, which made him extremely OP. He could put strength and speed at 25 times each in a fight. Luffy could also simply shrink everyone down and fly with his wings to the sky. But that idea seemed too easy and without any adventure, while his crew could share the feeling of seeing the ship rise higher and higher. "That's amazing, Captain," Beppo shouted excitedly. Luffy, pleased with his powers, said, "Yes, with my enhanced Moa Moa no we can make the Black Pearl fly. And with Nami controlling Garuda's winds to propel the ship, we'll reach Sky Island in the blink of an eye," he explained, his words infusing new vigor into the crew as he continued. "So, it's to Sky Island we go. Everyone get ready," declared Luffy, his voice resonating with authority and adventure. "Yes, Captain," came the unanimous response from everyone. Activity buzzed on the Black Pearl, with the crew engaged in adjusting sails and ropes, optimizing the ship to better propel it upwards. Meanwhile, Luffy headed to the second ship, which they had been towing since Luminarchy. On board, the former slaves, now dressed in clothes provided by the ship of the Kingdom of Goa, eagerly awaited the next plan of these pirates who had saved them. With everyone noticing Luffy approaching in the air, they all gathered on the deck. "You are no longer slaves, but we still need to take you to a safe place. Anywhere we leave you, you are subject to being captured. We're going to a very special place and I can't leave you here. You need to come with us, began Luffy, his confident and calm tone conveying security. The looks of the former slaves varied between uncertainty and hope. One of them, a middle-aged man with the marks of a hard life, asked hesitantly, "Where will you take us, sir?" Luffy smiled. "To Sky Island. But for that, I need to shrink this ship and store it for a while. It will be a unique experience, but I promise you'll be safe." A young woman spoke timidly, "Sir, we trust you. You saved us and we are willing to follow wherever you lead." Luffy nodded, touched by the trust placed in him. "I will ensure your safety. It will be just for a few hours. Then, we will be in a place where the sky is the limit." Luffy then shrank the ship with everyone inside and placed them in a safe place, returning to the Black Pearl, where everyone looked prepared for the next journey. Back on the Black Pearl, the atmosphere was palpably excited. Shirahoshi, with eyes shining with adventure, couldn't contain her joy. "We're going to see Sky Island, Megalo," she exclaimed, hugging the shark who grunted in response, sharing her excitement. Vivi, with a contagious smile, joined the festive atmosphere. "It must be amazing to fly to the sky," she commented, observing the final preparations. Luffy, firmly positioning himself, focused on the Black Pearl. "Time to start," he announced confidently as he placed his hands on the deck of the ship. With deep concentration, he activated the power of his Moa Moa no Mi, reducing the weight of the ship to below 1% and doing the same with gravity. Almost immediately, the Black Pearl began to levitate over the waters, to the surprise and admiration of everyone on board. "Wow, the Black Pearl can even fly," Yamato exclaimed, his eyes glowing with admiration and a touch of pride. Alvida, standing beside Luffy, watched the scene with a smile. "This ship really never ceases to amaze us," she commented, admiring her husband's power. "Well, let's continue, Nami." Luffy turned to his navigator who nodded. The ship was slowly rising, about 50 meters above the sea. Nami released her wings and went under the ship, using her own hands to tilt it diagonally. She then moved to the back of the ship, positioning it so that its upward angle wouldn't affect the crew. "Let's first release the ship's nitro and Nami will do the rest." Luffy spoke and the ship gained momentum, taking off with the energy used behind the ship. As it flew, Nami released her tornadoes with her hands to propel the ship, gaining even more speed. Dory, standing next to Bragi, couldn't hide his excitement. "This is incredible, Bragi. I've never seen anything like it," he exclaimed, his eyes wide. Bragi, equally impressed, simply agreed, "True, Dory, our young captain always surprises us." Shirahoshi, clinging to Megalo, screamed with joy. "We're flying, Megalo, flying to the sky." The mermaid princess was clearly ecstatic with the experience. Zoro, watching the scene with his arms crossed, couldn't help but express his admiration. "Well, this is really amazing," he admitted, impressed by Luffy and Nami's abilities. Nijiko approached Nami, concerned. "Is everything alright, Nami? Can you control all this?" she asked, watching her sister's concentration. Nami, without losing focus, confidently replied, "Of course, Nijiko. I faced bigger challenges before," said Nami, easily maintaining her power. "Clouds above," Beppo shouted as the ship invaded a massive quantity of clouds. "These clouds are so big, this must be Sky Island," Luffy commented, noting its gigantic size, large enough to fit 3 or 4 islands. The ship entered the area, and all they could see was white, filled with clouds as they continued to ascend. The Black Pearl, after emerging from the sea of clouds, revealed a spectacular panorama that left everyone on board speechless. The sky was lit by a radiant sun, whose rays reflected off the clouds below, creating a spectacle of twinkling lights. The clouds, thick and soft, formed a vast white sea beneath the Black Pearl. "I'll remove all the effects from the ship, Nami, you can rest, and everyone prepare for the descent," Luffy announced before releasing the ship from the effects of his Akuma no Mi, and it began to fall. With a small thud on the clouds, the ship didn't sink but remained atop the clouds as if it were on the sea. Usopp, always ready for an adventure, couldn't contain his excitement. "Look at this place, everyone, it's like we're in a dream," he said, pointing to the white, undulating expanse of clouds below them. "Look at this place," Reiju said, quite fascinated by the location. "Incredible," murmured Lami, usually restrained in his emotions, but clearly impressed with the scene before them. She looked around, absorbing the surreal landscape. Vivi, with a sparkle in her eyes, expressed her admiration. "Really, this place exists. It's like something out of a legend or a fairy tale," she said, her voice reflecting a mix of joy and astonishment. "Looks like cotton candy. Can you eat it?" Chopper shouted excitedly. "Let's move forward," Luffy announced. Then the Black Pearl finally moved forward, cutting through the clouds in the sea of clouds. As the crew was still admiring the environment, a structure began to appear on the horizon. "A gate?" Nami asked. "There's someone there," Yamato said. "An angel?" Usopp shouted, looking through a magnifying glass. "Must be a guard," Kuina said, a bit perplexed. As the ship approached, an elderly woman with small wings on her back looked at them from in front of that welcoming gate. "Visitors? It's been a long time since we've seen any. This is Heaven's Gate. All visitors must pay 1 billion XGold to enter Sky Island." 1 billion? Nami shouted in fury. "Calm down, Nami, it's not berries, this currency is worth thousands of times less than a berry." Luffy soothed her and turned to the lady at the gate. "Sorry, ma'am, but we don't plan to pay the fee, since this island belongs to the Straw Hats." Luffy spoke with an arrogant tone, making the gatekeeper's eyes widen at what was about to happen. Luffy also knew what was going to happen. He didn't want to waste time in this place and quickly enter into conflict with Enel, as it would save time for his plans. Yamato looked up before everyone else as a lightning bolt started to fall towards the ship, so large it could destroy not just the ship but the entire gate. Luffy, anticipating this, simply smiled. "It seems we're about to start our fight, Enel," he said, seeing the lightning heading their way unconcernedly. "Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform." 499 Chapter 167, Chapter Size. 2100 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. As the threatening attack approached the Black Pearl, illuminating everything, the crew panicked. Luffy raised his hand calmly, a vibrant flame emerging, a result of his Akuma no Mi powers, shooting skyward in a bright arc. The shot, so powerful, made the ship sink slightly in the cloud sea, sounding like a cannon. This flame was like when Luffy attacked Baroque Works outside Whiskey Peak. It shot up at high speed to meet Enel's lightning. Their clash, Luffy's chaos flame against Enel's lightning, was cataclysmic. The collision neutralized both attacks, creating a monumental shockwave, a spectacle of light and sound, violently rocking the Black Pearl, almost submerging it. Boom ********************************************************** The explosion reverberated across Skypia, a deafening detonation echoing through the skies, shaking the island. Surrounding clouds were lit by a blinding light, and the shockwave spread in all directions, reaching even the City of Angels. In the city, inhabitants looked up, stunned and alarmed. "What is that?" a resident with small wings on his back exclaimed in shock. "God Enel is angry," another shouted, voice trembling with fear. "What was that explosion?" a third asked, as the city was enveloped in shadows by the huge smoke cloud. The City of Angels trembled, structures swaying from the impact, people crowding the streets, looking up in a mix of fear and fascination. The sky battle between Luffy and Enel was just beginning, and nobody knew what was happening with the impact between flames, rocks, and lightning, but everyone in Skypia felt they were about to witness an epic event. Beyond the sky, the explosion even echoed in the sea below, making many look up with curiosity while sailing. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Pearl, Luffy's crew finally reacted to the colossal explosion. Each member reacted with a mix of shock and readiness. Chopper let out a sharp scream, hiding behind a cannon, his eyes wide with fear. Karoo, Vivi's loyal duck, clucked frantically, clearly disturbed by the sudden boom and ensuing turmoil as Vivi ran after him. Nijiko, with a worried expression, quickly turned to Luffy. "Luffy, what the heck was that?" she demanded, seeking answers about the source of the frightening explosion. Zoro, always ready for battle, immediately grabbed his swords, bracing for any imminent threat. An enemy? He questioned aloud. Yamato, cautious, approached Luffy, asking seriously, "Luffy, who is this? Why did he attack us?" Her expression was of someone ready to face any danger, anticipating a possible confrontation. Ah! Enel is furious. The old lady with wings at the gate didn't care about Luffy anymore as she jumped into a boat and began to row away with all her strength. Ignoring the old lady, Luffy turned to his crew before looking up again. "This self-proclaimed god of this place, his name is Enel," Luffy said, looking at the destruction with solemn eyes, a slight trace of disdain in his words. Hachi couldn't hide his nervousness. "Nay, a god?" he exclaimed, anxiety evident in his voice. Nami approached Luffy with a questioning expression. "But you don't seem to believe he's really a god, do you?" she inquired, seeking to better understand the situation. Luffy replied with an ironic smile. "He's not a god. Just a guy with the Logia of thunder, powerful, but far from a god as he claims. He's more like an arrogant mayor," Luffy explained, clearly belittling the attacker. As he finished, another lightning bolt came from the sky, and Luffy responded with another shot of his flames. Boom ****. Luffy, the Thunder Logia is a disaster category fruit, Robin exclaimed, alarmed. "It's okay. We can handle it. It's powerful, but I'll deal with that guy," Luffy decided, turning to Yamato. "Yamato, besides me, you might be the only one who can handle his lightning on our ship. Can you stay here to protect it?" he asked. He could let Yamato handle it, but as the captain and someone who watched the original work, would he leave dealing with the legendary Enel to a third party? Of course not. "Yes, Luffy. I can do that," Yamato replied, and Luffy nodded. "Nami and Hugo. You want to come along to use your powers? There are some priests you can handle," Luffy said. Knowing Enel could hear every word, but not caring, Nami and Hugo agreed. "I want to fight too." Zoro immediately wanted to join. "Zoro, you should train with this lightning. The world's greatest swordsman can even cut lightning," Luffy suggested, and Zoro agreed after some thought. "I think you're right," he said. "I guess we're useless here," Reiju commented. "We're just spectators," Lami remarked. "Luffy-sama. Stay safe," Shirahoshi said worriedly. "It's going to be fine. I'll go ahead, you catch up later. The rest can go to the City of Angels and enjoy the place. I can handle Enel," Luffy said before releasing a speed 50 times faster and disappeared, practically flying while jumping in the air with Geppo. Luffy immediately passed the City of Angels, watching people frightened by Enel's lightning falling while Luffy exploded them with his flames. In the air, lightning bolts started falling towards him. He smiled, dodging them while jumping. Mid-flight, Luffy transformed his body into flames to disintegrate approaching lightning. Each threatening bolt was met with a Soru, to move at almost imperceptible speed, appearing meters ahead in the air, always a step ahead. Lightning, with a bolt cutting the sky towards him. Luffy dodged at the last second with a Soru, laughing loudly with the thrill of the chase. Soru again, another bolt tried to hit him, but Luffy, with a mix of grace and power, leapt sideways, easily dodging. Lightning. A third bolt followed a similar pattern. But Luffy, now anticipating the movement, lunged forward, avoiding the impact. Soru each. Soru was an aerial ballet, a dance of quick reflexes and calculated movements. Lightning, Soru lightning, Soru lightning. Soru lightning, Soru lightning, Soru. Laughing euphorically, Luffy shouted to the sky, "Ha ha 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 ha. This is so much fun, Enel. But I have to admit, the speed of lightning is impressive. Even with my increased speed, I still need Soru to keep safe." The lightning continued to strike, each one a challenge met with laughter and evasion, a dangerous game only he could play. He was a near mythical figure, a pirate challenging a god, dancing among the sky's lightning bolts. Lightning. Soru. Luffy looked at his destination, an island with a huge tree and the golden bell. This is Skypia's main area and one of its most sacred. Known as Upper Yard, it's the largest land area in Skypia. Who would have thought this island belonged to the lower sea, but was raised here by the knock-up stream? Luffy murmured quietly as he dodged another lightning strike, his eyes scanning the area covered by a dense forest with diverse geography, including ancient ruins, lakes, and mountains. Upper Yard is also the site of the Golden City, Shandora. Becoming bored with Enel's incessant attacks, Luffy decided to confront the self-proclaimed god directly. With a challenging smile, he firmly positioned himself in the air, creating wings on his back. "Enel, you cowardly fool, will you keep hiding, launching these weak lightning strikes? Are you such a weak god?" Luffy changed his speed ability to sound in midair, his voice heard throughout the islands. "With this, I'm sure Enel won't stay put. He's too proud to stay in his place after everyone hears this," Luffy reasoned. And he was right. Enel's response was immediate, with lightning emerging from a temple in the forest, known as God's Shrine. The bolt moved toward Luffy in the air but stopped 200 meters away while he used his feet to stay airborne with Geppo. Enel appeared in front of him, just as Luffy imagined, with his large ears, drums on his back, and iconic look. Enel looked at Luffy with a frown. His sharp, blade-like eyes fixed on Luffy, frowning in a mix of interest and disdain. The sudden appearance of the Black Pearl, a ship from the lower sea, in his heavenly kingdom, initially piqued his curiosity. However, the mortal's arrogance, openly declaring Skypiea now belonged to the Straw Hats, quickly turned Enel's curiosity into fury. With an impetuous movement, Enel conjured a devastating lightning bolt, aiming to annihilate Luffy and his ship in one stroke. Electricity buzzed in the air, charged with lethal intent. But to his surprise, Luffy not only withstood but also confronted the lightning. Enel watched, almost in disbelief, as his attack was interrupted by flames produced by the pirate and successfully combated by the man in front of him. Luffy's ability to deal with the lightning seemed beyond luck. But as he tried to destroy the ship, the lightning was effortlessly stopped by this man in front. It was a direct challenge to Enel's authority and power. But what enraged him even more was this pirate openly saying he wasn't a god and even calling him a mayor, affront to his divine existence. As the pirate approached, even launching lightning at him in the air, Enel tried to destroy the ship. A man attempted to cut his lightning but was struck, and when he thought he would destroy the mortal's companions, his lightning was repelled by a horned woman. Enel's frustrations only increased as this man seemed to enjoy evading his attacks, and the peak of his wrath came when he loudly declared for the entire island that he was a coward and questioned his god status. Enel immediately flew toward him, teeth clenched at the mocking look of the pirate. Facing Luffy with a furious glare, Enel roared, You foolish mortal, I will destroy you." Luffy, unflappable and with a defiant smile, responded disdainfully, "Oh, I'd like to see that, little lightning. Your fruit is powerful, but that makes you nothing more than a fool with some power." Luffy's words echoed through the air, laden with audacity. The battle between the captain of the Straw Hats and the self-proclaimed god of Skypiea was about to unfold shortly after Luffy arrived in this realm. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. 499 Chapter 168, Chapter Size 2,300 words, Third Person POV. Skypiea, first half of Grand Line. The area around was in turmoil, with flames licking at the trees and a thick curtain of smoke rising into the sky. Beneath the ground, where Enel had been buried by the impact of Luffy's punch, there was a sudden explosion. A bolt of lightning shot upwards, and Enel emerged from the rubble, visibly more injured. His face was bloody, and one of his eyes was purple, clearly marked by Luffy's strike. Enel stared at Luffy, who was still on the ground in the same place he had attacked him, with an expression of pure hatred. Without saying a word, he unleashed a series of lightning attacks towards Luffy. The lightning bolts flew towards Luffy, who looked at them with an expression of amusement. He began to dodge the attacks while the ground exploded in debris around him, reminiscent of the fight between Nika and Kaido, where the original Luffy launched the lightning bolts with his own hands from the sky against the mighty Yonkou. The fight between Luffy and Enel created spectacular explosions all over the island, a true show of lights and energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, The Black Pearl was approaching the City of Angels. The people in the city were scared, running from one side to the other, trying to take shelter. They looked at the fight in the distance, watching the spectacle of light created by the two powerful elements in conflict. Fear was etched in their eyes, and they sought refuge as the battle between Luffy and Enel continued, marking the sky of Skypia with their fury and power with each explosion between the two elements. In the City of Angels, chaos reigned as the battle between Luffy and Enel intensified. The normally quiet streets were now filled with panicked inhabitants. "The god Enel is furious. We have to protect ourselves," shouted one of the residents, his voice trembling with fear as he ran, seeking refuge. "Let's run, we don't want to be destroyed by him," exclaimed another, pushing a cart with hastily packed belongings. "Let's run, Mom." A child held the hand of his mother, both running among the desperate crowd. Men, women, and children of all ages hurried through the streets, some seeking shelter in their homes, others opting to leave the city entirely. Aboard the Black Pearl, which was approaching the city, Vivi watched the scene with concern. "They seem really scared," she commented, observing the commotion below. Nijiko, beside her, added, "They haven't even noticed us. They are more worried about hiding in their homes or even leaving the city." Suddenly, a deafening sound cut through the air. Boom! The explosion came from afar, a powerful reminder of the fierce battle that was happening at that moment. The shockwaves could be felt even in the city, causing windows to tremble and some weaker structures to sway. The inhabitants of Skypia looked up at the sky, their faces marked by fear and desperation, as they witnessed the clash between two unimaginable powers. "But Luffy is also going overboard," Kuina grumbled, hearing the explosions in the distance. She looked at the sky, where the battle between Luffy and Enel created distant thunders. "He's fighting against a user of the Logia Fruit of Thunder," Robin commented, emphasizing the magnitude of the opposing power the captain was facing. "Boom!" Alvida, with a look of relief, added, "At least that god has stopped launching those lightning bolts at us." She recalled how lightning bolts constantly fell on the ship to destroy them as soon as Luffy flew away. Kuina looked at Zoro, who was lying on the ground, his body marked by burns while some lightning appeared around him. "Good for Zoro," she said, recalling when he tried to cut one of the lightning bolts in half but ended up being hit without managing to cut the bolt as he wanted. Despite the swordsman's talk of cutting the lightning, Yamato managed to repel Enel's power with his hockey-coated weapon right after. Boom! Next time I'll manage to cut the lightning, Zoro murmured, his voice low but full of determination despite his injuries. "Stop talking," Chopper reprimanded, a little irritated with Zoro's recklessness. While tending to the swordsman's wounds, he worked meticulously, bandaging the burns. Hachi, visibly scared by the situation, looked at the others. "Nay. Anyway, what are we going to do now?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Yamato assumed the posture of a confident leader. "We'll wait for Luffy to finish his fight. Nami and Hugo are with him, so everything will be fine. We can explore the city," she said, with the calm of a vice captain. Shirahoshi, excited and oblivious to the gravity of the situation, jumped with enthusiasm. "Yay! Let's explore the City of Angels," she shouted, confident that Luffy would emerge victorious, regardless of the challenge he faced. Boom! 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 The explosions continued to echo through the sky, a symphony of chaos that made the island's inhabitants wonder what was happening and how someone could confront the god of the sky. In the temple, the priests Ohm, Satori, Shira, and Gedatsu watched the battle with expressions loaded with concern. "What's happening?" murmured Ohm, gripping his sword tightly. "Someone is fighting against Enel-sama," exclaimed Satori, his eyes wide with surprise. "He just left the temple and went to face whoever had the courage for it," commented Shira, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. "Should we go help?" Gedatsu suggested, looking at the other priests. Before they could make a decision, something unexpected happened. A shadow emerged from the forest, hitting the temple walls with a violent explosion. "Ah!" The screams of Enel's women resonated as they began to flee in panic. Hey, what's this?" Satori exclaimed, shielding his face from the dust raised by the explosion. The priests looked at each other, realizing the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Not just with their god, but something began happening to them too. As the smoke began to dissipate, the immense figure of Nola, the giant snake, became visible. She was impaled on the temple, her massive body sinking into the structure. "This is Nola," Ohm exclaimed, surprised and confused by the unexpected appearance of the snake. "What's happening?" murmured one of the priests, still trying to understand the situation. But before they could react, two figures emerged from where Nola had been launched. A man covered in glowing rocks and a woman with orange hair, with luminous green lines running through her body and large white wings on her back, positioned themselves in front of the four priests. Who are you?" one of the priests shouted, clearly surprised and frightened by the sudden appearance. With a determined expression, Nami replied while floating in the air. "We're the Straw Hat Pirates. We've come from the sea below, and our captain has given us a mission to end any soldier of that false god. Are you them?" "False god? How dare you commit heresy against Enel-sama?" one of the priests retorted, his voice trembling with anger. Hugo, already on the ground and ready for combat, spoke confidently. "Looks like they are. Let's finish this quickly." Nami nodded, sharing Hugo's enthusiasm. "Yes, I want to enjoy this island and map it as soon as possible. So let's finish this," she declared, taking the lead to initiate the attack. The priests prepared to confront the invaders, each assuming a combat stance. But before the priests could process the attack in front of them, they were quickly overwhelmed by a storm of attacks. Hurricanes arose within the temple, created by powerful winds and giant claws that tore through the air. Rocks rose from the ground, hurled with brutal force. The priests, caught off guard, barely had time to react to the surprise attacks. CRAAAAACCCCKKKKK. The temple of Enel began to crumble under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, moments before, Enel, consumed by rage, intensified his attack against Luffy. Lightning and the direct attack. Thor rained down on Luffy, who was on the ground. Lightning BOOM. Crack. The sounds of explosions and lightning filled the air. Luffy, for his part, dodged each one, testing the limits of his speed, now faster than the speed of lightning itself. In a swift movement, Luffy kicked the ground, causing an explosion that launched him directly towards Enel in the air. Enel, realizing Luffy's approach, fired a lightning bolt directly at him. Luffy, without hesitation, countered with a powerful flame, flapping his wings to gain altitude and confront Enel face to face. The clash of the two powers, flames and lightning, created a spectacle of light and sound, a duel of giants in the sky of Skypia once again. Enel, enveloped in lightning, hurled himself at Luffy with divine fury. Luffy, in his transformed form, radiated flames that danced around him, an aura of power and challenge. Each of Enel's movements was like lightning, fast and lethal, but Luffy met him at every turn, his agility and enhanced reflexes allowing him to dodge and counterattack with equal ferocity. Enel's lightning bolts cut through the sky, an electric network incessantly seeking its target. Luffy, on the other hand, moved with the grace of a flame, weaving through and piercing the electrical storm. Every time Luffy counterattacked, flames clashed against lightning, creating explosions that resonated throughout the island. Enel, despite his divine nature, was beginning to feel the pressure of the confrontation. To him, this stranger claiming to be Monkey D. Luffy and Emperor of the Sea, a mere arrogant mortal, was now challenging a god, surprising and frustrating him. He increased the intensity of his attacks, with denser and faster lightning bolts sprouting from his hands. Luffy, however, did not back down. He advanced against the storm, his flames growing in intensity. With every dodged blow and blocked attack, Luffy drew closer to Enel, decreasing the distance between them. At one moment, Luffy got close to Enel despite his attempts to distance himself using his body as a lightning bolt. But Luffy kicked him from behind, sending him crashing down to the island's ground again like a meteor. Again, Enel shouted in pain as his body collided once more with the earth. CRAAAAACKKKK. Asterisk. He emerged from the wreckage, frustrated with the pain in his back, when suddenly a sound caught his attention and he realized with his mantra that his temple was being destroyed. He quickly flew to the sky and saw the chaos unfolding at his place of residence. "What is this?" he exclaimed, feeling the presence of two unknown individuals attacking his sacred place. He recognized them as allies of the stranger he was facing, infuriating him even more. Enel's fury was immediate. How dare they? he roared, seeing his priests being overwhelmed in combat. In a fit of rage, he diverted his attention from Luffy and launched a powerful lightning bolt towards the temple. This oversight proved fatal, as Luffy seized the opportunity to attack. With a swift charge, Luffy appeared beside Enel in the air and hit Enel with a hockey-charged punch stronger than the previous attacks, sending the self-proclaimed god crashing to the ground again, blood escaping from his mouth. In the temple, Enel's lightning bolt headed towards Nami and Hugo. They had already been warned by Luffy about the possibility of such an attack and were prepared. Both unleashed their transformations. Nami enveloped herself in a gigantic hurricane that shook the entire island, and Hugo transformed into a colossal figure, rising like a mountain from the ground. Boom mmm. Enel's lightning bolt hit them, but the resistance they had acquired in their transformed forms protected them, making the attack not affect them on a large scale. ROAAAARRR** emitting powerful roars, Nami and Hugo demonstrated total control over their new and imposing forms. One of the priests, still conscious, shouted in alarm at seeing the colossal figures above them. When Titan Hugo took a step beside the priests, the mere impact of his leg was enough to send them flying, showing the immense power now at play in the battle. "We must get out of here. They are monsters," shouted another priest, panic in his voice. But before they could flee, Nami acted quickly, releasing a powerful gust of wind that knocked out all the remaining priests, sending them falling 300 meters away. "This lightning hurt a little," Nami complained, feeling the effect of Enel's attack. Her body was enveloped in the hurricane she had created, a demonstration of the control she now possessed over her devil fruit. "Yes, but it wasn't serious. And now we have better control of our fruits," responded Hugo, maintaining the imposing expression of his Titan form. Nami had trained in the use of her fruit in the Alabarna Desert along with Yamato, learning to control her transformed form. She knew that the transformations of the Eikons could be uncontrolled at first, but now felt she had better mastery over her own. Similarly, Hugo had reached a new level of control after the chaos in the desert. They remembered Luffy's words, instructing them to remain in their transformed forms as long as they could, to thus achieve true control of their powers. It was a crucial step to becoming accustomed to their abilities, which had not yet reached their highest level. Meanwhile, Enel, lying on the ground and spitting blood, realized the grave mistake he had made by ignoring Luffy to attack the invaders of his temple. He stopped his coughing and looked towards where he had launched the lightning bolts, alarmed by the colossal roars coming from there. His eyes widened at the sight of the giants emerging, a scene that defied his understanding of the world. "What's happening?" exclaimed Enel, shocked and confused by the turn of events. 499 Chapter 169, Chapter Size. 2,200 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. The Shandies watched with astonishment and admiration the colossal transformations of Nami and Hugo. Their expressions varied between disbelief and reverence in the face of the display of power that defied everything they knew. "What are these creatures?" exclaimed one of the warriors, his eyes wide as he observed the immense figure of Hugo rising like a mountain and creating small tremors as he stepped on the ground. The warrior held his weapon firmly, but his hand trembled slightly in the face of the power he saw. "This is incredible," murmured another warrior, a mix of fear and fascination in her voice. She had never seen anything like the hurricane controlled by Nami, which seemed to have a life of its own, spinning and roaring with stormy force. Wiper, a leader among the Shandies, watched closely, trying to understand the implications of those transformations. "They are some kind of demon," he said more to himself than to the others. "They are also attacking Enel." The temple where Enel was located was now devastated. Some Shandi children, hidden behind their parents, peeked with curiosity and fear. They whispered among themselves, scared by the sight of the giants. Beyond the Shandi warriors, the inhabitants of the City of Angels witnessed the two gigantic figures emerging in the center of the island at a distance, visible even from afar. The population of the city stopped, the streets full of people looking up at the sky, agape at the sight of the colossal creatures. "What are those things?" shouted a man, pointing in the direction of the distant giant figures. His voice trembled as much as his hands. "Mommy, look, they're giants!" exclaimed a child, pointing with a mix of fear and fascination. "Could they be enemies of God Enel?" asked a woman, her voice laden with worry. The uncertainty about the intentions of the giant creatures added a layer of tension to the existing fear, in addition to Enel fighting someone in another corner of the island. Could they be enemies of God? What's going to happen to us? Should we leave here and get away? It's not safe. The voices repeated in the city. Meanwhile, the crew had already disembarked and was walking against the crowd of the city. They walked calmly as if they were on vacation. What is this? Shirahoshi asked, picking up an object from a store. While the seller hid behind the counter trembling, he looked at the mermaid unbelieving that she wanted to buy a shell in the midst of that chaos. Sharky. Megalo arrived next, curious. Laboon was also curious. Kuru. What are you doing, Kuru? Vivi asked her curious duck. Wolf. All the animals were exploring the city with the members while looking at everything curiously. Elsewhere, Gonfall, the former god of Skypia, approached the epicenter of chaos mounted on his loyal winged horse, Pierre. His eyes widened in alarm as he watched the scene below. The forest was on fire, the flames consuming the trees with the relentless voracity of one side where Enel was, while two gigantic creatures dominated the scene at Enel's temple. Gonfall's expression was a mix of concern and disbelief. What is happening here? Who are these monsters and the person who is fighting Enel? He murmured to himself, his voice almost lost in the noise of the battle. His gaze was fixed on the flames, the giant creatures, and the ruined temple, looking for clues that could explain the turmoil and destruction that had taken over Skypia. Luffy, watching from above, noticed Enel fallen on the ground, clearly dazed and confused by the transformations of icons unfolding before him. The sight of Enel, a being who proclaimed himself a god, stunned and vulnerable, was amusing to Luffy. With an intense glint in his eyes, Luffy focused on Enel. Without hesitation, Luffy propelled himself downward, turning into a true human meteor as his body enveloped in flames, leaving a luminous trail in his path. Enel, still on the ground, raised his eyes just in time to see the flaming figure of Luffy approaching rapidly. Fear and surprise were evident on his face, an indication that his shell of superiority was crumbling. Luffy knew he couldn't hurt him with that, but he still wanted to play in the fight, while not hitting the Logia with haki. Luffy went straight to where Enel was and exploded the entire area with the force of his body. Boom mmmmmm. Asterisk, the entire area around exploded, cracking a significant part of the forest and even causing the island to tremble slightly. Enel emerged soon after with lightning, but Luffy appeared right behind him with an amethyst glow, punching the god once more. Why can he hurt me? He shouted in even more pain. He was quite battered by the situation, having received blows after blows and not hurting the enemy once. Angry, he appeared in front of Luffy, who was standing in the place where he hit Enel, and the god used his maximum force. 200 million volts. He shouted and Luffy was covered by a devastating lightning bolt, destroying everything in its path and disintegrating with the force of the attack. It's a beautiful strike. A voice emerged when Enel seemed sure he had hit Luffy this time. But as soon as everything calmed down, Luffy appeared in the middle of the devastated field without backing down an inch while staring at Enel with a playful look. His form in phase 2 plus 50 times his defense made his body withstand the attack, while his body was enveloped not only by flames but also by lightning that tried to electrocute him. How? He asked, dazed, while Luffy punched him once again. Boom mmmm. Asterisk, Enel flew to the ground, devastating a part of the forest. I can't lose here, Enel roared. He was bleeding, desperate, and aware of his imminent defeat, then decided to play his last card. With a wild look of determination, he gathered his strength and flew into the sky, preparing to release an attack that could destroy the entire island and everyone on it. I won't lose, so I'll use my final attack to destroy you along with everyone, Enel shouted, his voice echoing through the sky. Raigo! The clouds above him began to stir, forming a gigantic sphere of electrical energy, a sign of the devastating power that was about to be unleashed. Luffy, watching from below, immediately realized the gravity of the situation. So he intends to release all his power, Luffy said in a carefree tone. The entire sun in Skypia was covered by dark clouds, forming a darkness for all who only had Luffy's flames and Enel's lightning to light up the kingdom. People panicked, wondering what Enel was trying to do, until a ball began to appear above Luffy for all observers. Luffy, what does he intend? Garuda, Nami asked a little far away looking at Luffy. It's okay, I can handle this. Luffy spoke. Meanwhile, Enel, floating in the sky, looked angrily after Luffy's words. He can handle this? I'll show the power of a god. He smiled malevolently, believing his final attack would ensure his victory, killing this inferior mortal. The sphere began to grow by the moment in front of him. It had increased to a size that could say it was a small blue and electric sun. Everyone was panicking, whether Shandies, the inhabitants of the City of Angels, and Gonfall trying to dodge the lightning in the sky. It looks like things are serious, Yamato admitted in the city. Luffy can handle this, Nijiko spoke confidently. I hope he doesn't overdo it. Kuina murmured. How scary, Usopp shouted, a little afraid of that hugging Beppo, who was also looking at it with a desperate tone. Witnessing the magnitude of Enel's power, Luffy realized that only his maximum level of strength would be sufficient to repel that. He decided to initiate his transformation to Phase 3, the most powerful and destructive form of the Eikon Eikon No Mi. Chaos Ifrit. Luffy began to transform, as intense and violent flames began to form around him. A pillar of purple fire exploded, rivaling the brightness of Enel's sphere, who looked a bit dazed at this development. As the flames calmed down, Luffy's final transformation was revealed. He was now a colossal figure, a true drake, with burned skin, amethyst armor, and curved horns. The flames vibrated on his gigantic body, now 50 meters tall. His presence was as imposing as an ancient demon, emanating a power that seemed capable of being a unique force of nature. Luffy, in his Ifrit form, stomped on the ground and roared loudly. Roarrrrrrr***. What? He can also transform into one of those creatures? Enel questioned from above with a surprised look. Let's see who has the most devastating attack, Enel. Luffy thought, looking at the sphere in the sky. The demon made of purple flames did not go unnoticed. Everyone looked at it in surprise, as a third creature appeared on the island and was about to face the god of Skypia in his most powerful strike. Luffy knew he was ready to face Enel's devastating attack. With absolute control over the element of fire, Luffy prepared to launch a counterattack capable of destroying Enel's threat. The black, now colossal wings that manifested on his back rose as he raised both hands, concentrating his flames in them. The purple flames surrounding him began to concentrate between his hands, swirling and coalescing into a sphere growing from a small form to something much more immense. The flames, fueled by Luffy's strength and determination, grew in size and intensity, forming a burning sphere that rivaled the thunder sphere in the sky above. The fire sphere became a manifestation of Ifrit's destructive power. It pulsed and shone with intense light, the flames dancing violently on its surface like a sun. The heat emitted was so intense that it could be felt at a considerable distance, causing even the most distant observers to step back. Skypia was no longer in darkness. Enel, watching from the air, was incredulous as the purple flames formed and grew in Luffy's hands. The intensity and size of the fire sphere were such that Enel began to question if his own attack would be enough. Impossible. How can he? Murmured Enel, his voice betrayed by uncertainty, unable to imagine that a mere mortal could also reach such a level of power. No, he is just a mortal. I will destroy him, Enel returned to his arrogance. Enel looked to destroy the one who dared challenge him. Goodbye, mortal. Goodbye, Skypia, he exclaimed, launching the gigantic electric sphere towards the island. Luffy looked at it, and as soon as his sphere was ready, he flapped his wings and flew up with his chaos flame sphere to face the lightning sphere, sending his attack with his own body as if holding a colossal Rasengan with one hand. When the two colossal spheres, one of lightning and the other of flames, met in the sky of Skypia, the impact was monumental. At the moment the spheres collided, an explosion of unimaginable energy erupted in the sky. The collision released shockwaves that shook all of Skypia. The sky was illuminated by a dazzling flash, a mix of electric blue and flaming purple, painting an apocalyptic picture while everyone tried to protect themselves. The sound of the explosion was deafening, a combination of thunder and fire, echoing throughout the island. The inhabitants of Skypia, the Shandies, and even the animals were stunned, watching the fight of the titans in the skies. Many protected themselves as best they could, fearing for their lives in the face of the devastating power being unleashed. The clouds above dispersed violently, as if torn apart by the force of the impact. The air vibrated with the released energy, and the ground trembled under the feet of the island's inhabitants. Below the attack, Trees were uprooted, and fragile structures collapsed under the force of the shockwaves. Even Titan and Garuda transformed, had to use their arms to protect their eyes from the force of the attack. Gonfal, mounted on Pierre, watched the scene with a mix of horror and admiration. As his horse was thrown away, he knew he was witnessing an unprecedented event, a battle that would decide the fate of Skypia. Luffy's crew, who had disembarked in the city, looked up at the sky, worried, but confident in their captain's strength. "My husband can handle this." Alvida spoke confidently, trying to reassure the others. The impact of the spheres was both a terrifying and impressive spectacle. An energy cloud formed where they collided. It was a battle of a god and a demon, fought by a pirate and a being who believed himself divine. A fight that would be remembered for 1,000 years by the inhabitants of this place, regardless of the outcome of the confrontation. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. 499 Chapter 170, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. As the two colossal spheres, one of fire and the other of lightning, clashed in the sky of Skypia, a massive shockwave was released, sweeping the entire islands with relentless force. The impact of this titanic encounter was not limited to the collision site, but reverberated throughout Skypia, shaking the island to its core. In the forests, gigantic trees trembled and swayed, some being uprooted. The houses and structures in the City of Angels vibrated, with objects falling from shelves and windows shuddering. The Shandies held on firmly to whatever they could, eyes wide and faces marked by fear and admiration in a corner of the forest. In the sky, the collision of the spheres created a spectacle of light and energy that illuminated the entire island. Luffy's purple flames fiercely battled against Enel's blue lightning. The intense glow was so dazzling that many inhabitants of Skypia had to shield their eyes, while others watched hypnotized, unable to look away from the celestial battle. Gonfal, mounted on his winged horse Pierre, watched the scene with an expression of deep concern. He knew that the outcome of this battle would define the future of Skypia. Children, the elderly, warriors, and ordinary citizens, all the inhabitants of Skypia felt the magnitude of the moment. "It looks like the captain is having fun," Reiju commented with her face to the side due to the wind. "How can you say he's having fun?" Vivi complained. "It's so beautiful," Shirahoshi commented, looking at the dance of purple and blue colors in the sky. "It's not beautiful, but worrying. Everything is being affected by this fight," Kuina complained beside her. "We must protect ourselves," Chopper shouted, scared. "Stop with this kind of scandal, the captain will soon win this fight." Lami comments as she starts to walk, avoiding the wind, and the others ended up following her, most of them reluctantly. In the clouds above, the spheres continued their fierce fight. The energy released was so intense that it seemed to create distortions in the air, as the spheres fought against each other. The battle between Ifrit and Enel reached its dramatic climax. Luffy, transformed into his colossal form of Ifrit, used just one arm to push the gigantic sphere of purple flames upwards, in an act of superhuman strength and determination. His purple flames, emanating a heat and power that seemed to defy the very laws of nature, pressed against the sphere of lightning with an unyielding force. Meanwhile, Enel, behind his own sphere of lightning, was concentrating all his power, using both hands to direct his gigantic electric sphere against the purple fire demon. His expression was a mix of intense effort and growing despair, as he channeled all his energy in an attempt to overpower Luffy. As the battle of the two colossal forces, fire and lightning, clashed with ferocity, a surprising phenomenon began to occur. Luffy's chaos flames, which formed the gigantic sphere of purple fire, had an extraordinary property of the chaos flames. They began to consume the lightning molecules of Enel's sphere. It was as if the flames themselves had a will of their own, desiring to dominate the opposing energy. As the fight between the spheres continued, Luffy's sphere of flames gradually gained an advantage. The purple flames advanced, enveloping and disintegrating Enel's electric energy. It was a spectacle for all who were watching at that moment. The chaos flames devoured the electrical energy, making Enel's sphere seem as if it were being eaten away each time Luffy's sphere penetrated the lightning energy. Enel, seeing his sphere being consumed by Luffy's flames, struggled desperately to maintain control. His face displayed a mix of shock and disbelief. "How is this possible? I am a god," he screamed, unable to believe that his powerful attack was being devoured by the strange flames. Luffy's sphere of fire became even more intense. The impact of this phenomenon was so great that the light emitted by the flames began to outshine the lightning sphere itself. The spectators in Skypiea watched, amazed and astonished, as the battlefield shifted. The fire sphere now dominated the sky, a clear demonstration of Luffy's immense power and advantage against his self-proclaimed god. His sphere of lightning, once an immense manifestation of his divine power, was now being consumed by Luffy's chaos flames. The electric blue of the sphere began to fade, being replaced by the vibrant purple of Luffy's flames. Enel desperately tried to salvage his attack, but it seemed futile. He watched the remnants of his sphere disappear as a colossal ball of fire headed his way. He looked at it with a dead gaze, knowing he could not be harmed by the huge sphere, but he felt lost. Everything he had done in the fight was useless. The other part hurt him and ended his attacks, no matter how he tried to deal with that man who named himself Monkey D. Luffy. "This is a nightmare, that's what it is. I hope to wake up soon." He came to this conclusion, waiting for the sphere to hit him to wake up from this supposed dream. Just when the sphere was about to hit him, under everyone's gaze, it dissolved, emitting heat throughout Skypiea. Enel was also surprised, but before he could formulate a reaction, completely absorbed in his shock and surprise, he didn't see Ifrit emerge from the flames of the sphere and quickly approach in the air. With a flap of his wings, Ifrit flew through his flames to reach Enel. Luffy filled his fist with a bit of armament haki and leaned in for the final attack. Enel couldn't react as Luffy used his colossal fist and haki to punch the Logia user in the air with devastating force. Luffy's giant hand, wrapped in purple flames and haki, struck Enel with such impact that it violently launched him towards the island below. As Enel flew through the air, his expression was a mix of pain and disbelief, as he bled and lost consciousness from the attack, flying to the ground. The inhabitants of Skypiea, still recovering from the spectacle of the colossal spheres, now witnessed Enel being launched to the island like a falling meteor. His body crossed the sky, a trail of electric energy and blood following his trajectory, until finally colliding with the island with a resounding boom. Boom mmm. The impact of Enel on the island was so powerful that it created a wave in that area like an earthquake, raising dust and debris and causing a tremor that could be felt at various points in the upper yard. Enel lay there, knocked out and motionless, defeated by the hands of Luffy. "It seems it's over," Luffy murmured as his body in the air began to glow and his transformation was being undone, returning to his common form while his cloak and hat fluttered in the air. With Luffy's final impact on Enel, the battle that dominated the sky of Skypiea came to an end. The dark clouds that had formed during the confrontation began to dissipate, allowing the daylight to return, bathing the island with the soft glow of the sun again. The sky, which moments before witnessed a clash of almost divine forces, now returned to its usual serenity. Throughout Skypiea, the inhabitants emerged from their hideouts and places of refuge, looking around with a mix of relief and confusion. They wondered what exactly had happened, trying to process the surreal events they had just witnessed without understanding anything. What was that? What happened? Where is Enel? They asked each other, while looking at the now clear sky, searching for answers. Meanwhile, Luffy still maintained his wings flying in the sky, with an expression of satisfaction. He flew down to the area devastated by Enel and landed gently on the island's soil, near where Enel had fallen. Enel lay on the ground, defeated and injured. His body was covered with wounds and marks from the confrontation since the beginning of the fight. "You don't seem so divine now, do you?" Luffy didn't miss a chance to mock as he approached and picked up some seastone chains and handcuffs. As soon as he placed the handcuffs on Enel and saw him securely restrained, his gaze returned to the sky where two figures were approaching. Nami and Hugo, in their normal forms after undoing their colossal transformations, landed near Luffy. Nami, with her orange hair gently swaying in the wind, had a look of relief and curiosity on her face. "Did you defeat him? It was quite a flashy fight, Luffy." She looked at him a bit worried, searching for any injuries on her captain. It was fun, but quite easy for me. Luffy shrugged, as he had even extended the fight waiting for some challenge from Enel, but he was already much stronger to face him. What shall we do now, Captain? Hugo asked. We'll wait for some interesting guests to approach. In the meantime, let the rest of the crew do what they want in the City of Angels, then we'll explore the island. Luffy spoke, thinking that the Shandies and even Gon Fall would approach with Enel defeated and wanting to know our intentions. You didn't kill him. Any reason? Hugo asked with interest, since Luffy could very well have killed Enel. This guy's name is Enel. He might be a fool with great power, but he's quite useful beyond his fruit. I'll have a chat with him when he wakes up. Luffy commented, wanting to ask Enel some questions and try to recruit him for his crew. If he was successful and sure the man wouldn't betray him, he would have a powerful force more. Otherwise, he could not let him live and would try to reallocate his fruit to someone else. Luffy sighed amid the wreckage and couldn't help but think, looking at the beanstalk-like structure rising to the sky in the middle of the island. A few months ago, when I was in the East Blue, I thought I would have a few days to finish things on this island, but it seems I did it in just a few hours, Luffy thought. A while later, while he was hugging Nami trying to play hard to get to provoke her, a winged horse emerged from the sky, and Gon Fall approached while in the forest. Numerous people with small wings on their backs appeared, coming from the place. The Shandies, along with Gon Fall, watched the scene from a distance as they approached the devastated area with trees and rocks scattered everywhere. They looked at the trio, especially at Luffy next to a defeated and injured Enel, with eyes full of suspicion and fascination, trying to understand who these strangers were that had defeated Enel. Luffy, still sporting his two huge black wings, looked like a mythical figure, a black angel out of an ancient legend even in this place. His wings, much larger than those of any inhabitant of Skypia, gave him an imposing and mysterious aura. The Shandies, accustomed to the modest white wings that adorned their own backs, watched with a mix of respect and fear. Gon Fall, the former god of Skypia, mounted on his winged horse Pierre and holding his spear, examined Luffy with a discerning look. He knew that Luffy was not an ordinary being, and his curiosity about Luffy's intentions and origins grew. Who are these outsiders? They possess a power I've never seen before, Gon Fall murmured to himself, as he cautiously approached. It looks like our guests have finally arrived. Luffy commented, after all, he should declare that Skypia is now his territory and he would spend a good time here to strengthen his entire crew before starting to shock the world below. This place would mark the beginning of Luffy's true plans, plans that would make him and his crew a real force in the sea. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. 501 Chapter 171, Chapter Size. 2100 words. Third-person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. The atmosphere at the destroyed site between Luffy and the spectators was tense, uncertainty hanging in the air. The Shandies, led by Wiper, a fearless and respected warrior among his tribe, watched Luffy with evident caution beside Enel in a state they could never have imagined, knocked out and injured. Everyone, still haunted by the recent battle, waited eagerly to hear the intentions of the one who had easily defeated their self-proclaimed invincible god, as besides some dust on his clothes, Luffy showed no injuries from the fight. Wiper stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Luffy with a bit of caution. Who are you? Why did you enter into conflict against Enel, and what do you intend to do now? He asked, his voice laden with a mix of curiosity and challenge. The other Shandies and inhabitants of Skypia waited in silence, attentive to the response of this man who made Enel seem quite weak. Luffy, with a calm and confident expression, observed the group gathered before him. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I am a pirate from the lower sea, and from today onwards, Skypia is my territory, declared Luffy, his voice resonating with authority. Luffy's announcement caused an immediate buzz among the Shandies, and Gon Fall narrowed his eyes at Luffy. Some looked surprised, others seemed uncertain about how to react to the bold declaration. The idea of Skypia, going from the hands of one tyrant to another even more powerful, didn't seem to bring joy to them. Your territory? What does that mean? Will you be like Enel was to us? We don't intend to give up our home. Not even Enel could get rid of us? A shandy shouted from the crowd and others also agreed, picking up strange weapons used by the people of Skypia. They don't seem to take it very well, Captain. Hugo commented the obvious. It's okay, just a hockey to end their wills. Luffy murmured, but before he could use it, a voice from above spoke in a firm tone. Calm down, haven't you seen what he can do? Besides becoming that monster in front of everyone, Enel was completely defeated by him, and you think you can deal with this man from the lower sea? You will just lose your lives without knowing his real intentions with your words. Gonfall shouted, and those most eager to fight against Luffy thought a bit and saw that it wouldn't be the smartest option without hearing the other side. Gonfall, who observed the crowd calming down, turned his attention to Luffy alongside his companions with Enel fallen. He knew the stories of pirates from the lower sea and was aware of a bit of what Luffy had said. And what does that mean for Skypia and its people? Are you going to govern our peoples like Enel? Asked Gonfall, his voice still maintaining a bit of respect. Luffy looked at Gonfall and the Shandies. It means that I won't interfere in internal affairs of the kingdom and that you will have freedom to choose who will govern you, and you will be under the protection of my flag. I will protect this place and its inhabitants. Nobody will threaten Skypia while it is under my name, Luffy affirmed, showing a strong determination. And Enel will no longer be a problem for you. But that has a cost, doesn't it? Gonfall spoke, expecting Luffy to state what it would cost his people. That's true, I bet you're just another Enel, wanting to enslave us with your tyranny, exclaimed one of the Shandies, echoing the sentiment of many present. The fear of being subjugated by another authoritarian leader was among the crowd. Luffy, understanding the tension and fear in their eyes, raised his hand to silence the crowd. I am not here to enslave or oppress anyone. My interest is not in the internal power of your kingdom, he explained, his voice firm and convincing. What I want is to establish a development agenda here. I will use a part of Skypia to train me and my people, of course, as my territory and under my protection, there will be a tribute to my flag. Luffy's words brought a new element to the discussion. For Gonfall, the idea of having the protection of a group of powerful pirates like these was something many on the island had never considered. Something like this could have even prevented the rise of Enel, as there was no one who could deal with him, but that could change if they had help from the Blue Sea. Gonfall, reflecting on Luffy's words, saw an opportunity for a new beginning in Skypia. If your intentions are true and you respect the autonomy and freedom of our people, perhaps we can find a way to peaceful coexistence, and I believe others may agree with this, he said, thoughtfully. Are we really going to do this? Are you sure he won't be like Enel? He said he won't get involved with us. If we had this, Enel could never have risen. Gonfall, how can you sell us out like this? It's true, we are Shandies, we bow to no one. We won't hand Skypia over to people from the Blue Sea. Luffy's proposal sparked discussions, some saw something positive in it, but soon those who didn't like the idea voiced their concerns. After all, they never backed down or gave up during Enel's regime. They wouldn't trust a stranger so easily. They remained skeptical and wary, unable to fully trust the words of a pirate, even after witnessing his strength and Enel's defeat. Realizing that words wouldn't be enough to dispel their doubts and fears, Luffy decided to demonstrate his power more directly. A wave emanated from him, releasing his conqueror's haki. The aura emitted by Luffy was so powerful and oppressive that none of them had ever witnessed anything like it, and it began to physically affect those around him. Suddenly, many of those present, especially the weaker ones, felt the overwhelming pressure of Luffy's haki, causing them to involuntarily kneel. Even the greatest warriors were affected, dropping their weapons. The effect was immediate and impressive. All the Shandies except for a few, now kneeling, looked at Luffy with a mixture of renewed respect and fear. Gonfall, observing the scene, felt a mix of admiration and concern. He knew that Conqueror's haki was a characteristic of exceptional and powerful individuals from the lower sea, as he saw some decades ago, when a pirate Gold D. Roger arrived on the Sky Island and brought all of Gonfall's forces at that time to their knees, and Luffy's display confirmed that he also possessed this strange power. Author here. I don't know what really happened, but I think something similar might have occurred, since Gold D. Roger walked through Skypia as if on vacation, and I don't think the inhabitants would have taken that very well. After the haki display, Luffy spoke again, this time with unquestionable authority. I don't want to rule Skypia with fear. I want you to see that the protection I offer is real and that together we can create a better place. You may not trust me now, but in a few years, you will see great results," he said, now with the crowd's full attention. Seeing that no one else was speaking, even Wiper and Gonfall silent, Luffy continued. "I will talk to all of you later. Gonfall, you better calm the people of the City of Angels and Shandies. We will have a meeting tomorrow. For now, I will sort some things out with my crew, but remember, whether you like it or not, Skypia now belongs to my territory. To the Straw Hat Pirates," he declared, with an authority that left no room for questioning. Luffy's final statement was direct and to the point, making it clear that, regardless of their opinions or feelings, the island was under his dominion. He no longer sought to convince or calm. Instead, he asserted a reality that everyone in Skypia would have to accept. The inhabitants and Shandies exchanged glances among themselves, some with expressions of resignation, others still showing signs of discontent. The imposing presence of Luffy and the reality of the power he held were undeniable. The Conqueror's haki was far more convincing than the Logia of Thunder. "Now I'm going to see my crew. Hugo, Nami, let's go," Luffy said, grabbing the unconscious Enel and flying into the air with his huge black wings, heading towards the City of Angels where the Black Pearl was. Upon arriving at the ship, Luffy was greeted by Chow Chow, who had returned to the ship to stay as a guard with a woof woof. After petting the dog, he first went to the cabin where there was a ship that he had left in miniature since they began climbing to Skypia. He didn't put them back to normal size as soon as they arrived because with Enel's shots, they could have been eliminated. Stepping out with the boat in hand, Luffy threw it beside the ship into the Sea of Clouds and immediately used the ability of the Moa Moa No Mi, which granted him the power to manipulate the size of things, to return the boat to its original size. As the boat grew, the former slaves aboard began to emerge from the cabins, astonished by the sudden transformation. Luffy asked them to leave the ship and go to the City of Angels, looking around in surprise as they still couldn't believe they were in the sky. They obeyed Luffy and stayed in a corner of the port until Gonfall arrived in the city, who, according to Luffy, would take care of their stay here. After dealing with the former slaves of the Goa Kingdom's ship, Luffy picked up Enel again and took him to the ship's prison alone while Nami, Hugo, and Chow Chow waited on the deck. Reaching the prison, Lucius encountered the former members of Baroque Works who had been previously captured in the same cells. They stared at him, surprised by the captain's arrival with a new prisoner, who was quite peculiar with drums on his back and giant ears. Bon Clay greeted Luffy as usual, and after Luffy locked Enel in the former cell of Jimbei, he turned his attention to the other prisoners, addressing them at this moment. "The time has come to release you," he announced, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "What? You're going to release us?" Mr. 3 looked suspiciously at Luffy. "Mugi-chan." Bon Clay twirled happily. "Please, get me out of here. We've been in this place for a month," Makita implored. "Well, I offer you a choice," continued Lucius, looking straight at each one of them. "You can join my official fleet that will carry my flag and be summoned when we need you. If you accept, you will start intensive training here in Skypia to become truly strong. It will be an opportunity to start a new life, away from the mistakes of the past and under a new flag." Silence filled the room as the prisoners processed the offer. Some prisoners exchanged glances among themselves, pondering the decision. "I accept, Mugi-chan." Bon Clay was the first to shout. Baroque Works no longer existed. Why should he be loyal to them now? Besides, Bon Clay liked Luffy a lot as a friend he made in the last month. "I want to as well, please. Get us out of here," Makita spoke with a glimmer of hope. "I'm in." Miss Merry Christmas and Mr. 4 also nodded. "Please, get me out of here. We've been in this place for a month. I'm in your fleet too. I just want to take a bath," Makita begged. "I'm in too," said Galdino, still a bit hesitant, but clearly curious about what the future might hold, which would probably be better by accepting to join this pirates organization. Little by little, everyone accepted the offer. Their organization was no more. Crocodile had been captured and was in prison. What choice did they have? With their decision, the former members of Baroque Works became part of the growing Straw Hat fleet, ready to embark on a new journey under Luffy's flag. And strengthening in the realms of Skypia would be just the beginning of their journey with the iconic flag featuring the Straw Hat. A new era of adventures and transformations awaited each of them, now allies of one of the most promising crews of the seas. 501 Chapter 172, Chapter Size. 2,000 words. Third person POV. Skypia, First half of Grand Line. After opening all the cells, the former members of Baroque Works followed Luffy outside, leaving only Enel as the sole prisoner in the jail. "You decided to free them, Captain," Hugo said. "I hope they don't cause trouble," Nami said, crossing her arms. "Don't worry, I'll give them my vote of confidence. I hope we can trust each other. They will be a good addition to the fleet I'm creating." Luffy comments on some of his reasons. "Freedom," Mr. 2, always cheerful, immediately shouted excitedly, while the others also seemed quite relieved after leaving for the first time in a month, isolated in prison. "Let's talk now," Luffy announces in front of the members of his main crew and the new 5 members of the fleet. Luffy began to share his plans with the new members and the part of the crew that was present. "Let's talk about the future," Luffy started, with a tone of voice that mixed seriousness and enthusiasm. "Skypia will not just be our base. It will be the heart of our expansion and strengthening here. We will use this place, out of the sight of most of the world, to strengthen ourselves in the coming months before continuing our journey." Luffy said. War was coming, as his brother would still go after Teach, so he needed to strengthen his crew like never before. The 3 main crew members looked at Luffy, already expecting something like this, even though they still didn't know about the coming war. Their captain had always given priority to their training while they sailed the sea. He looked at the new recruits, Bentham, Babe, Galdino, Marianne, Makita, and Miss Merry Christmas. "Welcome to the Straw Hat Fleet, those of you who have joined us. This is an opportunity to start anew. We will use each of your skills in the best possible way. You will be so powerful when you come out of this training that you'll even be able to beat Crocodile, your former boss." Luffy smiled at their surprised expressions. "Can we really do that, Luffy-chan?" Bentham shouted. "Yes, I'm sure you'll all be powerful when I'm done with you." Luffy smiled while the former Baroque Works members were oblivious to what they were in for. Hugo, Nami, and Chow Chow felt sorry for them. At that moment, Yamato approached, sensing that Luffy had returned to the ship with his haki. "Luffy, is everything alright here? I saw the fight from afar. It seems like you handled that lightning user well." Luffy smiled at her, reassuring her. "Everything is under control, Yamato. How are the others?" "They are all exploring the city, but the people are quite scared," she said. "That's to be expected. Anyway, Gon Fall, the former ruler of this place, should be arriving to control the population." Luffy crossed his arms. "This is Yamato, the vice captain of the group." Luffy introduced her to the new members as he had done with them to Yamato. After the greetings, Luffy resumed speaking. "Everything is fine now. Things here are over, at least for today. Let's enjoy the City of Angels and relax a bit. There's a lot to explore and enjoy here in Skypia," he said, encouraging everyone to enjoy the moment of calm after the clash with Enel, whose followers were also killed by Nami and Hugo. Enel was not a man who needed an army, so there were no more enemies. Luffy went to the edge of the ship and jumped onto the Sea of Clouds port in the city. "Let's go. I want to see what this city has to offer as well." His smile was contagious, and everyone followed him into the city. Luffy, accompanied by Hugo, Nami, and Yamato, walked towards the City of Angels in Skypia. With them, followed the freed former slaves and the newly integrated members of Baroque Works, the group attracting curious looks from the local inhabitants, many still hiding in their homes. The former slaves and members of Baroque Works, now free, looked around with a mix of disbelief. They marveled at the unique structures of this kingdom and the winged inhabitants of Skypia. As Luffy and his group explored the City of Angels, a commotion began to form in one of the main squares, with a crowd being formed with most of the city's inhabitants. The crowd gathered, attracted by the sudden presence of Gon Fall, who emerged to address the citizens of Skypia. With a serene but authoritative posture, Gon Fall began to speak. "People of Skypia, a significant change has occurred today," Gon Fall announced, his firm voice echoing through the square. "Enel, who for so long imposed his reign of tyranny over us, has been defeated." A murmur of surprise and relief swept through the crowd. Faces that previously exhibited fear and uncertainty now lit up with hope, but still, the doubt of their self-proclaimed god having been defeated made everyone wonder who could have done such a thing. Seizing the moment, Luffy approached with his group. The one who defeated Enel was a pirate from the lower sea, that one there with the straw hat, Gon Fall announced, pointing to Luffy approaching with his group. This immediately made the crowd look back in surprise at this pirate and the revelation that it was he who defeated Enel. At that moment, the crowd stirred with murmurs of surprise while looking with some fear at the man at the front of this group. Then Luffy stepped forward, a confident smile on his face and impressive black wings growing on his back at that moment. "Hello everyone," Luffy exclaimed, his voice echoing through the square. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. From now on, I'm taking responsibility for Skypiea, but don't worry, I'm not here to rule or impose tyrannical rules. I'm here to ensure that this kingdom prospers, and I'll use this place to train my crew for a while without affecting your lives, with this place becoming my territory. As long as I'm alive, no other Enel will appear, and you can even consider me as one of you," Luffy declared, his voice full of sincerity, while black wings sprouted from his back lifting his cloak, to make the people more accustomed to him. As he spoke, majestic black wings unfolded behind Luffy, elevating his cloak and creating an impressive silhouette that caused murmurs of admiration and surprise among the crowd. The contrasting sight of his dark wings with the white and modest wings of Skypiea's inhabitants was a spectacle in itself. Nami, watching closely, couldn't help but comment with a sigh of disdain mixed with a smile. "Show off." Beside her, some women from the town looked at Luffy almost with reverence, impressed by his charismatic and powerful presence. Bon Clay, also present, did not hide his enthusiasm. "That's so cool, Luffy-chan," he exclaimed, delighted with his friend's transformation. Luffy, observing the crowd's reaction, continued with his message. "I want to assure all of you that, as long as I live, no tyrant like Enel will threaten this place again. Skypiea will be a safe sanctuary, a refuge under my watch." He paused, allowing his words to echo among the listeners. "Additionally, I brought some people with me who need a home." Luffy pointed to the group of former slaves behind him. "They are just looking for a peaceful place to start over. Gonfall, could you accommodate them here in the city, right?" Gonfall, watching everything closely, nodded in agreement, recognizing Luffy's noble gesture. Luffy ended his speech with a warm wave to the crowd, who now looked at him with a mix of curiosity, respect, and a hint of admiration. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I will find the rest of my crew. We have a lot to explore and enjoy in this beautiful city." With these words, he turned and joined his companions, ready to discover the charms of Skypiea. Gonfall would take care of other matters without Luffy and convince the people of Skypiea about the changes this kingdom would undergo now that it is territory of the crew. Luffy walked to join the rest of his crew. When he found them, his group of nearly 20 people were gathered looking at various shells that only the Sky Island could offer. As Luffy approached, Shirahoshi, with her innocent and curious look, held a shell-shaped device, clearly enchanted by the technological wonders of Skypiea, as were Kuina, Nijiko, and Robin. Beside her, Vivi was discussing animatedly with Chopper and Usopp about the peculiarities of the local architecture. Upon reaching the group, Luffy was greeted with a chorus of greetings. "Luffy, you finally arrived," Usopp exclaimed, with his usual enthusiasm. Chopper, carrying a pile of exotic fruits, waved cheerfully. "Look, Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi approached with a shell-shaped device and pressed a button. "Look, Luffy-sama." The shell repeated what Shirahoshi had said, finding it incredible. "I see you're having fun. Here, there are many things we don't find in the sea below, so enjoy and spend your money as you like. By the way, the currency in this place is quite inflated. I think I'll have to change that. It's much more devalued than berries. I'll talk to Gonfall about it later," Luffy murmured. After meeting with Gonfall and the crowd, Luffy joined the rest of his crew to enjoy everything the City of Angels had to offer. The atmosphere in the city was now one of celebration and relief. A welcome change after the tension of the battle against Enel. Luffy, with his characteristic enthusiasm, led the group through the city while people looked at them with curiosity. Besides being outsiders from the Blue Sea, their captain was the one who had defeated Enel. "Let's stop here. Let's have a feast. The city center is big enough for this," Luffy said and took out Black Pearl from his pocket, throwing it in front of the square, causing a large explosion to arise from its weight. "It's time to celebrate our victory and the freedom of the new members of our fleet," his enthusiastic voice echoed through the square, infecting everyone around. Sharky, Karoo, Gur, Wolf, the animals got excited, and quickly, the team began to organize the party. Hugo and Zoro took care of the drinks, bringing the best wines and exotic juices found in the city. Bentham, always cheerful, took on the role of entertainment, putting on an improvised dance show that drew laughter and applause from the local inhabitants. Nijiko, Hachi, and Raiju organized the food. They gathered a variety of local and exotic delicacies, setting up a table full of colorful and aromatic dishes that whetted everyone's appetite. The atmosphere in the square transformed. What was once a city of tension and fear under Enel's rule now filled with music, laughter, and joy. The inhabitants of Skypia, initially hesitant, began to join the celebration, drawn by the infectious energy of the party. The members of Baroque Works, now free and part of the Straw Hat Fleet along with the giants Bragi and Dory, mingled with the crew and the locals, sharing stories and laughter. The initial distrust gave way to lively conversations and unexpected friendships. As the sun set, the square lit up with colorful lanterns made by Skypia's devices, creating a magical setting. The music continued, now with Chopper and Usopp joining in with their improvised instruments, which they clearly didn't know how to play, adding more joy to the party. Luffy, observing everything from a corner, smiled contentedly. It was more than a celebration. It was the beginning of a new era for Skypia and for his crew. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. 501 Chapter 173, Chapter Size 1500 words, Third Person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. The following day, under the clear sky of Skypia, Luffy, now also known as the pirate who had ended Enel's regime, got up early from a bed filled with deeply sleeping women, determined to start the new day with his expanded crew and the newly integrated former members of Baroque Works. The cruise ship was still in the middle of the city. Luffy gathered everyone on the deck of the Black Pearl, presenting himself with the posture of a born leader. "It's time to go to the upper yard. Let's discover the City of Gold," Luffy announced, exciting both the main crew and the fleet members. Luffy wanted to begin his grandest plan, which he had in mind as soon as his memories of his past life were reintroduced in that solitary barrel in the East Blue. After the meeting, Luffy used his power to change the ship's gravity and weight, with Nami behind him using her wind. The ship started to fly towards another island of Skypia. The group flew over the forest and the areas destroyed by the fight between Luffy and Enel, while Luffy asked Nami to head towards the City of Gold. The city's inhabitants watched the ship flying away with wide eyes, leaving the square empty after a great party the previous day. They had become accustomed to the presence of this group and even made friends with some of them. As they neared the City of Gold, anticipation grew. Luffy, standing at the ship's bow, pointed forward, where a dense mass of clouds hid their destination in the center of the island. After crossing much of the upper yard, the Black Pearl arrived at the location where Shandora was supposed to be. They landed below the enormous fern-like tree reaching upwards. "Nami, stop here, I'm going to lower the ship." The ship landed on the ground, and the crew followed Luffy. "Luffy, is this where the City of Gold is?" Robin asked. "It's beneath us, the clouds are preventing us from seeing the city, and they are solid. Zoro, Kuina, and Hachi, can you cut through the clouds?" The trio took out their swords and began cutting through the clouds beside the ferns. It didn't take long with their enhanced skills to reach the city. With the clouds falling like blocks, the city was finally revealed. Shandora appeared before everyone, made of gold and filled with ferns that had grown over time. The city, lost amidst a lower elevation than the terrain above, was a spectacle of majestic and golden ruins. Covered by the passage of time, it still retained traces of its ancient glory. "Let's go," Luffy announced, jumping into the hole made by the swordsman, and everyone followed him. The city was not just made of gold. There were sculptures and reliefs carved into the walls that told stories of gods, warriors, and ancient myths, while inscriptions in an ancient language decorated the entrances of temples. Temples and buildings, although in ruins, displayed a complex and refined architecture of a people from many eras. Stone walls and columns were adorned with gold ornaments, reflecting the sun's rays after so long without sunlight penetrating there. In the center of the city, there was a fern-like tree reaching up to the sky. Luffy recognized it as the location of the Golden Bell. The reaction of Luffy's crew upon seeing the City of Gold of Shandora was pure amazement and admiration. Nami, with her eyes shining with excitement and visible dollar signs, was clearly impressed by the incalculable wealth the city represented. "Look at all this gold," she exclaimed, almost hypnotized by the amount of gold adorning the ruins. The idea of so much wealth in one place seemed to ignite a spark of ambition and excitement in her. Shirahoshi and Vivi were also enchanted, their expressions reflecting a mix of reverence and wonder. Shirahoshi, with her large and bright eyes, looked around with an expression of pure wonder. "It's so beautiful, I never stop being amazed by the things of the surface," she said softly, her voice full of admiration. The mermaid princess was clearly enchanted by the shine and magnificence of the place. Vivi, with her interest in history, was equally fascinated. Just like Robin, who touched the ruins while walking through the streets, carefully observing the sculptures and inscriptions on the walls. "Just think of the history behind all of this," she commented, her tone full of curiosity and appreciation for the culture and past of the city. The other crew members also showed their own reactions of fascination. Zoro looked around with casual interest, more focused on the structure and design of the city than the gold itself. Usopp, always the storyteller, was already beginning to imagine and create heroic legends involving the lost city for his future listeners. The members of Baroque Works were practically drooling over the gold. They worked for money in the organization, so it was an expected reaction when seeing all that gold. The giants, however, looked at the gold with little interest. Luffy, in turn, smiled with satisfaction, as all that gold would be very welcome for his system. He walked through the city with an air of excitement and curiosity, looking with great admiration at the place. Luffy, with a mischievous and characteristic smile, looked at his crew gathered in the City of Gold and made an enthusiastic announcement. "Guys, feel free to explore the city and take whatever you want." His voice was full of enthusiasm, not caring how much gold his crew could get from the city. "The rule is simple, take as much gold as you can carry," he announced, leaving some members, especially the new ones, with wide eyes and open mouths at Luffy's generosity. Nami was the first to react, her eyes shining even more intensely upon hearing Luffy's words. "Thank you, Luffy," she exclaimed, already starting to plan which treasures she might collect. The idea of taking a part of that wealth for herself was irresistible. Everyone began to scatter around the city looking for things that interested them. Bentham expressed his joy and excitement with a series of dramatic poses and enthusiastic declarations. "Oh, what a wonder! Look at all this gold," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with the prospect of freedom and wealth. Galdino examined the structures and artifacts, pondering how they could be useful or valuable. "There's a lot of wealth here." Marianne, instead of looking for gold, took out her easel and began to paint the city. "This will be worth a lot of money," she murmured. Meanwhile, the other members were collecting gold around the place. Luffy stayed inside the city, not too excited to see the ruins. He would collect the gold soon for the system. The giants ended up staying with him and Zoro. After hours of exploring the magnificent city of gold of Skypia, Luffy's crew members returned to the meeting point, carrying not only bags filled with gold and valuable artifacts but also adorned with jewels that reflected the wealth and history of that legendary city. The excitement and contentment were visible on each face, as they shared their discoveries and achievements. "I think we've collected enough," announced Luffy, capturing everyone's attention. "Now, we need to discuss something of utmost importance, something that will define our future." His voice, heavy with seriousness, silenced the animated chatter of the group. Gathered around Luffy, the crew members waited expectantly. "I'm going to show you something impressive," Luffy said, a sly smile on his lips. He extended his hand towards the golden ground of the city. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. The space around the city began to distort strangely, and like a voracious whirlpool, the gold and artifacts began to be sucked towards Luffy. The legendary city of gold disappeared, absorbed by an invisible force emanating from Luffy, leaving behind only a vast empty area. "Ha ha ha ha, look at this. I practically cleaned out the city with this system," Luffy laughed, observing the areas now devoid of their golden splendor. The group looked at Luffy with a mix of admiration and fear. "I can't believe it. I fell in love with my greatest adversary," Nami murmured, perplexed by the demonstration of power. "The captain is really relentless," commented Beppo, a little dazed by what he had just witnessed. "Luffy always goes over the top," Kuina added, shaking her head. "It's actually incredible, Chopper, usually the most innocent, couldn't contain an expression of admiration." Luffy, pleased with his companion's reactions, didn't lose focus. "Now, Let me explain how we are going to use this treasure. His eyes sparkled as he consulted the store system in his mind. Store system, points. 51,460,000,000.00 berries. He observed the impressive amount he had accumulated, knowing that soon, this number would decrease drastically as he invested in purchasing devil fruits and other essential items to strengthen his crew. It was a decisive moment, a crucial step towards the grand future he planned for himself and those who followed him. 501 Chapter 174, Chapter Size. 1900 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. After the dazzling spectacle of turning a large part of the city of gold into digital riches, Luffy calmly turned to his still stunned crew. All eyes were fixed on him, still processing what they had just witnessed with open mouths and eyes the size of an egg. Luffy smiled. He decided it was the ideal moment to discuss the future plans of the Straw Hat crew. "Everyone, pay attention," called Luffy, his voice carrying a natural authority. "What you just saw is just a fundraising to strengthen our crew," Luffy began, looking at each of them. Nami, always practical, intervened. "Luffy, with all this gold you've absorbed, what are your plans? How will this help us?" "Our ultimate goal," Luffy continued, "is to dominate the seas. Not to rule with tyranny, but to ensure freedom and safety for all of us and for those under our protection. I've never hidden this. I intend to overthrow the world government, since with it, how could I be the emperor of the sea?" Luffy said, leaving everyone even more surprised by this. "The world government?" Usopp shouted as usual. "Luffy, you can't be serious," Vivi practically screamed in alarm. Even Robin was stunned. "Well, that makes sense, but it's a surprise to hear this. How many people can say that?" Reiju said calmly. "I hope this doesn't bring us trouble," Alvida spoke. "What do you mean it won't cause trouble? This is a big problem," Kuina complained. "I liked it." Hugo crossed his arms. "Me too," Zoro said. "Do you intend to join the revolutionaries?" Lami asked, seeing that the goals intertwine. "They are allies, since my father is the leader and my foster brother is also a high official, so it's quite possible we'll be together in the final battle." Luffy comments, responding to Lami. "Wait, Mugi-chan. Are we going to face the whole government?" Bomb Clay asked, a bit worried. The crew members mostly already expected this from their captain, but the new intriguing members of the fleet were quite frightened. "This seems fun, doesn't it, Bragi? Of course, we can face powerful opponents, Dory." All but two. Luffy looked at everyone and continued. "The plan is the following. Something big will happen in the next few months at most. Something that will change the world," Luffy announces, leaving everyone a bit surprised by this statement. "Something that will change the world?" Nijiko commented. "What's going to happen, Captain?" Beppo exclaimed with some fear. "A war that will change the era. The era of pirates is about to end," Luffy said confidently. "The great era of pirates?" Chopper asked, a bit surprised. "Karoo?" Vivi's duck was also confused. "Yes, and he will act right in the middle of the storm. After that, sometime after that, we will start a war in the new world behind territories to get our own place in that sea," Luffy spoke. "Wolf! Wolf!" Chow Chow barked excitedly. "Grr!" Laboon joined his friend. "This seems dangerous," Nami commented. "Will we be ready?" Yamato asked. "Don't worry, we will train a lot in this kingdom before continuing our journey, when I'm done with you. You all will be so powerful that you can face the Marine headquarters with all its forces and survive it." Luffy had a sadistic smile at this moment, sending a shiver to all of them. They now knew they would train like never before. "I don't like this," Mikita murmured. "Me neither. I just hope he respects the elders," Miss Merry Christmas said. Luffy continued, "We are powerful. We have some members with haki, like Shirahoshi and Yamato. Powerful mythical zone fruits, like me, Yamato, Nami, Chow Chow, and Hugo. But this strength is still not enough. This time will be dedicated to intensive training, especially in haki. The challenges we will face from now on will be enormous, and we need to be prepared." The crew nodded in agreement, aware of the seriousness of Luffy's words. Some, like Zoro and Yamato, seemed particularly eager for the rigorous training that was to come. "We will face powerful enemies, governments, other pirates, and maybe even the forces of nature," said Luffy. "Each one of you will have to surpass your limits. We will train hard, learn to control and enhance our skills, and become stronger together. We'll make Skypia our temporary headquarters. Here, we have the freedom and space we need to grow." When we leave, we will be a force the world will have to recognize. He emphasized this part again. Now let's start the next topic. Luffy announced, opening a screen in front of him. Luffy, with his eyes fixed on the system before him, began to carefully select the items he would buy with his 50 billion berries. The screen displayed an impressive variety of options, but he knew exactly what his crew needed to strengthen on his wish list. First, he selected the mythical Akuma no Mi. Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model. Phoenix. Price. 5 billion berries. This mythical zone-type fruit, gender-neutral, of the Phoenix, with a fire element, would be perfect for a crew member who needed regenerative abilities and fire manipulation. Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model. Shiva. Price. 5 billion berries. This mythical zone-type fruit, female gender, of Shiva, with an ice element, offers the user freezing ability and creation of massive objects. Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model. Bahamut. Price. 5 billion berries. A mythical zone-type male Akuma no Mi of Bahamut, with a light element. Ideal for someone with extraordinary offensive and defensive abilities at distances. Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model. Leviathan. Price. 5 billion berries. A mythical zone-type female Akuma no Mi of Leviathan, with a water element, suitable for someone with a natural affinity with the sea and the ability to manipulate water. This fruit was the only one in the world without weakness in the sea. Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model. Odin. Price. 5 billion berries. A mythical zone-type male Akuma no Mi of Odin, with a darkness element, offering a powerful set of dark abilities. Next, Luffy selected a legendary weapon, Supreme Grade Sword, Ace. Price. 10 billion berries. The last sword used by Gold D. Roger, currently without a possessor. A powerful addition to the crew's arsenal. Finally, he opted for a rare Logia fruit. Wind Logia, 2 billion berries. A Logia-type Akuma no Mi that grants the power to control and transform into wind, a strategic ability for the team. Luffy spent a total of 37 billion berries on the purchases. After these purchases, he still had a remaining balance of 14 billion berries. Luffy confirmed the purchases, feeling satisfied with his choices. He knew these items would be crucial in elevating his crew's power to new heights, preparing them for future challenges. As he finalized the purchases in the system, the items began to materialize in front of him, to the astonishment and admiration of all those present. One by one, the objects appeared, each wrapped in an aura of mystery and power. First, the 4 Eikon Eikon no Mi fruits emerged, shining with distinct colors and energies. The Phoenix model fruit emanated a warmth and a flame glow. The Bahamut had a white glow reminiscent of pure light. The Leviathan fruit exhaled a deep and tranquil blue, and the Odin seemed to absorb light around it, with a dark reddish and enigmatic glow. Each fruit had a unique aspect, reflecting their mythical powers. Next, the Supreme Sword Ace appeared, known for having been used by Gold D. Roger. The blade gleamed with an imposing aura. Its sheath and handle were of simple elegance but emanated a sense of power and history. Everyone in the crew looked at the sword stunned. For those who did not know the weapon, its aura was evident, especially to Zoro and Kuina. Finally, the Wind Logia materialized as a constantly moving air sphere, a visual representation of the wind power it conferred. The crew, now surrounded by these incredible treasures, was left speechless. They looked from one item to another, these fruits. Nami commented, sensing the familiarity of the fruits with her own. Yes, they are almost all the icons. There is just one I've set aside for now. Luffy had specific plans for the last icon. He would buy it later and put it in the ship's vault. With a serious yet excited expression, Luffy began to pick up the fruits and throw them to specific crew members. He had already planned who would get each fruit. For Shirahoshi, he handed the Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model Leviathan. This fruit will transform you into a majestic creature of the ocean. Your power will be unmatched in the waters, it's perfect for you, and you won't lose the ability to swim with it, said Luffy, acknowledging Shirahoshi's natural connection with the sea. This is for me, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi looked at the fruit carefully. Zoro received the Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model Odin. This fruit will give you dark and mysterious power. Perfect for a swordsman of your caliber, Luffy said, knowing that Zoro could make the most of this dark power. The power of darkness. Zoro murmured, thoughtful about eating the fruit. Usopp was gifted the Eikon Eikon No model Bahamut. This will turn you into a legendary giant, Usopp. Your ability as a shooter will only grow, being able to launch rays of light instead of bullets, Luffy said, encouraging Usopp to accept the challenge. What? I will be able to shoot laser beams? Usopp shouted excitedly, and Chopper had starry eyes beside him. Reiju was graced with the Eikon Eikon No model Phoenix. With this, you gain the power of regeneration and control over flames. It will make you almost unbeatable, Luffy stated, impressed with the capabilities of the fruit. Regeneration? I don't want to be a medic, we already have the gothic girl and Chopper. Reiju murmured. What did you call me? Lami shouted from the background. But I like the flame part, and I'll be able to transform into a giant beast. That sounds interesting. Reiju spoke, nodding about the fruit. Kuina was chosen for the Eikon Eikon No model Shiva. This fruit will give you incredible destructive powers, Kuina. In addition to freezing and creation of objects, it will enhance your fencing skills, Luffy said, confident in Kuina's ability to use these new ice powers. The power of ice, she commented, looking at her sword, Tensa Zangetsu. Vivi received the Wind Logia. This fruit will give you control over the wind. Imagine the possibilities in battle and exploration, Luffy observed, thinking about how Vivi could use the power to assist the crew. The Wind Logia? Vivi was impressed. She knew Crocodile also had a Logia, now she had her own. Luffy handed out the fruits, each with tremendous potential, knowing his companions would use them to further strengthen the crew and help in the battles to come. So, we will start training from tomorrow. I'll be with you for a week before sorting out some things below us. So you better be prepared for the worst training of your lives, Luffy announced. 501 Chapter 175, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. Luffy looked satisfied at the members of his crew, especially those holding a fruit in their hands. I will lose the ability to swim if I eat this fruit, right? Zoro raised the question. Exactly, except for Shira's fruit since it's from an aquatic beast, you'll have my weaknesses. Well, I'm not forcing you to eat them, but I believe it would be suitable for you to have this power. Luffy spoke. He would be disappointed if they didn't want the fruits, but he wouldn't force anyone to eat them. If this is going to help me become the greatest swordsman in the world, then so be it. I'll sacrifice my ability to swim and get stronger, Zoro said and immediately ate his fruit. What a horrible taste, he immediately spat it out with a grimace. It can't be that bad, Vivi said, biting into the Logia. This is awful. She looked like she was going to vomit the next moment. How terrible, I'll remember this so I never make a dish like this. What is this? It's the worst taste I've experienced. Zoro was right, this is horrible. Ah, this fruit Sama is so bad. If this will make me a brave warrior of the sea, I'll endure the horrible taste. Ah, Chopper, help me, I'm dying. Seeing that everyone had eaten, Luffy smiled. He picked up the last item, the sword called Ace, and replaced the weapon he had borrowed from Zoro. Zoro, take your weapon, now I have my own, Luffy announced, throwing Benihime back to Zoro while placing Ace on his waist. I see you have a special sword, Luffy, Zoro said after getting over the taste of his fruit and looked with interest at the weapon on Luffy's waist. You have no idea. Luffy smiled. Anyway, you're free to do whatever you want in the upper garden. Some residents might not want our presence and attack you, so just don't kill them, Luffy said. The Shandies probably wouldn't accept their presence as easily as the inhabitants of the City of Angels and might attack them. But Luffy was more than sure that everyone could handle these guys, now that his entire crew was powerful, except Karoo, but Vivi would protect him. Speaking of them, look who showed up. Luffy looked up at the hole that the group's swordsmen had created, and a group of people were looking at them, Gonfall also accompanying them. I'll deal with them alone, you guys can take the day off, just avoid using your transformations with the new powers. Every icon gets out of control the first time, so be careful, Luffy announced and jumped into the air to deal with the visitors while his crew discussed how to spend the day without the usual hellish training. Luffy landed in front of the group of curious onlookers, who immediately stepped back, fearing this man more powerful than their god. He wasn't arrogant enough to provoke them and belittle them, but that smile on his face made them shiver after seeing the pirate's capabilities. Let's discuss the future of Skypia. Do you want to do it here or somewhere else? Luffy asked. Can we do it in my tribe? Whipple commented, and Luffy nodded, They set off for the village, which turned out not to be very far from there. You have quite a lot of people here, there must be at least 2,000. Luffy saw almost a city of shanties, much more than he had seen in the work. The people looked at him with curiosity and fear. The children pointed to Luffy as if he were some idol while other children ran. Are you the man who defeated Enel? A girl appeared in front of the group, coming out of the crowd. You could say that. What's your name? Luffy looked at the girl with a smile. He knew the girl, but still asked her name to not seem strange. I'm Isa, she shouted happily. You can say that Enel is no longer a problem, Luffy announced, shaking his cap, and continued with the others to a larger tent. They gathered in a circle, the shanties led by Wiper, and Gonfall waited, their expressions mixing caution and anticipation. Luffy calmly sat down to discuss the future plans for Skypiea. Wiper was the first to break the silence. You say that Skypiea is now your territory, but we demand that you hand over Enel to us. Wiper spoke firmly, representing the wishes of the shanties. He has been the source of our suffering for years. Luffy, with a calm look, replied, I understand the pain he caused, but handing over Enel is not an option. He is under my custody now and will be more useful alive, under my conditions. Gonfall, with a worried expression, intervened. This might cause discontent among our people. They have been expecting justice for years of oppression. I know, Luffy agreed, but I need you to trust me. My crew and I will stay in Skypiea for the coming years. We are not here to rule or interfere in your internal affairs. I will deal with Enel in my way. What I can give you is your freedom, and I will further improve the living conditions for all the inhabitants of the kingdom. Wiper, still cautious, asked, so, what is your plan for Skypiea if not to govern? We'll use this time to train and grow stronger, Luffy explained. And I want Skypiea to follow a development agenda. We'll create ties with kingdoms from the Blue Sea and strengthen the island's economy, improve living conditions, and ensure a safe place against external threats. That sounds promising, Gonfall commented, but how do you plan to implement this agenda? And what is this about creating ties with the Blue Sea? That's never happened before in Skypiea's history. Skypiea is just one of my territories, and in each territory, I establish a system that benefits both the local inhabitants and my crew. Some of these places were ruled by tyrants or were in chaos. I changed that, Luffy said with a tone of pride. I freed them, and now they thrive under our protection and the alliances I've interwoven with other of my territories. Gonfall and the shanties listened intently, wondering about the complexity of Luffy's influence in the world. They knew little of the outside world, which made them think Luffy was a king of the world or something. He would laugh at them if he knew their thoughts. But one thing was certain. Luffy was not just a powerful pirate. He was a leader who created and maintained a delicate balance between power, protection, and prosperity. Not just that, he was preparing all territories for a big war in the future. He might be the strongest man in the world, but he would still need armies from the territories and his own fleet. In Skypiea, it will be no different. You will have our protection and support, but I also expect this place to contribute to the wider Straw Hat network, Luffy continued. You will have autonomy, but as part of my territory, Skypiea will play a crucial role in my future plans. He emphasized the importance of Skypiea as a strategic location, situated above the Blue Sea. The island could function as a control point in the Grand Line, a base for operations while he trains his crew and recruits more members for his fleet. We will work together on this, Luffy assured. The idea is for Skypiea to thrive and its people never to fear a tyrant like Enel again. Wiper, still doubtful, said, that requires a lot of trust on our part. And I am willing to earn that trust, Luffy declared firmly. Skypiea is now part of my territory, and I will take care of it. You have the freedom to govern, but we need to collaborate for the greater good of the island. Gonfall reflected for a moment before responding. I see wisdom and strength in your words, Monkey D. Luffy. I agree with these conditions. This offers us an opportunity to rebuild and prosper under the protection of your crew, which is much more favorable than living in uncertainty and fear under Enel's regime. Woodpell, reluctantly, spoke. As much as I dislike this, do we have a choice? So, I hope you keep your word, he said with some reluctance. Luffy smiled, pleased with Gonfall's response. Great, working together, we can make Skypiea a better place for all its inhabitants and create great warriors who might even defeat an Enel among you. The shanties, though initially hesitant, also agreed, as they had no choice. But the promise of a peaceful and prosperous future free from the threat of another tyrant like Enel, was too attractive to ignore. They accepted Luffy's proposal, realizing that despite his unconventional ways, he offered a real chance at a better future for Skypiea, better than going to war with the titanic creatures they saw in the fight against the former god. Great, let's talk more about this in the coming days. Now do you know what's important at this moment? Luffy looked seriously at everyone present. What's most important? Someone from the crowd murmured. Luffy stood up, satisfied with the outcome of the meeting, and smiled at the people asking the question. A great feast, of course, Luffy announced. A feast? Didn't you just have one yesterday in the City of Angels? Gonfall asked, a bit suspicious. Let me tell you a pirate rule, Gonfall. Have feasts at every opportunity you get, and 2 feasts are better than 1. Luffy spoke confidently. Now let's prepare something big for the whole tribe with the good news. Luffy laughed, and everyone, with no choice, began to do exactly that, preparing a large party in the center of the tribe. Luffy looked around, realizing it was time to announce something important. He stood up, stretched out his hand, and, using the power of the Moa Moa no Mi, amplified his voice so that everyone in Skypiea could hear him. Attention, people of Skypiea and my crew. His resounding voice echoed throughout the island, clear and powerful. Tonight, everyone should gather at the Shandy tribe for a great feast. Nami, bring the Black Pearl here too. His statement resonated through the air, reaching every corner of Skypiea. Everyone stopped what they were doing, surprised by the voice that seemed to come from the heavens, startling all the people around. He is the one who defeated Enel. He can talk to the whole island. He is a god. I knew it. He says he is a pirate, not a god. He can defeat Enel, turn into some kind of demon, and do things even Enel can't, like talk to everyone on the island. If he is not a god, what is he? Conversations like this began to be discussed while Luffy was oblivious to all this. He wants us to do what? An angel asked, confused. Looks like we're having another party, another replied, a smile beginning to form. Damn husband. He wants me, his wife, to carry the boat alone? Nami complained. Nami, are you really getting used to calling him husband like Alvida? Nijiko asked with a small smile. Of course, we plan to have children together, so I can call him husband. Nami commented with a blush on her face. Well, anyway, you can easily get the ship, Nijiko said. Yes, but Luffy could be a knight sometimes, Nami continued to complain. Meanwhile, the other crew members couldn't help but look towards the voice of their captain, already expecting something like this. Back at the Shandy tribe, after recovering from the shock of Luffy's voice reaching the entire island, they were already in motion, again preparing for the approaching feast. Alright, everyone, let's make this an unforgettable night, Luffy exclaimed, enthusiastic about the idea of another celebration. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. 512 Chapter 176, Chapter Size. 2000 words, Third Person POV. Skypiea, first half of Grand Line. After a night full of feasting, the entire crew gathered with the fleet members in a remote corner of Skypiea, where Luffy began intensive training. He chose a spacious location, surrounded by the lush vegetation of the island and more secluded, perfect for the type of training he had in mind. Everyone, pay attention, Luffy called to the group, forming a semi-circle in front of him. We are going to intensify our training. I will use my ability to increase everyone's training speed by 5 times. As you know, I plan to do some things, but I will stay with you for a week. Luffy looked at all of them, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Roronoa Zoro, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nijiko, Hachi, Kuina, Alvida, Laboon, Vivi, Karoo, Nico Robin, Tony Chopper, Bentham, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, Babe, Mr. 4, Galdino, Mr. 3, Marianne, Miss Goldenweek, Mikita, Miss Valentine, Miss Merry Christmas, Bragi, and Dory nodded. They weren't the only ones. Wapol and Gonfal also received a summons from Luffy to train with personal attention, as he needed to strengthen this realm and wanted to recruit many talents for his fleet. Everyone waited for him to continue. Then Luffy began dividing his training. Luffy continued, "For those who are starting, let's focus on the 6 styles. I want everyone to master at least 3 or 4 techniques. And for the more advanced, let's improve our haki, especially the users of Conqueror's haki." The crew members looked at each other, knowing the next days would be of rigorous training, but they were ready for the challenge their sadistic captain would give them, at least those who knew his personality. "Let's start," Luffy exclaimed, picking up his 2 books worth 7 billion berries, and immediately the place was filled with activity. He began instructing each crew member, demonstrating techniques and correcting their postures and movements. The concentration and determination of everyone were palpable. While some practiced the strikes and blocks of the 6 styles, others focused on releasing and controlling their haki, under Luffy's attentive guidance with the manual. The atmosphere was of hard work and constant progress. Bragi and Dory, with their colossal strength and original size against each other, trained separately but with the same intensity, taking the opportunity to further hone their warrior skills. Luffy supervised every aspect of the training, offering advice and encouragement to everyone. He knew the future would bring even greater challenges, and he wanted each team member to be prepared to face them. As the day progressed and the sun began to set, exhaustion took over Luffy's team members. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and the surrounding area was devastated, a testament to the rigorous training they had undergone. They begged for a break. "Hubby, please, we need a break," Alvida gasped, leaning on her club. "Luffy-chan, you're so cruel," Bon Clay lamented, while trying to catch his breath, but strangely cheerful. "What kind of training is this? I can't take it anymore," Mikita complained, collapsing on her knees. "I want to go home," Chopper murmured, visibly exhausted with tears in his eyes. "Karoo," Karoo cried. "Sharky Sharky, Luffy-sama. This captain is a sadist," Robin commented, still maintaining her composure, but clearly tired. Luffy, however, showed no mercy. "What? Are you already tired on the first day? Let's continue. We still have a lot of time before the day is over," he declared, staring at the team with a challenging look. "But Luffy," Vivi tried to argue, but was interrupted. "Stop slacking off, continue the training," Luffy insisted, his voice implacable, echoing through the area. The team members looked at each other, knowing there was no escape. With a collective sigh, they resumed training, driven by the determination of their relentless captain. Night fell over Skypia, but the training of Luffy and his team was far from over. He didn't even seem to care that the day had ended. When the first day ended, most of them were lying motionless on the ground. "These people from the Blue Sea, they are so merciless," one of the Shandians lying on the ground said, looking at Luffy with fear. "I'm already missing Enel." Another commented. Gonfal and Wapol with their groups were not far behind, as Luffy supervised their training mercilessly. "That's enough for today," Luffy announced. "Tomorrow we will double your training," Luffy said with satisfaction, eliciting a comical exclamation from everyone. "How can you say something like that?" All of them had shark teeth and white eyes as they screamed in unison. "Ha ha 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 ha," Yamato, one of the few still fine, laughed alongside Luffy at everyone's reaction. "They may complain, but they will thank me for this in the future," Luffy said. His crew had a doubled bonus with the system. Combined with the Moa Moa no Mi, they reached 10 times, meaning that this intense day of training was equivalent to 10 days. Although Luffy had set up an inhuman training to improve their progress even more, at the end of the day he increased their recovery by 50 times, so as the night passed, they were able to get up from the ground, recovering very quickly. They had a feast that night, everyone ate and rested, and the next day, Luffy repeated the same intensity, and the days passed like this. A week later, although many did not have the system bonus to increase their training speed, a week equaled 35 days of training, improving their strengths by leaps and bounds, surprising everyone who was not familiar with the effects of his training. They were almost mastering one of the 6 styles and greatly improving the effects for those who are users of fruits, with Luffy giving more creative tips on how they can increase their strength. For the main crew, a week equaled 70 days. The initial users of haki training finally began to show visible performance with armament haki, and the members who still lacked the 6 styles began to master the techniques, like Robin and Vivi, who finally learned mobility techniques with Geppo and Soru. Luffy made sure they also learned Tekkai as a fourth technique for those who already had three, improving their defense while not using haki. It's good, but there's still a lot of work, Luffy murmured, looking at all the bodies thrown on the ground. He was thinking about how to improve the training even more. He also didn't just stay as an instructor. He was constantly training, and even when everyone was resting at night, he was still training, with Yamato accompanying him since she always came out the least harmed from the training. He was so immersed in it that he no longer slept with his girls. Only when one said she was stressed and needed to relax, Luffy would take her to a corner for a quickie. The armament haki training is good, but they need to do observation haki and conqueror's haki. Of all the hakis, observation was the most neglected. Luffy had talked to Gon Fall about the mantra used in this kingdom to define this haki, but it was a bit outdated compared to the manual he had, and little was used, since even though there were people born with this haki from childhood here, which would be considered monsters by the Marines and pirates, there were no powerful users here. No one could feel people's emotions with haki or see the future. In the second week, Luffy started a different training. He stayed with the fruits of the group and observation haki with those who still had not learned to use it. The first few days started with Eikon users. During the second week of training in Skypia, everyone in the kingdom witnessed various terrifying things in those days. Giant beasts appeared every day, and always that purple fire demon beat them, since Luffy had to control his beastification the first time, which was always uncontrollable. Shirahoshi, now the bearer of the Eikon Eikon No model Leviathan, transformed into a giant sea serpent. Her new form, immense and elegant, glided through the air with ease, commanding the water around her. She created gigantic waves and powerful currents with a simple movement, displaying incredible mastery over the element. Usopp, after consuming the Eikon Eikon No model Bahamut, took the form of a colossal dragon with a gray coloration and a fierce expression. Rays of light emanated from his body, and in the fight against Luffy, he had caused great chaos before the captain managed to knock out the giant beast. Kuina, transformed by the Eikon Eikon No model Shiva, exhibited the power of ice created just by air molecules. She could generate gigantic pillars trying to hit Luffy while out of control. As a giant, she froze everything in her path, creating ice sculptures and causing snowstorms with a simple breath. Reiju, upon consuming the Eikon Eikon No model Phoenix, became a phoenix of monumental proportions, with red flames enveloping her body. Her transformation was so majestic that it surpassed in size and splendor Marco's form, another known user of the phoenix-type fruit, by hundreds of times. Zoro, now the holder of the Eikon Eikon No model Odin, transformed into a dark knight of colossal stature. His power of darkness manifested in black and red cuts, tearing the air and the ground with supernatural force. Of all, he was the most difficult for Luffy to knock out. After this, they began their beastifications with more control. Skypia had become a home to colossal creatures that roamed the upper yard as if it were a small terrain for them. Every day, people saw the beasts training, as Luffy wanted them to get used to using haki and the 6 styles in their transformations, which was very frightening, like Hugo, in his Titan form, jumping into the air with Geppo in his 100-meter form. It was not only the Eikon members who benefited from Luffy's last purchase in the system. Vivi could now control the wind, becoming a powerful user who generated devastating hurricanes across the area in front of her. She herself couldn't believe her current power, while she fought without fear of getting hurt, combining her 6-style ability with the fruit, making the Vivi of the past just a shadow of the power she has now. Luffy picked up his new weapon and began to practice. He bought a fencing manual, as just fighting against Mihawk and Momonga wasn't enough for him to reach an acceptable level. He trained with Zoro and Kuina in those days, and the dance of elements they could create was a good spectacle in the swordsman's fight. I think they're good enough to learn on their own in the next few weeks, Luffy murmured, as he wanted to get the crew ready to continue training on their own. He would soon descend to the Blue Sea alone to resolve some things, while the crew continued training and developing on their own in this place. It was no surprise that many forces were trying to capture him, and he would have to deal with them to make it clear that he was no longer a pirate they could easily handle with a force greater than they tried in Alabasta. He knew that according to the original story, Kuzan would probably be after him at this part of the Grand Line, as well as Doflamingo and even Jack, so he would soon find out if he was powerful enough to deal with them all. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available a few hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. 512 Chapter 177, Chapter Size. 2,200 words, Third Person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. The sunlight bathed Skypia like never before, enhancing the natural beauty of the island while a new regime had been established in the kingdom following the fall of Enel, with Gon Fall being chosen as the new sovereign to govern over the entire population after officially acquiring the protection of Luffy and declaring Skypia as a territory of the Straw Hat Pirates. Days had been passing, and Skypia began to get used to a much more bustling kingdom than anyone remembered, with the Straw Hat crew and the newly integrated members of the fleet continuing their rigorous training regimen under Luffy's relentless leadership. Each new day, the crew strove to surpass their own limits, showing visible progress that even the captain acknowledged with pride. Bragi and Dory, the colossal figures, had mastered a second technique of the 6 styles, an impressive feat that reflected not only their brute strength but also their adaptability and desire to grow as warriors. They boasted that upon their return to Elbaf, they would be the greatest warriors of the kingdom. Their movements, once guided mainly by strength, were now enhanced by a new layer of technique and precision using Soru and Geppo. Meanwhile, the other new members of the fleet, although still getting familiar with the first technique of the 6 styles, since they started their training a week ago, exhibited tireless dedication. Luffy had spent the last week and a half preparing their bodies and minds for the rigorous training, and the results were beginning to show. Each of them, from Bentham to Galdino, showed a noticeable improvement, promising to become a force to be reckoned with. "This is very good," Luffy murmured, jumping back as his eyes moved across the island where his companions were training with each other to get used to their techniques in real combat. In the landscape a little above Skypia, an epic battle unfolded between Zoro and Kuina, both in their Phase 1 transformations. The fight was a spectacle of strength and skill, combining ice and darkness in an impressive duel. Zoro, in his Odin phase, sported armor of darkness that pulsed with a dark red energy. Each of his movements was accompanied by streaks of black and red light, creating an undeniable aura of power. He maneuvered with incredible speed, almost a shadow amid daylight, while his sword cut the air, leaving dark and red trails that seemed to absorb the light around. Kuina, transformed into the same phase by the power of the Eikon Eikon No model. Shiva, was the personification of winter. Wearing the characteristic cape of her transformation with bright blue eyes, the ice that surrounded her seemed alive, reacting to her movements and emotions. With a gesture, besides sending freezing cuts with her sword, she conjured razor-sharp ice blades that flew towards Zoro with deadly precision. Her agility was accentuated by the lightness that the ice conferred, allowing her to dodge Zoro's attacks with almost ballet-like grace. With each clash of their swords, an explosion of ice and darkness erupted, sending bright fragments into the sky. Zoro, with a roar, released a wave of dark energy that swept the battlefield, only to be met and frozen midway by a wall of ice created by Kuina. Boom! Elsewhere in Skypia, above the floating island and even higher than Zoro and Kuina's battle, the sky was the stage for a dazzling spectacle, marked by vibrant explosions of fire and light. Reiju and Usopp, both transformed by their Akuma no Mi, engaged in a training battle at a new level of the planet's atmosphere. Reiju, now in the colossal form of a phoenix, her red flames shining intensely, cut through the sky with elegance and power reminiscent of the majesty of an ancient deity. Each of her movements triggered waves of flames that lit up the skies, creating a stunning visual effect that could be seen from the entire island. On the other hand, Usopp, transformed into a radiant immense dragon, displayed his own grandeur. His body, emitting dazzling rays of light, moved with impressive agility for his size. Each of Usopp's light shots was a demonstration of strength and precision, intended to test the reflexes and resilience of Reiju, who also used her healing power to recover from any attack. On the ground, the inhabitants of Skypia watched in awe. It was an extraordinary sight. Two beings of ancient legends battling in the skies. Children pointed upwards, mesmerized, while adults watched with a mix of admiration and reverent fear. With each collision between fire and light, a vibrant shockwave was sent through the skies, accompanied by a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the island. It was a dance of elemental powers, a contest between two forces of nature incarnated in the forms of Reiju and Usopp. Hachi was launching slashes at Beppo, who was using Soru and Geppo to fly and dodge, while responding with kicks of the 6 styles, Rankyaku. Boom! Vivi and Nami were fighting against each other while using their wind powers, creating hurricanes in the middle of the island. Nami now wielded a spear that Luffy had bought in the system, and she had her own ability with the non-grade spear, but as powerful as a high-grade one. Vivi was struggling to keep up with Nami, as the Kokoyashi girl had been training a month earlier, and Vivi was still getting used to her powers. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Robin had created more than 200 arms with hands, forming a pistol with all the hands, launching hundreds of Shigen like a burst of air simulating shots. Meanwhile, Alvida was deflecting all the attacks with her club. "You're doing very well for a lover," Alvida taunted Robin, but the latter continued launching attacks without caring about the provocations. Boom! Debris flew everywhere in a corner of the island. Transformed Chow Chow was fighting against Hugo, while fire, lightning, and ice flew towards the man in the first phase of his transformation, his body covered in bright and sharp rocks, creating defenses against the crew dog's elemental powers with his earth power. Lami had activated his room while fighting against Nejiko. The latter tried to dodge his attacks using her first acquired ability, Kami, to bend her body and avoid the cuts that would remove parts of their bodies. Lami was in control of the situation but had to be careful with Nejiko's speed, which combined her bomb fruit on the feet with her Soru, giving her a speed that even Lami could not follow. Shirahoshi and Megalo were fighting each other. Although it was the calmest fight, Megalo tried using Tekai to protect himself from his friend's attacks, trying to learn to use the power of his water element fruit. She now used a trident that Luffy bought for her, a weapon called Nejibana, which made her very happy, as it was the weapon her father and brothers also used. The fight usually ended when Shirahoshi used her haki and broke through Megalo's Tekai defense. Laboon and Chopper had a balanced fight, one against the other, both still using few techniques. Megalo had his strength, but it was reduced by his current size due to the Moa Moa no Mi, and Chopper had his fruit. Luffy suggested that Chopper use the most powerful transformation to start having control over it. Reluctantly, Chopper used it and always got out of control, but Luffy easily knocked him out, which always made the little doctor wake up angry and bandaged in recent days. "Pay attention to our fight, Luffy," Yamato shouted from the sky, making Luffy divert his attention from everyone to look at his wife sending an attack directly at him with haki and transformed into her phase 1. Boom! Luffy in his phase 2, jumped back and dodged the attack. He saw Yamato not giving up and attacking him directly. He wrapped his arm in haki, a constant evolution of himself in relation to his abilities. Luffy had become much stronger in these last 11 days and managed to increase another level with his Moa Moa no Mi, allowing him to multiply 60 times. His 11 days of training became 122 days, which made him grow a lot in armament, conqueror, and even start training with observation haki. Yamato wrapped her body in haki. Now she was much more powerful, even able to add the conqueror's haki to her attacks. The two fists collided wrapped in haki, creating a shockwave that made the entire upper garden tremble. Luffy compensated for Yamato's advantage of wrapping her attacks with armament and conqueror with his multiplication to balance or even be stronger than his wife. There was no doubt that Luffy was the most powerful member of the crew, taking this title from Yamato at that moment. Boom! Asterisk boom. The fight between the two was much more wild, even affecting the battles of others with the shockwaves between Luffy and Yamato. Everyone in Skypia could hear the explosions between the two. Not just that, every day at this time, the entire crew would engage in battles against each other, with the fight between Luffy's purple flames and Yamato's ice devastating the largest area. Show-offs as always. Whipple looked enviously at all the main crew members fighting. They had started training with Luffy last week, which proved to be quite beneficial for everyone involved, despite being quite rigorous. Everyone had become much stronger and finally learned a technique they had trained for, as their bodies were strong enough for it. However, compared to the main members who were fighting each other around the island, they seemed so weak. Whipple and other shandies recognized that many of them were stronger than Enel, not just Luffy, making them wonder where so many monsters came from. The whole day was filled with fights and enhancements of their abilities, so that at the end of the day, Luffy would gather everyone for a grand feast. Feast Chan, Bon Clay, always cheerful, performed his act, even though he was injured from the day's training. "Captain, may I bake a beautiful cake for you? You can even eat me." Kya ha 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 ha. Makita grabbed Luffy and teased him. "Get away from him, you bitch." Nami kicked Makita's butt, making her fly, but she stabilized in the air, controlling her weight. "You damn woman, I'll teach you a lesson one day." Makita angrily spoke to Nami, nursing her kicked butt. "Rum." Nami just crossed her arms and made an arrogant sound. Hey, now let's continue our long-awaited feast. Everyone get ready," Luffy announced, and everyone prepared alongside Black Pearl for another common night among the group. After another night of partying, Luffy left the captain's room where he had left Nami, Nijiko, Yamato, Alvida, and Robin, who had finally joined them, and went to the deck. There, he found Zoro drinking his sake. "Hello Zoro, I'm thinking of visiting our prisoner. How is he?" Luffy asked. "Captain, well, I left food for him, but he doesn't touch it, just like the last few times this week, he just doesn't eat and doesn't talk to me." Zoro spoke, drinking more of his drink. "I see, it seems his defeat has really shaken him. Do you think he wants suicide?" Luffy asked. "I don't think so, he's just denying reality I guess. It happens to many warriors, but if he doesn't accept it and move forward, he will die, for sure," Zoro spoke calmly. "I understand, it's time to see him for the first time after our fight. Let's see how he is and make some proposals," Luffy smiled. "Do you intend to recruit him to the fleet?" Zoro asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, I intend to recruit him to join the main crew." Luffy smiled excitedly. The lightning fruit could easily be acquired. But who would fill it? Luffy had no one in his main crew suitable for the fruit. Enel ate it and trained it for many years, even possessing power to destroy the whole Skypia. Not only that, he is a talented engineer. Leaving him alive was much more useful than killing him and taking his fruit. The people of Skypia might protest about this, but Luffy wouldn't care about it and would end any protest they would make against him and his plans. He wasn't a good Samaritan and always made that clear. He is a person with ambitions and dreams, and even if he is a villain for it, he will realize them. He himself has the mentality that he would burn the world to achieve his goals. He would just think before if his crew, family, and his people were safe. As long as that was okay, he would do anything. 512 Chapter 178, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. Luffy entered the ship's prison, the sounds of his footsteps echoing off the metallic walls, creating a somber atmosphere. The dim light from the lamps illuminated the path to the cell where Enel was detained. Approaching, Luffy observed Enel's figure, chained and visibly downcast, with his head low and eyes fixed on nothing, yet conscious. Enel, still conscious, didn't bother to raise his gaze to face Luffy. His face showed signs of exhaustion and dejection, highlighted by lack of sleep and food. The atmosphere in the cell was laden with a mix of defeat and resignation, a contrasting sight from the first time Luffy met that user of the Guro no Mi. Luffy stopped in front of the bars, silently observing Enel for a moment. "Enel," Luffy called, but there was no response. The former god of Skypia remained still, as if lost in his own thoughts and defeats. Luffy sighed, realizing Enel's state of mind. "You haven't eaten anything since you were brought here, huh?" "I came here to talk to you. I've decided what I'm going to do with you," Luffy commented, but still, Enel remained silent, his expression unchanged. Finally, Enel lifted his head, facing Luffy with a look mixing curiosity and disdain. For a moment, Luffy couldn't help but be a bit perplexed. I expected to find someone angry and full of hate for me, hurling insults at me, not someone with a defeated expression," Luffy commented, crossing his arms. He was still surprised by Enel's expression. "What do you want, demon? Have you come to mock me?" Enel spoke for the first time, but his tone wasn't as arrogant as it used to be. "Enel, listen carefully. I'm not here to mock your defeat. Luffy spoke dryly after recovering from the initial surprise. Enel, with his empty and defeated gaze, met Luffy's eyes. I've lost everything. My divinity, my power. What else is left for me now? What do you want? You lost a fight, even I can't win them all. Why are you so downcast? I lost, I'm no longer a god. Are you happy now? I'm a fraud, Enel said, sounding like a boy losing his favorite toy. So you take this thing even more seriously than I could imagine? Luffy wanted to slap him at that moment. He expected someone arrogant, but Enel seemed just a shell of what he used to be, after losing a fight. Luffy put his fingers to his chin and thought about how to deal with a guy like this. You might have lost the fight, Enel, but that doesn't completely define you. Defeat is just a path to becoming stronger. We humans always learn from our mistakes and move forward improving. That's what makes us so special. Luffy said, adopting a thoughtful tone. I was a god, not a human. Enel murmured. Whatever. Luffy was holding himself back from punching this guy. Enel, looking back down, replied, to lose to a mere pirate who arrived on the same day. I am not worthy of being a god. You may have lost our fight, but do you still want to be a god? Can you still be one? Luffy asked casually, trying not to hit the guy. Enel looked at him with some surprise. I could? I'm no longer invincible, he grumbled. As I said, defeat is part of the path and the ladder. Enel, want your title of god back? Then defeat me in a fight. Join me on my journey to the top of the world, and beat me. By then, you will be considered a god again. To be a god, you have to be at the top of this world, and if you don't defeat my future self, you will never be the strongest in the world. Luffy spoke calmly, imagining he would be among the most powerful forces in the world. What would I gain by joining you, and why would I do that? Enel spoke in a slightly surprised tone. You'll gain power, fame, and riches. Everything a god can gain, and not just in Skypiea. Your abilities are not yet at their peak. You can become much more powerful than now. There will be many powerful adversaries in that time. Adversaries you couldn't even imagine beyond me. This journey is not just for you to grow stronger, but to reach the pinnacle of the planet. Isn't that what you desire, Enel? Luffy argued. Enel was somewhat lost. Moreover, you've only lived on the Sky Island. You don't know the vastness of the Blue Sea. I'm giving you a chance to truly know this world. Your chance to see and evolve your knowledge and strength, like a true god. Luffy decided to take this quite strange approach in his opinion, but if it results in a new powerful companion, he will do it, as he has approached some members of his crew in a very strange way too. He looked at Enel before the latter could respond and continued. But don't think it will be easy here. It will be a gain-gain proposition. You help me and I help you, aiming to conquer the entire Blue Sea of this world. In the end, you beat me and become a god again, recognized not just by this realm, but by a number of people thousands of times greater than the inhabitants of Skypiea, Luffy concluded. Enel, surprised by the unusual and intriguing proposal of this demon, Enel called him that because of Luffy's final form, so he nicknamed him that in the end and saw only Luffy using his human form to hide that beast inside him. Enel pondered for a moment, his empty eyes reflecting a mix of doubt and despair. However, even in his defeat, the flame of ambition still burned within him. Are you serious? Enel asked cautiously. Absolutely, Luffy replied confidently. I believe we all evolve constantly. In overcoming defeats, you'll become stronger and stronger. If you wish to be a god again, then accept the challenge. Prove yourself, not just to me, but to yourself. A god isn't the most powerful being. If I reach the top of this world and you defeat me, who would dare deny your divinity? Enel, though hesitant, seemed to consider the proposal. He raised his head, a glint of determination returning to his eyes. I accept the challenge, demon. I will be your ally, but only until the top of the world, and when the time comes, I will surpass you and reclaim my place as a true god. Luffy cracked a knowing smile, recognizing the spark of resolve in Enel. Great, then it will be an interesting journey, Enel. Get ready for what's to come, because you've had an easy life here. From this moment, you'll know what it's like to work hard to get stronger. Enel, still cautious, agreed with a nod. But don't think this is a forever alliance. The moment we reach the top, it will be my time to claim my place as a true god. Understood, Enel. Our alliance is until then, Luffy replied, maintaining his casual tone. System, crew. Enel has joined as a member of your crew. This is very good, Luffy thought. Now he had a second Logia in his crew. Eat this and let's go outside. Luffy asked him to at least eat and Enel did just that. Luffy waited for him and as soon as the man had eaten his first meal in days, the new captain of the former god released him from his chains, asking him to follow him outside. As soon as they left the ship, the main crew and fleet were on deck having their first meal. Everyone looked surprised to see Luffy accompanied by Enel right behind him, astonishing people with this new character. If there had been one of the Shandies at that moment, they probably would have attacked Enel. "I see you've recruited him, Captain," Zoro spoke from a corner, a bit surprised. "Luffy and his charisma are unbeatable," Negico commented. "He must have been threatened," Nami said jokingly, mocking Luffy. "Hello prisoner Sama. Are you a new member of the crew?" Shirahoshi asked, approaching Luffy. Enel, still adjusting to his new position, looked at the mermaid princess. "Yes, it seems so," he replied, his voice still carrying a trace of his former arrogance. The crew's reaction varied between surprise, mistrust, and curiosity. Enel, noticing the stares, raised his voice, attempting to reaffirm his superiority. "Listen well, mortals, I am still Enel, the god of thunder. I am here not by defeat, but by choice. This pirate," he said, pointing to Luffy, proposed a challenge I could not refuse. "Are you threatening Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi asked, a bit cautious. "Yes, I will defeat him and reclaim my title as a god, so, I will eventually defeat him," Enel said firmly, but before he could respond, a punch enveloped in haki struck him. The other god once again fell unconscious on the deck. Enel was so exhausted from not eating and sleeping in the last few days that he couldn't react to the mermaid's punch beside Luffy. The deck fell silent after that. Shirahoshi had just defeated the terrible and arrogant god with a single move. "Ha ha 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 ha, you don't need to act like that, Shira. We have an agreement that he must defeat me as long as he works with us from now on," Luffy commented, laughing. "It seems this god is nothing," Nikita murmured, looking at the fallen Enel in a corner. "Anyway, Chopper, take care of him," Luffy spoke to his only doctor present. "Yes, Luffy." Chopper rushed to check on Enel. "Hugo. As soon as Enel wakes up, get him familiar with the crew's operation and each member, and if he causes trouble, you can beat him." Luffy turned to his companion. Hugo had already mastered armament haki, something he had shown talent for. "Leave it to me, Captain. I'm sure the god and I can become great friends," Hugo said, cracking his knuckles, already imagining that he might have to hit Enel a few times. "That's good. Anyway, I'm noticing some of you are missing. Where are Reiju and Lami?" He raised an eyebrow. Reiju prepared breakfast and left with Lami. They had some kind of competition, as usual, Vivi murmured. Everyone knew how competitive they were with each other, ever since they started training in this realm. They had been competing at various times of the day in some corner of the upper garden, and Luffy had to call them for training. Otherwise, they would spend all day competing and insulting each other. "I see," Luffy murmured and walked off to a corner. "I'll deal with them, you guys can start the daily training, and Hugo, beat Enel until he loses his arrogance. It would be annoying to have someone talking like that all the time during our journey," Luffy said and jumped into the air, heading towards where his companions were at the moment, determined to end their competition in a way that he practiced with all his women when he was dissatisfied with something. 512 Chapter 179 Smut 18. Chapter size 1400 words. Third person POV Skypia, first half of Grand Line. In a specific corner of Skypia, in a secluded place away from everyone, explosions occurred as two people fought each other at that moment. "You think you're better than me?" shouted a frustrated voice as her body was engulfed in flames. "I am better," said another feminine voice in the midst of a blue space, dodging fire attacks while switching places with various objects in the scene. "Don't get one why, gothic woman. Come on then, woman with curly eyebrows." The two attacked each other at that moment in a never-ending competition that had started in the last few days. With kicks and sword strikes, both fought with all their strength, and explosions were heard for miles. "Try to escape this," Reiju said, covering her foot with haki and the power of the phoenix, while Lami enveloped her sword in armament haki and the slash of the Op no Mi. As they were about to collide head-on, something happened at a speed neither could react to. A shadow emerged from the sky, flying directly into the middle of their attack. Luffy wasted no time and punched both of their heads, sending them flying to the ground immediately. Boom! Boom! Debris flew as two holes appeared on the scene. "Ah, that hurt, Captain," Reiju complained, emerging from the hole with a lump on her head. "Damn Luffy," Lami commented, coming out of the other hole with the same lump. "Were you skipping training again to have this childish fight?" Luffy commented, still in the air, crossing his arms. Neither of them responded, and Luffy just sighed. "You can be competitive, but don't get so addicted to it. It's disrupting the training, and training is sacred," Luffy said. "Whatever. I find it hard to end this since I have to make clear my superiority." "Superior to whom? Certainly not to me. I can prove it." "Then come. Let's compete." Luffy just shook his head and decided to act. He simply used his speed 60 times and disappeared. Before Reiju and Lami could react, they were enveloped by Luffy in a hug, and he took off to his. "What are you doing, Captain? What does this mean?" Before they could process with the speed of the wind, Luffy reached a waterfall on the island in an even more secluded part and threw them directly into the water, but he did something before letting them go. Luffy burned all their clothes, making the women fall one into that water. "My clothes? You damn womanizer. What do you think you're doing?" Reiju appeared on the surface of the water covering her breasts. Lami exploded from the water next door, also demanding what he was doing burning his clothes like that. "You better explain this, because I want to kill you now." Luffy fell in front of the two and grabbed them one while they couldn't even react. "Let's get this over with, we've been together for months and it's time to make you my women." Luffy smiled at the two women around him. Who wants to be the wife of a womanizing captain who already sleeps with 5 women? Lami complained, but Luffy kissed her suddenly. Her lips disconnected from Lami's and went to a stunned Reiju who couldn't even react. "Ah, that's refreshing," Luffy commented with a smile after kissing them both. "Captain, what is that? I'll kill him." They both screamed with red faces while there was drool on their lips. "Before that, I'm deciding who kissed better. It's hard to say because I liked them both," Luffy commented before they acted. This sparked a certain reaction in both of them, making Lami not even care that she was one. "Of course it was me. I'm a better kisser," she said, crossing her arms while her face was red. "What nonsense, my kiss was the best. You didn't see how the captain liked it," equally red Reiju said without caring that her breasts were in front of Luffy on display. Luffy just smiled, this is going to be a long day. A while later, Luffy was sitting on the edge of the waterfall. Meanwhile, 2 women were sucking his dick as a competition. "I suck better. Give space to me. The captain likes more my mouth." Meanwhile, Luffy was enjoying every lick on his one, while these women did it with such ferocity that he considered it the best blowjobs he had ever gotten in his life. Luffy didn't even care as he reached his limit and came on both their faces after 10 minutes of competition. "That's good. Looks like we have a draw." Luffy smiled as they looked at each other with his seed dripping down their faces. "Don't look at it like that. Let's compete in another way to break the tie." Luffy smiled and picked them both up, laying them on the rocks and running his hands over both their bodies until he reached their pussies. "The next competition will be whoever lasts the longest, whoever comes first loses, how about that?" Luffy smiled. "I've never done this, but I'm going to win." "Aw." Reiju started to moan when Luffy started to run his hot finger inside her virgin pussy. "Will be I that go, will." "Ah. Win?" Lami moaned equally with a sensation she had never felt in her life. Luffy played with those hot and wet holes as he gave these women a feeling of pleasure they had never felt in their lives. The game continued and he made her come together, making them scream. Luffy appealed, playing with his tongue right after their orgasms, making each one come at least twice. "Captain. You damn. That feels so good," Reiju commented, trying to breathe normally. "I might be enjoying this, but just a little." Lami plays hard to get. "Let's go to the next competition. Now I'm going to fuck all you. Is better you are ready, because the fun starts now," Luffy announced while maintaining his shameless smile. So he began his action by fucking each of those pussies with force and speed, making the women come equally with the pleasure their captain was going through. Hours passed and those waterfalls were involved in constant moans. Luffy didn't just limit himself to a few positions, he fucked Reiju and Lami in every way that could even make them compete for whoever rode him hard, making them jump on top of him as if his life depended on them to beat his opponent. Meanwhile, Luffy just took advantage while his penis was attacked by both women. In the end, Luffy laughed looking at the women who even managed to kiss each other in pleasure while one mounted Luffy and he sucked another's pussy. "I don't think that's enough." Luffy commented looking at his erect dick. He hadn't even gotten 100% while both Reiju and Lami fell to the ground in a faint. Looks like I'm going to have to use it. Luffy commented and looked towards a corner of the forest, where not only could he smell a familiar scent of a person, but his observation haki began to manifest and he could sense presences. He used his speed and appeared one in front of a blonde-haired woman spying on Luffy eating Reiju and Lami while he masturbated. In addition to skipping training to come here, do you still masturbate while watching others have sex? What should I do with you, huh? Luffy commented looking at Makita. I was just passing by. Kya ha ha ha. She laughed awkwardly and quietly, while on her face there was the shadow of Luffy's penis. I'm going to punish her now. Luffy announced and removed her clothes. A moment later while Reiju and Lami were lying on the rocks, Makita was on top of them while Luffy fucked her in a doggy-style position. A while later, she fell to the ground too. I'm still not satisfied, he commented, as he had only come 5 times, and was happy when shadows appeared from the sky and the other women appeared after noticing that the captain hadn't shown up at training all day. Luffy wasted no time, he fucked more Yamato, Nami, Negico, Robin and Alvida while he was not satisfied, while he fucked one. Others appeared to see why Luffy was taking so long. He at the end of the day had turned that waterfall into a sex zone that he practiced for hours on end. 512 Chapter 180, Chapter Size. 2100 words. Third person POV. Skypia, first half of Grand Line. Luffy stood in front of all his crew members, each of them giving their captain strange looks. So you'll disappear for a month? Vivi asked, trying to understand what her captain had just said. As I mentioned over a week ago, I am going to head out alone to the Grand Line to sort out some things. I'll return as soon as everything is resolved, and then we can continue our journey. Are you sure, Luffy? You're a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. With the events at Alabasta, who's to say an admiral isn't after you right now? Negico spoke up. Look, that's very likely, but it doesn't matter. I'll see if I'm strong enough to handle an admiral. I'm confident, Luffy commented with a smile. He had made significant progress in both armament haki and conqueror's haki, albeit haphazardly, and had begun training in observation haki. He possessed a small arsenal of abilities as powerful as any of the top commanders of the most powerful Yonkas. And we'll stay here training? Zoro raised the question. Exactly. I've memorized the book on haki over the last week, so I can train on my own. Meanwhile, you guys will continue your training with it. I know it'll be slow compared to the effects of my Moa Moa no Mi, but I'll be back soon, and we'll finish training before returning to the sea as a crew, Luffy explained. We've already had to go 2 weeks without you, and now you're disappearing for a month? Nami complained, and Yamato agreed. It's true, husband. A month is a long time, Alvida commented. Don't worry, it will pass in the blink of an eye, Luffy said confidently. I wonder how many women you're going to bring back here, Nami continued to mutter. Maybe 1 or 2 at most. But when I return, we could even get married here, Luffy commented. Married? Yamato, Nami, Negico, Alvida, Robin, even Vivi and Shirahoshi looked at Luffy, stunned. He wants to marry us, Reiju commented. After what he did to us, the least he could do is take responsibility, Lami spoke. You talk as if it were a bad thing. You were moaning like a bitch, Reiju retorted. Of course, I was seducing, didn't you see that I'm better in bed than you? You think you'll be a better wife than who? I can cook, have you ever seen a housewife who can't? Maybe you'll be the first. Reiju mocked. You can cook, but I'll take care of my husband. Can you do that? Lami countered. What's going on here? Beppo murmured, lost amidst these routine squabbles but over a topic he never imagined hearing. Anyway, I'm off, Luffy said before any of the women, surprised by his words, could respond. Wings sprouted from his back, and he took off into the sky. As he soared through the clouds, the horizon tinged blue came into view. He descended rapidly, aided by his wings and gravity. As he fell, a thunderous sound appeared beside him, and Enel, surrounded by thunder, joined him. Luffy had summoned him to descend together, considering it a good experience for the arrogant god. So we're going to see the mortals of the Blue Sea? Enel said arrogantly, and Luffy already wanted to hit him. Listen, Enel, you can't act like you're invincible. You were beaten by a girl who was scared until recently and got thrashed by Hugo. Haven't you learned your lesson? Luffy commented. Tisk. They have powers I've never seen before. That doesn't mean I'll lose to everyone. After all, I am a god, and I've discovered I'm getting stronger with each defeat, Enel admitted with some recognition. I can agree with the second part, but the first is hard to trust. We're going to meet very powerful people on this journey. Be prepared, Luffy advised and continued. Anyway, let's see who gets there first, Lord of Thunder, Luffy challenged, his wings blazing with fire before he used the power of his fruit and shot off before Enel could react. Worthy of being my rival. I will defeat him and become a god, Enel confidently followed Luffy. It was a shame they descended in broad daylight, for it would have been a spectacular sight to see a purple meteor and a blue lightning bolt racing down the sky at high speed. Luffy was much faster than Enel and hadn't even used the full power of his fruit abilities. His physique had reached a new level, and he was pleased with that. After descending to about 300 meters above the sea, Luffy veered off in a direction following an eternal pose on his wrist. He was prepared to visit a few islands during this time, with his ultimate goal being Shiki. However, he could venture to some islands for now. Enel followed Luffy behind, and they traveled across the sea using their elements until an island appeared on the horizon. Luffy had a smile on his face. He wanted to provoke someone in particular and chose some islands around Jaya, known for an underworld smuggling network. The island was a peaceful place with a serene atmosphere at the moment, where inhabitants went about their daily lives engaged in activities like fishing, trading, and harmonious living. This routine was a stark contrast to the other type of trade happening in one of the island's large structures, serving as a warehouse for underworld goods being unloaded to be transported elsewhere. Suddenly, the people stopped their activities to look up as their tranquility was disrupted by a terrifying phenomenon. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a deafening boom. The inhabitants looked up, alarmed, as a figure enveloped in electricity appeared in the sky. It was Enel, the user of the lightning Logia, descending towards the island at impressive speed, his presence exuding power and danger. Almost simultaneously, a flaming object resembling a meteor appeared in the sky. It was Luffy, whose wings burned with purple flames, diving towards the island at breakneck speed. The intensity of his descent created a bright trail in the sky, resembling a shooting star in daylight. The islanders quickly ran for shelter, fearing the worst. Soon, there was an explosion at the city's port. The impact of Luffy and Enel hitting the ground so powerful it caused a tremendous explosion, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, breaking the area where they had landed. When the dust settled, Luffy and Enel emerged from the craters they had created. As the dust settled and Luffy confidently walked through the town, the island's inhabitants, still stunned by the sudden and spectacular landing of the two individuals, began to recognize the figure moving among them. Shock and surprise were evident on their faces, and whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Can it be? Is that him? Monkey D. Luffy? That pirate with a bounty of 500 million? The same one who took down Crocodile and Jinbei, and even faced a vice admiral of the navy? The whispers grew in volume and intensity as the residents gathered to get a better view of the infamous pirate. Luffy, however, showed no interest in his fame or the stir he was causing. His focus was on the weapon depots and human trafficking he knew to be part of the illicit operations controlled by Don Quixote Doflamingo in these waters. Ignoring the frightened and admiring glances of the residents, Luffy continued on his path, with Enel following close behind. Realizing the pirate's intentions, the island's inhabitants began to distance themselves, fearing what might happen next. Everyone was aware of the activities happening on the island, but no one wanted to get involved, as anyone there would be killed. So, the inhabitants went about their lives while turning a blind eye to what happened in that depot. He's heading for the building of that organization. What does he plan to do? This is going to bring trouble to the island. But who can stop someone like him? A resident spoke, knowing this would not go unnoticed by the criminals, and as Luffy walked towards the place, he was clearly an enemy wanting to cause chaos. Should we destroy this place? Enel asked, looking at the large building, while a crowd of men in front of the place pointed their guns at the two. Pirate Monkey D. Luffy. What are you doing here? If you're here to cause trouble, know that this place is protected by Joker, the king of the underworld, a man shouted. Don't destroy the place until we loot everything in it, but you can attack these people, Luffy commented, completely ignoring the guard who yelled at him. Understood. Lightning before the men could react, Enel launched a bolt of lightning at them, pulverizing everyone. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but be surprised. Meanwhile, Luffy walked up to the building before blowing up the wall with a punch enveloped in flames. Boom. With Luffy and Enel united by a common goal, they launched into destruction inside the underworld smuggling building. The island soon began to hear the explosions from both of their powers. Luffy entered the building through the hole he created, and Enel followed. Sounds of explosions inside the building, walls being destroyed with thunder and flames, windows breaking, and people running out seeking anywhere but there, could be heard from outside. The defenders of the place, although heavily armed, were caught off guard by the sudden invasion and the overwhelming power of the duo. They were completely powerless. Despite their desperate efforts to protect the operations, each attempt at resistance was futile against the combination of brute force and skill of the two pirates. They're destroying everything. No one can stop them. Who is that alongside Mugiwara? His power is terrifying. He controls lightning as if they were toys. People continued to comment from outside, while Luffy, first, headed to the weapon depots. Using a combination of physical strength and the intense heat of his purple flames, Luffy dismantled the depots. The structures that once housed an illegal arsenal were now nothing but smoldering ruins. Next, Luffy focused on the human trafficking sites. Upon arriving, he used brute force to break locks and chains, freeing the captives. "You're free now. Get out of here and find a safe place," Luffy told the former slaves, guiding them out of the facilities. The freed, initially confused and fearful, began to run outside. Lastly, Luffy headed to Doflamingo's secret vault. With a powerful punch, reinforced by armament haki, he burst open the vault door. Inside, he found a vast amount of money, valuable items, and some documents. Without hesitation, Luffy began looting the vault, collecting everything. After that, he began to head towards the exit without any resistance and encountered Enel electrocuting a group of enemies with pistols and rifles trying to harm Enel, but he was a Logia. "We've done all we should here. Let's get out of this place," Luffy said, and Enel nodded, following him. "I thought we would find powerful adversaries here. I could kill everyone here with one strike," Enel spoke arrogantly. "Yes, you could, but we came here to do something else. And we are just starting in the Blue Sea. Don't think everything will be like this island or the next. As soon as you see the guy we are provoking, you'll see the strength of someone even stronger than you," Luffy said as he headed for the exit. "Stronger than me? That's nonsense," Enel retorted, and Luffy remained silent, continuing towards the exit. As soon as they both stepped outside, Luffy and Enel distanced themselves from the building before Luffy raised his hands and launched a fireball into the middle of the place, lighting up the town with flames engulfing the entire place in an explosion. Boom. The town shook as onlookers began to run, thinking Luffy would destroy the entire city. "A beautiful explosion," Enel commented. 512 Chapter 181. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third person POV. Somewhere, first half of Grand Line. Enel followed Luffy to various islands in the region, destroying smuggling bases, which didn't take long for this information to reach important ears. "What are you saying?" Doflamingo spoke, furrowing his brow at this. "Lord Doflamingo, our bases are being attacked. And it's not just Luffy, the user of the lightning Logia is with him." A subordinate spoke into the Den Den Mushi in desperation. One didn't need to be a big figure to know what a Logia could do and identify its properties. "The lightning Logia?" A voice was heard next to Doflamingo, sounding displeased. "It seems we've found our target," Doflamingo said. They had been looking for Luffy for a while and thought he had gone to the center of the Grand Line, but it seems they were wrong and Luffy was hiding somewhere in that area and decided to show up now. "Shall we go? Are you leading the way?" Jack asked, since Doflamingo could move through the air. "I'll go to Jaya and wait for you there. I don't want to fight against the Straw Hats and the Thunder Logia user at the same time. It doesn't seem smart." Doflamingo flew into the sky and Jack with his crew followed in that direction. Meanwhile, on one of the islands Luffy attacked, two marine ships docked at the port. "It seems Mugiwara created chaos here," Smoker said in a dark tone. "Hina thinks we should capture this pirate soon," the pink-haired woman said beside him while smoking a cigarette. "And this story of a lightning user?" Tashigi commented beside. "What do you think?" Smoker turned to the person behind them as they looked at the destruction in a specific building on the island. "If it's really a lightning Logia, its user has been without the power for hundreds of years, so it will be quite troublesome," Kuzan commented with his cold breath. "Hina finds it strange. Why did they attack just this building? And more than 5 islands were targeted in the same way. This was a smuggling depot, a place used by the underworld to trade illegal weapons and slaves. Kuzan said, looking at the place. As an admiral, he had to have this information memorized. The Marines knew about it, but since it's under the name of a Shichibukai, they couldn't act so easily. That's terrible. Tashigi commented. The Marines were patrolling the area, looking for survivors and removing some debris. They found drugs and weapons in the destroyed structures, even leading to the arrest of some of the local guards. At least, Garp's grandson didn't destroy the city, Kuzan admitted, but soon felt something with his observation haki and looked up at the sky. Anyway, let's capture Mugiwara's is a half-billion criminal, Smoker said. Hina just needs to find him. Hina said, and full body next to her looked with hearts in his eyes at his superior. No one had noticed the admiral's behavior behind them, who continued to look at the sky, until he decided to speak. That's not necessary, he's already found us. Kuzan commented, and at that moment a meteor fell from the sky in front of them. Boom mmm. Asterisk. What is this? Tashigi commented, shielding her eyes with her sword from the debris created by the explosion. Look who's here. A voice came from the debris and Smoker looked surprised, already recognizing the owner of the voice. Hina and Tashigi prepared for whoever had arrived, and Kuzan frowned, not expecting that this pirate would take the action to attack him so openly. Luffy emerged from the debris with his cape flying in the wind and walked towards the Marines with a smile on his face. It was no surprise to him, while everyone looked scared at the pirate as he walked towards Admiral Kuzan. Hello, Frozen Admiral. Luffy announced without losing his smile, and lightning struck beside him. Enel arrived soon after, looking at the others with his usual arrogance. Monkey D. Luffy, a 500 million pirate and Garp's grandson. Kuzan commented, seeing this figure for the first time. Look, Smoker, as always, good to see you. And who might this lady be? Would you like to go out with me sometime, miss? Luffy greeted everyone and joked. He wasn't serious with Hina, but it was an opportunity to flirt with the enemy. Hina doesn't go out with pirates, she said. Luffy had no reaction to this and looked to the side, seeing Full Body as a subordinate of Hina as Tashigi with Smoker. Full Body, it's been a while, decided to leave East Blue? Luffy commented, and Full Body had veins on his face. You damn pirate, he yelled. Are these people strong? Enel asked, still trying to find someone powerful since he came down with Luffy, but they all seemed weak. Not all of them, that big guy over there can easily defeat you. I want you to take care of those two. Luffy pointed to Hina and Smoker. Mugiwara, you will be arrested, Smoker said, looking at Luffy. First, take care of Enel, he's a Logia like you, while I'll fight the Admiral. I want to see if he lives up to his reputation. You're okay with that, aren't you, Admiral Kuzan? Luffy commented with a smile. The Marines around them were surprised to see Luffy walking fearlessly and challenging an admiral, as it represented the highest power of the Navy. Did I hear that right? This is really a bit disconcerting. Did that pirate really come to challenge the admiral? What are we going to do? Luffy continued walking towards them, even passing by Smoker and Hina, who had furrowed brows as the pirate treated them like nothing more than air. He continued, but no one stopped him until he was face to face with Kuzan. You admirals are really tall, Mega Admiral. How is my sister doing in Marineford? I hope she's getting strong. I miss her already. Luffy commented nonchalantly while looking at the man who, even at 210 centimeters, was still not taller than an admiral of 266 centimeters. Kuzan observed Luffy with a calm expression, though his eyes showed a hint of curiosity. He didn't seem surprised by Luffy's direct and challenging approach, but there was an implicit caution in his look. Your sister is doing well. She's becoming a strong and capable sailor with the training my teacher is giving her, and with her grandfather also taking care of her, Kuzan responded, maintaining his serene tone. Luffy laughed. That's good to hear. I knew she would be in good hands. So, Admiral Kuzan, ready for a little confrontation? Kuzan raised an eyebrow. You're quite an upfront person. But know that I will not hold back just because you are Garp's grandson. Luffy nodded, still smiling. I wouldn't expect anything less from an admiral, but before we start, I have a question. What is it? Kuzan asked, his expression still relaxed. What do you think of the current state of the Navy? Are they really doing the right thing? Fiercely pursuing pirates, and you turn a blind eye to criminal Shichibukais out there? Luffy asked, his voice carrying a more serious tone than usual. The people beside fell silent in this conversation, not even breathing as Luffy talked with the admiral. Kuzan paused for a moment, reflecting on the question. The Navy has its flaws, like any organization. I may not always agree with the decisions made by superiors, but that doesn't change the fact that pirates like you are a threat to the world. Really, you execute any order like a good soldier, don't you? Is that what happened with Ohara? Luffy commented, and the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Luffy and Kuzan stared at each other, each assessing the other. Kuzan, without any sudden movement, caused the ground under Luffy's feet to start freezing. The ice quickly spread, rising up Luffy's feet. Surprisingly, Luffy made no move to escape or counterattack. He remained still, allowing the freezing to cover his entire body. As the ice enveloped Luffy, turning him into a frozen statue, a calm and confident expression remained on his face in front of the admiral. It was as if Luffy had control and confidence in his ability to escape from that situation at any moment. Kuzan, observing the scene, showed no surprise. His eyes reflected a mix of respect and curiosity. You didn't even move. Do you really think you can escape from my ice? Said Kuzan, his voice tranquil. The spectators around watched in silence, intrigued and a little anxious. They knew Luffy was not an ordinary pirate and that his abilities were extraordinary from the newspaper reports. The question was, how would he respond to Admiral Kuzan's ice power? Luffy, encased in ice, remained motionless for a brief moment, but then a dramatic change occurred. Suddenly, purple flames erupted from his body, shattering the ice with an intense and vibrant explosion. The flames melted the ice at an impressive speed, freeing Luffy from his frozen prison in milliseconds and sending steam in all directions. Before Kuzan could react, Luffy was already in motion. With a surprising speed that broke the ground beneath him, he rushed towards the admiral. His fist, wrapped in a dense black aura of armament haki, was launched towards Kuzan with brutal force. Kuzan, sensing the imminent threat, quickly went into a defensive stance, but even with his abilities, he wasn't fully prepared for the impact of Luffy's punch. The punch hit him with overwhelming power, sending him flying backward like a rocket. Kuzan soared through the air, crossing the space of the port, and crashing into the sea with a loud splash. Upon hitting the water, he caused the entire sea in that small area to surge. A moment later, the sea began to freeze, and in an instant, a vast area of the sea transformed into a frozen, crystalline field. The scene left everyone present astonished. The strength of Luffy, capable of sending a Navy admiral flying with a single punch, and the subsequent reaction of the sea freezing, were testimonies to the extraordinary level of power of Admiral Kuzan. The Marines, shocked by the turn of events, quickly regrouped. They surrounded Luffy at the port, with their weapons pointed directly at him. The tension was palpable in the air, and the sound of triggers being one-ed echoed around the area. The eyes of every Marine were fixed on the pirate, ready to shoot at any sign of threat. Luffy was hit by bullets, which simply did not penetrate his body, stopping upon contact with his skin. You know that won't work against me, right? Luffy commented, looking around while remaining calm. He turned to Enel, who was watching everything with his usual expression of arrogance. Enel, Luffy called, drawing the attention of the former god of Skypia. I need you to deal with these Marines. But remember, I don't want you to kill anyone. Enel nodded in agreement. He then raised his hands, and an electrical aura began to form around him. With a swift movement, he released a series of controlled electrical discharges towards the Marines. The discharges were powerful enough to incapacitate the soldiers without causing fatal damage. The Marines, caught off guard by the speed and precision of Enel's attacks, began to fall one after the other, struck by the electricity. The gunfire stopped, and weapons fell from the hands of the unconscious Marines. At that moment, a force emerged in the air to confront Enel. Only Smoker and Hina remained in combat and went to face Enel. At that moment, Kuzan surfaced above the frozen sea, his figure emerging from the icy waters. He had a thin line of blood running down his forehead, a clear sign of the impact of the blow that Luffy had struck. He's more skilled in haki than Momonga had detailed in his report. He commented, looking at the blood on his forehead, yet his expression was calm and lazy. Luffy wasted no time and leapt into the air, leaving the port behind and landing smoothly in front of him, sporting a confident smile. So, Frozen Admiral, Luffy said, looking straight into Kuzan's eyes, our fight is about to begin. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making Chap 512 Chapter 182. Chapter size: 1800 words. Third person POV somewhere, first half of Grand Line. Kuzan watched Luffy, whose body was now enveloped in dancing purple flames in front of him, as the ice beneath him began to melt. "You are certainly more dangerous than the reports suggested, Monkey D. Luffy," said Kuzan, closely observing the flames. "Your proficiency in hockey is dangerous. Despite being far from the strongest, yet your mythical zone fruit grants you great explosive power. Both impressive and troublesome at the same time." Kuzan continued to speak, no longer as lazily as he might have. With a confident smile, Luffy replied, "I'm just getting started, Admiral. I was never the pirate you guys have in those reports. After all, I never had to use all my strength to deal with the Navy. Maybe you'll be the first?" Luffy suggested. Kuzan gave a slight nod, acknowledging the truth in Luffy's words. "That's evident. But don't underestimate the Navy or an admiral, grandson of Garp." The flames around Luffy increased in intensity, reflecting his will to fight. "I don't underestimate anyone, Kuzan. But I don't intend to be underestimated either. Let's see how far an admiral's strength goes. I could just ignore you while passing through the region, but I want to see where my current level is. Then come, show me the power of the greatest rookie of this generation," he said as his body began to wrap in ice. Without further words, Luffy quickly advanced towards Kuzan, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Putting his Moa Moa No Mi ability into speed and strength, he was 30 times more powerful in these two aspects. Both crossed their fists against each other. Kuzan, who always passively freezes his opponents, had to be more aggressive in this fight, and he opted to use Haki too. The Admiral's fist and the pirates created an impact above the ice, breaking everything and creating a powerful blast with dark rays tinged with red, from the armament Haki. Boom! The fists seemed to clash in the attack, with neither of them backing down. Kuzan had more mastery of the armament Haki than Luffy, but he couldn't take advantage of the pirate. His fist continued in the impact wrapped in Haki, with ice covering various parts of his arm. On the other side, Luffy had his fist against Kuzan while flames exploded against the enemy, but he couldn't take advantage either. He might be below Kuzan in armament Haki, but had his Moa Moa No Mi to compensate for deficiencies against this type of opponent. An explosion occurred when the fists reached their limit. Everything within more than 100 meters exploded between the two elements, and Luffy and Kuzan were thrown to opposite sides of each other. While Kuzan appeared like an ice sculpture, Luffy spread his wings and flew upwards, facing Kuzan, and now they would show a battle of elements as he formed fireballs, throwing them at the Admiral. In the next few minutes, that side went into a frenzy with explosions and sounds of ice forming and breaking. The battle was a dance of fire and ice. Luffy, with his punches wrapped in flames and Haki, tried to break Kuzan's ice defenses, while the latter used his ability to create massive ice sculptures and launch icy attacks. With every punch from Luffy, the ice vaporized under the intense heat, only to be quickly reformed by Kuzan's power, giving Luffy a real advantage against the Admiral. At various times, Luffy managed to land direct hits on Kuzan, who used his Haki to minimize the damage. Kuzan, with his superior experience and Haki skill, was able to predict and dodge many of Luffy's attacks, but Luffy's enhanced speed and strength from the Moa Moa No Mi were a constant challenge. The battle was fierce and balanced, with each fighter testing the other's limits. For Kuzan, it was like fighting a Yonko commander, which put pressure on him. He no longer saw Luffy as a mere rookie pirate. This boy was worthy of being Garp's grandson. The confrontation continued, with the island and its inhabitants witnessing a combat that would surely enter the history of this island in that frozen sea in front of the city. At the height of this round between Luffy and Kuzan, the people of the city saw a huge purple fire tornado explode from the ice. The intense and voracious flames swirled around the place, forming a vortex that rose to the skies, visible from the entire island, even making the city feel the heat. Kuzan, responding to the growing threat, intensified his own power. The frozen sea around them began to crack and explode, sending shards of ice and cold vapor into the air. Kuzan manipulated the ice with unmatched skill, creating complex structures and huge ice spears that clashed against Luffy's flames, creating a thermal shock. With each impact between fire and ice, massive explosions occurred, sending waves of heat and cold in all directions. The island trembled with the force of the confrontation, and the inhabitants looked up at the sky, wondering if those two natural forces were real. Luffy's flames and Kuzan's ice continued to intertwine in a destructive dance, where fire met cold, creating a symphony of explosions and vapor. As the battle escalated, Luffy decided to increase the intensity of the confrontation. He entered Phase 2 of his Akuma no Mi, transforming into an even more powerful and threatening version. So, this is the power that Momonga reported. Kuzan recognized that Luffy was stronger than the report indicated in the fight against Momonga and Crocodile, but he knew that Luffy had now entered a new level of power with his Akuma no Mi. Luffy advanced with superior speed and strength, keeping his Moa Moa no Mi activated, becoming almost invisible to the eyes of onlookers. The flames enveloping him intensified, becoming wilder and uncontrollable, spreading across the already destroyed ice field and creating a trail of destruction. Kuzan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, responded with an equivalent increase in his own intensity. The air around him cooled drastically, and immense ice structures began to emerge from nowhere, forming barriers and gigantic spears that projected towards Luffy. Luffy, moving with agility, used Geppo and his own flames on his feet to further boost speed and mobility, dodging the Admiral's attacks while exploding some, melting everything in his path. In a moment, jumping into the air, Luffy formed a huge sphere and fired it at Kuzan, causing great destruction that destroyed all the ice around, and the island trembled once again, witnessing the great explosion. Kuzan, who responded with a massive wall of ice to block the attack, was thrown backward. Hey, this is problematic," he murmured, seeing all the vapor formed by the explosion of the pirates' attack. Even his vision was obstructed with the smoke, but he could still feel Luffy with his haki. "Come on, Admiral, this is getting fun." Luffy appeared above Kuzan and launched a punch with flames. Kuzan responded with haki, and their fists collided, resulting in another stalemate. "How about a fight with fencing?" Luffy suggested, drawing Ace from its sheath for the first time. "That looks like an interesting sword," Kuzan remarked. He wasn't a swordsman, but he recognized the sword as a supreme grade just by looking at it. He didn't know Ace, so he didn't realize what weapon was in Luffy's hand. Kuzan opened his hand, and an ice sword formed. He covered it with haki to strengthen it and advanced towards Luffy. The swords clashed, wrapped in haki, and another shockwave with cuts flew in all directions. Boom! The people on the island once again watched the fight between Luffy and Kuzan with a mix of admiration and fear. Now the fight had shifted to weapon impacts, creating explosions in the air above the ice, which for the most part was already destroyed, giving way to the seawater. One citizen, with an incredulous look, couldn't hide his admiration mixed with a touch of fear. "How is this possible? A pirate fighting on equal terms with an admiral?" he murmured, his voice almost lost in the surrounding noise. Another observer, with a furrowed brow in concern, expressed his fear out loud. "This is unbelievable. If even an admiral can be challenged like this, what does that mean for us? What will happen to the Navy if he loses?" Some, still skeptical, clung to the belief in the Navy's unshakable supremacy. "There's no way an admiral can lose. They're the Navy's greatest force, after all. This pirate, no matter how strong, can't beat him," commented an older man, trying to reassure himself and those around him. Meanwhile, a young man pointed to the chaos at the port, where Enel faced Smoker. "But look there, the fight isn't just between the admiral and the pirate. That other one, with the lightning, he's fighting one of the Navy officers," he exclaimed, indicating the smaller, but equally intense battle happening separately. On the side of the port, with less intense but still significant explosions, Enel continued his fight against the Navy, or specifically against one of them. Enel, with his characteristic arrogance, was facing Smoker. Hina was already on the ground, unconscious from the intensity of Enel's electric attacks. Smoker, on the other hand, resisted tenaciously, his ability to turn into smoke allowing him to avoid much of Enel's electric assault. Enel mocked Smoker as they fought, throwing arrogant and provocative comments. "Is that all you've got, Smoke Man?" he taunted, circling around Smoker with supernatural speed. Smoker could only rely on his Logia ability to continue the fight. I thought the Logia users of this sea would be more challenging. It seems I was wrong. Luffy had told him about his powers, and after some denial, Enel acknowledged his ability. Smoker, focused and serious, didn't let Enel's provocations affect him. He responded with calculated attacks, trying to hit Enel with his weapon that would work against Logia. Despite Enel being clearly the more powerful aggressor, Smoker didn't seem to give up on the fight. Each time Enel launched a lightning bolt, Smoker turned into smoke, avoiding the blow and counter-attacking with quick and precise jabs. The fight between them was a game of cat and mouse, but no one seemed to be able to harm the other in this confrontation of Logias. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 110 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. 512 Chapter 183, Chapter Size, 1800 words, Third Person POV. Somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. Explosions continued to echo in the sky above the sea of water and ice, both using Geppo and their hockey-coated swords, exchanging blows that created explosions with shockwaves. After clashing with Kuzan's ice sword, Luffy concentrated his flames in his free hand and punched towards the admiral, expanding his flames like a flamethrower. Kuzan responded by creating a massive ice dragon, which collided with the fire torrent in the air, causing a colossal explosion that lit up the entire sky, followed by a deafening roar, creating a cloud of steam above the sea. The fight continued amid explosions in the midst of all that cold smoke. Boom, 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 boom. The two combatants moved with superhuman speed and precision, exchanging blows in the middle of the sky. Luffy, with his speed enhanced by the Moa Moa no Mi, tried to overcome Kuzan's defense, while the admiral, with his superior haki, blocked and counter-attacked with icy precision. The sound of their punches and crossed swords was like thunder, echoing across the island and making the ground tremble. This lasted for the next few hours as ice and flames were being created in the sky. The Marines were waking up. But Luffy did not want to worry about reinforcements arriving in his fight, so he occasionally released his King's Aura to knock out anyone who could report the situation to the superiors in the midst of this fight. Conqueror's Haki. I'm not surprised, but it's quite troublesome, Kuzan commented, looking more injured from the fight. Don't pay attention to that, Luffy said, appearing in his phase form to continue the fight, equally injured, as fighting an admiral was quite problematic. The fight in these last hours was frenetic and it seemed they would fight for days at this rate. The sea below him was frozen and ablaze with steam, creating a smoke curtain in front of the village. You have in your crew, Nico Robin, right? As the blows continued against each other, Kuzan commented, making Luffy raise an eyebrow at this. That's true, Robin became a valuable companion even before we entered Alabasta, Luffy said, parrying Kuzan's blows. You should get rid of that woman, Kuzan mentioned, and Luffy just snorted. Why would I do that? She is quite precious and trustworthy. All the crews she joined were destroyed. Yours will be no different, he said seriously. Luffy recognized that this was the reason for Kuzan finding him as in the original work. That may be true, but Robin has proven to be trustworthy and I believe in her, as do all my companions. We have a common goal and I am interested in the history of the lost century, Luffy commented with a smile, making Kuzan frown. You can't be serious, the world government would never let you go free after discovering this ambition of yours. You don't understand, do you? Luffy appeared, surprising Kuzan with his speed, and delivered a punch to the admiral's stomach, sending him flying hundreds of meters before stabilizing again. Luffy looked at him with a smile and said, "This is my journey, my adventure, I'm a pirate and I do what I want. I don't care what the government thinks of me and my ambitions. I won't bow down to these organizations and no one." Luffy spoke confidently. You don't know what you're talking about, Garp's grandson, Kuzan still insisted. Let me tell you something, Admiral. I've already killed a Tenryubito in the East Blue. Do you think I'm afraid of the government? Luffy admitted, knowing that Kuzan wouldn't easily disclose this information and it wouldn't be long before the world also knew about it, so it was just a matter of time. You killed that Tenryubito? Kuzan wondered in shock. Everything indicated that it was Monkey D. Dragon and wanted to capture Luffy to use him as a method of catching Luffy. Ironically, Luffy was the author of the murder. Oh yes, if that doesn't prove to you that I'll keep Robin with me and I'm not afraid of any report you talk about her. I don't know what can convince you. Luffy spoke firmly. He had Robin as his woman. How could he let someone speak ill of her? I understand. Kuzan admitted. The fight continued for another 2 hours with explosions as they each injured the other in a clash of haki and elements. Luffy, breathing heavily but still full of energy, paused the fight and looked directly at Kuzan. You know, Admiral, I think this could last for days. Don't you think it would be better to continue this at another time? I don't see either of us winning right now, and I have other things to do. I wanted to test my skills against you and I've seen what I'm capable of compared to a Marine Admiral, Luffy suggested, maintaining a slightly playful but serious tone. You have a point, Monkey D. Luffy, Kuzan responded in a weary tone. He wasn't here to defeat Luffy, just to see the rookie and talk to him about Robin, the girl he once spared. This fight could indeed last for days, and we both have other responsibilities. I'll take your suggestion and let you go for now. But remember, this isn't a truce, just a postponement. Luffy nodded, satisfied with Kuzan's response, as he sheathed Ace and Kuzan dissolved his ice sword. Understood, Admiral. Let's leave our next meeting for another day. It will be a pleasure to face you again, Luffy said, with a confident smile. Kuzan, acknowledging the end of the fight, retreated to the island behind all that steam surrounding them, and Luffy followed him to the city to look for Enel. Reaching Enel, who was still in a fierce clash with Smoker, who was visibly tired, despite not being injured, he was having difficulty breathing after hours. You really are a persistent mortal, Enel mocked, and Smoker growled. Don't you get tired of talking that nonsense? The former captain, who was promoted to Commodore after Alabasta, exclaimed. Enel, that's enough, Luffy called, drawing the attention of the Guro no Mi user. Let's get out of here, Luffy commented, and Kuzan was a bit away telling Smoker to stop as well. Enel, somewhat reluctant to interrupt the fight, cast a last defiant look at Smoker before turning to Luffy. Fine, demon. But I was having fun with the smoke man, he replied, with a tone of voice mixing frustration and excitement. Tisk, Smoker clicked his tongue hearing that. With that, we're leaving. Tell my grandfather and sister I miss them, Luffy said to Kuzan, but he didn't respond. Knowing this was a confirmation, Luffy shot into the air and Enel followed him turning into a bolt of lightning. We're letting him go? Smoker commented, looking towards where Luffy and Enel had left. I have no choice, the pirate Monkey D. Luffy is at the level of an admiral, Kuzan had to admit. What? How can a rookie be at this level? Smoker exclaimed, alarmed by this information. I don't know, Garp's grandson is much more powerful than the reports showed. And Momonga had spoken of him as a hockey beginner. What I saw today was more than that, and it's only been 3 weeks since he left Alabasta, Kuzan was thinking. I can understand that he's strong for defeating Shichibukais and a vice admiral, but to be at an admiral's strength. He can't be getting stronger in such a short time, can he? Smoker spoke in a reluctant tone, not wanting to believe that someone could become so strong so quickly. I don't know, but it's strange. He's hiding something, beyond his growth. The reports from Garp and Momonga detail his explosion of strength and speed that not even his hockey of observation can identify. They are theorizing that Luffy is a dual user of Akuma no Mi and I'm starting to believe that after our fight, Kuzan admitted, looking up at the sky. Dual Akuma no Mi user? Really? Smoker couldn't believe it. So troublesome, his crew already has 4 mythical zone users and they all have techniques of their styles. If Garp's grandson continues to grow at this pace and he really is a dual Akuma no Mi user, I believe the sea will become very turbulent from now on, Kuzan spoke. If he thought Nico Robin would be the downfall of the crew, now he feared Luffy. The boy who didn't even seem to be 20 years old was a threat like he had never seen. The world government and the Marines would be using all their forces to eliminate him with the information Kuzan had. What are we going to do now? Smoker asked. I'm going back to the headquarters and report how I failed to capture Monkey D. Luffy, Kuzan yawned. Can I go too? Smoker commented. You want to go back there finally? Kuzan asked, curious about his friend. I realized I'm too weak. I received training manuals from Garp, but I'm not ready to defeat the Straw Hats. I need to get stronger, Smoker admitted. That's good, we should return then, Kuzan said, and they began to wake the other marines and calm the town, before returning directly to the headquarters. Meanwhile, in the air, Luffy and Enel were traveling through the sky towards their next destination, Jaya. Enel spoke beside Luffy. What is it? Luffy looked at him curiously. Enel had a range of observation haki that even Luffy envied with his fruit. Something is approaching us at high speed through the sky, Enel pointed out, and Luffy and he stopped in the air. That. Luffy looked in the direction where Enel pointed. He might not identify the person approaching, but he had a very bad feeling about it. On the other side, a blonde-haired man wearing an astronaut helmet and exotic clothing like a Tenryubito, holding a sword, flew towards Luffy and Enel through the air with Geppo at high speed. He had finally discovered the location of Straw Hat fighting against the Navy and headed in that direction. I finally found you, he said without a smile, just heading towards Luffy in the sky, like a holy knight. He exuded an aura of authority and threat. It was evident he was not there for a casual conversation. He had a clear goal, and Luffy was the target. After hunting him for weeks, he finally saw him in the distance with his advanced observation haki. Luffy had no idea he was being hunted by an elite of the world government, and he would soon know what a holy knight could do after having fought for a few hours with a Navy admiral. 512 Chapter 184, Chapter Size. 2,000 words. Third person POV. Somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. I will create a character card for this holy knight. Name: Saint Julius Armango. Age: 36 years. Appearance: blonde hair, strange hairstyle with a quiff up, and clothes of a Tenryubito with a sword in hand. Status: Tenryubito, Holy Knight. Specialties: assassination. Equivalent reward for power: 1 billion. Abilities: fencing, 6 styles, hakis. While the wind of the sky hit the faces of Luffy and Enel at that height. Who would come like this? Luffy murmured. He was caught off guard by this presence and felt that whoever is coming is dangerous. Aren't you scared? Enel mocked. Say what you want, just be careful, this person is a challenge, whether you like it or not. Luffy said without taking his eyes off that area. Tisk. Enel scoffed. A moment later, a small dot appeared in the space and it approached quickly to where Enel and Luffy were. It did not take long for the figure to approach. Luffy just observed, seeing that even with a hostile feeling from this person, he seemed to just observe initially and did not attack them directly. Monkey D. Luffy. Pirate with 500 million on your head. A pretty high number for a rookie who entered the Grand Line almost 2 months ago. This person spoke with arrogance and disdain. Are you a Tenryubito? Luffy asked, confused. This man did not look anything like the lazy and weak stereotype. After all, he gave a dangerous sensation, although not as much as Kuzan, certainly more dangerous than the Shichibukais and a vice admiral of the Navy. Luffy concluded him to be a Tenryubito by the clothes and arrogance he exuded. Tenryubito, those who call themselves gods of this world that you mentioned before. Enel raised an eyebrow. He was intrigued that in the Blue Sea, there was a group of people who claimed to be gods of this world. This angered him. After all, he did not want competition. Watch your words, stranger. The man spoke in the same tone, looking at Enel as if he was unworthy of his attention, and turned back to Luffy. Yes, I am a Tenryubito. My name is Saint Julius Armango, one of the 20 holy knights of Mary Geoise, he said, making Luffy raise an eyebrow. That's really quite unexpected. I didn't know your kind had warriors. Luffy commented. We are superior to all creatures of this world, but it doesn't mean we can't have powerful warriors among us. After all, in the Holy Knights, we are Tenryubitos chosen to train when we are not the heir sons of the families, he said. Before Luffy could respond, he was surprised that the Holy Knights were Tenryubitos, but Enel made a move and went directly to him. Tired of his arrogance, his body approached the Holy Knight. Saint Julius did not seem worried about this. With a movement, he dodged Enel's swift attack and delivered a punch, making the god spit saliva, while flying to the opposite side. But his neck was grabbed by the Tenryubito, taking his sword out of the sheath with the other hand. It was a high-grade sword. I must admit, I am surprised with the Logia user of thunder. It has been lost for centuries, but don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, this fruit is dangerous to be reborn anywhere. He said and pointed his weapon at Enel's chest with the intention of injuring him and taking him out of combat. But before he could do that, Luffy appeared in front of him with ace embedded with haki, intending to kill him.
The Tenryubito was quick in anticipating the attack, directing Enel's sword towards Luffy quickly. The impact seemed to make him uncomfortable as he felt Luffy's strength and made him retreat backwards.
You are stronger than I expected, pirate. I am also surprised that you did not seem to hesitate in killing me. Even though I am a Tenryubito, a being much superior to you, he commented. You wouldn't be the first I killed, Luffy commented.
So it was you, he said with a dark face. Luffy knew he was talking too much about this to everyone, but he no longer needed to hide it. After all, everyone would know in the next few months.
Luffy did not respond and cut the air holding his sword around Haki. He quickly reached the Holy Knight and the swords clashed. You have a beautiful sword there. It's ace, isn't it? The sword of Gold Roger. He spoke while counter-attacking. Luffy parried his attack with equal intensity and smiled. Yes. I hope to improve my fencing with you, since Kuzan didn't help me much with that, despite our fights. Luffy said and quickly increased the speed of his attacks. Explosions started to appear in that space with the clashing of swords. Luffy had never fought with such a skilled user of the 6 styles, as this Tenryubito had spent decades working on the enhanced techniques. Is that? You possess the same techniques that I do? The Tenryubito seemed quite surprised. After all, only the Holy Knights could possess such techniques, and the pirate in front of him had the same evolved techniques. Who knows why? Luffy just murmured without bothering to answer the man while launching more attacks. Luffy began to dodge Shingen made by the Holy Knight with his fists. He increased his speed and strength by 30 times and seemed to take the fight with an advantage. Enel recovered a bit from the previous attack and just watched the fight from that distance, with slightly frustrated eyes, since he had lost so pathetically to another being who claimed to be a god and the demon seemed to fight the other part so easily. As the blows rapidly exchanged in the air, Luffy and St. Julius Armango, the Holy Knight, engaged in an intense and fierce battle. Luffy, with his ability enhanced by the Moa Moa no Mi, managed to keep up with the fast-paced battle, using a combination of fencing and 6 styles. The Tenryubito, though surprised at Luffy's ability to match his techniques, was not shaken. With his high-grade sword in hand, he executed precise and rapid movements, forcing Luffy to dodge and block attacks with incredible agility. The two combatants engaged in an aerial ballet of attacks and counterattacks. The metallic sound of the swords clashing echoed through the sky, creating a symphony of combat. Suddenly, Luffy surprised St. Julius with an abrupt increase in the intensity of his attacks. He propelled himself with Geppo, combining it with his increased strength, and unleashed a series of rapid and powerful cuts. St. Julius could barely keep up, retreating while blocking each blow with Tekai and armament Haki. Luffy, noticing an opening, accelerated even more, wrapping his sword in purple flames and hitting the Holy Knight's defense with full force. St. Julius's sword vibrated with the impact, and he was forced to step back, surprised by the strength of the blow.
This is getting tough. The Tenryubito had to admit quietly, this pirate was not easy to deal with alone.
On the other side, Luffy was thinking, they were still quite close to where Kuzan was. If the fight drags on, Kuzan might intervene as soon as he feels the battle with his Haki. I'll have to finish him quickly. Luffy murmured softly. He took a deep breath, focusing intensely. His muscles tensed as he prepared to release all his power and end this fight quickly. An impressive aura emanated from Luffy. His body began to transform, assuming the final form of his Akuma no Mi. A burst of purple flames erupted around him, forming a fierce and dominating aura. The Holy Knight was thrown back by the impact and heat. St. Julius Armango, stopping a distance away and observing the transformation, widened his eyes in surprise and caution. He had never witnessed the pirate's power, although it was in the reports. Seeing it personally was quite shocking as Ifrit manifested in that sky. He finally transformed into the demon. Enel commented, looking at the distance. Luffy looked down at the now ant in front of him, as flames danced around his body. He wasted no time and prepared to launch his colossal body against his distant enemy. Despite the loss of speed due to the transformation, he skillfully compensated with the power of his Moa Moa no Mi, multiplying his speed by 60 times. This combination of brute force and speed in his 50-meter form.
With a burst of energy, Luffy advanced towards St. Julius. The space around him distorted with the intensity of his flame trails, as he cut the air with almost imperceptible speed. St. Julius, despite his skill and training as a holy knight, barely had time to react to Luffy's sudden increase in speed. The Holy Knight tried to defend himself, blocking the attacks with his sword and using the 6 styles, but Luffy's agility and strength were too oppressive in this form. Each blow from the pirate was like lightning, relentless and precise, forcing St. Julius to constantly retreat while suffering burns.
"I can't keep this up," he murmured as his clothes caught fire. Realizing the growing disadvantage, he increased the intensity of his counterattacks. He moved agilely, trying to find an opening in Luffy's defenses. However, the pirate did not seem to make his task any easier. Luffy's purple flames expanded across the sky, and St. Julius, despite fighting with all his strength, began to feel the pressure of the combat. Finally, finding a gap in St. Julius's defense, Luffy delivered a powerful punch. The impact was so strong that it created a shockwave in the air, sending St. Julius flying backward at a dizzying speed. The Holy Knight was hurled through the sky, losing control of his trajectory. Luffy propelled his wings on his back and skated through the sky after his enemy. He concentrated armament haki and his flames around his hand, aiming directly at the Holy Knight.
What? St. Julius barely had time to react, just managing to raise an arm in an attempt to block the blow as he covered his entire body with armament haki. Concentrating all his strength and energy, his punch exploded on top of the Tenryubito, who didn't even know how he died because he was disintegrated the moment the flames with the punch caught him. The ensuing explosion was colossal and thunderous. A wave of energy and fire expanded, illuminating the sky and the sea with intense light in the middle of the day. The flames of Ifrit consumed everything around, leaving a scorching mark in the air.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Kuzan was heading to the headquarters with Smoker and Hina when the flames lit up the sky in the distance.
"Those flames," Smoker murmured. "Yes, something happened over there, but there are no islands there. So that attack was at sea."
Hina is concerned. "Shouldn't that scale of attack destroy an entire island?" "You're right, but not even I can defeat that pirate. Let's wait for headquarters to decide what to do." Kuzan spoke, unconcerned. He knew that Luffy was not an ordinary pirate from paradise, and was at the level of an admiral in power, but what could he do? He just put on his eye protector and went to sleep. When the light dissipated, St. Julius Armango lay defeated. His body had turned to ashes in the air. The eyes of Ifrit observed this while he cancelled his transformation. "It looks like you won." "Demon," Enel spoke, looking at the chaos created by Luffy's flames, and the sea turned to vapor by the intensity of the heat, as Luffy had used enough power to blow up a medium-sized island. "Yes, let's go now. I'm sure we'll have other fights soon." Luffy was not foolish in knowing that the world government would learn of the death of a Holy Knight, and he would soon face Jack and Doflamingo. That's why he didn't bring his crew. He wanted to face these people without risking any of them dying in battle. After all, they were still not ready for these forces and needed to focus on Skypiea. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron with plans starting at $2. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 165 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available at 3 to 4 hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. RaccoonLeague, Patre-on, visit R for more. RaccoonLeague. Extra content already available. Naruto, Light Ninja. 20 extra chapters, complete fanfic for any subscription level. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. The Witcher, as Uchiha Madara, 20 extra chapters. Harry Potter, Shadow Monarch, 10 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. Dragonborn, 5 extra chapters, except for One Piece with daily chapters and Dragonborn once a week. All fanfics are updated 3 times a week. There's just a pause in updating in the week, only to create drafts for the week's chapters. In addition to the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 25 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story and that it brings even more joy to your life. 512 Chapter 185, Chapter Size. 1800 words. Third person POV. Somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. In the vast and opulent hall of one of the buildings of Mary Joieuse, a tense silence hung in the air, interrupted only by the subtle sound of hurried footsteps and the murmur of worried conversations. Leaders from the highest echelons of the world government were gathered, all with grim expressions, as their eyes turned to a specific object on a central ornate table. There should have been a vivre card, which had burned to ashes. Saint Julius Armango, said one of the agents. He's dead, said another. Shock and disbelief took over the room. A second Tenryubito had been killed in such a short span of time. It was something that had not happened for hundreds of years and was not even recorded. Not just a Tenryubito, but a holy knight, one of the highest levels of the world government, second only to the 5 elders in combat strength, said another. Meanwhile, footsteps entered the room, and all the high-ranking officials fell silent. 7 people dressed in the same manner as Saint Julius entered the hall. Everyone bowed their heads at that moment. They are the 7 most powerful holy knights, said a short agent. Yes, all of them have the strength of a navy admiral. What will happen from here on out? Let's just bow our heads. They are all Tenryubito, but also a force that only the 5 elders can command, another spoke. The 7 mentioned people walked up to one of the 20 stands with the 20 vivre cards of all the holy knights. Now this number had dropped to 19. Saint Julius died to the pirate he was hunting. How can this be possible? Said a female voice. It seems so, Saint Venus, said Saint Mercurio, an elderly man by her side. What are the orders from our superiors? Spoke a tall, thin man, known as Saint Mart. They are discussing what to do. Even though the pirate monkey D. Luffy has defeated 2 Shichibukais and a vice admiral, Saint Julius's strength should have been enough to destroy him, but that's not what happened, said Saint Urano.
Shouldn't we go destroy him? Saint Jupiter spoke while posing with her feminine body.
Let's wait for the orders, said Saint Terra. What a drag, we've already lost 2 Tenryubito. These insignificant beings think they got away with this, said Saint Venus. Anyway, let's wait, but I doubt this pirate will last long when we are dispatched, concluded Saint Neptune. Elsewhere. Are you saying that not even Kuzan can stop him? Saint Saturn, one of the former holy knights, growled into the Den Den Mushi. That's what I'm saying. We had a failure in gathering information, Sengoku said on the other side with quite a bit of frustration and continued. Kuzan reported that he fought for a few hours, but Monkey D. Luffy could be slightly below Kuzan, but his flames gave him an advantage against the Admiral's ice. You're hesitating. What else? St. Marcus Mars spoke next to him, stroking his beard analytically. It seems the pirate is a dual Akuma no Mi user. When Sengoku said these words, the room froze a bit. A dual Akuma no Mi. That seems to be problematic. What leads to this hypothesis? Saint Ethanbaron V. Nujiro asked with his sword sheathed in front of him. All reports show an explosive boost in strength and speed. Monkey D. Luffy has the ability to shrink objects and people, something his zone fruit shouldn't do, Sengoku spoke. First he has this fruit that we've never seen before, a creature of purple fire. Along with the other fruits of his crew, now he has the ability to possess a second fruit, said Topman Warcury. This is concerning, and according to this information, it can't be that fruit, right? St. Marcus Mars asked. Sengoku remained silent. We must see this, call Impel down. We need to see if its user is dead. If he is, it's that fruit, Saint Shepherd Jew Peter speaks severely.
Yes. Sengoku responds and immediately hangs up to make a call to Impel down and speak with its director.
But these capabilities, it's a bit different from what we know, Ethanbaron V. Nujiro comments. Then he developed the fruit, which still makes him more dangerous, Shepherd Jew Peter says, looking out the window. Not to mention the user of the Thunder Logia, Marcus Mars comments. So many powerful and unknown fruits in a single rookie crew, another elder comments. Should we act? Topman Warcury asks. I don't know if it would be wise. The existence of the Holy Knights has always been a hidden force to act in the shadows besides CP0 and to protect the Holy Land. But putting so much effort into this might reveal their power to the world, and many of the world government's enemies could use this to their advantage, J. Garcia Saturn comments. Then let's wait for now. The news of the 10 Ryubido's deaths are still a secret from the world. But we won't tolerate this for much longer. This has just proved that Monkey D. Luffy killed that first 10 Ryubido. As soon as we have the chance, we'll act. Ethanbaron comments at the end and everyone nods in agreement. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's room, his Den Den Mushi reigns. Kacha. Fleet Admiral. We went down to level 6 to investigate that frozen being. Magellan commented, the former user of the Moa Moa No Mi was so powerful that he was frozen because of him dying and the fruit falling into the hands of a user who might be an enemy of the government and navy. Is he still alive? Sengoku asks a bit cautiously.
No. He's dead, Magellan delivers the news. This complicates things. Sengoku concludes with a furrowed brow. Elsewhere, in an outlaw city known as Jaya, not far from where Luffy fought against the Holy Knight, the city seemed anxious, everyone gathered in the square to see the big shots of the world.
First, there was Doflamingo in the middle of the place beating a man among all the fallen bodies on the ground. Whom he was beating at that moment was Eustace Kid, a rookie pirate with a bounty of 150 million. He came to Jaya and left his course in the Grand Line to search for the Straw Hats. He wanted their fame and wanted to show his strength, despite his crew not thinking they could beat the colossal monsters from the newspaper. Eustace Kid entered Jaya and ended up picking a fight with Bellamy, which made Kid beat him without the other party being able to react. As soon as Doflamingo arrived, he knew about this and attacked Kid. His entire crew was beaten. Doflamingo was frustrated. He immediately knew that his bases were being destroyed one after another in this sea, resulting in his wealth being stolen and losses with his business stopping. He wanted very much to go kill Monkey D. Luffy, but when he learned of a user of the Thunder Logia along with the pirate, he became cautious. Even he should know that he could not fight against the two alone, so he waited in Jaya for Jack. In the tense and charged atmosphere, the crowd of criminals continued to gather, everyone's eyes fixed on the brutal scene unfolding before them. Doflamingo was delivering blow after blow to Kid, a man who, until a few days ago, exuded confidence and pride. Now, reduced to a pitiable state, Kid was covered in wounds and blood all over the street. Heavy footsteps resonated in the air at that moment, with a figure appearing near Doflamingo, capturing the attention of the crowd. The murmurs grew in intensity and speculation. "Look, it's Jack, one of Kaido's 3 calamities," exclaimed someone in the crowd, pointing to the imposing figure that approached. The revelation caused an immediate buzz among those present. "Is he that powerful?" questioned another, not knowing much about the pirates of the New World. "You're an idiot, he has a bounty of 1 billion and is one of the strongest forces of a Yonkou," someone responded, emphasizing the magnitude of the danger that Jack represented. 1 billion? The exclamation was almost collective, with many eyes widening and several mouths opening in astonishment. "They are on a much higher level than us, but what are these figures doing here?" pondered another voice.
"We don't know, but something big is going to happen," someone concluded gloomily.
As people murmured around, Jack continued his relentless march toward Doflamingo. He continued until he stopped in front of Joker with an intense look. "Joker, let's get out of here and go after the pirate. Didn't you hear the explosion? I'm sure it's him somehow," Jack said impatiently. "Tisk. You're right. It's better to hunt him down." Doflamingo got off Kid and pointed a thread at him that would decapitate him there, but both Doflamingo, Jack, and Page 1 next to Jack looked up at that moment. Before anyone in the crowd could react or question the behavior of the big shots, the sky lit up and was abruptly torn apart by a chaotic force of a lightning bolt and a flaming meteor, crashing down onto one of the streets of the city nearby, causing the crowd to run and wonder what was happening. BOOMMMMM. The explosion was titanic, causing the city to shake violently, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air with some houses and buildings being destroyed. As the dust began to settle, a silhouette emerged from the wreckage. A man advanced, his figure cutting through the curtain of dust. He wore a billowing cape, adorned with the image of his Jolly Roger on the back. The emblem, recognized by all, belonged to Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate with a 500 million bounty. The crowd, momentarily stunned by the impact, catches their breath upon recognizing the figure who now stands out before them, as this pirate was very famous lately in these waters. Murmurs turn into exclamations of shock and admiration. "It's the pirate Monkey D. Luffy, of 500 million, someone shouts, their voice cutting through the post-explosion silence like a gunshot. Luffy, with a bandit's smile plastered on his face, shows no fear or hesitation. His eyes gleam, and he advances with confidence, his resolute steps echoing on the still warm ground from the impacts as he approaches the big shots on the island, since the crowd had already made a way for him. Ahead of him, Jack and Doflamingo watch Luffy's approach a bit surprised, and while the pirate continued walking with a smile and confidence towards them. 513 Chapter 186. Chapter size. 1700 words. Third person POV. Jaya, first half of Grand Line. Luffy continued walking ahead of everyone as his cape fluttered in the wind. Enel also appeared by his side, a bit battered from the fight with the Holy Knight, but Luffy led the way, passing through the entire crowd. Jaya is known to be a lawless island, where criminals of various kinds gather. The island is always full of fights and parties causing the death of one here and there. However, today was different. Everyone was silent, watching a new figure emerge in this already chaotic field. The star of the moment from the first half of the Grand Line, the pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries after destroying various marine bases in the East Blue. Revealed to be the grandson of Garp, the marine hero, and the son of Monkey D. Dragon, the world's worst criminal, defeating 2 Shichibukai and a vice admiral, causing chaos in Alabasta and disappearing for 2 weeks, was in that town walking calmly towards where Jack, the Drought, and Doflamingo, another Shichibukai, were. Everyone was silent at that moment. Nobody could breathe while the only sound in the place was of Luffy walking to the center of the place without hesitation. Everyone was wondering what would happen. Foo. Look who showed up, we were going after you, Straw Hat. Doflamingo said, laughing excitedly. Jack just stayed silent watching the pirate approaching. Page 1, at his side, had a serious look. He believed that Kaido's missions are absolute, and he would do it even if he had to destroy the whole town. Luffy continued walking until he approached them. Enel had arrogance on his side as always and was not intimidated by the size of Jack, and even stared them down like mere ants. Hey, he's not stopping, it's true, what does he plan? People murmured as Luffy continued walking forward without stopping as they expected before any fight, and he kept approaching, almost sticking to them. They are passing by them, he disdains them that much? So this is the arrogance of the 500,000 pirate? Luffy had passed by a stunned Jack and Doflamingo while continuing on his way. He was looking at a person in the crowd. Zihahahaha. Why do I think this supernova is coming towards me? A dark-skinned man in the crowd laughed with iconic people by his side. How dare you disrespect Doflamingo-sama? Bellamy emerged from the crowd. He was battered after Kid beat him, but even so, he was enraged by his young master being disrespected in that way by the pirate. Doflamingo? He's just a dog of Kaido. I'm not interested in that kind of animal right now. There are more interesting people here at the moment. Luffy commented, shrugging. Everyone without exception opened their mouths and eyes wide at Luffy's comment, while Doflamingo himself had a vein in his forehead almost bursting in anger. Mr. Jack. Does Mr. Doflamingo have a dog zone or something? Page 1 asked a bit more timidly to Jack innocently. Straw Hat. Hearing this was the last straw for Doflamingo, he launched 2 threads with his fingers towards Luffy, who in turn, pointed his arm back and fired 2 finger shots with his hand in the shape of a pistol, destroying and burning Doflamingo's attack. I'm here to talk to someone here. Take care of you later, dog. Luffy said without turning around as he continued to walk forward. The crowd was even more stunned. It seems this is the first time we've met, Teach, or should I say Blackbeard. Luffy looked at the man in front of him with interest. Zihahahaha. You know me, Pirate Monkey D. Luffy. Teach laughed and looked with interest at Luffy. I do know you, my brother Ace, is looking for you. It's a pity he wants to hunt you down alone. Otherwise, you wouldn't end up well. Luffy said and continued. But still, if you want to fight me, you can come. However, I might not hold back and end up leaving Ace without his prey. Luffy commented, looking at the man. You're the commander's brother? Zihahahaha. No, I don't want to fight you. I know I'm not ready for that. Teach had to admit, he wasn't foolish, he couldn't face this pirate at his current level. That's good because I still want compensation. Luffy spoke unabashedly, taking out his sword and a devil fruit. Teach frowned at this gesture, and Luffy continued before the other could ask what that meant. Use your darkness and transfer the fruit's power to the sword, that's all I ask. Luffy said, leaving everyone even more stunned. Nobody understood what he meant by that. Teach looked for a moment with dark eyes. How do you know about this? Luffy just shrugged. I know many things, but one reason you'll end up dying if we fight now, so I'm giving you a choice. Luffy spoke, maintaining his gaze with a small smile. He would beat Teach if necessary, but he wanted to put that fruit in Ace. Teach clicked his tongue and ended up doing it. Everyone was surprised when the Black Hand emerged, and Teach didn't even need to grab the items to absorb in that direction, sucking the sword and fruit into his hand. 10 seconds later, the sword returned with a dried fruit falling to the ground. Here, Teach said, frustrated, but he still did it, if it meant not facing Monkey D. Luffy right now. Thank you, I knew I could count on you, Teach, he said, looking at the sword with satisfaction, feeling the power emanating from it. Now Ace looks like a weapon above all other supreme grade ones. Luffy thought. His attention returned to Teach with a confident tone. Teach, I have faith in almost no pirate here, but in you. I expect a challenge at the top. You have the potential to be at the top of this world, and I hope to meet you there for a challenge in my journey. Luffy said. He always saw Teach as a challenge he would face. The sea would be more interesting that way. Well, that's unexpected. Zihahahaha. Teach seemed to change his mood with Luffy's words as his companions just looked on at the exchange between the two like the whole town. I will surely reach the top. Nothing can stop me. Zihahahaha. Teach continued declaring, now loudly for the entire town. And many began to wonder who this man was, unknown to all, but gaining the recognition from Monkey D. Luffy to be at the top of the sea, while he ignored Jack and Doflamingo just to talk to this man and say those words. People's dreams never end, Teach declared at the end. Luffy smiled and left Teach behind, turning towards Jack and Doflamingo who were staring at him with intense eyes. Luffy sheathed Ace again and walked in their direction. Enel was still by his side, just accompanying Luffy. It's true, people's dreams never end. Luffy also declared loudly to the entire crowd with open arms and faced his opponents. And if people's dreams never end, why should I stop? Luffy finished as purple flames began to burst from his body. The whole place fell silent once again, watching this human torch facing two notorious pirates of the New World, while his flames indicated he was ready to fight. Enel didn't stay behind, making sparks flying from his body. He faced his opponents. Is it against these inferiors that we must fight? He asked with disdain. What's going to happen? One is fire and the other lightning. This island won't be safe for us. As people murmured, Jack stepped forward, cracking the ground as he stared at the flickering flames. Monkey D. Luffy, where's Lady Yamato? Jack asked loudly, and everyone wondered why he would be asking about the vice captain of the Straw Hats. You're here for her, right? Kaido sent you, which makes a lot of sense. Luffy smiled and continued. But tell Kaido that Yamato isn't his property. She's my woman now, so tell your father-in-law I won't even invite him to the wedding. Luffy declared. As Luffy proclaimed his final words, a shockwave ran through the crowd, silencing the conversations and fixing all eyes on him. First understanding that this Yamato, the vice captain with a bounty of 150 million berries, is actually Kaido's daughter, and Monkey D. Luffy called Kaido the strongest creature in the world, father-in-law. Luffy's statement seemed not just a direct affront to the powerful adversaries in front of him but a declaration of war against a Yonkou himself. Jack, known for his brutality and unwavering loyalty to Kaido, narrowed his eyes, surprised by the half-billion pirate's audacity. His normally relentless demeanor gave way to furious eyes. Miss Yamato, your woman, Jack murmured to himself. Doflamingo, on the other hand, seemed surprised by this, now not knowing whether it was because Kaido had a daughter or because Luffy declared the same as his woman. He still did not know the real reason Jack was looking for the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates, but now he understood the reason beyond being after the mythical zone users. Enel, standing beside Luffy, looked around with disdain, his mocking expression as always. These mortals, so fragile in their convictions, he commented. The crowd was divided between fear and admiration. Some started what they had heard. If that was true, Monkey D. Luffy had become Kaido's son-in-law, and he even called the Yonkou father-in-law, something they could never imagine hearing in their lives. But Monkey D. Luffy had declared it, even earning the respect of everyone with the audacity to steal a daughter from one of the world's 4 greatest pirates. Zihahahaha. This guy is really interesting. I'll be looking forward to the day our paths cross again, Teach declared, his laughter echoing throughout the place. After this declaration, the fight was on the verge of starting. Jack would never let Luffy go after those words. Meanwhile, Luffy was ready to throw that mammoth into the sea. 513 Chapter 187.
Chapter size, 1700 words. Third person POV. Jaya, first half of Grand Line.
The tension was heavy in the atmosphere of that street. All the outlaws of Jaya had never managed to emit any sound while Luffy stared down Jack after using such words. His gaze, previously calm and confident, now shone with fierce determination. "Are we finally going to fight?" Enel asked calmly at his side, already accustomed to Luffy being eccentric.
"Yes, we're going to fight," Luffy commented. Not a full day had passed and he had already faced a Navy admiral, a holy knight, and now was ready to take on a Yonko commander and one of the strongest Shichibukai. Keeping his head directly facing Jack and Doflamingo, Luffy began to transform. It wasn't just a physical change, but an alteration in the very atmosphere around him as his flames manifested. The purple flames, previously just sparks around his body, now erupted into a vortex, enveloping him completely. The energy was emanated by Luffy, as he entered phase 2 of his Akuma no Mi. His figure becoming more muscular and with his skin in a purple hue. His two horns with his scarlet eye giving him a dangerous aspect to anyone there with his more dominating aura. Jack watched with a mix of surprise and reluctant admiration. "So this is your zone? Kaido still wants you very much in his ranks, boy, don't mock luck, you're just a rookie." Jack stared at Luffy's transformation with interest, but he was not known as someone who could hold back in a fight. "Then, let's see if you can live up to your fame, Mugiwara," Doflamingo taunted, his threads already dancing around him in anticipation. Jack stomped on the ground forcefully. As the ground began to crack, he bent his knees to make the first move. Luffy, now completely transformed, faced his opponents with a defiant smile. "Let's get straight to the point. Let's begin," he said, his voice distorted by the transformation. The next moment, Luffy advanced, the purple flames leaving a trail of light and heat in the air. Enel, at his side, prepared to join the battle, the air charged with electricity. Seeing Luffy approaching, Jack wasted no time and lunged against the half-billion pirate, believing he would easily handle this rookie, but he didn't count on Luffy advancing, activating his Moa Moa no Mi 60 times. The counterattack was instant and overwhelming. Luffy launched a punch loaded with power and fired directly at Jack with an explosion that only Jack managed to notice at the last moment with his haki. The impact was catastrophic. Jack, caught by Luffy's fiery fist, was launched like a meteor, the force of the blow catapulting him through buildings and structures as a projectile. Every house in Jack's path was reduced to rubble, a line of destruction marking his uncontrollable flight until he finally collided with a distant mountain and out of the city, the force of the impact echoing like thunder, raising a cloud of dust and debris, while the entire island felt it. Chaos ensued instantly among the spectators. The crowd, which until then had watched the battle with a mix of fear and expectation, panicked, seeking refuge from the unleashed destruction. Screams and exclamations of shock filled the air, as everyone tried to process the magnitude of the power of the beings in front of them. "What is this? We can't stay here. The island is going to be destroyed. Is this the power of New World pirates? This is absurd. We are just ants, let's leave the island before we get caught in the fight. Is this the power of Straw Hat? He sent a Yonko commander flying? What?" Doflamingo and Page 1 could not hide their surprise at what they witnessed in front of them. They knew Jack would not fall just by that, but seeing such a scene was really surprising. This was. Doflamingo, with his usual expression of nonchalance, now sported a look of genuine surprise. He actually launched Mr. Jack. While Page 1 showed a rare hesitation looking at Luffy landing on the ground after launching Jack. Luffy looked at the two remaining in front of him and gave a small smile. "Enel, take care of the guy with the purple hair. I'll handle the pink-haired guy." Enel did not respond to Luffy but looked with interest at his potential opponent. Luffy wasted no more time. He rushed toward Doflamingo. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted the power of the Moa Moa no Mi, shifting the focus from brute force to staggering speed, multiplying it again by 60 times. The change was instantaneous. Luffy became a blur even to his adversaries, his speed so extreme that the space around him seemed to distort, and Doflamingo's haki could not keep up with his speed. Doflamingo tried to prepare, however, Luffy's speed was such that Doflamingo barely had time to react before receiving an explosive punch.
The impact sent the Shichibukai flying like Jack, though not out of the city. Buildings were destroyed with Joker's body. Doflamingo, Bellamy watched the scene in disbelief while shouting. Page 1, on the side, tried to attack Luffy since he had no choice, but at that moment, a lightning bolt struck directly on top of him. Boom. Asterisk, I hope our fight does not end here, mortal. Enel appeared in the sky with a flash and looked at the spot where he had struck Page 1 with lightning. He emerged from the wreckage quite singed but still well, his body with an ancient zone giving him a lot of resistance to that attack from Enel. You're going to pay for this, he said as his body transformed into his dinosaur zone. Mont Blanc Cricket, a resident distant from the hustle and bustle of the city and immersed in his own explorations and studies on the legendary Golden City, felt the earth tremble under his feet in a corner of the island, followed by an explosion. Initially, he attributed the phenomenon to something natural, perhaps an isolated earthquake. But, as the vibrations became more intense and the frequency of explosions increased, Cricket realized that this was something out of the ordinary. Rising from his map spread out on the table, he walked to the entrance of his dwelling, looking in the direction of the city. The horizon was marked by columns of smoke and the occasional glow of distant explosions, illuminating the sky like lightning in a nighttime storm. The mountain on the side of the island was collapsing. What the hell is going on there? He muttered to himself. Is it the Marines, or another band of pirates causing havoc? He asked, but he was not keen to find out, as he saw that was a battlefield not meant for him. Meanwhile, in the center of the chaos, as people still frightened ran looking for shelter, Doflamingo burst out of the debris from where he had fallen, taking off to the sky. He had a bleeding forehead and his clothes were quite dirty from the punch by Luffy enhanced with haki and his devil fruit. Mugiwara. Doflamingo grumbled as he seemed a bit battered by the last hit. Come on, Joker. I hope you didn't leave the New World just to get beaten up, did you? Luffy commented with a smile from the ground, as the flames burned in his transformation. This is madness. We need to get out of here while we can, shouted one of the inhabitants, his voice laden with panic as he ran to take cover. Where is the Navy when we need them? These pirates are going to destroy everything we have, exclaimed another, expressing the frustration and fear he felt as he saw his home and life being destroyed by a fight that transcended his understanding. But you're a pirate too, you idiot, another exclaimed as he ran. I said this island wasn't safe with these people around. These pirates are monsters, destroying everything in their path, lamented another person. I've never seen anything like this. Mugiwara is a pirate worth over 500 million, his bounty can't be right, and he's not even alone. Who's that other one controlling the lightning? Questioned a young man. Beside Luffy, the ground exploded, but his gaze did not leave Doflamingo nor was he bothered by what was happening around him. The fight between Enel and Page 1 intensified around them. Enel was trying to immobilize the transformed renegade, but Page 1 had speed and strength with his haki. Taking advantage of a moment of distraction from the Logia user of lightning, Page 1 concentrated haki in his fist, mercilessly heading towards Enel. The attack caught Enel by surprise, feeling his stomach sink with the force of the boy in front of him as he fell backward. Hey, you're going to lose again, Enel, 3 fights and no wins since you came to this sea. That's disappointing for a man who claimed to be a god until recently and remains arrogant. Luffy mocked him, as Enel emerged from the debris created by his body. Tisk. I don't know how you people down here can do these things, but I'm not going to lose. He growled as his body enveloped in lightning and launched back into the fight against his current adversary. An explosion happened outside the city, and Jack emerged from that mountain he had been thrown into in his mammoth transformation, running towards the fight at that very moment. This is getting interesting. Luffy smiled watching the mammoth crossing the city, destroying everything in its path, making a way to face Luffy with all his strength, while everyone ran to not be crushed by the mammoth. Doflamingo did not stay behind. He twisted some threads in the air and launched an attack against Luffy, who just gave a sidelong glance to the attacks coming in his direction. Luffy distributed his strength and speed 30 times for each aspect and lunged forward. The city began to enter into fire explosions on one side while on the other the force of ancient zones and a Paramecia user of threads tried to fight against the two opposing elements. 513 Chapter 188, Chapter Size. 1800 words. Third person POV. Jaya, first half of Grand Line. The battle between Luffy, Doflamingo, and Jack intensified over the next few hours, transforming the city of Jaya into a chaotic battlefield where the devastating power of the pirates was unleashed without restraint. As the fight progressed, destruction spread, buildings collapsed under the colossal power of the combatants, and the inhabitants fled in despair, unable to remain in that kind of fight, with many taking their boats and leaving Jaya immediately. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Titanic explosions were heard throughout the island as it experienced minor tremors. Debris and smoke rose in the midst of the chaos-ridden city, when suddenly Luffy was sent flying like a projectile, colliding with one of the few structures still standing in that part of the city. That was a nice headbutt. Luffy murmured as he rose from the debris. Suddenly threads started to move towards him, cutting everything in their path. He quickly stood up and exploded everything around him with flames, dodging the threads and burning some. The space around that building exploded into a hot tornado of purple flames, and soon after, a mammoth ran to that location. Luffy saw Jack approaching as he filled his head with armament haki. Luffy, seeing the mammoth almost upon him, planted his feet on the ground while using his arms to hold back that calamity. Jack's impact was like a shockwave, where Luffy had distributed his Moa Moa no Mi in defense and strength this time. He was dragged across the ground while trying to hold Jack. The ground beneath him began to dig with his own feet as he was dragged. Jack seemed to have accepted the pirate's challenge and did not seem bothered by the flames on his skin as he fought against the opposing force of the rookie, dragging him out of the structure and colliding with everything in his path, heading towards the part of the city not yet affected by the fight. Run, they're coming this way, quick, to the boat. We have to leave the island. As people entered into despair, buildings and houses exploded with Jack dragging Luffy while the latter tried to stop the advance. People were thrown away with the force of the impact. At one moment, Jack realized he was losing speed. Impossible. He murmured. It seems I'm getting the hang of it. You're really powerful, Kaido's commander. Luffy commented as he was stopping Jack. Finally, he managed to stop Jack just by using strength against the mammoth after making a line through the city. Luffy's muscles seemed to increase as he stood with Jack using his strength. The mammoth began to lift off the ground. Jack could not believe what was happening. You're strong and heavy, but I can overcome that, Luffy commented with a small smile. The people who were still watching this scene opened their eyes wide and looked with comic expressions at it, while the mammoth was lifted off the ground followed by the 2.1 meters tall man. What? The scream was collective. Even Doflamingo from a distance seemed with a furrowed brow. Elsewhere, as all this happened, Page 1 and Enel fought intensely. The fight was not as large in scale as Luffy's, but Enel knew how to put on a show with lightning constantly falling from the sky onto the transformed dinosaur. Both seemed injured, despite Page 1 not having as much destructive power. His body was powerful, and he had good mastery over haki, making even the Thunder Logia have quite a hard time dealing with it and even taking many hits. I can't believe there are so many powerful mortals in this sea, Enel had to admit. Until now, with Luffy and him destroying the underworld bases, everything was quiet, but the moment Luffy started facing strong opponents, Enel had never won a fight. In some they fought until it mattered, in others he lost badly. He wasn't even facing the worst of enemies at the moment and seemed to be at a stalemate against this lizard for the last few hours. No, I will not lose to this inferior lizard, Enel growled, and the sky thundered with a rain of lightning over Page 1. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. While the lightning fell on one side of the island and everyone seemed quite scared by it, Luffy still held Jack above the ground. Have you ever heard of Dumbo, Jack? Luffy asked. Dumbo? Jack questioned. Yes, the story of the flying elephant. Would you like to be one too? I am a mammoth. Whatever, just fly. With those words, Luffy used all his accumulated strength and launched Jack into the air, who was quite dazed as he flew upwards. Luffy, watching Jack ascend, began to accumulate power and flames started to surround him, while a hurricane of flames manifested hundreds of meters high, even covering Enel's lightning with amethyst light. What is this? What's happening? Many pirate ships that fled from Jaya looked towards the city where that torrent of fire had been created. Suddenly, with a huge cloud of smoke and debris, a giant shadow appears within it. That's the mythical zone transformation from the newspaper. Monkey D. Luffy has transformed into his giant beast. Zhahahahaha. This guy is really powerful. I can't wait to lay my hands on that power too. Teach in his canoe with his companions said excitedly. He knew he could not face that monster now, but in the future, it would be different and he would take Monkey D. Luffy's power. Ifrit roared in the middle of the island, making everyone cover their ears as they didn't want their ears bleeding with the booming sound. Lifting his head, he saw Jack still flying upwards and reaching the limit. He just watched Jack returning with gravity to the ground. Jack, in addition to still falling, was more dazed by the 50 meters transformation in front of him, much larger than him with his 10 meters. Luffy wanted to finish Jack, but had to take care of Doflamingo so he wouldn't interfere. He charged a flame in his hand and threw it directly at the Shichibukai in the air. The flames quickly divided and Doflamingo tried to dodge that attack, but after the first ones, he could not dodge the colossal fireballs hitting him and throwing him to the ground like a meteor. Boom mmm. With Doflamingo out of commission for the moment, Ifrit lifted his head and waited for Jack to approach. Luffy opened his mouth and began to accumulate flames. What is he doing? Jack, seeing this, became alarmed. Flames began to accumulate for a big Ifrit strike and Jack could do nothing but fall, since he didn't know techniques like Geppo. Luffy charged his power in his mouth and as soon as Jack was in front of him, he released a stream of fire illuminating the entire island while the flames flew towards the horizon even after passing the entire island. Jack saw that strike coming towards him without being able to do anything but be covered by the scalding heat of the flames while he covered his body with haki to protect himself. The explosion generated by Luffy was so powerful and luminous that everything around became insignificant in comparison. The light emitted by his purple flames outshone the sun, bathing the island of Jaya and the surrounding waters in a surreal amethyst light. The sea reflected every spark and flame, creating a visual spectacle that seemed to connect the sky and the sea. People, both on the island and on boats that hurriedly moved away, stopped to witness this moment of unimaginable power as the purple line of flames cut across the sky. Many wondered if they were witnessing the power of a deity, while others feared that the end of all of them was near. The explosion of the flames of chaos even distorted the air, as they consumed even the air atoms. He did this to a New World pirate? Exclaimed one of the spectators, his voice trembling. I've never seen anything like it, murmured another, his eyes wide reflecting the purple flames that lit up the sky. The flames continued like lightning until Ifrit stopped launching them, kilometers away from the island. Where the flames still traveled, a Jack appeared in his untransformed form. He fell while his body was charred but still intact. He seemed unconscious as he fell into the sea. With just a small explosion of water, Jack sank into the sea. Back on the island, while Luffy looked at the man falling into the sea, a group of pirates who stayed on the island wearing barbaric clothes, which were the symbol of the beast pirates, were shocked by this development. Mr. Jack flew into the sea? He was defeated.
What will we do? What can we do? Do you think we can face that thing? One of them pointed towards Luffy still in his transformation covering the entire city.
Call Boss Kaido, we must ask for instructions, said another. Luffy, oblivious to all the conversation on the beast pirate's boat, looked towards another part of the city, where purple flames were spreading. There a severely injured Doflamingo emerged, with a furrowed brow. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled behind Doflamingo, and he saw the huge shadow looking at him at that moment. He had made a great mistake. If he thought he could handle the Straw Hat crew and even more so with Jack by his side before, he realized now that he was quite mistaken, as Monkey D. Luffy had shown himself to be a power above a Yonko commander and the only thing Doflamingo could do now was try to escape, but the problem was how that creature was looking at him with its scarlet eyes, as if seeing his prey defenseless for a slaughter. On the other side, when Luffy's explosion happened, carrying Jack straight to the sea, Page 1 looked alarmed. Mr. Jack, he shouted a bit scared, and that was his mistake. While he had been distracted at that moment with the explosion of Ifrit, Enold took advantage of this time to appear behind him and play his drums. Won his gold staff, he launched his point-blank attack against Page 1. 100 million volts. A lightning laser covered the dinosaur entirely, making him be hit forcefully and fly directly to the middle of the city unconscious and falling defeated while the lightning continued destroying everything in its path. 513 Chapter 189, Chapter Size 1700 words. Third person POV. Jaya, first half of Grand Line. ...
As Enel's attack lights up the island and Page 1 loses consciousness in the air after taking the hit, his body now a mere object in free fall, drops amidst all the destruction. On the other side of the town, standing before Doflamingo, rising like a mountain of fire and fury, is Ifrit. Luffy calmly stares him down, flames breathing out of his nostrils in this transformation.
Doflamingo, always confident in his abilities, refuses to succumb to fear. With a defiant smile still clinging to his lips, he prepares to fight this monster. The air around him vibrates with the tension of his conqueror's haki, as he launches sharp threads towards the fire giant. However, the power difference is now clear with Luffy in this form, not even moving to receive Doflamingo's attacks. The threads hit his skin, but Ifrit's rocks do not even suffer damage, making the Shichibukai frown even more at this. Seeing it was futile, he only thought of one thing. I must escape. He soared into the sky with the intention of leaving the island, but the flaming shadow stood in his way. Before Doflamingo could react, Luffy punched him with haki and flames, sending him flying back to the ground like a projectile, lifting the entire street and creating a hole. But Luffy didn't stop there. As he approached the ground, he immediately punched the ground where Doflamingo was, each of Luffy's punches like a meteor strike, charged with armament haki, making the city tremble.
Luffy stopped punching the crater for a bit, no longer feeling Doflamingo's presence there, and saw him emerge from the ground elsewhere. He transformed his body into flames and charged at the man, preventing Doflamingo from escaping.
Doflamingo emerged from the ground, bleeding and growling at Luffy amidst the city, already devastated by the battle. The few spectators now, but already scared and still fleeing, looked back only to see the silhouette of Doflamingo being subdued like an ant. Frustrated by the futility of his resistance, Doflamingo attempts his last play, the creation of thread clones in an evasive maneuver, hoping somehow to find a way to escape the island. Many copies fly towards Luffy, trying to confuse him, as Doflamingo noticed that Luffy didn't seem to master the observation haki very well, and he flies into the sky. But, as if fate conspired against him, Enel appears in a lightning bolt in front of him. Even wounded by previous battles, Enel looks at him with disdain, beating his drums. He launches a direct attack at Doflamingo. 100 million volts, Enel announces and then releases his electrical fury on the man. The electricity envelops Doflamingo's body, making him fall back to the city ground with a crash. Boom! The explosion lights up the city once again, and a cloud of smoke once again covers half the city. Luffy approached near the explosion after dealing with Doflamingo's clones. He didn't like people meddling in his fights, but he wouldn't complain to Enel about it. Everything seemed to calm down for a moment while Doflamingo was still inside the hole created by the lightning and his body. Damn! How is he getting beaten like this? He growls, buried and frustrated. A wave of Conqueror's haki launches out of the hole with Enel's frustration, and everything around starts to turn into lines. He had awakened his fruit in this desperate moment. Doflamingo comes out of the hole still injured and launches his lines made from the city's debris towards Luffy, approaching with his heavy steps. Unfazed, Ifrit opens its mouth. Like a flamethrower, it unleashes a roar with a torrent of violet flames. The flames collide with Doflamingo's threads, consuming them with a surprising ease. Again and again, Doflamingo continues to growl. Nothing he did seemed to have any effect against this rookie, if he could even call him that now. Frustration was a mistake. He didn't even see it as Luffy approached with super speed, slamming him back down to the city as his body lifted parts of the city and the island shook once again with the force of the impact. Doflamingo returned to the fight once more, but in the sky, he began to summon his power, and Jaya started to create threads in all areas of the island, intending to launch one of his largest attacks, enveloping the island in a cage. Do you think I'll let you complete that? Ifrit appeared above Doflamingo. This ability of Doflamingo required some time to charge, allowing Luffy to rapidly close the distance with his speed, determined to finish the fight right then and there. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Luffy concentrated his strength, amplifying it 60-fold as his fist was enveloped in haki. Luffy struck Doflamingo without a chance for him to dodge due to Luffy's sudden appearance and his focus on his last resort, sending him flying across the island, where the tyrant of Dressrosa destroyed an entire mountain with his cataclysmic impact. The island trembled with the impact, even the edges of the island lifted, creating a tsunami with the force that it sank into the center of the place. What's this? A giant wave? The island is lifting. What is this? How can humans have so much power? As ships tried to escape the wave and looked upon the unique sight of an island being affected by the force of such a battle, while people on the island attempted to flee and balance themselves with the change in angle, the land began to lower, normalizing its height. But now there were cracks everywhere, which would permanently change the island's geography.
Luffy watched the spectacle while suspended in the air. He went towards the colossal cloud of smoke as his transformation wore off and entered it. Some time later, he emerged flying with his wings in human form, lifting Doflamingo's unconscious body, returning to the city. As he landed, still carrying Doflamingo and approaching Page 1 who had also fallen. The beast pirates, in a frantic attempt, tried to retrieve Page 1, as they were trying to drag him back to the ship. "Hey, what do you think you're doing with my prisoner?" Luffy raised his voice to them, his presence still unnoticed by the pirates dressed as barbarians.
"He's here. What do we do? Let's run. We can't face him, we must call Boss Kaido." Do you know what you're doing?" One of them gathered courage and pointed at Luffy.
"Yes, I'm stealing a member of Kaido's crew. You should be more worried about Jack in the sea. I think you should rescue him, even though he's a fishman." Luffy commented.
"You're attacking the beast pirates. Kaido will never let you go," said another with more courage. "Tell the old man I'll be visiting him in Wano as soon as I can." Luffy commented and started to launch flames at those men, who had to flee after Luffy's attack. As they screamed and ran, Luffy approached Page 1. Enel appeared beside him with lightning striking from the sky. "You defeated him, congratulations, since you couldn't beat anyone," Luffy mocked Enel. "Tisk. I just had a bit of bad luck," Enel responded arrogantly. Luffy ignored Enel and picked up Page 1 with his other free hand, and began to walk through the now completely destroyed city. The few who remained watched Luffy walking alongside Enel while carrying the two bodies as if they were nothing more than bags after shopping, Kid's expression not hiding his disgust with the situation. "I don't know why you're here, but it seems like you almost died," Luffy commented with an acknowledgement.
"Tisk. Mugiwara." Kid growled. His goal when he deviated from his route through the Grand Line was the same, thinking that defeating him could bring great fame at sea, but seeing how he was an ant compared to the adversaries that Monkey D. Luffy fought and nearly destroyed the island to defeat them, he had to acknowledge that he wasn't at that level yet.
"Release Doflamingo," a voice was heard, and Luffy turned to the other side. Bellamy, still injured and clearly shaken by recent events, demands that Luffy release Doflamingo. Bellamy's loyalty, despite the circumstances, is always unwavering. However, Luffy just mocks the demand. "You're so devoted to your master. Look how strong he is," Luffy mocked, lifting the inert Doflamingo with one hand. "How dare you!" Bellamy screams, rushing forward, but Enel strikes him with lightning, electrocuting him and making him fall heavily to the ground. "I would even take you into my fleet, but you're sickly devoted to your young master," Luffy taunted and continued on his way. They continued until no one else was in sight. Taking the two bodies, he used his Moa Moa no Mi on them and began to shrink their sizes, making them so small that Luffy put them in a sea stone cage and stored them in his pocket.
"I guess we fought quite a bit in less than a day. An admiral, a holy knight, a Shichibukai, and a Yonko commander. I hope my resume increases after this," Luffy comments with a smile, and Enel just looks at him without saying anything. "Do you see how weak you are, Enel? Do you still think you're a god?" Luffy commented, noticing that Enel didn't respond. "These people of this sea use a strange power," he admitted, but it didn't diminish his arrogance. "You see, the people of the Blue Sea are much more powerful than you imagined. It's time for us to go train a bit. We've made quite a noise and it's better to lay low without many eyes on us, though I doubt there are no Vivre cards on our prisoners. We'll be fine until we get out of this training," Luffy commented and took off into the sky. Luffy decided to head for the Calm Belt, since he has plans to train there with Enel, seeking to further hone their skills and prepare for future enemies. 513 Chapter 190, Chapter Size. 2,500 words. Third-person POV in several locations at sea, first half of Grand Line. Several days after the Titanic clash, the island of Jaya had been transformed from a devastated scene, not only by the city in ruins but even the geography of the island underwent changes with huge craters and mountains missing in its landscape. The battle between Luffy, Enel, Doflamingo, and the forces of the beast pirates had turned the place into ruins. Many people returned to the island after the battle to pick up and loot things. However,
The event was so significant that the Navy arrived on the second day to report the situation to their superiors and heard from some witnesses, capturing some pirates with a bounty on their heads. The news of the devastation in Jaya spread like wildfire across the sea, capturing the attention of neighboring islands and all nearby maritime factions. Hearing the reports, they began to fear for their own safety. The possibility of their island or kingdom being the next place with such conflict left everyone alarmed, and the governments of these kingdoms were struggling to contain the situation. The Navy even had to be called in to provide some sense of security, as no one wanted to see the same destruction in their homes.
The Navy, in turn, intensified its operations in the region, filling these waters with Navy ships patrolling, looking for any sign of the involved parties. Even fearing to deal with these forces, they still had to follow their orders and the ideology of the Navy. The pirates captured by the Navy who had been on the island told of a fire giant dominating the battlefield, lightning falling from the sky, and shockwaves so powerful that the island itself seemed to twist under its impact while trembling, a line of fire tearing through the sky and the island rising with the final impact of the fight. These reports, though they seemed exaggerated to some, were enough to leave even the most experienced sailors quite frightened by the power of the pirates who fought in Jaya. Elsewhere, out of the eyes of the Navy, since they destroyed all ships that tried to board them, the ship of the beast pirates was sailing with a somewhat injured Jack at the center. Hours after Luffy made them flee, they finally managed to rescue Jack from the bottom of the sea, who was thrown by Luffy's blow. Found in a semi-conscious state and severely injured, Jack was brought back to the surface and immediately taken to his ship, where he began to recover from his physical wounds and the blow to his pride. On this ship, the atmosphere was quite tense. No one said anything or tried to breathe while looking at Jack. The Calamity was in a bad mood, and the beast pirates knew they could die if someone irritated him. Jack was furious. He had been defeated by a rookie who said he would take him to Kaido along with Miss Yamato, but was defeated in such a humiliating way, and Page 1 was taken by the same. He didn't even have the face-to-face boss Kaido with that.
Jack, don't be so moody, it wasn't your fault. The Den Mushi in front of him spoke. It wasn't my fault. I was defeated by a damn kid. Doflamingo and Page 1 are in his hands. Jack spoke in a gloomy tone. Wait, advised King. Reinforcements are on the way for the rescue of Page 1. And Kaido can't lose Doflamingo. He's too important to us after all. In fact, I'm trying to hold him back, but the boss wants to go to paradise to sort this out anyway. King commented a bit worried. After they talked for a while, Jack returned to his crew trembling with rage. Tisk, I need to find someone to take my frustration out on. Let's go to some island where I can destroy things. Jack spoke, and the crew quickly started to move with the order of the Calamity. While the ship of the beast pirates was crossing the waters to find some kingdom that would be its victim, a tense meeting was occurring under the marine headquarters. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, found himself in a particularly nervous situation. Before him, an assembly of Shichibukais had been convened, a meeting that happened periodically to discuss matters of importance to the balance of power in the seas. However, this meeting was different. It was charged with an urgency and tension that was rarely seen. Doflamingo was supposed to be present at this meeting, which is why he didn't hesitate to leave Dressrosa to go to Paradise to meet Luffy. After dealing with the rookie, he planned to head to Marineford, but Luffy disappeared for weeks, and as soon as he found him a few days ago, he was defeated by the rookie. Besides the capture of Doflamingo, Sengoku was a bit angry about the empty chairs at the table. Now having only 6 Shichibukai with 1 vacancy open, another 2 were absent, Han 1 and Jimbei, with only Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and Mihawk seated in their places alongside the Marines. Even though I said this meeting was important, only 3 showed up. Sengoku murmured and turned back to the attendees, vice admirals, admirals, and the Shichibukai. Let's start the meeting. He began and captured everyone's attention. As you know, the rookie Monkey D. Luffy is proving to be an unprecedented threat. Sengoku started, with a tone of frustration in his voice. His ability to grow and his current strength almost toppled half of the Shichibukai. Now he has not only defeated Doflamingo but fought against Jack and threw him into the sea, capturing an important member of Kaido right after. He has the Logia user of Thunder by his side, an unknown that Luffy calls Enel, with no records of him in any fight. It's as if he emerged out of nowhere. Besides this powerful nature user who might rival or even surpass the admirals in power, He doesn't seem very strong or have mastery of hockey. But the biggest problem is the pirate monkey D. Luffy. Despite being a rookie who entered the sea a few months ago, he has the same power as an admiral. Sengoku finished his introduction, and the room seemed a bit disturbed.
A rookie with the power of an admiral. A vice admiral commented.
I'm sure he wasn't that strong when I met him in Alabasta, Momonga commented, quite frustrated. Are you saying Garp's grandson is getting this strong in just 2 weeks? Another vice admiral said.
How scary. Kizaru commented on the side. How strange, I was sure he didn't have that strength when I met him. Mihawk commented.
You met him? Akainu looked at Mihawk, raising an eyebrow. Yes, in the East Blue, he was just a rookie, but I saw his mythical zone in action. It was a bit strange. We fought. He and his vice captain, both users of mythical zones. Their transformations were quite intriguing. I defeated them with some ease, but I could not lie that they have gigantic potential. Perhaps the greatest I've seen in a rookie. They also had an interesting swordsman. Mihawk spoke calmly, not caring about the menacing look from Akainu at him at that moment. You said Yamato possesses a mythical zone too? Sengoku raised an eyebrow at that. Yes, some kind of white wolf that can launch ice, he commented. What's going on? Since when do mythical zones seem so common? A vice admiral commented, frustrated. Why am I still surprised? This crew possesses 4 mythical zones. Garp, how did you raise this grandson of yours? I just want to arrest him for that. Sengoku commented, frustrated with himself. Garp was not at the meeting, saying he would take his granddaughter to train on a dangerous island a week ago. Should we increase the crew's bounty? One suggested. 1 billion after the victory over the calamity? Another said. 1 billion? Moria seemed frustrated with that. Kuma just stayed silent with an indifferent face.
This is absurd for a rookie who hasn't even entered the new world. I refuse to give that reward. Let's increase to 750 million or stay at 500 million, because besides rumors, nothing was published in the newspaper. We can muffle the chaos and Kuzan is arriving at Marineford to give more details about the pirate. Sengoku spoke and looked at everyone with a more serious tone than before.
But regardless of the bounty of the pirate monkey D. Luffy and his crew, one thing is certain. They are a threat that we must eliminate with all our forces, and for that, we need a coordinated response, Sengoku asserted, and you, as Shichibukai, will play a crucial role in this offensive. He stated with a sharp look. The meeting continued with them discussing other topics, including how to deal with Jack still in paradise and if the beast pirates would make a move, since they have the information that Luffy took a main crew member from Kaido. Shouldn't we let them kill each other? This is good for us, one of them said.
Yes, but at what cost? A war devastating many islands. We are justice, we must protect the people, and we cannot let them cause chaos and terror at sea. A vice admiral spoke.
Tisk. Garp's grandson is turning the ocean of paradise into chaos. It will be catastrophic if a Yonkou decides to attack this sea. Sengoku murmured a bit frustrated.
At that moment, the meeting room door opened and a sailor entered with a newspaper. I apologize for interrupting the meeting, but something has happened. This was one of Sengoku's secretaries, and for him to enter the meeting, something big had happened.
Sengoku took the newspaper and frowned at that moment at the headline. I believed that Morgan wouldn't publish anything about the event after the government threatened him. Now there's no hiding it. He is once again causing chaos in the world and becoming a threat that we must stop soon, Sengoku said, frustrated, looking at the newspaper. On the front page, there was an image of Monkey D. Luffy dragging Doflamingo and page 1 in a state of defeat and humiliation, making it clear that this figure was once again at the center of another storm, involving another Shichibukai and even the beast pirates of Kaido. The article continued not only with Luffy defeating the two in the photo but even Jack, one of the calamities and main forces of Kaido, fell before the rising pirate, but also that he was thrown into the sea, toasted by a devastating fire attack cutting through the sky. This act was not just a display of brute power, it was a direct declaration of war against one of the Yonkou of the New World, Kaido, often described as the strongest creature on the planet. Luffy's audacity in challenging such a figure, known for his unparalleled strength and feared influence on his territory, reverberated through the world like an earthquake, shaking the foundations of the established power balance. Throughout society, from the humblest villages on remote islands to the corridors of power in Marijoy, pirates, marines, revolutionaries, and ordinary citizens, All found themselves in a mix of disbelief, admiration, and fear. Luffy's boldness in confronting the force of a Yonkou even before entering the New World was something that shocked everyone. Fear was in every corner of the world, as this was an event that could cause a war and shake the balance of the world and the security of the kingdoms in paradise. In the effervescent editorial office of Morgan's, the media mogul and president of the World Economic Journal, the atmosphere was of palpable excitement. Surrounded by vibrant posters and spectacular images of Luffy's recent fight in Jaya, secretly captured by one of his most daring employees who had infiltrated the island, Morgan's could not contain his enthusiasm. Each photograph captured a moment of the epic battle, with the dominant image of Luffy dragging Doflamingo and page 1 further solidifying the dramatic narrative that was unfolding. Meanwhile, the person responsible for this headline was sitting in his office, screaming with joy and laughing with a satisfaction only the prospect of record sales that this headline would bring. Morgan's, seated in his chair, contemplated the images with a shrewd gaze. Monkey D. Luffy is, without a doubt, the star of the moment, he declared. We will not miss any of the moves of this young pirate and rising rookie. He is redefining the rules of the game at sea, and he will be there to document every step, every victory, every challenge, everything will be documented and published. Morgan had already directed his attention to the young pirate in the East Blue. His audacity and strength demonstrated were a clear representation of his potential, and Morgan's was becoming increasingly interested in the pirate. After the events of Logatown, he had already been tracking the cruise route, and after Alabasta, he had placed employees on all the nearby islands to start reporting on the cruise activities. He was almost losing hope of finding them in these waters when they finally emerged, destroying underworld bases on several islands, fighting an admiral and escaping, causing a gigantic explosion at sea. Although Morgan did not know what happened, it was probably an enemy faced by Luffy. Then in Jaya, things got really interesting. Morgan was surrounded by images of Luffy fighting against Jack and Doflamingo while that Enel fought against Patre-on. There were images of Luffy transformed in his final phase, striking Jack in the air. This is so fantastic, it's a shame I could only publish a few photos. I wanted to publish them all. Morgan's laughed as he looked at the cover photo and then a few more photos with Luffy stopping Jack using his arms in transformation level 2. A photo of him staring down the enemy forces before the fight. And another photo of him in his colossal form, in the middle of the destroyed city, sending Jack flying with his breath of purple flames. He laughed and looked at other photos on the table, with satisfaction. You haven't seen anything yet, Morgan's proclaimed to himself, and continued. Tomorrow's story is going to shake the world even more than it already is. His confidence in the news that was to come made his eyes gleam. On the table, there was a photo of Yamato, one that would be published in the newspaper the next day.